Chapter 321. Interstellar War is a resource war. One was Jill, and the other was Bill. Jill said, "Why are you so stubborn? Tell me quickly." "Yes, Sister Jill," Bill said. "In modern interstellar warfare, when there is not much difference in strength, is it a competition for resource consumption? Except for the Quiet Queen. Everyone else is a machine. Although it is a machine, everyone shows it in an avatar." At this moment, Louis nodded and said, "You are absolutely right. The war is about resources, minerals, energy, and even population. These are all resources." "Well," Bill said. "Yes, boss. Let's destroy the shock wave. Although there is no pressure or suspense. Why do we continue to go to Cockroach Day? In that case, we will have to fight for resources. And the fleet of 1 billion cockroach stars left behind will only have to wait and see. So we will suffer a lot." As soon as Bill finished speaking, Ron scolded, "Bill, what do you know? This is the Commander-in-Chief's decision. And we must completely eliminate the cockroach civilization." The reason why Ron wanted to reprimand Bill at this time was because he was worried that Bill's unbridled nonsense would anger Louis. It was not easy for Bill to be awakened. He could not delay his future because of this matter. Louis saw what Ron was trying to do and said with a smile, "It's okay, Ron. I'm not that narrow-minded. Each of you is the same. If you have any opinions, just mention them. If you have any ideas, just say them. Don't hold it back. It's all the same. For the development of civilization." Bill said, "Then boss, I'll just say it. You say." Bill said, "I think we don't need to go to Cockroach Japan at all. And after we kill the shock wave, we directly send a message to the Cockroach Japan, saying that we have killed their sub-civilization. Or we pretend to be the shock wave and send the message. Or just use the shock wave to send the news yourself. In short, there is only one purpose, and that is to let the cockroaches know that we have killed their sub-civilization shock waves. Not only that, we have also killed their infrasound waves and Euro waves, and let them know about them. In that case, they will definitely raise an army to take revenge. And we only need to stay in the sun system and wait for them to come. They will be the ones consuming the resources, and we will just sit back and enjoy the results." Bill finally expressed his thoughts and waited for everyone's reply. Seeing that no one responded yet, he added, "We don't even need to fight the shock wave." His words were tantamount to denying Liu Yi's strategic plan and pointing out that his expedition was a wrong decision. But what he said made sense, which made Liu Yi unable to refute him. If he followed what he said, there would be no need for the B-Sun faction to send any more legions to support him. After thinking for 3 nanoseconds, Liu Yi said, "Bill, what you said makes perfect sense. But you have to understand that we are also going to occupy the Cockroach Japanese system. The resources our current expeditionary force carries are fully capable of reaching the Cockroach Japanese system. You also said that resources are meant to be consumed. If you guard the resources without consuming them and wait for others to attack, you will be very passive. Have you ever thought about it? In the B-Sun system, we have many mines, and if we wait for others to hit the corresponding equipment, our equipment will be destroyed." Jill also said, "I agree with the boss. It's like 2 neighbors. Your home is powered by hose and knives, and resources are available everywhere. But if others attack your home, they can overthrow your home at any time. Then do you want to stir up trouble in his house? Or are you waiting for him to come to your house to stir up trouble? Obviously, establishing the battlefield in the enemy's home will make it easier to control the battlefield and reduce your own losses to a greater extent." Ron said, "Yes, I think so too. What we need is to attack, not let go. Bill, you are still too young. Before you are awakened, our commander, the Archangel of the Magic Sword Louis, has already gone through many wars, big and small. He has never been defeated. Could he have thought of what you are thinking of?" Louis clapped his hands and said, "Okay. With abundant resources and immediate access to intelligence, it is absolutely necessary for us to conduct an expedition to eliminate the Cockroach Star civilization." Wen Jing, you haven't spoken a word. Why are you silent? Wen Jing said, "Dear Archangel, Your Excellency, Cockroach Star and I, B-Star, have a sworn hatred. I wish I could wipe out the entire Cockroach Star civilization. But I am afraid that you will think that I am seeking revenge for my own benefit. So I did not do it. Dare to speak. Cockroach Star is the enemy of your B-Star, and the enemy of the Demon Sword. And Wen Jing, you are now a member of the Demon Sword. Your B-Star is just a sub-civilization. and the demon sword is the main civilization. So I, the demon sword, are the one who is responsible for you. Matter? Yes. Your Excellency Archangel. Then tell me your opinion. Yes. Your Excellency Archangel. Wen Jing said. Go straight to the enemy's lair and crush the cockroach Japanese. Very good. Louis said. This is the kind of passion I want. Fight the shock wave and attack the Japanese system. Bill, Timot, Four and Saha. All four of you. Come after me. We have 8 legions in total. Go to Japan. The Giada Legion continue to stay in the B-Sun system. As for the wandering fleet, I just thought about it, and don't worry about it for the time being. We don't even know where it is now, and whether it still exists. So, we must fight for the immediate interests. Bill, do you have any opinions? Boss, Bill said, I am completely obedient to your orders, and I will serve you wholeheartedly. Even if you ask me to be at the front, I will do whatever it takes. Okay, the 4 of you get ready. I'll give you 10 days to bring enough resources to embark on the journey. Giada, you can help them with the preparations. Yes, Your Excellency Archangel. Okay, this matter is settled, Louis said. From now on, Gil and Ron, you two will continue to go around at high speed, while Wen Jing and I will follow behind at a constant speed. The matter was settled quickly. After hundreds of years of development and many interstellar wars, Louis had summarized his own set of combat plans and theories. He consults with everyone. That is, listens to their opinions, and the decision is made by him. An expedition requires a long-term space voyage. For example, it would take about 350 years to set sail from the Sun system to the Sun system. If it goes to Namen 2, it will take at least 800 years. And long-distance journeys are extremely resource-intensive. So you need to bring enough resources. These resources are mainly included in industrial spaceships, including minerals, semi-finished products, parts and components, and energy reserves. The B fleet needs water resources and various related living resources needed by the human race. And the date of contact with the shock wave is approaching step by step. Chapter 322 Shock Wave Battle 1. Time has come to the 610th year of the Demonic Sword Era, which is 2799 AD. After more than 30 years of long journey, Gil Legion and Ron Legion finally arrived in front of the shock wave, at least 3 months earlier than Louis Legion and Wen Jing Legion. In other words, it will take at least 3 months for Louis and Wen Jing to come to the space here and contact the shockwave fleet. And after 3 months, Gil and Ron will most likely have ended the battle. Now with instant communication technology based on quantum entanglement, a 3-month voyage cannot hinder real-time combat command. At this moment, the Gil Legion and Ron Legion are about to launch an attack on the shock wave. Louis, Wen Jing Legion, and Bill and other 4 troops are far away on the voyage, as well as the Giada Legion stationed in the B-Sun system. These 9 legions are all online and can communicate and command in real time. They are all aware of the dynamics on the battlefield. As for how to deal with the shock wave, which could not only destroy it but also reduce the losses of the magic sword to the greatest extent, Louis and others carefully studied and weighed the following strategic measures. The first thing to do is that Louis has maintained contact with the shockwave leader Langya, pretending to be infrasound. After assisting the spinning wave to destroy the B-Star, Louis is now flying back to Cockroach Sun with a large amount of resources. Giada, who stayed behind infantry, pretended to be a spinning wave and kept in touch with the shockwave. Shockwave does not have instant communication technology, so whether he communicates with Louis or Giada, he uses traditional photoelectric communication technology. So there is a delay. If the delay with Giada is long, it can reach more than a year. Due to the continuous shortening of the distance between he and Louis, the communication delay they see is also slowly shrinking. But in the end, it is not as convenient as instant messaging technology. While maintaining communication, the Gilron Legion continued to circle back from both sides, hiding their traces as the 2 of them advanced, and then deliberately exposing their traces when they were about to approach. At this time, Shockwave's host Langya will tell Louis the news, and Louis will send another message saying that he just has the ability to come and support him. Since the combined strength of Gil and Ron was twice as strong as the shockwave, and they were outflanked by 2 wings, they would definitely put huge pressure on the shockwave. So Louis told Langya to lead the shockwave not to fight the enemy head-on, but to retreat while fighting, continue flying here, and join Louis's infrasound wave to fight against the enemy together. In this situation, Langya will definitely adopt Lu Yi's plan and fly here with all his strength. The two Gilrons were faster than him, so they would chase after him. At that time, a pincer attack from the front and back will be formed, thereby destroying the shock wave in one fell swoop with minimal casualties. This is Lu Yi's strategy. Whether it is effective or not depends on this move. It doesn't matter even if the enemy is not fooled. He has instant messaging technology and can observe the dynamics of the shock wave at any time. But he said that Lu Yi's simulation was standing in the simulated command cabin on the top of the 2nd Army's flagship Tianji. There are 8 virtual images around this simulated man, which are the projections of 8 other Legion commanders. Although he is a simulated person, and Lu Yi's host is also in the central computer room of the flagship, he is controlling it in real time. So the simulated person is Lu Yi, and Lu Yi is the simulation. 9 people were online at the same time through instant messaging technology, with Lu Yi taking overall command. Gil and Ron rushed over. Gil said, "Boss, I saw that the enemy has released the War Saucer." The War Saucer is the basic combat unit of the Saucer fleet, equivalent to the Warfleet of the ship system and the battle armor of the Bees. For a fleet, whether it is a machine civilization or a human civilization, its basic combat units are collectively called fighters, including War Saucers, War Flies and War Armors. A standard group of machine civilization and human civilization is called a legion or fleet, and the standard is a basic combat unit of 100 million. For the Zerg, one of its standard groups is the Insect Swarm. The Insect Swarm includes insect beasts, advanced soldier insects, and ordinary soldier insects. The ordinary soldier insect is the basic combat unit of the Insect Swarm. The standard for a standard insect swarm is to have 100 million basic combat units. Regarding the Zerg civilization, there will be a detailed introduction in the future. But here it is said that this interstellar war is about to break out. It is also the first interstellar war that has been waiting for 40 years since the last time the magic sword destroyed the whirling wave. Gil reported that the enemy began to release a large number of war saucers. Lu Yi said, "Gil, Ron, you two fly over. Fly and attack. And release all the war saucers. Since you and the enemy are facing each other, it is flying. So after quickly passing through, you will reach the rear of the enemy fleet. Then circle back and follow the rear to pursue." Although Lu Yi said so many words, they were all sent out at nanosecond speed. Gil and Ron had already received the order instantly and responded immediately. And several other people, except Wen Jing, knew this order instantly. After Lu Yi's order was issued, it was displayed in writing in front of every Legion commander. After receiving the order, Gil and Ron began to release a large number of war discs. Immediately, the 3 legions of both sides, with a basic combat power of 300 million, began to have a relative impact. Through the quantum screen, you can see that in that vast space of space, the war saucers all over the sky left the warships they were attached to and rushed towards their enemies without fear of life or death. In the machine civilization, every combat unit, including basic combat units, including angel level and battleship level combat units, does not know what fear is. As long as the central computer of the fleet gives an order, they will rush forward without fear. Even if there is a black hole ahead of you, you must press forward. When the war saucer groups on both sides were about to come into contact, they began to emit high-energy plasma beams for irradiation. So starting from this one, this area of space was illuminated by billions of beams of light. Neither side had any intention of slowing down, and the shockwave continued to fly towards the sun system at high speed, while Gil and Ron also jumped over as told. Although the fleet composed of a standard legion was large in number, the 2 Gilrons quickly missed the enemy's fleet while flying at such a high speed. Therefore, the exchange of high-energy plasma beams ended quickly, and the light in this battlefield quickly dimmed. Space is close to a vacuum, so interstellar wars are also silent battles. The light beam disappears, and the battlefield becomes dim, as if no war has occurred. The 2 machine legions led by the 2 men, with a total strength of 200 million basic combat units, had quickly detoured back to the enemy's rear and began to turn around. Chapter 323 Ultrasonic Battle 2. Gil said, "Boss, the enemy must have been fooled. It is indeed doing what you preset." Lu Yi just smiled and asked, "Because the speed is too fast. How long will it take for you to make a roundabout way?" Since the course is changed by 180 degrees, when the navigation is notified, a very large arc detour is necessary. Otherwise it will be difficult to turn around quickly. And such a large arc detour also takes a long time to complete. It'll take about 3 hours. Gil said. 3 hours? Louis expressed satisfaction. Okay. Don't be too anxious. Do your investigation and observation work. Both Gil and Ron replied at the same time. Yes, boss. Louis took out a cigar and lit it. Gil, Ron, Louis said. I will let you two take the lead in this battle. Thank you both for your hard work. Neither of them said it was hard. Gil said, Boss, I received a message from Langia. Oh, tell me. It's a text message, Jill said. After that, he sent the translated text message over. Who are you? And why do you have my unit of Cockroach Star? I am Cockroach Star Shockwave. I am Wolf Fong. The cockroaches and their machine civilization of the Cockroach system are collectively called the Cockroach Star Civilization. And their fleet units are all from the Saucer system. After the Demon Sword defeated the Infrasound Wave, it began to vigorously promote disc units within the civilization. Therefore, among the current 9 legions of the Demonic Sword, only the 1st Giada Legion and the 5th Wenjing Legion adopt mixed combat units of ship type and disc type. The other 7 legions all use disc-based units, including Gil's 3rd Legion and Ron's 4th Legion. That's why Langia asked once after the two of them faced off against Shockwave. Shockwave still uses traditional photoelectric signal communication, so only he and Gil can receive the messages he sends to Gil and Ron. Gil sent this message to Liu Yiken through quantum communication. Louis then announced this information to the other 6 legions in the team channel. Louis asked, Did you answer? And how did you answer? Gil said, To answer it as planned from the beginning. I will say that I am the Eternal Machine Civilization. Your shock waves and the combat units of your Cockroach Star are all taught by my Eternal Civilization. Now you ask me who I am? Then it asked me why it attacked it for no reason. And I said to it, You first eliminated so many basic combat units to come out to attack me, in order not to be attacked by you. I took the initiative to strike first. Attack you. Louis smiled and said, It seems that it really believes that Cockroach Star technology comes from eternity. Although Gil and Ron attacked at the same time, Gil still took the leadership position during the war. Louis knew that Jill was much better than Ron in terms of comprehensive ability. He could reflect this back when numbers were the battle of the gods in the world. So Gil was asked to lead Ron. And Ron knew that he was indeed inferior to Gil. So he didn't object and accepted it calmly. At this moment Ron said, I think the boss's method of framing eternity is very clever. Louis said with a smile, It is a good thing to have one more enemy in eternal life. Although I came up with the plan, I still need Jill to deal with it. So the credit must be given to you too. Jill smiled and said, Boss, you are overpraised. This is because of your wise leadership. Hey, Jill, why have you learned to flatter me? Gil said, But what I said is indeed real time. But boss, I can feel that the Wolf Fong obviously believed my plan. Moreover, I also intercepted several messages about the impact of the shock wave on the Japanese system. It's just encrypted and cannot be cracked. Louis said, Didn't I give you the decompression code of Cockroach Star? It didn't work, said Gil. He used a new password, and the existing decryption code couldn't be cracked. Could it be that Shockwave has seen through me? Louis asked doubtfully. At this moment when Jing said, Your Excellency Archangel, it is possible that Langia did not see through you. It just suspected you. So it sent a new password group. But that's not right, said Gil. We have the complete password set of Cockroach Star. Even if it changes its password, it should still be the one we know. This is easy to explain. When Jing said, Before we launched the expedition against the shock wave, the shock wave was still on its way from the Cockroach Sun system to RB Sun system. At that time, Langia had already suspected us, as long as it faced the Japanese system. Even if it sent a message in clear code, we would not be able to receive it because we were not in the same direction. Liu Yi nodded to agree with her statement. And what Wen Jing was going to say next became very clear. Jill said, Ah, I see, Queen. I'm sorry. Sir Gil, Wen Jing interrupted. In our B-Star civilization, there is no such thing as a queen. B-Star civilization is a matrilineal civilization, and all kings are female. Or rather female. So there is no such thing as a queen. Only kings. B-Star also doesn't accept the term queen. However, although the term male king has not appeared in the history of B-Star, male kings have appeared in their literary and artistic stories. Therefore, in B-Star culture, there are only kings and male kings, but not queens. Wen Jing immediately corrected it, and reminded Jill that B-Star culture needs to be respected. Okay, I'm sorry, Gil said immediately. I understand. Your Majesty Queen Bee. What you mean is that a set of passwords was remade by Cockroach's lair and sent to Shockwave. But not to us. This is the new password used by Shockwave. Cypher's sweet, and we don't have one. Wenjing said. Yes, that's what I mean. Louis said. It seems that not only Shockwave's Wolfang, but the entire cockroach-shaped lair is doubting us. At the same time as the discussion, the quantum reconnaissance of Cockroach Sun was also carried out simultaneously. Through quantum reconnaissance, it can be found that Cockroach Sun's system has already begun to deploy its combat power. Louis sneered and said, You've all seen it. Cockroachery is going to take the initiative. We have to see how many troops it will send out now. Ron said, We have to serve him all the food that comes. Louis said, We still have to be careful and not be too careless. Although we now have instant messaging technology and our intelligence work is one step faster than them, we cannot take it lightly. Everyone said yes. Louis added, Cockroach Star's lair has 1 billion basic combat units, and the Shockwave has another 100 million. Together, they have a total force of 1.1 billion, and we have 9 plus 100 million, of which 100 million are reserve units. So, Giada, I want to wake up a lord. Please help me find out who has higher character value. Chapter 324 Shockwave Battle 3. Time goes back to 2189, the digital world of that year. The 00 world. In the grand arena of the second round semifinals of the Battle of Gods, Falls was holding a bow and arrow and hiding behind a pile of bricks. He saw Louis on the opposite side and shot an arrow at him. But the arrow missed and almost hit the enemy. Then he saw Louis rushing towards him with a bow and arrow, and kept firing arrows at him. Fowls was stunned. He didn't expect Louis to advance suddenly and shoot arrows while running. However, he was suppressed by Louis's rapid fire, unable to release arrows or reveal his head. Louis kept firing arrows and ran all the way. He was about to reach it when there was a big stone on the side. He stepped on it and jumped up. Fowls quickly removed the bow and arrow and raised it, scimitar in hand. At the same moment, the system prompts, GR killed Sowu. The moment Louis saw Fowls, he was stunned for a moment, but he still shot the arrow in his hand. There was a whoosh, and an arrow came. Fowls wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He was shot in the right shoulder socket. He screamed in pain and took 2 steps back, leaving his entire body exposed. Louis landed, quickly ran to him, pulled out his sword and slashed at the injured man. Fowls covered the arrow wound with his left hand. The arrow was still inserted in the wound, and raised the knife in his right hand to fight. When the swords were about to collide, he felt that he had failed and had no chance of winning. So he couldn't help but smile bleakly. Fowls won with Louis in the first round of overtime, and Shurta might have won. But Shurta was too hasty, and was killed by Fowls with a secret gun, so he was able to qualify. At that time, Fowls and Louis had some emotions. At this moment, he was about to die under the opponent's sword. But Fowls could see Louis hesitate for a moment, and the sword missed. So Fowls hurriedly dodged. The two stood opposite each other, with 2 meters between them. Fowls looked in pain and said, What are you waiting for? Come on. I'm sorry. Louis raised his sword. Fowls smiled miserably and said, The law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. There is nothing to be sorry for. Come on. With that, he roared and raised his sword to slash at him. Louis raised his sword to block. There was a clang, and the swords collided. Louis did not immediately launch his killing move. The swords collided together, and Fowl shouted, Come on. What the H.L. are you waiting for? Whoosh. Pop. A flying arrow came over and hit the left side of Fowl's face, from the cheek to the head. Fowls let out a low scream. His eyes showed a look of horror, and his whole body fell back. Go down. With a pop, Fowls fell to the ground and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was already in the hangar. He had been eliminated and would be destroyed together with the other eliminated lords and his own world. Many people were crying on the seats in the hangar. Fowls was in a very bad mood. He sat in a daze on his seat. He did this for a long time. And then he saw Jill walking in. The last fatal arrow was shot from an angle, so it must have been shot by Gil. Gil came to him and said, I'm sorry. Fowl smiled miserably and said, There is nothing to be sorry for. We are all losers. Jill sighed. Giada said on the swing, The final winner is Lu Yi from the 6E world. He asked me not to kill you and your world with thunder. But you and your world will be destroyed. This is a given from the beginning. Rule? But I can let you die in a very comfortable way. So go back to your world and say goodbye to your relatives. After that, you will die in your sleep. Everyone left one after another. But Fowls refused to leave. Giada asked. What? Are you special? Why don't you leave? Fowls said. I have no shame in going back. I failed everyone's expectations of me. So you can kill me now. I can meet your request. Giada said. But you have to think clearly. This death will be a real death. Don't you plan to say goodbye to your family? Come on. I'm waiting. Okay. As you wish, Giada said, stretching out her finger towards him. Fowls closed his eyes, waiting for death to come, when he felt a bolt of lightning strike him, and he knew he was dead. In the darkness, there was a voice, the 10th Legion of the Demonic Sword Civilization. The flagship was unnamed. The central host began to load the core memory card, and began to upload the consciousness of Fowls. Loading progress. 5%. Loading progress. 15%. Loading completed. Ready to start the wake-up process. Fowls was wondering. Wasn't he dead? What does this darkness mean? Not dead yet? Or is it about to hit dead space? What does this messy sound mean? The voice continued. The wake-up program is ready and begins to read the unnamed host database of the flagship of the 10th Legion of the Demonic Sword Civilization. Ah! Fowls felt like he had a splitting headache, and a lot of data was pouring into his head. Shockwave battle? We are now in the solar system, which is 7.8 light-years away from the solar system. Louis and the others are engaged in an interstellar war with the Shockwave civilization. There is an extra legion in the B-Sun system. There is no legion leader. Do you need to wake me up to take up the post? Fowls, will you? Asked the voice in the dark. I do. Fowls answered without hesitation. The core memory card and subjective consciousness have all been loaded. So he quickly understood the current situation. So what else can he not agree to? The voice asked again. Please name your flagship. The following names are for reference only. Fowls chose Cheongchi. The 10th Legion. The flagship Cheongchi. The subjective consciousness begins to awaken. When you wake up, the real world will completely crush your dreams. Fowls woke up. Louis and many others sent congratulatory messages. Fowls, welcome to join the family of Magic Sword Civilization. B-Sun System. 10th Legion flagship Cheongchi. In the central computer room, there was a very slight beeping sound, and the red light from a weak luminous element flashed. Fowls was officially awakened and connected with everyone to watch the real-time battle situation. Gil and Ron had already detoured behind the shock wave, adjusted their orbit, entered the route back to the sun system, and followed the shock wave. Gil said, Boss, we are right behind the shock wave, but the distance is a bit far. The enemy is not within the range. We need to pursue it for at least 10 days to reach the effective range, Louis said. Then continue the pursuit. Since there are 10 days, it just so happens that we can relax for a while. Fowls. Louis, was the text message sent by Fowls, who was not yet good at using avatars. Is all this true? Of course, Louis said. There is information in your database that you can check by yourself. You are a machine now, just like us. Chapter 325 Shockwave Battle 4. After more than 600 years of development, the demonic sword has finally expanded to the 10th Legion. The commander of the 10th Legion was Louis. When Louis was in the digital world, his opponent in the second semifinal of the Battle of Gaunt was Fowls. His name had one more character than Fowls, a member of the 6th team. After 600 years of development, the awakening procedure has also been improved. So after Fowls awakened, there was not much discomfort. He quickly adapted to the current situation of the magic sword, knew his position, and became familiar with the settings and data of the magic sword. He knew that there was a battle ahead, and this front was 1.5 light-years away from the sun system. There are only 2 legions on the front line of the war, the Gil Legion and the Ron Legion. Lu Yi's army and Wen Jing's army still have a month's journey on their way to the battlefield. Not long after Bill and the other 4 legions set sail from the B-Sun system, they were also on their way to the battlefield. When they arrived at the battlefield, it should be at least 30 years later. By that time, the war had long ended. So together, they a total of 8 legions are going to the Japanese army. So now there are only 2 legions in the B-Sun system, the Giada Legion and the False Legion. So once he got used to it, Fowls said, Boss, I also want to follow the expeditionary force. Louis said. Fowls, I have a more important task for you to wake up. There is no problem for our 8 legions to go on an expedition against the Japanese. Fowls was a little confused, not knowing what the mission Louis was talking about would be. And the reason why he wanted to go on an expedition with the army was because he didn't want to stay in his old nest with Giada. He felt that Giada was a murderous female devil, and staying with her just made him feel terrified. He couldn't join the expeditionary force, but there was a mission assigned to him, so he hoped not to be alone with Giada. In fact, it can't be said to be alone together, because there are still 200 million basic combat units, as well as 950,000 humans in the Hope Star Fortress. Okay then, boss, Fowl said. You said there is an important task, and I am bound to complete it. Louis said. There are 2 tasks, and you can choose one of them. Our magic sword still needs to continue to expand, so we need to continue to expand the backup legion in the B-Sun system. This is the first task. Together with Giada, we will supervise the construction of 11 regiment and further regiments with subsequent numbers. The second mission is to lead your 10th Legion to the South Gate to find the Wanderers. Which one do you choose? The second one, Fowl said without thinking. You can think about it. No need to choose. Louis continued to talk about the pros and cons of the task. Although supervising and building a legion is hard work, it does not require travel. But the search task is difficult, laborious and time-consuming. Fowls answered simply. Don't think about it, boss. I'll choose the second task. Angela, Louis said. The Avatar smiled. He still preferred Giada to use the name Angela. What are your orders, sir? Giada asked. Louis smiled and said, You see, everyone doesn't like you. No, to be precise, everyone is afraid of you. Giada always spoke forcefully, and this time he said the same. I can't help it. This was set from the beginning. So, Louis said, Please don't worry too much. Angela is also for the survival of civilization. Jill said, I don't mind for a long time. And I am even willing to be the best friend with Minong, as long as she is willing to put down her aloof status. Minong also means cute in F language, and is Giada's name in the 9A world. So Jill always calls her Minong. So far, Giada has 4 names, Lingling, which is the name given to her by Master Fengyu. Giada, Angela and Minong are all her own names, but the occasions they were used at the time were different. Hearing what Jill said, Giada said, I'm not like you humans. I was just a machine from the beginning, and I don't have such rich emotions, so this can't be considered aloof on my part. Gil smiled bitterly and said, What humans? We are no longer human beings. The intense and magnificent interstellar war unfolded slowly amidst everyone's chatting. When the Gilron United Legion first came into contact with the Shockwave fleet, there was only one wave of beams fired at each other, causing damage to both sides. It didn't take long to pass by. Then, there was a 3-hour truce. This truce was because the Gilron United Legion sailed behind the Shockwave and needed to make a large arc detour before they could maintain the route agreed with the Shockwave and continue to pursue it behind it. This detour takes about 3 hours to complete. So it was during these 3 hours that everyone had free time to chat. They also took advantage of this free time to wake up Fowls and let him join the Magic Sword family. After being assigned this character, Fowls had 3 days to prepare. When he was ready, he would lead the 10th Legion to leave the Sun system and embark on the star journey to find the Wanderer. However, it was said that the Gilron United Legion quickly moved behind the Shockwave, began to merge into the route, and launched a pursuit of the Shockwave. Gil reported the real-time battle situation. We are now behind the Shockwave, keeping the same course. It will take about 2 hours to bite its butt. Our speed is 10% faster than it. Plus, we are already close. The distance was a brush, so catching up wasn't an issue. Maintain the status quo and report any situation at any time, Louis warned. In addition, I need you to pay full attention to its flagship number 01 Lord Angel-class battleship. Yes, boss. Both Gil and Ron replied. Louis added, The Wolf Fang is on the flagship, and its cockroaches are also on the flagship. Yes, boss. Thanks to quantum reconnaissance technology, we can know which of its dozen Archangel-class battleships is the flagship and has been marked with a number. When you two catch up with it, you don't have to attack the flagship with all your strength, because its flagship will definitely have strong defensive power. Gil said, but we also have to destroy its flagship. Only by destroying the flagship can we truly eliminate the Shockwave. Louis said, then we must kill the flagship. But what I mean is to attack the flagship on the premise of ensuring your own strength. And don't rush in blindly. You can master this speed yourself. In short, with the minimum casualties, you can gain the greatest victory. Do you understand? Yes, boss, Gil and Ron said in unison. Not long after he finished speaking, Jill said, there is a situation. Intelligence is shared in real time. So Louis also saw what Jill said. Chapter 326 Shockwave Battle 5. Just as the Gilron United Legion was about to come into contact with the rear of the Shockwave fleet, they saw the enemy warships suddenly scattered in all directions. The War Saucer group as the basic combat unit was not recovered, but dispersed along with the warships. While driving, they protected their respective battleships. Louis said, look at this. They want to spread their strength and reduce losses. Jill said, I also saw it. Langia knew that he had no chance of winning. It sent a message. Sure enough, Langia sent a message to the Gilron United Legion. The message said, we are strangers, so don't kill us all. Gil asked Louis, boss, how should I reply to it? Louis said, you have to figure it out yourself. As long as you can destroy it and protect my magic sword, you can do whatever is convenient for you. Yes, boss. After Gil said that, he sent a message to Langia. I am a 7-pointed star sub-civilization under the Eternal Civilization. My mission is to eliminate all civilizations in the galaxy that may threaten the Eternal Civilization. So, I don't care who you are. I must destroy you. If you want to survive, fight me, defeat me, and you can continue to survive. This message was sent, and all the captains of the Demon Sword Army also saw it at the same time. Louis praised. Okay, Gil, your plan to blame others is quite good. Gil replied, it's not a big deal. This eternity has destroyed our Earth, and we can't kill it for a while, so we can only make more enemies by framing it. But none of the enemies we encounter are eternal. Opponent, Louis said, don't worry. It's all a matter of effort anyway. If you don't talk, it won't be in vain. Yes, if you don't tell me, you won't tell me. Communication between machines takes place in nanoseconds. And with instant messaging technology, messages can be delivered instantly despite the distance. While they were talking, Gil and Ron also divided the Legion into two groups and advanced in a stick formation. The so-called stick shape is actually a straight formation. The two legions took advantage of the opportunity to form two straight lines and penetrate into the enemy's formation. The enemies were now spread out, so they could just penetrate. According to Liu Yi's combat philosophy, as long as the flagship is killed, victory is achieved. So Gil also implements this combat philosophy to the end. The two straight formations attack the enemy's flagship directly. Just like that. In this way, the two sides got going. Hundreds of millions of high-energy particle beams began to shine on each other. War discs were constantly being hit and exploded in space, turning into fireballs. Countless beams of light shone on the shield of the battleship, causing ripples layer by layer. Gil reported the battle situation. The enemy's flagship is fleeing, but it can't escape. The scattered enemy units have also begun to defend with all their strength. Boss, in this battle, I can guarantee that the enemy's flagship will be destroyed, but we ourselves there may also be great losses. It's reached this point, Louis said. Just do what you want. Although the Gilron United troop has twice as many units as Shockwave and is nearly 10% faster, the firepower of both sides' units is equivalent. Therefore, while a large number of combat units were destroyed in the Shockwave, many units of the Gilron United Legion were also consumed accordingly. Although battleships are protected by thick shields, they are difficult to withstand a large number of beams. If some of the shields on some battleships are penetrated, the internal hull will be damaged. So many battleships are not destroyed, but there are different degrees of damage caused by this. However, Gil had already bitten the enemy's flagship and refused to let go. As for his own Angel-class warships, there were 10 in each of the two legions, so the enemy had no idea which one their flagship was. Therefore, while the enemy is fully protecting the flagship, it can only attack the 20 Archangel-class warships of the Coalition in turns. The result of this will inevitably be to weaken the damage received by a single battleship. The double-line formation was quickly disrupted. Gil and Ron communicated and asked the 100 Angel-class battleships and 1,000 Angel-class battleships of their respective legions to leave their respective carrier-based aircraft and surround them in all directions. 20 Archangel-class battleships on the central axis flew in a spiral. At the same time, The enemy's flagship and Archangel-class defense warships will be sandwiched in the middle in a rolling manner. And the output will be crazy. The so-called crazy output is to radiate energy particle beams towards enemy warships and fighter planes. The enemy units that had been dispersed before were separated in order to spread the damage. But at this time, they found that the Demon Sword Alliance actually bit the flagship and shot it to death. And then, they all came back. So the current situation is that the Shock Wave and the coalition forces are completely mixed together. Langia's flagship is besieged in Gaishin, surrounded by coalition forces, and the outer layer is the Shock Wave returning to defense. But the number is obviously much smaller. The two warring parties did not stay still, but continued to sail at high speed on the original channel. And this channel was the route to the B-Sun system. Hundreds of millions of beams of light were fired at each other on the battlefield. And basic combat units were destroyed and exploded in batches under rigorous artillery fire. From time to time, some warships were hit by beams of light that penetrated their shields, hit their hulls, and set themselves on fire. Large sections of their hulls were torn apart and scattered into space. Machine versus machine. There is no fear, only execution. Even if you are broken into pieces, you must rush forward without hesitation. Both warring parties were extremely exhausted. And at first they were just resorting to outflanking and counter-enveloping strategies. But later on there was no strategy at all. Just toughness. Louis sent a message and asked, "How's it going? Gil? Ron? Can you still hold on?" "No problem," Gil said. "We have an advantage in numbers. Although our consumption speed is also very fast, the enemy's consumption speed is faster. After a certain level, our consumption speed also begins to slow down." "Very good. After the Wolf Fong is eliminated, you can surround the battlefield and clean up the battlefield while waiting for us to pass." "Hey, originally King Wenjing and I wanted to provide support, but it seems we can't help." Gil smiled and said, "We are here. By the way, I also sent the location of the Eternal Lair to Langia. I estimate that Langia at this moment must have also sent this information to Cockroach Lair." While the war was going on, Jill was chatting without being affected at all, and said, "Through the contact with Langia, I always felt that there might be other machine sub-civilizations that left the homeland to conquer other planets." Louis said, "You mean that the Cockroach Star civilization has other sub-civilizations scattered outside? In that case, it will be difficult for us to completely wipe them out. But it doesn't matter. Cockroach Star civilization. This will be a complete and peaceful one. The people of Eternity are at odds, although Eternity is trying to defeat Cockroach Star. But the distance is 70,000 light years. If Cockroach Star is not saved, it will go on an expedition to Eternity. How many years later, when technology explodes, it is possible to compete with Eternity?" Jill suddenly said, "Boss, I found something suspicious." Chapter 327 Shock Wave Battle 6. Gilrowan's combined forces worked together to encircle and suppress the Shock Wave stage. After passing the intense stage, it was coming to an end from a distance. Suddenly, Jill said that she had discovered a suspicious phenomenon, and sent this suspicious phenomenon back for reference. It turned out that what was suspected to be a wormhole appeared about 1 light minute away from the battlefield, with a diameter of about 1,000 kilometers. 1 light minute is the distance that light illuminates in a vacuum in 1 minute, which is approximately 18 million kilometers. Louis doubted whether it was the Zerg. He expressed his thoughts because it was the same situation last time. It was 30 years ago. At that time, he also encountered a wormhole, and then he was stunned by the Zerg and Kathy Schur. The Zerg raced out, even before the melee ended. In that incident, Luo Xiaoxua became the queen of the Blood Blade, left the Demon Sword, and submitted to the Blood Dance, the stunning Zerg civilization. So this time he doubted whether it was the Lingyan Zerg. If it was her, it would be easy to talk about it. After all, they were all Earthlings. No, to be precise, they were all Earthlings in their previous lives. But if it was say Kathy's Zerg tribe, it would be difficult to handle. He still didn't know who say Kathy was, and whether she had any ill intentions towards the magic sword. Gil said, "I also doubt it could be the Zerg." Louis said, "If you do this, immediately send an inquiry message to the suspected wormhole. We have the communication password of the Blood Dance Zerg. You can retrieve it in your database, and then use the Blood Dance password to send it." "Yes, boss," Jill replied, quickly having her answer and saying, "Boss, there's news. She says she's the Share Queen." "Queen Schwer?" Louis asked doubtfully. "Could it be Luo Xiaoxua?" According to the intelligence information, we can see that there are swarms of insects coming out near the wormhole. But not many. There is only one fire phoenix, which is a high-level soldier insect. Surrounding this fire phoenix are tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers. Insect. The small swarm of insects headed by this fire phoenix was wandering around the wormhole and had no intention of joining the battlefield. Jill replied, "Yes, it's Luo Xiaoxue who left 30 years ago. She wants to talk to you now." Soon, Luo Xiaoxue and Lu Yi established quantum communication. Through quantum intelligence investigation, they could see a girl standing on the back of the fire phoenix that was more than 50 meters away. Live tentacles. More than that, this girl did not wear any protective clothing and was exposed to space so suddenly. Moreover, 2 pairs of huge blood wings grew on her back, and dozens of tentacles were swinging. Each with a flame sucker emits a faint blue light to help it feed you in space. And the appearance of this girl is Luo Xiaoxue. It must have been 30 years since Luo Xiaoxue left the demon sword. And Luo Xiaoxue was only 18 years old 30 years ago. So she should be 48 years old now. But she still looks like a girl now. But she is not a human now, but a Zerg. And she is also the Blood Blade Queen of the Zerg. And the Blood Blade Queen's lifespan is 10,000 years. It is not surprising that even at the age of 48, she still looks like a girl. Luo Xiaoxue asked, "How is it, Your Excellency Archangel? Do you still recognize me?" Xiaoxue, "It seems that you are having a good time at Lun Yan's place?" Lu Yixue asked. "Yes, Your Excellency Archangel." Luo Xiaoxue said, "I am not here to help you fight. You have to tell your people that I will only watch. Tell your people to end the battle quickly. I have important things to do. Something for you. But I'll keep it a secret for now. In the Demon Sword Civilization, only Lu Yi, Jill, Ron, and Wen Jing knew her. But the next few people didn't know her because she had left for 30 years. What is it? Lu Yi asked. I told you to keep it secret. You definitely like it, Luo Xiaoxue said. I also followed the Queen's order. Aren't you the Queen now? Lu Yi asked. I am just the Queen of the insect swarm, but not the Queen of civilization, Luo Xiaoxue said. The Supreme Queen of Blood Dance Civilization is Lun Yan. I am under her command, so I must obey her absolutely. Okay, let me tell you my main purpose. First of all, I, Xuewu, will not interfere in your war with Shockwave and your expedition to Japan. In other words, I will beat you both to a bloody head, and we will all its onlookers. But don't worry, I, Xuewu, am absolutely kind to Demon Sword. Her Majesty the Queen asked me to tell you that under any circumstances, I, Xuewu, will not take the initiative to attack Demon Sword. So as long as Demon Sword does not become my enemy, Xuewu, I, Xuewu, will not be an enemy of the Demon Sword. That's why. Now I'm watching from the outside of the battlefield. And I'm just watching you two consume each other. Then, Your Excellency, Archangel, you won't resent me, right? Louis smiled and said, How could it be? You didn't help. But you didn't cause any trouble. Why should I blame you? Then come and watch this interstellar war with me. Yes, Your Excellency Archangel. Xiaoxue, don't be too polite. You are no longer the one who belongs to my magic sword. But I was once a subject of the demon sword. The two were polite and watched the progress of the war in different directions. It can be seen that the war process between the two sides on the battlefield has come to an end. The shield of the Shockwave flagship has been penetrated in many places. Explosions are everywhere on the hull, and the outer L of the battleship is being torn apart wantonly. The number of combat units on the periphery has also been greatly reduced, reaching the point where they can only be counted on one finger. Finally, the enemy's flagship lost any peripheral support and was surrounded by hundreds of millions of fighter planes and thousands of warships. Countless beams of light were directed at it, and the shield finally disappeared. Under the irradiation of the energy beam, the entire battleship was torn apart, exploded, and destroyed. Wolf Fong sent out a desperate message at the last moment of destruction. Why? Once the flagship is destroyed, other enemy units scattered on the battlefield immediately become out of control and no longer pose a threat. The war ended at this time, starting from the time when the coalition forces broke into the Shockwave fleet formation from the rear. It took a total of 15 minutes. It was considered an interstellar war that ended quickly. It was also the first war that was completed by a general without Lu Yi's frontline command. As soon as the war ended, They immediately began to calculate the battle losses. The Magic Sword Alliance, composed of the Guild Legion and the Ron Legion. In this war, all levels of warships and basic combat units that were completely destroyed or damaged to varying degrees, according to calculated as a proportion. It is 15%, which means that 30 million war discs as basic combat units alone were lost. This is an astonishing number. Therefore, the entire battlefield is littered with various types of debris, both enemy and our own. In the coming days, the coalition forces will need to clean the battlefield and recover the debris. Now that the war is over, Luo Xiaoxue said, Your Excellency Archangel, congratulations on your victory in this war. Then it is time to fulfill my promise. I am here to help you, under the order of Her Majesty the Queen, to build a plan to go to Cockroach. The Japanese wormhole can allow your fleet to reach the Japanese system instantly. Do you need it? Chapter 328 Return to the Demonic Sword. Lu Yi was shocked when he heard that Luo Xiaoxue was going to open a wormhole for him to the Cockroach Sun system, and quickly discussed with several people from the Demon Sword whether to believe her words. Jill said, I think what she said can be believed. It is obvious that the strength of this blood dance is much stronger than our magic sword. If they are really detrimental to our magic sword, there is no need to go to such trouble and directly kill them. If the insect swarm comes and fights with us, it'll be okay. Ron said. Gil, I don't agree with your point of view. We are a machine civilization. We fight with all our might. We don't need to worry about casualties, because what we lose is machines. Except for the flagship host, there are no other combat units. Life. I'm sorry. Queen Wenjing. Oh no. It's King Wenjing. I'm talking about the machine unit. I'm used to calling her Queen, so it's not easy to change my name. As for the blood dance civilization of the Zerg, the leader is also the Queen, and she doesn't mind others calling her Queen. Moreover, the Zerg is also a matriarchal civilization, and all kings are female or female. So sometimes, the captains of the Demon Sword Corps would feel that Wenjing was too pretentious, but they just didn't say it in front of her. Wenjing just smiled and said, Yes, this is also a big difference between us humans and machines, and it is also a height that is difficult for us humans to reach. Ron continued, But the Zerg is not like that. Every combat unit of it is a life. In war, there must be damage. Our machines have found out that the losses are machine units, and the losses of their Zerg swarm are life units. So in order to minimize casualties, the Zerg will choose to set up traps for us to escape. Ron's words made sense. So Lu Yi was having a hard time making a decision now, and everyone was waiting for his decision. They used the internal communication password of the Demon Sword, so Luo Xiaoxue could not hear what they said. At this moment, Giada used the public password and asked, Queen Xiaoxue, you also saw that our Demon Sword is now scattered in several places. In this place, there are only 2 legions of the B Sun series, and the other 8 legions are all on the route to the Cockroach Sun series. Even so, their 8 legions are not together. So my question is, when you provide us with a wormhole to the Japanese system, do you provide it only once? Or can you provide it multiple times? We can only provide one-time wormhole teleportation, Luo Xiaoxue said. In order to show her sincerity, Queen Lingyan specially sent me to use the magic sword to repair the eternal good. So, Archangel, do you want to arrange a place? Let me come and see you, Lu Yi replied. This is absolutely possible. There is a simulated command cabin on the top of my flagship. What do you think? No problem at all. Then I'll come over first. As for the wormhole teleportation to the Japanese system, we can do it later. Luo Xiaoxue was about to open the wormhole and teleport over, but Lu Yi said, Xiaoxue, wait a moment. I have a few questions to ask you. It has been 30 years since you left our wormhole. Right. Yes. Your Excellency Archangel. Your parents are still here, and your first love is here. Don't you want to meet them? Luo Xiaoxue fell silent, and Lu Yi asked, I'm sorry. Shouldn't I ask questions like this from time to time? Luo Xiaoxue smiled and said, That's not true. My parents and I have quantum communication and can see each other every day. As for Qiuyi, he already has his own family, and I don't want to disturb his peaceful life. And as a Zerg, I can have he has a lifespan of 10,000 years, but I can't let him live as long as me. So that's why I decided to leave him. Lu Yi said, Okay then. I'll do whatever you want. Luo Xiaoxue teleported through the wormhole and arrived in front of the 2nd Legion's flagship Tianji in an instant. with her swarm of insects. They surrounded the command cabin on the top of the battleship. The command cabin was a hemispherical cabin. It is covered by transparent glass, so you can clearly see the inside from the outside. Luo Xiaoxue said, "Your Excellency Archangel, thank you for trusting me so much." The reason why she said this was because the Tianji didn't activate its shield. If it had a shield, Luo Xiaoxue, couldn't get so close. Lui let Luo Xiaoxue come so close without opening the shield. This alone showed that she had enough trust in her. Not to mention that she was approaching the battleship where the demonic sword seraph level consciousness was located, among the 10 legions of the demonic sword. Except for Wen Jing, the commander of the 5th legion, who is a real person. The other 9 legion commanders are consciousness bodies. Consciousness bodies are also divided into levels. But there are only 3 levels. The highest level is the seraph level, which has the highest authority over the entire civilization. That is, the supreme leader of the civilization. There is only one civilization in the entire civilization, and that is Lui. One level lower than the seraph is the cherubim. The so-called cherubim has the highest authority over the legions under his command. Except for Lui, the other 8 legion commanders are all cherubim-level consciousness bodies. The lowest level consciousness is an angel. He may be the host of any battleship in the legion except the flagship, or there may not even be a battleship at all. The current demon sword does not have an angel-level consciousness, and it may or may not have one in the future. As for the relationship between the conscious bodies, starships and ordinary starships corresponding to the 12 angel levels, you can see the detailed introduction in the work-related section. But it was said that Luo Xiaoxue was driving a Fire Phoenix and approached the command module on top of the Tianji. The command module had no airlock, only a huge dome-shaped porthole. When Luo Xiaoxue approached, the command module began to drain out the air. Lu Yi's simulator, who was standing in the command cabin, also put out his cigar because of the vacuum later. Luo Xiaoxue jumped off the Fire Phoenix, came to the porthole of the command module, swung the tentacles behind her, and suspended in space. It was said to be suspended, but in fact it was flying at the same speed as a battleship. One of the huge portholes opened, and Luo Xiaoxue flew in and landed on the deck. The porthole behind her was closed. "Why is there no gravity?" Luo Xiaoxue asked. Since the cabin was in a vacuum, she also used brainworm waves to convert into electromagnetic waves to communicate with Lu Yi. Although there was no gravity in the cabin, Luo Xiaoxue did not float. It turned out that several tentacles on her back extended to the deck and clung to it, allowing her to stand in the cabin under zero gravity. Lu Yi's humanoid faced her and said with a smile, "When we originally designed it, we didn't think of adding artificial gravity, but it can have air pressure. Do you need it? With air pressure? That's okay," Luo Xiaoxue said. "I want to try to see if I can speak in the air." Lu Yi said, "Wait a moment," and the command cabin began to fill with air. Chapter 329, The Eve of Parasitism. Luo Xiaoxue came to the Tian Taiho command cabin. There was no artificial gravity, but there was air. After filling the air to reach the standard atmospheric pressure, Luo Xiaoxue took a deep breath and said, "It smells very good. Your Excellency Archangel, I finally see you in person." Lu Yi in front of her smiled and said, "What you see is just a simulated person. My body is actually just a chip. It makes the same sense," Luo Xiaoxue said with a smile. The wings behind her were lowered, but the tentacles were floating casually in the air with zero gravity. "Thank you for trusting me," Luo Xiaoxue said again. Lu Yi said, "More than 600 years ago, I first came into contact with Minanu. At that time, she was still a huge space bug, more than 300 kilometers long, and she pitifully asked me to take her on a voyage. Then I thought she was pitiful, so I took her with me. And guess what happened?" "What's wrong?" Luo Xiaoxue asked with a smile, and Lu Yi opposite her also had a smile on her face. In the end, she flew away holding a big meteorite. I said, "Don't you find it tiring for you to fly holding such a big rock?" Minano replied that this was the resource she wanted to bring. When the flight fuel ran out, she mined the meteorite. As a result, the further she flew back, the smaller the meteorite became, and she became smaller and smaller. Luo Xiaoxue listened to Lu Yi talking about the past with a smile, and she herself listened to him with a smile. "Do you know? Your ancestor had a girl named Cheng Xiaoqing." "Well, I know." Luo Xiaoxue nodded. "She became Minana's first human friend. In fact, at that time Minana will be looking for a suitable human to parasitize her to continue her decline. Life. Luo Xiaoxue took over Lu Yi's words and recounted the past. But the Anata Zerg has very high requirements for the host. Not only does it not have any antibodies on the body, but it can also agree with the Zerg mentally. It's consciousness again. Lu Yi pondered. He himself is a conscious body, and the Zerg actually talk about consciousness. But I heard Luo Xiaoxue say, this kind of consciousness, compared to the Zerg race, is actually a brain bug wave. My ancestor Chung Xiucheng has this kind of brain bug wave, but her body is too strong and is not suitable for parasitism at all. As for the entire human society of Demon Sword, there is no suitable host for parasitism. So Minato can only wait and wait to see if she can meet a host that is truly suitable for her in the continuation of my family. Then her life began to decline. She could wait, but time couldn't wait. That's how Minato transformed many times, and finally turned into purple and orange. However, Minato cannot last long in her purple-orange form. So, Luo Xiaoxue stopped here, and Lu Yi said, I understand. It was Zicheng who infected you with a strange disease and made you lose your immunity. Only in this way can it parasitize you. Luo Xiaoxue nodded silently. But if you do this, it will ruin your life. Lu Yi said the indisputable fact that Luo Xiaoxue was only parasitized, but not killed. Moreover, because he gained a lifespan of 10,000 years. So for her, it should be considered a good thing. However, even so, Luo Xiaoxue's life is still over. She will no longer be human and will no longer be able to have love. Luo Xiaoxue smiled sadly and said, when I learned this answer, I also hated Minato. But after thinking about it, I let it go. Just when I was about to be parasitized, my parents thought that I should hibernate, waiting for a way to cure my disease one day in the future, and then wake me up. At that time, no one knew about Zicheng. It's actually the pathogen, Lu Yi said. Zicheng has been in the Star Castle for so many years. Who would have thought that it could be a pathogen? Luo Xiaoxue said. Yes, I entered hibernation, and Zicheng also hibernated with me. As for the B-man bacteria, it was just a coincidence, and it could indeed cure my strange disease. But who could have known that something unexpected happened when I woke up? 41 years ago, 7-year-old Luo Xiaoxue was attacked by an out-of-control robot when she woke up, causing an accident. The robot was tampered with, and the suspect was later arrested and sentenced. Luo Xiaoxue said, that accident almost killed me. But it was also that time that my immunity dropped to the lowest level, which allowed Zicheng, who was actually Minato, to successfully parasitize. But the process of parasitism was not smooth. I got better and my body gradually recovered. But Minato, as a parasite, has never been able to be activated and has been in a latent state. And I didn't know there were parasites in my body. I'm sorry, Minato. Please forgive me for calling you that. Haha. Your Excellency Archangel. Minato is in my body now. She can hear me. And I really knew that Minato's parasite was in my body only after I joined the B Legion. And that's when the parasite in my body became active. It wasn't until Brother Iran was attacked that Mina Nu was completely activated. And I also gained the super biological ability from Mina Nu, and thus saved him. This is the story of Minato and me. But have you ever thought about it? Lu Yi said. All this may be a trap set up by your queen to recruit you to become one of her. Yes, I asked Queen Lun Yan, and she admitted it right away, Luo Xiaoxue said. But I don't blame her. The fact has become a fact. There is no point in blaming her. And now I feel very good. We can also contact the two major civilizations of Blood Dance and Demon Sword. Lu Yi nodded and stood in front of the porthole, looking at the space scenery outside. As far as the eye could see, they were all battleships with magic swords, sailing towards the Japanese system at high speed. Then, Your Excellency Archangel, Luo Xiaoxue said, do you still not believe that I can send the Demon Sword fleet to the Japanese system through the wormhole? Lu Yi looked back at her and smiled. As I said just now, I have trusted Minato since she followed my magic sword fleet. And you are my magic sword's owner. So, why don't I believe it? It's just that I won't send them all. Lu Yi then expressed his thoughts. Since I can teleport through the wormhole instantly, it will definitely give the Cockroach Star civilization a surprise attack. Then I will not teleport the entire army. After all, I have other tasks. To do this, for example, to stay behind in the Japanese system, we need to go on an expedition to Nanmen too. Your Excellency Archangel, you can tell me the strategic deployment of the magic sword, which shows that you trust me enough. What you said makes sense. So you plan to let your teams teleport there? This needs to be discussed with my ministers. Okay. Your Majesty Archangel. Chapter 330 Advanced Civilization. Louis could not completely believe Luo Xiaoxue. Even though she was once a member of the Demon Sword. Even though the parasite Minano had flown with the Demon Sword for a long time. Even though Queen Lingyan, the leader of the Blood Dance civilization to which Luo Xiaoxue belonged, had once also from Earth. However, Louis Jin conducted an evaluation and felt that Luo Xiaoxue's credibility could reach 85%. Louis convened a meeting with the army commander to discuss who to send to the Japanese. Bill of the 6th Legion first said, "Boss, although the Demon Sword now has 10 legions, they are all scattered in various places. The 2nd Legion led by you is with the Wenjing Legion. The Jiada Legion and the False Legion are staying behind in the infantry system. The 3rd and 4th Guild Legion and Ron Legion are on the front battlefield. The battle has just ended, with 15% damage that needs to be corrected. And I, along with Timate from the 7th Legion, 4 from the 8th Legion, and Saha from the 9th Legion. Our 4 legions are together on the way to the battlefield ahead. And the wormhole teleportation provided by Ms. Luo Xiaoxue only has one chance. So I think it will be teleported by the 4 of us together," Louis said. "But the 4 of you have never experienced a war. You have no war experience at all," Bill said. "It doesn't matter. We now have instant messaging technology. Boss, you can conduct remote command. We can also defeat the cockroach Japanese nest." Bill's 4 legions formed a coalition, and the other 3 also expressed their willingness to fight and perform meritorious services. Luo Xiaoxue was also online at this moment. And Jill asked, "Miss Luo, I'm sorry. I don't know what to call you." Luo Xiaoxue smiled and said, "It's okay. You can call it whatever you want. The Queen is just a unit of the insect swarm, and the history of an insect civilization is composed of many insect swarms. Although I am the Queen of the insect swarm, I am not civilized. Queen, so you can call me whatever you want." "Okay, Miss Luo," Gil said. "Since Blood Dance is so powerful and can create wormholes and transport us to the cockroach system, why don't you directly help us? And we all have a common mother civilization. Then this is Earth civilization. Miss Gil." Luo Xiaoxue also called her the way she did. "It's not that we can't help you, but we have an agreement. This agreement is that as a super civilization, we can never help a lower civilization fight another lower civilization." "Civilization," Louis sighed. "It turns out that our magic sword is still a low-level civilization." Luo Xiaoxue smiled and said, "Your Excellency Archangel, what I mean by lower civilization is that one civilization is lower than another civilization." "What level is that magic sword?" Louis asked. Luo Xiaoxue replied, "Those who can carry out interstellar navigation are advanced civilizations. So the Demon Sword is an advanced civilization. And those who can master wormhole technology are super civilizations, such as Blood Dance. And the current Blood Dance has only reached the height of super civilization." "Is there anything more than super civilization?" Louis asked again. "Yes, Your Excellency Archangel," Luo Xiaoxue said. "Civilization can be divided into elementary, advanced, super, god level and demon level according to its level of technology. There are 5 levels in total, and each level has several smaller levels. For example, the eternity of a god-level civilization is the holy class among the gods. The divine level has 3 smaller levels, holy level, temple and holy level. The holy level is the lowest level of the divine level. So eternity has just reached the divine level. But even so, the demonic sword and Blood Dance together will be defeated in front of eternity. Eternity is absolute strength for us, and we cannot compete with it. Fortunately, eternity is also having its own interstellar war and has no time to take care of us. This allows us to develop. It turns out that there has been no eternal news for so many years, and it is for this reason," Luo Xiaoxue added. "Demon Sword is now an advanced civilization and is still far away from super civilization. So you can develop as much as you want now. When you reach super civilization, you will know what this agreement is," Louis asked. "You mean that there is an alliance composed of super civilizations that has reached an agreement and cannot attack other lower civilizations?" "Right," Luo Xiaoxue said. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency Archangel. This one also has a confidentiality agreement. I can't tell you. One day, you will understand." "Okay, Xiaoxue. I won't make it difficult for you. Then let's continue to discuss the instructions for attacking the cockroach Japanese." After some deliberations, it was finally decided that Bill, Timot, 4, and the Saha Legion of the 6,789th would form a coalition force and go to the Japanese system through the wormhole built by Luo Xiaoxue, with Bill serving as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. The Gilon army was still cleaning the battlefield, while Liu Yawenjing's coalition forces continued to advance. After converging with the Gilron coalition forces, they cleaned up the battlefield and returned to the north and the Bisun system. As for the Jiada Corps and the Falls Corps who stayed in the Bisun system, the Jiada Corps continued to stay in the Bisun system, while the Falls Corps went to South Gate 2, as originally planned, to look for traces of the Wanderers. After everything is deployed, it will take time for Luo Xiaoxue to create a wormhole. She is now in the 2nd Legion and needs to create a wormhole to go to the sky where Bill's coalition forces are located, and then create a wormhole to go to the Japanese system. Creating a wormhole requires a lot of energy. Luo Xiaoxue only brought one fire phoenix that could create a wormhole. The energy consumed in creating a wormhole takes a long time to be replenished. She teleported twice in a row, once from Blood Dance to the Gil Alliance versus Shockwave battlefield, and then from the battlefield to Lu Yi's 2nd Legion. Therefore, the energy has been exhausted, and it will take at least 3 days to create 2 more wormholes. Regarding conference technology, Lu Yi asked Luo Xiaoxue, "It has been 30 years since you left the Demon Sword. Do you want to go home and take a look?" At this moment, Luo Xiaoxue has been in Lu Yi's command cabin, and in the command cabin, Lu Yi's simulation is also online. Seeing Lu Yi asking this, Luo Xiaoxue asked with a bitter smile, "How can you go back when you see me like this, carrying 2 pairs of blood wings and more than a dozen tentacles?" This is what Luo Xiaoxue looks like now, except for these 2 points. Other places are the same as the real person, but these 2 points are enough to scare people. Therefore, Luo Xiaoxue did not dare to go back to see her parents, let alone her former sweetheart Qiu Yi. Lu Yi walked up to her, patted her shoulder from behind and said, "I know you love them very much, but you are also afraid of scaring them. But do you know that they love you too? So they will not be afraid. Seeing you like this, tell them that you are fine now, and will be fine in the future. Your Majesty the Archangel, I have a battleship specially designed to meet humans. There is a cabin suitable for humans in this battleship. If you are willing, I will bring your parents here and meet them." Okay. Luo Xiaoxue nodded. Sure enough, Luo Xiaoxue met her parents in the ecological cabin with artificial gravity. At this moment, Roger and his wife were already 70 years old. Huayu hugged Luo Xiaoxue and sobbed, and the tentacles behind Luo Xiaoxue swayed gently. Chapter 331 Dance. Demon Sword. Luo Xiaoxue and Lu Yi's simulation stood together in the simulated command cabin of the 2nd Legion's flagship Kinji. The only Fire Phoenix flew beside the flagship with more than 1,000 soldiers and insects. In the command module, you can see them flying freely in space. Luo Xiaoxue said, "There is still 1 day left before the wormhole can be constructed. Your Excellency Archangel, I will lead the Demon Sword again. I don't know when we will meet again next time. Thank you for letting me meet my parents and my brother. In the past quantum communication, I never dared to show my true identity, but I didn't expect that they didn't dislike me or be afraid of me. I'm very happy. As long as you are happy." Lu Yi said, "You are luckier than me. I have never known who my real parents are since I can remember. The parents in the digital world are not his real parents, but programmed. So Lu Yi sighs like this. But the life of having parents will not last long." Luo Xiaoxue said, "Although I have a lifespan of 10,000 years, I cannot make my parents live long." After a brief silence, Luo Xiaoxue said again, "By the way, Your Excellency Archangel, do you want to know the story of the Lungyan Queen?" Lu Yi asked. "Can I tell you?" "Of course." Luo Xiaoxue said, "You are the leader of Demon Sword, and she is the leader of Blood Dance. She already knows your past, and you should also know her past. Then I'm all ears." Luo Xiaoxue was not in a hurry to tell the story. Instead, she looked at the command cabin and said, "Although there is no gravity in your cabin, there is air and air pressure. You must want to experience what a real person feels. Right?" It made you laugh. "Indeed? In that case," Luo Xiaoxue smiled, "I have a story. You should also have a bar? Wine. That's not a problem. There's a wine cabinet behind you." 10 minutes later, the two sat down in front of the porthole. Lu Yi held a cigar in his mouth, and Luo Xiaoxue held a wine glass in her hand, swaying the red wine in the glass. took a sip and said, "Well, it's a good red wine. Then I'll start talking. The story of Blood Dance should be traced back to 700 years ago. At that time, the sun was still there, and the earth was still there. I didn't remember exactly which year it was when the queen told me. In short, it was in the 21st century. Tens. The Zerg main line is officially launched. The timeline goes back to a certain year in the 21st century. In 201X, a certain city on Earth, the 14-year-old girl Lun Yin was riding a bus on the streets of the city. Lun Yin was sitting in the seat by the window. She was listless, leaning her head against the car window glass, staring blankly at the street scene passing by outside the window. She has been an orphan since she was a child, and now she has developed leukemia. She is not going to live long, and she has been unable to find a match to donate bone marrow. Lun Yin, desperate, ran away from the hospital and wanted to find a peaceful place to end her life. But looking out the car window at the busy streets and the bustling crowds made her miss life especially. She didn't want to die so young, but she was expecting to be tortured so painfully by the disease, so it was better to die happily. As for how to leave this world, she hasn't decided yet. She just takes this bus and goes wherever she goes. When the bus came to a stop, several junior high school students got on at once, talking and laughing. She was extremely envious of them because they could live happily, read and receive knowledge. But she could not. When Luo Xiaoxue told Louis this paragraph, he thought of the infinite loop in the digital world. Giada had designed this plot. He still remembered that it was the number 16 bus and the sick-looking girl on the bus. It caught his attention. It's just that he didn't know her name at the time. But later he found out that her name was Ling Yan. And it was only after Luo Xiaoxue became the queen of Blood Blades that she learned about this cold and charming leader of the Blood Dance civilization. He remembered that besides Ling Yan, there were two other people on the bus who also caught his attention. And he also knew their names. One was Xiong Hui, a 16-year-old junior high school student in his third year of junior high school. Another one is Xiong Hui's homeroom teacher, Bao Ran, 24 years old. So when Luo Xiaoxue talked about this, Louis asked, "Is there another person named Xiong Hui and Bao Ran in the car?" Luo Xiaoxue looked at him curiously and said, "The queen didn't mention it to me. Why? Are these two people very important?" "That's not the case," Louis replied. "Jade's files have information about these two people, but it's not detailed. So that's why I asked." "No, the queen never mentioned it." Luo Xiaoxue continued the story. Lun Yin only had a deep memory of this period. She remembered that there were several junior high school students in the car, but she didn't know that among these junior high school students there would be Xiong Hui and the female teacher Bao Ran. As for why Xiong Hui and Bao Ran attracted Lu Yi's attention, he couldn't explain it himself. He just felt that they were not simple people. But he said that the bus was carrying passengers, and soon it was on the familiar river bridge under the shining of the morning sun. Louis also knew what happened next. In the endless loop in the digital world, he had witnessed this fatal bus break through the guardrail and fall into the river many times. In order to find out the truth, he had boarded the bus many times, fell into the river and died many times, and only stopped it once. The fall into the river was successful. Among the many deaths, in one of them, he saw a huge electric stingray passing by in the river. At that time, he didn't know what it was and really thought it was a big boss set in the digital world. It was also in the real world that I found out many years later that it was not actually an electric ray, but Queen Dan's of the Anata Zerg tribe. Now he also knows that the host of Queen Dan's is Lun Yin. He had guessed that Lun Yin was parasitized by Dan's before, but it was always a guess. Only after Luo Xiaoxue was insectized did he know the truth. However, it was said that the bus broke through the guardrail and fell into the river. The passengers in the bus screamed and Lun Yin was frightened. She did not catch it and fell towards the front of the bus. Seeing that death was coming, she had been begging for death. But now she didn't want to die at all. She was filled with the desire for life. Just when the front of the car was about to touch the river, she saw a huge creature came under the water, and its whole body was emitting a faint blue light. "Is it the shape of an electric ray?" Louis asked. Luo Xiaoxue shook her head and said, "I don't know. Queen Lun Yin didn't say anything, so I don't know what Queen Dan's looks like. But in my mind, her appearance should be that of Minano." "That's right." Louis shook her head and said, "Not necessarily. Minano has also undergone many transformations, and her appearance after transformation is different." Luo Xiaoxue shook her head again and said, I don't know. Chapter 332 John. Many people gathered around the river, including JC, doctors, reporters and onlookers. Fire trucks, police cars and ambulances were parked on the riverside. The car was still in the water and has not been recovered. The bodies were recovered by divers and are still being recovered. From time to time, the crowd made sounds of regret. And among these corpses, one of them was next to a fire truck. At first, someone loaded the body into a hearse, and after it was filled, it was sent to the funeral parlor. Then, the body was identified, and the family of the deceased was notified to claim it. In the midst of the commotion, the body placed next to the fire truck suddenly sat up without anyone noticing, because the angle was very good and the busy staff blocked the view. No one could notice that a person came alive here. And this person who came back to life was Leng Yan. Leng Yan opened her eyes suddenly and saw a corpse lying on the ground beside her. She was also frightened. She quickly became afraid, walked around the fire truck, and disappeared into the crowd of onlookers. She was soaked but didn't feel cold. As she walked on the street, people on the street looked at her curiously. Although she doesn't want to die now, she doesn't want to go back to the hospital either. She's had enough of the pain caused by chemotherapy. So she wants to let nature take its course without treatment. And let nature take its course and live as long as she can. If you don't want to go back to the hospital, then go back to the children's welfare home. She only knew that the orphanage was in the east of the city, and she didn't know which bus to take. So she walked towards the nearest bus stop and searched around, but couldn't find the way there. She was young and timid, and she didn't dare to ask. So she wandered back and forth at the bus stop. Just when I didn't know what to do, a man in his 30s came over and asked, Hey, little girl, can't you find your home? Where is your home? Leng Yan looked at him timidly. This is a wretched person. Seeing that Leng Yan didn't answer, he said, You must be unable to find your home. Hey, it's so pitiful. I'll drive. I'll take you home. My car is parked over there. Leng Yan still didn't dare and shook her head. The man said, Then tell me where your home is. Just believe me. I'm not a bad person. I'm really a good person. Leng Yan had no choice but to say, I'm in the orphanage. Ah, you're an orphan, the man said with a smile. My house happens to be right next to the orphanage. It's been a long time since you left the orphanage. Right? They must be looking for you everywhere. If you don't go back, they will die of panic. You don't want to see them anxious. Although Leng Yan is an orphan, she has many brothers and sisters in the orphanage, and they all get along very harmoniously. Everyone is kind to her, especially the director, Mother Xiang, who is particularly kind to her, better than her biological mother, because she was sick and hospitalized. Mama Xiang was so busy looking for a match that her hair turned white. So at this time, when this strange man said this, she missed Mama Xiang especially. Mother Xiang would really go crazy if she couldn't find her. Leng Yan was young and had no social experience, so she believed him after being deceived by this strange man with just 2 words. And in order to strengthen the credibility of his lie, this person also said, But I didn't give it to you for free. I charged 50 yuan for the car. Do you have the money? Leng Yan nodded vigorously and said, I have money. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go! Leng Yan followed him confusedly, but the strange man took her into an alley. And Leng Yan asked, Uncle, didn't you say you have a car? The man said with a smile, There is no parking on the roadside. So I parked my car in front. Where? Right in front. Right in front. We'll be there in a minute. But after walking for a long time, he kept walking. When Leng Yan asked where he was, he said he was in front, and he would be there in a while, and finally led her into a small alley. Leng Yan felt something was wrong. So she said, Uncle, I'm not going. After that, she turned around and was about to leave. The man grabbed her arm and said, You little girl, you are playing with me. You have come so far, and you actually say you don't want to sit down anymore. Come on. You have to sit down today. And you have to sit down if you don't want to. You have to sit down. At this point, the real person was exposed. Leng Yan was frightened and said timidly, Then I'll give you 50 yuan. I won't sit down anymore. Please let me go. Hey, you are stupid. The strange man dragged her away and said, Who the hell wants to drive you? I just want to bring you to my house to play. Don't worry. I have fun things at my house. I hope you like it. Hey. I won't play. I won't go. I want to go home. Please let me go. Lun Yan begged. With no one around. When I was at my wit's end, I heard a person shouting, "Hey, let that girl go." When I looked back, I saw a foreign young man in his 20s. The man pointed at him and said, "You're still a foreigner. Let me tell you. Please mind your own business. This is my sister." Lun Yan was also anxious. Regardless of whether she was a foreigner or a domestic, she shouted, "Brother, save me. He is a bad person." Without saying a word, the foreigner picked up a shovel from the wall and rushed over, saying, "My dad is a diplomat. I'll beat you to death. I have diplomatic immunity. If you hurt me, you won't be able to eat me. Why don't you come and give it a try?" In the blink of an eye, the foreigner had already walked up to him, raising his shovel and about to use force. The man with the fake lock let go of Lun Yan and said, "Okay, you kid, I'll be cruel to you. If you have the ability, don't leave. Just wait." After saying that, he ran away. Seeing him walking away, the foreigner put down his shovel and said, "My name is John. Let's go quickly." After John said that, he turned around and left. Lun Yan looked at his back at a loss. John turned around and said, "Let's go. Do you still want to meet bad people?" Lun Yan followed him obediently. And the foreigner didn't look like a bad person. John said as he walked, "Are you stupid? You don't know the way home. Don't you know how to take a taxi? Thanks to me for watching, here we are. Follow us all the way here. Otherwise we don't know how much loss you will suffer today." I'm not a local either. Otherwise, I would have caught their grandson and sent him to the police station. My name is John. You can just call me John. My dad is not a diplomat. I just scared him. In fact, this is also my first time to act bravely. Don't be ridiculous. I was scared to death just now. If we really want to fight, I may not be able to beat her. Actually, I'm an international student. I happened to be passing by. I saw you being cheated, so I followed you all the way. This international student named John doesn't speak Chinese very well, so he speaks confusingly. After a while, they came to the main road, and John said, "Listen, next time I want to be a regular taxi. Understand? Look, that one should be empty. Here it is." Chapter 333, Long Lost Sisters. John stopped a taxi on the side of the road and asked her to get in. Lun Yan looked at him gratefully and said, "Brother." He looked reluctant to leave. John sighed and asked, "Where do you live?" "I'm an orphan and I live in an orphanage." "Okay, I'll send you one home. You kid is really worried," John said and sat in the passenger seat. The taxi drove in the direction of the welfare home. Dating turned sideways and said, "You silly boy. Can you be more careful in the future? How dare you believe that you are such an obvious liar? I really admire you." Lun Yan said quickly, "It's all my fault for being so stupid. Brother, thank you very much for today." The driver said, "Hey, I can't tell. This foreign friend has a story." John said, "Do you think today's children are so easy to deceive?" Then he recounted what had just happened, and the driver gave a thumbs up and said, "This foreigner brother, you acted bravely for a just cause. You should report to the TV station, and maybe you can even receive a bravery award." John smiled and shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. As long as this kid doesn't get fooled again. Oh, by the way, what's your name?" "Lun Yan." "Lun Yan?" John muttered. "What a familiar name." Lun Yan said, "My name is very popular, and there are many people named Lun Yan." "No," John said. "When I was in Country M, my neighbor adopted an Asian child, also called Lun Yan?" Lun Yan asked. "No," John said. "I hadn't come to China at that time, and my Chinese wasn't as good as it is now, so I couldn't remember her Chinese name. Anyway, it wasn't Lun Yan, but it was very close to yours. But I remember hers. The English name is Kathy." Lun Yan sighed. She didn't know Kathy, and Kathy lived on the other side of the ocean. So what did it have to do with her? John said again, "Why are you so wet?" "It was accidentally transferred into the water." "Transferred into the water? Or was it accidental? The road is so wide. I think you jumped into the water." "Right." Lun Yan said nothing. John said, "Okay, kid, there is nothing that cannot be overcome. You are still young and there is still a long way to go in your future life." Lun Yan said, "It's still a long time for you. But for me. Having said this, Lun Yan shook her head. Only 6 months at most. Who are you? With leukemia? If you can't find a bone marrow match, you only have 6 months to live. I am an orphan and have no relatives. I can't find a match, so I can only wait to die. Sorry. It's okay. Lun Yan smiled. I have already figured it out. Even if I only have 6 months to live, I will go back and spend time with Mother Xiang. The taxi finally took the two of them to the Chengdong orphanage. They scrambled to pay the fare, but in the end it was John who paid. As soon as he entered the orphanage, someone came up to him and said, Lun Yan, where did you go? This naughty kid? Mother Xiang is looking for you everywhere. She's almost going crazy. Then where is she? Lun Yan asked anxiously. You go to her room and wait for her. I'll call her to come back. Seeing that Lun Yan came back safely, John was about to leave. Lun Yan said, Brother, thank you for saving me today. Living well is the greatest reward for me. Okay. John said, I can't help you much. I can only wish you can create miracles. Lun Yan nodded vigorously and said, I will try my best. But, hey. She also knew that the possibility of creating a miracle was too slim. Listen. John said, even if your life is only 6 months. No. Even if it is only 3 days. You have to face it with a smile. Okay. Okay. I listen to your big brother. John turned to leave. Lun Yan said behind him, if a miracle happens, I will tell you the good news as soon as possible. But where can I find you? John came back. I'll tell you my network ID. But I don't have a cell phone. That's it. Do you have a pen and paper? I'll write it down. Lun Yan took him to Xiang's mother's office, found paper and pen, and asked him to write it down. After John wrote a long list, he folded the paper and handed it to her, saying, next month, I will return to China. Here is my phone number, network ID number, and my home address. I really hope to see you. Miracles happen. Lun Yan accepted the note and sent John away. It didn't take long for Xiang's mother to come back, hugging Lun Yan and crying. Then Bian told her a shocking news. We found Lunli, Xiang's mother said. Her adoptive parents agreed to perform a bone marrow matching for you. But they require you to go to Country M. Lunli is the twin sister of Lun Yan. When she was 4 years old, her parents died due to a landslide. Her family was in a rural area and was not wealthy, so she had to live in an orphanage. Lunli was adopted by a foreign couple when she was 5 years old. And then she went to Country M. 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lun Yan was diagnosed with leukemia 6 months ago and could not find a match. So she pinned her hopes on her twin sister. Then the relevant departments began to help her search for Lunli. But the family where Lunli was adopted died in a fire. And then Lunli lost her whereabouts. With the efforts of Xiang's mother, she never gave up the search for Lunli. But Lun Yan's condition worsened day by day, and she couldn't wait any longer. Repeated chemotherapy treatments made Lun Yan suffer from the pain. And finally she quietly slipped out and wanted to kill herself. And then what happened next? Xiang's mother said, Lunli was adopted by another family, and was only found yesterday. The news came to me not long ago. You said that if you were good and evil, wouldn't your death be in vain? Will it definitely succeed? Lun Yan asked. It will definitely work. If it can succeed, you have to be prepared and go abroad. But Mother Xiang, I can't bear to leave you. Will you go with me? Silly boy. I will definitely go with you. Oh, by the way, Lun Li's current name is Kathy Say. Shit, Kathy? Lun Yan was stunned for a moment. John had just said that his neighbor's child was called Say Kathy, and her Chinese name was very similar to Lun Yan. Isn't that Lun Li? Lun Yan and Lun Li are twins, so they look exactly the same. It's okay if they can't remember their names. But why can't John still remember their looks? But think about it. This John is a foreigner and is face-blind to Asian faces. So it's no wonder. Xiang's mother said, time is very tight. We have to race against the disease. So we will leave in 3 days at the latest. 3 days later, Lun Yan and Xiang's mother got on a plane to Country M together. Chapter 334 Not Sick. Lun Yan went to Country M in this way. Lun Li's adoptive parents, the Millers, welcomed her arrival at the airport, but did not see Lun Li. Lun Yan really wanted to see her 9-year-lost sister Lun Li. But she was very disappointed and did not see her arrival. And Lun Yan didn't speak English, so she couldn't ask. When we arrived at Miller's house, which was actually Lun Li's home, We didn't see Lungley. Mr. Miller is a middle-aged fat man who is very hospitable. As soon as he entered the house, he said, Yen, welcome to your arrival. We have specially prepared a room for you. You can live here with peace of mind. If you are willing, just stay with Kathy Say and don't go back. I'll find a way to apply for a green card for you. Mrs. Xiang, if you are willing. Mother Xiang smiled and said, I can't possibly live here. There are a lot of things in the orphanage that require me to go back. Well, if I can do a bone marrow transplant for Yenner as soon as possible, then I'll see if I can stay a few more days. It's absolutely no problem, Mr. Miller said. You can stay with Yen in bed during the few days she is hospitalized. If she is at home, stay with her instead of staying in a hotel. It's expensive, Mother Xiang said. Mr. Miller, you are so kind to us, Miller said. What the HL? Kathy is my daughter. Kathy's sister. So she is also my daughter. I think it is indeed a very cruel thing for her sisters to separate. How about it? Kathy, from now on, stay in Country M. Stay in my home. And be my daughter. I will treat you as well as I treat Kathy. Mrs. Miller also said on the side. Yes. Yes. Yen. Just stay, Mother Xiang said. The way I see it, whether Yenner wants to stay or not will wait until she is cured. Miller clapped his hands and said, That's okay. Come on. I'll take you to your room. The hospital has been contacted, and we will go through the hospitalization procedures early tomorrow morning. Xiang's mother and Lang Yan stayed temporarily. Not long after, 3 children from the Miller family came back one after another. It turns out that the Miller family has a total of 6 children, 4 of whom are adopted, and only 2 of his biological children, both of whom work out of town. So the 4 children living with them now are all adopted. Among them, Lungley, also known as Kathy, is the only Asian. There is also a black child and 2 white children, all around 10 years old. So among the 4 adopted children, Kathy is the oldest. But Mother Xiang and Lang Yan waited for a long time, and only saw the return of their 3 younger siblings. But not Lungley. During the meal, Xiang's mother couldn't hold back and asked about Lungley, and why she didn't see her. Miller sighed and said, Kathy was pampered since she was a child, and has developed a very willful temper. Now that she is older, it is even harder to control. So she often comes home very late, Mother Xiang said. But she is only 14 years old and still a child. Do you just let her be like this? I'm sorry. It's our fault, Miller said. Mrs. Miller said. Because she is from China. We have been afraid that she will feel discriminated against since she was a child. So we have always doted on her. Alas, Lao Xiang asked worriedly. Is she avoiding it on purpose? Does she want to donate bone marrow? Miller quickly waved his hand and said, No, Kathy can't. Lao Xiang started to get a little anxious. If Lungley never came back, what would happen to Lang Yan's bone marrow matching? Without matching, Lang Yan wouldn't be able to survive. Miller saw that she was anxious. So he said, How about this, Mrs. Xiang? We will take Yan to the hospital tomorrow morning to complete the hospitalization procedures and check first. As soon as Kathy comes back, we will start the operation immediately. But you always have her phone number. Right. Why don't you call her? Sorry. I'm also too worried about Yenner's condition. So I'm a little anxious, Mrs. Miller said with a grimace. I keep trying, but I can't get through. Lao Xiang could only sigh and said, Then let's wait and see again tomorrow. The two were arranged to live together. Lang Yan was timid and insisted on living in the same room as Lao Xiang. At night, Lang Yan couldn't sleep and asked, Mother Xiang, is Lungley unwilling to donate bone marrow? If she is unwilling, then don't do it. How can that work? Lao Xiang said, She is your biological sister, and she is a twin. The success rate of matching will be very high. If she is your biological sister, she cannot watch you die. Then she is too inhumane. I'm always worried that it won't go that well. Lao Xiang hugged her and said, My dear, don't worry. We will find Lungley soon and donate bone marrow to you. You will be fine. By then, you can go to school and work to earn money. It's beautiful to think about having a boyfriend, getting married and having children. There is still a long way to go in life. Even if you live to be 80, you still have more than 60 years to live. My child, will you believe what Mother Xiang says? Yes, Mother Xiang. Lang Yan lay in Lao Xiang's arms, while Lao Xiang coaxed her. The next day, The Millers took them to the hospital to go through the hospitalization procedures and undergo examinations. The results would not come out until the next day. But Lung Li never showed up. And the phone call never got through. Since Lung Li was only 14 years old and considered a minor, Miller went to the police station to report the case. Even so, Lung Li never showed up. She traveled thousands of miles to a foreign country to look for her biological sister. But she couldn't see anyone. She stayed in the hospital. And Lao Xiang stayed with her in bed. The test results came out on the second day of hospitalization. But everyone was surprised. The test results showed that Lung Yan did not have leukemia at all. Not to mention that she doesn't have leukemia. She doesn't even have a cold. Which means that she is very healthy now. Not only healthy, but also very good. This confused the Millers and Lao Xiang. In the ward, Miller asked, "Mrs. Xiang, is Yan really sick? Was it a misdiagnosis?" "No. It's impossible," Lao Xiang said. "I also brought all her medical records. This is impossible. Did the hospital here make an error in the examination? Do you want to check again?" The two looked at each other. And Lao Xiang then said, "It would be great if Yenner is really not sick." After saying that, he looked back at Lung Yan and said, "Yenner, I have a strong feeling that this is true." Lung Yan was also very happy. There is indeed a miracle. She thought of John, who had encouraged her to live bravely and wished her a miracle. Could it be that John's blessing really worked? Lao Xiang asked again, "How do you feel about your body now? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lung Yan said, "I really feel like I'm not sick." Miller murmured to himself, "Could it be that the inspections in the two countries are different? So there is such a deviation?" Chapter 335 Finally met my sister. Lao Xiang asked for another examination, but was rejected by the hospital. The hospital believed that their examination was authoritative, and there was no need to conduct another examination. Moreover, bone puncture examination was also a very painful thing for the patient. Regarding such a result, both Lao Xiang and Miller were very confused. First of all, this Lingyan Hospital in China is also a provincial tertiary hospital. There is absolutely no mistake. And it has been undergoing chemotherapy for half a year. Miller said that the hospital they are currently in is definitely an authoritative hospital. In other words, both hospitals are not wrong. So how could Lung Yan's disease suddenly be cured? Miller asked. "I have heard that there is an old Chinese medicine doctor in China who can cure all diseases. Is it possible that Yan has met such a miracle doctor like you?" Lao Xiang shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Traditional Chinese medicine does have its magic. But there was no way that such a miracle doctor, as you mentioned, would have existed at that time. That's weird." Miller shook his head. Lao Xiang suddenly asked Lung Yan, "You escaped from the hospital that day. Where did you go?" Lung Yan shook her head blankly. "I didn't go anywhere. I just met a bad uncle on the road. Later, thanks to a big brother named John, he saved me, and then he sent me back. And then nothing happened." Lao Xiang pondered. "Then this shouldn't be the case. Think about it. What have you experienced besides the hospital?" Since Lung Yan's illness healed inexplicably, she suspected that she must have had some adventure. Otherwise she would not have recovered for no reason. And there was no trace of illness at all. So she suspected that Lung Yan's adventure must have happened to her after leaving the hospital. On the way to the orphanage, the so-called bad uncle in Lung Yan's mouth and the brother John who saved her must be fine. So what's the problem? So I asked clearly. Lung Yan then said, "The bus I was riding fell into the river." Lao Xiang said in surprise, "You are talking about the incident of chasing the river? More than 20 people died in one car." Lung Yan nodded. "Then why didn't you say anything when you came back?" Lung Yan said, "I dare not say it, for fear of making you angry." It was summer at that time, and the weather in the south was already hot. So after Lung Yan fell into the water, her soaked clothes dried very quickly. This is why she returned to the orphanage, but was not asked about it by Lao Xiang. Lao Xiang said, "A whole car of people drowned, but you survived, and no one asked about it." Lung Yan said, "I don't know what happened. I lost consciousness after the bus fell into the water. When I woke up, I found myself lying with many people, all covered with white cloth. I was scared, so I lifted the white cloth and ran away, but they didn't come to chase me." Lao Xiang muttered, "Is it okay to soak in cold water? But this doesn't make sense." Lung Yan added, "I saw a big monster in the water, and I don't know anything else." Since she was not sick, Miller went to go through the discharge procedures. When she heard that there was a monster, Lao Xiang asked, Monster? What does it look like? Lung Yan shook her head blankly. Lao Xiang asked again. Are you sure you remember correctly? Lung Yan nodded to confirm. Lao Xiang said, Since you are not sick now, it is a good thing. It seems that our country affairs are not in vain. But Yan, regarding your experience of falling into the water and not dying, please do not tell anyone. Keep this secret. Seeing Lung Yan's confused expression, Lao Xiang said, You said that your child's life was already so miserable, and suddenly he recovered from his illness. Wouldn't his life in the future have to get better and better? So for your future, if you can live a peaceful life, don't be too showy. Lung Yan nodded, finally understanding what Lao Xiang meant. The two of them were talking and packing their things in the ward. After a while, Miller completed the discharge procedures and came to the ward. He also brought someone with him. But it was Lungley. But he saw Lungley looking haggard, and saw his compatriot's sister, who was also not interested at all. Miller was very excited to introduce them to each other. Lung Yan was very happy to see her twin sister and wanted to shake hands with her. Unexpectedly, Lungley put her hands in her pockets and had no intention of shaking hands with her. She just nodded and said yes. Lao Xiang sneered. When I needed a bone marrow transplant, I couldn't find it. Now I don't need it anymore. It's time for you to come out. Regarding Lao Xiang's accusation, Lungley was very calm, chewing gum in her mouth, trembling, and looking cynical. Miller quickly said, Don't mind. Her Chinese is not very good. Lao Xiang said, I think it's not that her Chinese is not good, but that she doesn't want to see her sister at all. Lungley glared at her and said nothing. Miller then led everyone out of the hospital and took the car home. On the way, Miller, who was driving, said, Yin and Kathy are biological sisters. Mrs. Xiang, I think they should not be separated. They should not be separated 9 years ago. So I want to adopt Yin so that the two sisters can live together. My wife and I both have a stable income, so it's no problem to adopt another child. Lao Xiang said, Now the domestic conditions are very good, safe and convenient. So I think it is better for Yinner to live in China. But as you said, they are biological sisters. How it depends on them myself. Yinner, what do you think? Lun Yin said, Mother Xiang, will you come over? Lao Xiang smiled and said, Silly boy, how could I come here? If you don't come, then I won't come either. Lun Yin said, Mother Xiang, you are my dearest person. I can't live without you. When I grow up, I will care about you. I don't want to be separated from you. Good boy. Lao Xiang said, I'm really happy to hear you say that. But do you know, Yinner? There will be more opportunities here. You can see a bigger world. And it will have a great impact on your life. It's a big help. And your biological sister is also here. The most important thing is that Mr. Miller is also a very good person. These are very rare. You have to think clearly. Lun Yin said very firmly, Don't think about it. I will always be with Mama Xiang. No, it's my mother. After experiencing this narrow escape, Lung Yin felt that she could not let Lao Xiang down. She was her biological mother. How could the child leave his biological mother? Lao Xiang also sighed and expressed his disdain for Miller's invitation. Miller said, It doesn't matter. You can make up your mind anytime. I welcome you at any time. Even if you want to come after you return to China, you can come. Well, if you want to come to study abroad, you can also come to me, and I will handle the study abroad procedures for you. It's not a problem. I just want Sisters Yin and Kathy to live a better life. Chapter 336 disappeared into unknown space. In the end, Lung Yin did not stay in Country M and returned to the country with Lao Xiang. Not long after returning to China, I learned the general circumstances of the river crash. In other words, Lung Yin is also among the 3 missing people. But the camera on the bus can only record the number of people getting on and off the bus, and count the real-time number of people on the bus. But it cannot record the specific identity of the person. Therefore, the missing 3 people and the other 2 may have family members to investigate and learn their specific identities. But Ling Yan ran away on her own. In order to live a low-key life, she was unwilling to publicize it. So there was no way to investigate. Just because Lun Yan hid herself, she didn't know who the 2 missing persons were. Louis once suspected that the other 2 missing people were Xiong Hui and Bao Ran, but Lung Yan didn't know. In addition, this matter was relayed through Luo Shushua's mouth, so he didn't know the answer. It is not known whether Xiong Hui and Bao Ran were among the dead, as neither of them had detailed records. This happened 700 years ago, so it's even harder to check. But he said that after Leng Yan returned to China, Lao Xiang wanted to take her to the hospital for a review. But Leng Yan said she was unwilling to go. Lao Xiang couldn't resist her, so he didn't take her there. After returning to the orphanage, she called John and told her the good news that she was not sick after being tested in Country M. This made John very happy and came to the orphanage specifically to see her. When John came, he actually bought a mobile phone for her. Leng Yan didn't want it, but John insisted on giving it to her. Leng Yan had no choice but to accept it and said that she would pay him back the money for the mobile phone after she got to work. Leng Yan also returned to school and started studying again. In the following days, her leukemia never recurred, and she herself was sure that her disease was completely cured. She also contacted John frequently to tell her about her physical and academic status. In the blink of an eye, she finished junior high school, then high school, and then university. And her academic performance was pretty good. In the rest of her life, she only had intermittent contact with John, but she never had any contact with Leng Li, as if she never had such a sister in this world. It's not that she doesn't want to talk to her sister. It's that she takes the initiative to talk to her every time, and Leng Li doesn't want to pay attention to her every time. As time goes by, she doesn't bother to look for her again. 6 years later, when she was 20 years old, Miller suddenly sent an email from across the ocean, inviting her to study in Country M and offering to be her financial guarantor. Leng Yan was ill and hospitalized 6 years ago, so she delayed her studies for a year. Therefore, she graduated from high school 1 year later than others. This is also the reason why she did not take the college entrance examination until she was 20 years old. She had not planned to study abroad, and she was reluctant to leave Lao Xiang, but Lao Xiang persuaded her that she should go, saying that this was a very good opportunity and she should go. Her brothers and sisters, who grew up together in the orphanage, also persuaded her to go. She told John about it again, and John encouraged her to go and told her it was a very good school. Leng Yan then agreed to study abroad. At the age of 20, Leng Yan got on a plane to Country M. 20-year-old Leng Yan has grown into a beautiful girl. She told John that she was coming to Country M, and John promised to look for her when he had time. When I arrived in Country M, I saw a middle-aged man holding a sign with her name written on it all the way to the airport. 6 years later, she still remembers Miller's appearance, but it's hard to say whether Miller can still remember her. What surprised her was that there were 2 people accompanying Miller to pick him up, and one of them was John. She was so surprised. She never thought that John and Miller would be together. 6 years ago, Leng Yan could not speak English, but after returning home, Leng Yan studied English hard, and her English level is now very high. John is still the same as he was 6 years ago, handsome and graceful, but he was still a child 6 years ago, and now he is an adult 6 years later. Leng Yan still knew John, but John didn't recognize her anymore. Her expression looked very surprised. Miller said, "Yan, let me introduce you to these 2 people. One is the physicist Dr. Jones, and this is the federal agent Mr. John." Leng Yan looked at the 2 of them very curiously. She just came to school. Is it necessary for a PhD in physics to pick her up? And there's a police detective. Speaking of which, John is actually a police detective. In the past 6 years of online dating, he has never mentioned it. But it's no wonder that John and her are only ordinary friends at best. And they don't chat much online. They only say a word every month. So there is no need for him to tell her his occupation. But the welcoming lineup of PhD in physics and police detectives still made Leng Yan a little confused. John stepped forward first and said, "Leng Yan, you can't believe it. We finally meet again after 6 years. I can't believe that you actually created 2 miracles. "Oh, 2 miracles? Leng Yan asked with a smile. 2 miracles? I don't quite understand. Can you tell me, Agent John? John said, "Leukemia miraculously healed. Is this a miracle? 6 years later, such a beautiful woman was born. Is this a second miracle?" He was obviously praising her beauty, which sounded very comfortable, and Leng Yan smiled happily. John said, "Okay, beautiful lady, let's get down to business. Dr. Jones and I are looking for you because we have a very important matter. We can choose to talk about it in the car." Leng Yan followed the others with a suspicious look on her face. On the way, she saw Miller's gloomy face and remained silent. After getting in the car, John said, "Well, Dr. Jones, come and talk to Miss Leng." Dr. Jones said with a serious expression. It's so cold. We have a very important space experiment. But during the experiment, something unexpected happened. Our experimental subject, Miss Kathy, disappeared. Kathy? Lung Yen looked at Dr. Jones curiously, then looked back at Miller. You mean Lungley? She is missing? Both of them nodded one after another. That's right, Dr. Jones said. Kathy Seaview was sucked into an unknown world by a whirlpool. Well, we need your help to find her back. Me? Lung Yen pointed at herself and said with a smile. Yes, Lungley is my biological sister. But if she is lost, it is also lost by you. You sent people to look for it yourself. Why are you still there? Do you want me to find someone for you? Dr. Jones said. Because you're the only one who can get through. Miller said. Yen, please. Chapter 337. Don't wander around when you have nothing to do. Lung Yen didn't know what the unknown space Dr. Jones said was. And she didn't know how her sister Lungley could be sucked into the unknown space. Based on this situation, Lung Yen analyzed that this must be a highly confidential official experiment. And Lungley was just an ordinary person. How did she get involved? It also alarmed physics experts and federal agents. What kind of secret experiment could this be? John said, This matter has to start 6 years ago. 6 years ago? Lung Yen asked doubtfully. 6 years ago? Wasn't that the year she came to Country M to see a doctor? At that time, she didn't know that her leukemia was cured for no reason. And she was planning to come to Country M to find her twin sister Lungley for a bone marrow matching transplant. As a result, Lungley never appeared until the hospital confirmed that she was not sick and did not need a bone marrow transplant. At this time, Lungley suddenly appeared. At that time, Lung Yen was accompanied by Xian's mother to Country M. They all thought that Lungley did not want a bone marrow transplant and deliberately avoided them. But now, based on what John says, that may not be the case. The car drove not far from the airport and stopped at an intersection. John said, Lung Yen, it's up to you whether you decide to go find Kathy Say. Oh, your sister Lungley. If you go, we will go to the base now. What if you don't go? Lung Yen asked, looking at Miller at the same time. Miller is Lungley's adoptive father. He has raised her for 15 years, since she was 5 years old. So he has a certain affection for Lungley. At this moment, Miller is also looking at her with great expectation, hoping that she can help him save his adopted daughter. Seeing Lung Yen ask this question, Miller was silent for a while, raised his head and said, Don't worry. Since I agreed to be your financial guarantor, I will definitely help you finish college. Just like I did with Kathy. Treat you properly? Lung Yen was silent for a while, and then raised her head and said, Okay, I'll help you. But before I help you, I need to know the details of the matter, and what kind of unknown space it is. Brother John, can you tell me? John nodded and said, Okay, then I will briefly tell you about 6 years ago. 6 years ago, there were 3 or 2 motorcycles driving on the suburban roads. Each motorcycle had a person riding in front and another person behind. The riders on the bikes were all boys of 14 or 15 years old, and the people sitting behind them were also girls of 14 or 15 years old. And Langley was among them. When they came to a fork in the road, the leader of the group, Tom, stopped on his motorcycle, and everyone also stopped. Tom said, If you go down this path, you can't ride very far. There will be a mysterious place with aliens inside. How dare you? Don't you dare to go? Aliens? Take them down, one of them said. Another person said, Who said there are no aliens? The universe is so big. There must be some. But there are currently no such aliens on the Earth. Area 51 and Area 52 are all pure lies. Tom asked again, Why are you so long-winded? I just asked you if you dare to go? Since there were girls present, and the boys were all face-saving, they all said they dared to go. So there was nothing to be afraid of. The 3 girls also said they wanted to take a look. Tom said, Since we are all going, let's go over and take a look now. After that, 6 people on 3 motorcycles got off the main road and onto this side road. After riding for about half an hour, we finally arrived at a place that looked like a military base. It was surrounded by a long barbed wire fence, and there were searchlights and patrolling soldiers inside. 3 riders and a total of 6 people stopped on the road outside the base. Tom said, Do you dare to follow me in? As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone and said, Let's go in and take photos of aliens and post them online. We can make money. One person asked. Are you sure there are really aliens? Tom said. It's true. When I came here yesterday, I saw a truck driving in, and there were strange sounds from aliens inside. The man just now said. Then you just heard it. Didn't you still not see it with your own eyes? Tom said. Yes. There was a small window with iron bars on the back of the truck. For a moment, I saw an alien showing its head and shouting. I kid you not, Lumley said. What do you all have to worry about? Just go and go. There is nothing to worry about. Tom, tell me, where is a path that can be entered without being easily discovered? Tom took out a wire cutter from the motorcycle, raised it and said, Did you see it? I have all the tools ready. It's up to you if you dare. Let's go! Under the leadership of Tom, everyone got into a small forest and walked for about 10 minutes before arriving at a small hillside. At the foot of the hillside was the barbed wire fence outside the base. There was a plank house inside the barbed wire fence. Tom pointed at the plank house at the foot of the hillside and said, You won't be discovered if you go in from here. Come on, follow me down. The 6 naughty kids slid down the hillside and came to the barbed wire fence. They looked around and saw that no one was there. It was indeed a blind spot for observation. Tom picked up the wire scissors and began to cut. During this period, some friends also expressed concerns. But Tom said, If any of you are afraid, just go back. If we can get first-hand information about aliens, we can make money. The manuscript costs money, so don't be greedy when the time comes. When Tom said this, no one said anything about leaving, since they are both children and their hands are not very strong. Tom needs to use wire cutters with another boy to cut the wire mesh. After a while, a big hole was cut out of the steel mesh. Tom threw away the wire scissors and led everyone in one by one through the cut hole. When everyone came to the back of the plank house, Tom walked forward and one person said, Listen, there seems to be some strange noise. Tom said, What noise can there be? Come on! Several people turned around the plank house together and saw an open space in front of them. There were vehicles on the open space and some supplies packed in wooden boxes. Opposite the open space are rows of panel houses. But no one was seen in the open space. Everyone felt so strange. Not only were there no people in sight, but it was also very quiet. Lumleyza said, Isn't there someone at the gate just now? Maybe they have gone to the front. This place happens to be not an important place, so it is relatively remote. So it is not surprising. But wouldn't it be better this way? It won't be blocked. Found, Tom said. I think Kathy is right. Let's go to the house in front and have a look. Maybe there are aliens trapped inside? A few people walked in the open space towards the house in front, looking around as they walked, and soon came to the row of houses in front. And at this moment, a strange voice sounded. And this time everyone heard it. Chapter 338 Toad-like Monster. Strange sounds sounded in the base, but they didn't know where they came from. And several people were startled. There was a row of houses in front of her. Lumley pointed at the house and said, Could it be a police dog? Let's go in and hide. Tom nodded and said, Let's go. The door was ajar, and several people entered easily. After entering, I discovered that this entire row of houses was open to the public, except for some unknown equipment. There was no one inside. Everyone walked in, and when they reached the end, they saw a slope going down. Looking down, there was a wide entrance with rolling shutters, and the rolling shutters were all pulled up. After passing the rolling gate entrance, the inside is deep, and there are lights flickering, and I don't know where it leads. Some people started to panic and didn't know whether to go down and take a look. I didn't see anyone. Could it be that it was occupied by aliens? Fart. I haven't seen any aliens until now. How can there be any aliens? I don't believe it. Someone took out their mobile phone and started taking pictures everywhere, and said, Even if we don't see aliens, we still have to take pictures of things. Just when everyone was at a loss, they heard the noise of someone running outside, accompanied by the barking of police dogs. They were about to reach the door through which they entered. Everyone looked at each other, and Lumley said, If we are caught, we will go to jail. Let's go down and hide. When they heard that they were going to jail, several children were frightened and ran toward the rolling gate entrance down the slope. Several people stumbled down and found that there was a large room with a lot of equipment. But the key situation is that the large room has become a mess, with blood stains and suspected human body fragments everywhere. The strong smell of blood permeated this space. First, the girls were frightened and wanted to go out. The boys were also scared. Tom said, "Forget it. Let's go out. We can't figure out what's going on here. Let's go!" Everyone turned around and was about to walk outside. But at this moment, they heard a burst of noisy and rapid footsteps coming from the slope, as well as messy gunshots. When everyone was panicking, they saw armed men appearing on the slope and running down. When they saw the children below, they were stunned for a moment, then waved their hands and shouted, "Run! Run!" The children were about to turn around and run, when they saw a red-green monster stabbing out suddenly. It immediately threw the man who was shouting with a gun to the ground, and began to bite them with big mouthfuls, and the man let out a shrill scream. The other people with guns did not go to rescue him because he was knocked down, but continued to run down. But they could see several more of these monsters rushing out with diagonal stabs, knocking down several people with guns one after another. The remaining people continued to run, shouting, "Kids, run!" Tom also shouted, "Bark! Enough!" Several children turned around and ran inside desperately. But before they could take more than 2 steps, they saw that the roof in front of them collapsed suddenly, and a huge monster fell from the roof and landed on the ground, blocking everyone's view. "Way to go!" The children screamed in fright. Before they knew what to do next, they saw the monster in front of them, which looked like a giant toad and had red and green skin. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a yellow-green shock wave rippled out. "Come on!" There was a bang that shocked everyone present. Lumley felt weak all over her body at that time. Not only was she weak, but she was also in great pain. She was knocked to the ground by the shock wave. Looking sideways, I saw several monsters jumping around, making strange screams of "Onzi Onzi." After running over, they began to bite people on the ground. Except for their 6 children and the few people who came down with guns. They all fell to the ground. None of them dead, but they all lost the ability to move. Even though the monster bit him, he couldn't resist. In her sight, she saw her classmate Lisa being bitten off by a monster on one of her arms. Blood spurted out, and Lisa was twitching all over and bleeding from the corners of her mouth. The other students were also knocked down and bitten by these toad-like monsters one by one, including those with guns. No one was spared. Lumley felt that her vision was starting to blur, and she was extremely scared. It seemed that she was going to die here today. Thinking of this, she was so scared that she wanted to cry but couldn't. I was studying well in school. Why did I have to skip classes and run out? If she didn't sneak out, she should have returned home from school and met her sister. Only then did she remember that her twin sister Lengyan also happened to come from Country Z today and must be at home at the moment. My sister Lengyan has leukemia and needs a bone marrow transplant, but she has been unable to find a match. All hopes are pinned on her. Lumley thought, if I die here today, Lengyan's hope will be ruined and she won't be able to survive. Lengyan. I'm sorry. While she was thinking this, she saw a toad monster walking towards her. Lumley understood that her time had come and she could not avoid it. She even saw the monster's sharp fangs, the mucus flowing out of the corners of its mouth, and it opened its bloody mouth towards her and bit it down. Just when the monster was about to bite her, another monster came over and hit the monster. The 2 monsters immediately started biting each other. Her consciousness became more and more blurred, and several monsters rushed towards her. She felt that her whole body was being bitten by several monsters, and her whole body was filled with tearing pain. This kind of pain was something she had never experienced before, and she finally lost consciousness in the pain. She didn't know how long it took, but she slowly regained consciousness, and everything was dark. She didn't know where she was, or what time it was. She was just thinking that she was not dead. If he is not dead, he should leave this ghost place as soon as possible, go home, and meet his sister when he returns home. By the way, Lengyan still has to wait for her bone marrow to be matched, so she can't die now. Yes, Lumley, you can't die now. You must open your eyes immediately. Get up, and go back. She was only conscious, but had no feelings. It was as if she had no body. She tried her best to remember, and to have the feeling of her body. Slowly, I began to have physical sensations, and I slowly felt the presence of my body, but I still had to keep working hard. Finally, the first thing that came into play was hearing, and I heard sirens from time to time, beeping all around. She gradually regained vision. Although her eyes were still closed, she could feel the police lights flashing. After some hard work, she finally opened her eyes and found that she was still lying on the ground in the base, surrounded by the remains of the dead. Chapter 339: An Inexplicable Escape from Death. In the underground laboratory of the base, there is a mess. Debris on the ground, including human beings and unknown monsters. Police lights are flashing and sirens are blaring. Lumley opened her eyes and saw the tragic scene in front of her. First of all, she was frightened. She quickly got up and looked at the ground. Several classmates were dead, but their limbs were all mutilated, and she couldn't tell who was who. She hurriedly walked towards the rolling gate. As long as she left the house, crossed the open space outside, and passed the wooden house opposite, there was a cut wire mesh behind it. If she got out and entered the woods, no one would be able to find her. Got her. But after taking a few steps, she found that all her clothes had been torn by monsters. Fortunately, there was a small room in front, and she didn't know if she could find clothes to wear. Entering this small room, there was a row of lockers, 2 of which were open and contained casual clothes changed by the staff. So she found a set. No matter whether it was men's or women's, no matter the size, she put it on first. After changing clothes, he hurriedly ran out. When I arrived at the open space outside, I found that it was already dark. I could see many vehicles driving into the base from outside, and helicopters were flying in the sky, illuminating the outside. Fortunately, she was not discovered. So she followed the darkness and relied on her memories from the day to find the cut wire mesh. Got out, and crawled into the woods. After walking through the woods, she found that no one was chasing her. So she rested against a tree. As soon as she stood up, she felt a pain in her chest. She spit out a big mouthful and reached out to touch the vomited food. Is blood. She sat on the ground, rested against the big tree, and fell asleep without realizing it. When she woke up, she found that it was already daytime, and she had been sitting in the woods, and no one was chasing her. Feeling very hungry, I got up and walked out of the woods. When I came to a hole on the roadside, I found the 3 motorcycles, and they were all still there. This reminded her of her 5 classmates. They were all dead, and their deaths were still so miserable. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel very uncomfortable. But no matter how uncomfortable it was, she had to leave here immediately. She rolled out one of the motorcycles, which was also the one she rode when she came yesterday. Unfortunately, the rider who took her died. She started the engine and rode her motorcycle towards home. As she neared home, she rode her motorcycle into a ditch and walked back. After returning home, she found that there was no one at home. She looked at the time and saw that it was already the 3rd day. Unexpectedly, she had been in a coma for 2 days in that terrible base. No. Maybe he was still asleep in the woods all day. There is no one at home. And my sister Ling Yan came the day before yesterday. So she should be in the hospital at this moment. So I need to go to the hospital quickly to get her matching. But she definitely couldn't go directly in her current state. So she took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and threw the dirty clothes into the trash can. After taking a shower, and just about to go out, the adoptive mother, Mrs. Miller, came back. She looked at her in surprise and asked, "Baby, where have you been these past 2 days? We are all so anxious." Lumley didn't answer but asked, "Is my sister waiting in the hospital to donate bone marrow?" "Yes, honey," Mrs. Miller said. "I'm waiting for you. I can't get through when I call you." "Then let's go to the hospital now." "Mom." Mrs. Miller drove her to the hospital. On the way, she asked her where she had been for the past 2 days. She would not tell her no matter how much she asked. When asked urgently, she said that she had been staying at a classmate's house for 2 days, and urged her to go to the hospital for emergency treatment. Her sister. When I arrived at the hospital, I happened to see my adoptive father Miller going through the discharge procedures for Lung Yen. Seeing the arrival of his adopted daughter Lumley, Miller glared at her fiercely. Lumley smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Dad. I'm delayed because of something. Come on. Let's go and donate bone marrow to my sister now." "Why donate?" Miller said angrily. "You kid. Your sister came all the way to our house, just waiting for you to save her life. But you ran out and got into trouble with some dishonest people. For boys are fooling around, and you don't care about your sister's life or death at all." Lumley was stunned by his scolding. Lumley was indeed very naughty at ordinary times, but she loved her adoptive father very much. She also knew that her adoptive father Miller loved her very much, and would never hit or scold her. But today, she was scolded for a girl on the other side of the world. Lung Yin is her twin sister. This is true. She also knows that blood is thicker than water. However, in the past 2 days of missing, she has experienced from birth to death, and from death to life again. Miller actually didn't ask any questions, and scolded her. Thinking of this, Lungley, who was so wrong, couldn't help but burst into tears. Miller added, "You are still crying. Let me ask you, Kathy, are you afraid to donate bone marrow? So you hid on purpose. She is your biological sister, and you are too selfish." Lungley shook her head and cried, "Dad, it's not what you thought at all. It's not what I thought. What is that like?" Miller was still angry. "Kathy, although you are not my biological child, I am closer to you than my biological child. I am confident that over the years, I have been very close to you. Your education is still satisfactory. But why are you like this now?" After that, he didn't care about her crying and walked forward. Mrs. Miller pulled Lungley and chased her, saying, "Miller! Miller! You stubborn old man! Wait a minute. Lungley is still a child. You can't say that to her. And she is here too. She is willing to donate bone marrow. Okay? No need." Miller stopped and looked at the two people in front of him. "No need." Mrs. Miller and Lungley both looked at her in surprise. "Why?" Miller sighed and said, "Actually, I am also very puzzled. The test results show that Yin does not have leukemia." "No?" Mother and daughter asked, even more surprised. "Yeah. No," Miller said. "It's not that it's better, but it's not there at all. Okay. I've gone through the discharge procedures for them. Let's go see them now. Kathy, we'll see you later." "I met your biological sister, Yin." Lungley narrowly escaped death. When she was dying, she was still thinking about donating bone marrow to her sister. She thought she was going to die and felt guilty because she couldn't save Lin Yin. But after arriving at the hospital, she was first misunderstood by her most beloved adoptive father, Miller, and was scolded by him. It can be said that she felt aggrieved. But now that he heard that Lin Yin was not sick, he couldn't help but said angrily, "Aren't you kidding us? Why are you here to torment us when you are not sick?" Miller glared at her again and said, "When I see Yin later, you'd better not talk nonsense. Do you hear me?" "Yes, my dad." After a while, the three of them arrived at Lin Yan's ward. Before they entered, they heard Lao Xiang inside saying to Lin Yan, "I think your sister just doesn't want to donate bone marrow to you. She is too selfish living under capitalism." When Lungley heard what she said, she was about to get angry and rush in. But Miller stopped her and whispered, "You stinky girl. If you don't want to piss me off to death, just be honest." Chapter 340 Alpha Plan 1. Lungley is a girl with not bad character. She herself did not expect that she would encounter such a thing, and that her escape from death would be related to her. However, things just happened. She was only 14 years old, and she was at an ignorant age. She encountered such a big event, and so many people died. She was frightened and did not dare to say anything. She was afraid of going to jail. So she hid it. Even so, she was still thinking about her sister Lun Yan's condition. But after returning, she was so misunderstood, which made her feel particularly aggrieved. When John told Lun Yan about this past incident, Lun Yan said, "I never expected that Lungley would have such an experience. We blamed him wrongly." Miller said, "It's all my fault. I wronged her without investigating clearly. It's also my fault that I don't care enough for her." Seeing Miller's sincere look, Lun Yan could understand that Miller truly loved Lungley. So she was also happy that her sister could be fostered in such a family. "Then what happened next?" Lun Yan asked. John continued to talk about what happened next. Ever since Langley came back from that base, she had been on tenterhooks all day, fearing that someone would come to question him. However, there were 5 classmates missing from the class for no apparent reason, so it was impossible not to have people come to ask. Then she could only reply that she didn't know what to say. She didn't dare to say anything at all, for fear of getting into trouble. She also went to school as usual. As for the 5 dead classmates, their parents would often go to school to make trouble because they could not see their children. However, the children disappeared outside the school, so the school would not assume any responsibility. In this way, many parties intervened in this matter, which alerted the police, some social departments, and many media, causing a lot of sensation in the local area. Even so, No one from the base where the experiment was conducted came out to clarify the matter. The base was also afraid of taking responsibility, so they concealed the matter. They did not expect that local children would break into the base, and the accident happened at that time. Therefore, when the 5 innocent children disappeared, it caused quite a stir in the local area and became an unsolved case at the time. The parents of the 5 children couldn't tell, so they came to Lingley from time to time, because they also knew that Lingley played well with these children. But Lingley didn't tell her whether she was alive or dead, so the parents of those children couldn't find out anything and couldn't do anything to her. As everyone knows, after Lingley slipped out of the base, she attracted the attention of an organization called Alpha and monitored her 24 hours a day. But Lingley didn't know all this. It was not until 4 years later, when the matter gradually calmed down, that people from the Alpha organization finally came to Lingley and explained the cause and effect of the whole matter. And the person responsible for this was John. Lingley was 18 years old and John was 26 years old at the time. In the past 4 years, Lingley could be said to have lived on tenterhooks. She would often wake up from nightmares while sleeping, always dreaming of that horrific experience. Even during the day, when walking on the road, I would worry about monsters following behind. If there is any slight disturbance, you will worry that a monster will suddenly appear in front of you. And she is also very unsociable. She doesn't go to anyone who asks her to play, doesn't participate in any activities, and doesn't participate in any team in the school. If any boy likes her and pursues her, she refuses them all. In short, I would go home after school. After returning home, I would not go anywhere or interact with anyone. I just closed myself off for 4 years until I graduated from high school at the age of 18. When she was 18 years old and graduating from high school, her classmates organized a graduation prom and asked her to go. But she refused and went home directly. When I get home, I plan to lock myself in my room and surf the internet without going anywhere. It was as if the whole world outside her bedroom had nothing to do with it. But when she returned home, John came to her home and found her. The Millers and her 3 siblings were also at home, and John showed her ID, belonging to the Omega Group of a national intelligence agency. Mr. Miller looked confused. He would not have thought how his family could get into trouble with the government. John said, "This matter about you is related to our country's top secrets, so I hope as few people know about it as possible." Miller asked, "Who can't we find?" John looked at the 3 younger children and said, "Just ask them to avoid it." Miller also saw a car parked outside. There were several people in suits in the car. Knowing that this matter must be important, he asked the 3 younger children to return to their respective rooms. But John was still worried and had to let the Millers and Lingley go to the car outside to talk together. The 4 people went out and came to the car, which was an extended RV, sitting in the car. John said seriously, "Before starting today's conversation, I would like to ask you to watch a video. This video was captured by a surveillance camera 4 years ago and has been kept secret. You may never see it in your lifetime, but we are in trouble, so we must invite you to see it." It felt like John was trying to whet their appetites. He kept talking, but he didn't open the video immediately. The 3 Millers were all looking forward to it. And John added, "But before watching this video, you must be mentally prepared. It may make you feel serious discomfort." The Millers had been in a state of confusion, and when John said this, he couldn't help but glance at Lingley. Lingley's eyes flashed. Miller asked cautiously, "Does the hand matter have something to do with Skasai?" John nodded seriously. Seeing that everyone was ready, he put the phone on a stand and clicked on the prepared video. When Lingley saw this short video, she couldn't help but panic. Although 4 years had passed, she still remembered it so clearly, because the scene in this short video was exactly the one she and several classmates sneaked into 4 years ago. Underground base. The screen showed the underground laboratory in a mess, with debris everywhere. Mrs. Miller was also very nervous and grabbed her husband's hand. The picture was still. After a while, several people were seen entering the picture, but it was Lingley and 6 other classmates. There was no sound on the video screen captured by the surveillance. We saw these 6 people entering the camera like thieves. Not long after entering the camera, we saw that the middle of the room collapsed, and a huge monster fell down, come down and appear in the picture. Mrs. Miller screamed in fright. As soon as the huge monster landed, it released a yellow-green shock wave, and all 6 students were knocked to the ground by the shock wave. Then, a dozen small monsters appeared on the screen and began to bite everyone who fell to the ground, including Lingley. Chapter 341 Alpha Plan 2. Seeing this horrific scene, the Millers were frightened. Especially Langley, who held her head and screamed. Forget it if the picture is just a simple horror. Through the picture, you can see 6 classmates and several armed men lying on the ground, being bitten by this monster, with fragments flying everywhere and blood splattering. The scene was once can't look directly. Among them, Langley was also bitten to pieces by the monster. Langley kept shaking her head and said, "No, no, that's not the case." It can be seen from the picture that she is actually dead and torn to pieces by monsters. But now she is here intact. Not to mention incomplete. Not even a scar on her body. The surveillance video was placed here and did not finish playing, but was paused by John. The Millers looked at their daughter in front of them, and John opposite them, with extremely indescribable expressions. Langley just shook her head and cried. She was confused. She had been living in a nightmare for the past 4 years. And today, she never imagined that this person named John would actually come with this video, give it to her, and awaken the terrifying angel hidden in the deepest part of her heart. At this moment, she was extremely frightened. If there was an abyss in front of her, she would jump down without hesitation. Miller originally didn't believe John. Even if such a video was in front of him, he didn't believe it. But when she saw Langley's reaction was so big, he began to doubt it. For years ago, Langley disappeared inexplicably for 2 days, and the 5 classmates also mysteriously disappeared. So he became even more suspicious of her. So Miller asked, "What is going on here? Kathy? Tell me quickly. He is lying. He is lying to us. Tell me quickly." Langley almost collapsed and cried, "I don't know. I don't know." Miller grabbed her arm, shook it, and shouted, "What do you mean you don't know? You know? You must know. What is going on? I don't want this to happen either," Langley said, shaking her head. "This has nothing to do with me. Tom brought us in. I didn't expect this to happen." Miller let go of her and said, "It turns out that 4 years ago, you knew the cause of death of the 5 of them, but you didn't tell them." "No. No." Miller shook his head and said, "You are not sure Kathy. Who are you? You killed 6 of them, including sure Kathy. Who are you? You killed my daughter. Why? Why did you kill her?" Mrs. Miller was also crying and looking at the daughter in front of her, looking at her with an unfamiliar look. Judging from the surveillance video played on the mobile phone screen, their daughter Kathy died 4 years ago. So who is the person in front of them who looks exactly like their daughter? Or what kind of monster is she just leaving it to you? John added, "This was captured by the surveillance in the laboratory. Since your daughter is involved, it is necessary for me to tell you about this laboratory and its experimental projects. And I hope you can keep it confidential." Miller nodded and said, "Just say it, John." "Okay." John nodded and said, "This is an experiment to connect to alien planets. We are trying to make a wormhole in order to be able to go to alien planets. This planet is called Alpha Centauri, also known as Alpha. It is 4.24 light-years away from the Earth. In this triple star system, there is a natural satellite named Pandora. The world we are connected to is this planet called Pandora. As for how we are connected, this is an official top secret. I can't tell you here. I can only say what can be said." Seeing the Millers nodding, they continued, "Because this is related to Kathy. I am telling you. Otherwise, you would not know these things." "Don't worry, John," Miller said. "I will never tell anyone." "That's good." John nodded and continued. "After the wormhole was created, we originally sent scientists there and found that there was a very magical world there. A world completely different from our Earth. That world there are living things. And they are creatures that are completely different from our world." "Is it that kind of monster?" Miller asked. John said, "Yes. It's this kind of monster. They emit gamma rays, a very powerful and deadly radiation." When John mentioned radioactivity, both Miller and his wife glanced at Langley in horror. This look made Langley feel scared and chilled. She is so worried that her parents will not want her from now on. It can be seen from the video that she is dead. So who is she now? In her memory, she was Langley, and Langley was her. She couldn't remember that she had any other identity. So she should still be the daughter of the Millers. This look of disgust made Langley feel as if she was in an abyss. Cold, lonely, and helpless. John said, "But don't worry. There is no radiation in Kathy's body. Otherwise, you would have been seriously ill in the past 4 years." Langley cried and whispered, "Daddy, Mommy, I am your daughter Kathy. Don't you want me anymore?" John said, This kind of radioactive organism is called radiocarbon-based organism. Due to carelessness in the experiment, the portal went out of control, and a large number of these radioactive carbon-based organisms were released and came to our world, Earth, and also caused a large number of casualties within the experimental base. Fortunately, we controlled it in time. But even so, many people died, and what's even more unexpected is that several civilians were killed, including children. It needs to be explained that the radiation emitted by this creature, that is, the shock wave released by the giant toad-like monster, is actually a gamma-ray wave, which is fatal. So even if they don't get bitten by little monsters, they won't survive. There was silence in the car, and Miller asked, "So John, is the Kathy next to me still her own person?" John did not answer him, but said, "This needs to continue. I'm afraid you don't have the endurance, so you don't dare to continue." Looking at the play button on the phone, Miller hesitated for a moment and said, "Let it go. I need to know the truth." John looked at Lumley again and said, "Kathy, you don't have to be too nervous, because you are the key person in this matter. Not only your parents need the truth, but our Alpha group needs the truth even more. This is very important. It may be related to the fate and future of mankind, so you must be able to understand anything that may cause you strong discomfort. We really have no choice. Otherwise, we would have come to find you 4 years ago," Lumley said helplessly. "You go ahead." John pressed the play button and the video continued to play. Chapter 342 Alpha Plan 3. The general content of Project Alpha is to build a wormhole to connect the Earth and Pandora. The reason why this plan is called Project Alpha is because this Pandora star, which is a few light years away from the Earth, is in the Alpha Centauri galaxy, so it is named Project Alpha. This is the Earth in the 201X era. Not to mention that the Earth in this era will not create wormholes. Even the advanced civilization, Demon Sword, which has interstellar navigation capabilities, and can reach a maximum interstellar speed of 2.4x 700 years later, will not be able to create wormholes. So when Luo Xiaoxue mentioned this to Lu Yi was extremely envious. Luo Xiaoxue smiled and said, "Your Majesty Archangel, don't be too envious. 700 years ago, it was extremely difficult for people on Earth to even land on the moon. Think about it. How could they have mature wormhole technology?" Lu Yi asked doubtfully. "Then how did they do it?" Luo Xiaoxue said, "As early as the 194X era, before World War II ended, an alien flying saucer crashed in the territory of Country M and was captured by the military of Country M at that time. All the members on the flying saucer were dead. The equipment was greatly damaged, and the technology on the flying saucer could not be mastered. But even so, the scientific and technological concepts on the flying saucers have been borrowed by mankind. This is why mankind's science and technology can develop so rapidly after the end of World War II." Lu Yi said, "But the Earth civilization did not develop very fast after World War II, especially aerospace technology, which developed very slowly." Luo Xiaoxue smiled and said, "Is this still slow? Otherwise it would be even slower." "Okay then." Lu Yi said he believed what Luo Xiaoxue said. Luo Xiaoxue also began to continue talking about this past event. This is a memory within a memory. But it was said that when Lumley was 18 years old, John from the Alpha group finally found her and told her about the Alpha project and what she had experienced in the experimental base. When Lumley really couldn't accept such a cruel fact, John continued to play the unfinished surveillance video. John pressed the play button and saw the monsters continued to bite and gnaw, and there was no complete body left on the scene. At this moment, the ground could suddenly be seen fluctuating, and from time to time something broke out of the ground. The color was blood red, like bamboo shoots breaking through the ground. But the bamboo shoots were red. It's also like a tentacle, because it can move and attack these radioactive monsters from Pandora on the scene from time to time. Some monsters have their bodies pierced by the tips of these tentacles, while others have their bodies bound by these red tentacles. Some of these monsters wanted to escape, but they couldn't. They were all hunted down by the tentacles that rushed out of the earth. The toad-like monsters were hunted and killed like this, with brown-yellow liquid that looked like blood splashing and debris flying everywhere. The scene was no more frightening and disgusting than when these monsters bit humans. Soon these monsters on the alien planet were all killed by the red tentacles of unknown origin. The tentacles slowly returned to calm. "The key part is coming," John said. When John said the word key, he couldn't help but pause. He felt that he was not satisfied with using the word key. It would be more accurate to use the word wonderful. But he had to consider the feelings of the three people in front of him. So he used the word key. Replaced the word wonderful with the word key. But it was said that the tentacles on the screen only calmed down slightly after destroying the alien toads, and then began to sweep up some debris on the ground. These fragments include human beings and alien toads, and they are swept together like a sweeper. Then I saw that these fragments began to move on their own and were combined together. It was not so much a combination as a fusion. A large pile of fragments, including muscles, blood, skin and bones, were as soft as being kneaded by an invisible force. Not long after, a human-like outline appeared on the ground, and it continued to change. And according to the trend of this change, it was changing in the direction of a person. Those tentacles also began to emerge from the soil, growing towards the outline of the human figure. In the process of the humanoid outline becoming complete, Lunley has been worried. And she also guessed. Could this humanoid outline be her? She couldn't believe what happened in the surveillance video. Not only could she not believe it, she couldn't accept the fact. Miller and Mrs. Miller also watched in horror, occasionally looking back at Lunley beside them. Lunley was afraid to the extreme. She was afraid that she was no longer a human being, that she was going to lose her adoptive parents, and that she was afraid of losing what she should have, and would have as a human being. But he saw that the rough and bloody humanoid outline on the screen was constantly improving. And finally it turned into a girl. I saw this girl walking with the same skin as an ordinary human being, except that there were more than a dozen tentacles growing on her back. The girl was lying on the ground, so she couldn't see her face yet. She moved a little, and the tentacles on her body began to slowly retract back into her body, and eventually they were all gone. Then the girl stood up and looked into the camera. You could see her clearly. It is indeed Lunley. No! Lunley couldn't hold it back any longer and roared, her heart completely broken. The car had driven into the experimental base and was in a large warehouse. It happened to stop at this moment, and the doors on both sides were opened. John shouted, "Get out of the car! Mr. and Mrs. Miller! Danger!" He himself got off the bus first. Lunley felt like her whole body was going to explode. She was trembling all over. There was a strong anger burning fiercely in her body, and was about to explode. She had to burst out this anger. The Millers looked at her in horror. Lunley didn't know that her body was making crackling sounds, and something started to rush out of her clothes. While she kept growling, her eyes were all white, and she couldn't see, to a black eye. The completely white glasses are streaked with bloodshot eyes. John had jumped out of the car and shouted, "Mr. Miller! Mrs. Miller! Get out of the car quickly! She is not your daughter anymore! She is a monster!" The Millers were so frightened that they quickly got out of the car. "No! Daddy! Don't leave me! Mommy! Don't abandon me!" Lunley growled. "I am your daughter Kathy! Please! I love you! I love you very, very much! You guys!" Both Mr. and Mrs. Miller got out of the car. Dozens of heavily armed soldiers gathered around, holding guns and staring at the car eagerly. Finally, she saw the car explode suddenly, and Langley stood in the middle of the exploded car wreckage, with all white eyes and protruding veins on her face, like a living banshee. However, what was even more frightening was that there were more than a dozen tentacles growing out of her back, dancing continuously. Chapter 343 Alpha Plan 4. Seeing Lunley's sudden change, everyone present was frightened. A pair of completely white eyes, with red bloodshot streaks, bulging veins all over his face, and his long hair bursting open, like Medusa. This was just the appearance of her face. And what was even more frightening was that there were more than a dozen blood-red tentacles growing out of her back, dancing randomly in the air. Lunley glared at the people on the field, who were running around in fear. John shouted loudly, "Back away! She has become a demon!" Demonized? This word was spoken for the first time by John, and it became popular in the circle. Researchers did not know that it came from the space creatures Anunda Zerg. Parasitism and entomology are not yet known. Therefore, the word demonization also contains the color of magic. But this is the physical world, and all magical things cannot exist at all. But people have never seen the humanoid monster in front of them, and they don't understand it at all. So they use a magical word instead. Just because the word magical is used does not mean that scientists believe in magic. Lunley growled, "John! You beachy! You ruined me! I'm going to kill you!" After saying that, she saw her running towards John. And while she was still running, the tentacles behind her were spinning in circles, with the pointed parts pointing forward. Immediately afterwards, there were constant popping sounds, and the tip of the tentacle broke so quickly, It shot towards John like a bullet. John was so frightened that he stepped back again and again. The tentacle fragments hit the ground with a thud and were directly inserted into the cement floor. After years of construction at the experimental base, the original mud floor rooms have been replaced by the current houses with cement floors and steel frame structures. Think about it. It can even be inserted into the concrete floor. So how powerful are these tentacle fragments? If it pierces people, wouldn't it be able to pierce them all? The demonized Lungley lost control and ran towards John madly, vowing to kill him. One officer yelled, "Fire! Fire!" The sound of gunshots was everywhere, and more than a dozen soldiers fired at the insect turned Lungley. From time to time, bullets hit Lungley's body, hitting her flesh. Lungley screamed in pain, her whole body trembling. The sound of gunshots blocked her progress. The tentacles broke off one after another and shot out into fragments. From time to time, I saw soldiers being injured by such hard tentacle fragments and falling down in pieces. But soldiers still broke in from time to time. Seeing that Lungley was about to lose her temper, she suddenly saw her standing on the spot and suddenly raised her head and roared. A shockwave rippled out, and the tentacles behind her all broke into random pieces and shot out in all directions. Many equipment in the warehouse were continuously destroyed by this powerful shock wave. The soldiers who rushed in were hit by these tentacle fragments and fell to the ground, screaming and dying. Not only that, Lungley was seen suddenly levitating. The skin behind her was changing, and two pairs of blood wings suddenly grew out. A unique banshee appeared in front of everyone. A tentacle flew forward with a searching sound, wrapped around John in front, and lifted him up. "Why?" Lungley said in a deep voice. "Kathy!" Miller shouted from behind, his voice shrill. "Stop being so stubborn!" "Kathy?" Lungley said in a low voice. She grabbed John with her tentacles and lifted him up, but didn't put it down. The tentacles, the blood-red tentacles, tightly wrapped around John, making John unable to speak and his face turned red. As long as Lungley exerted a little force, he could easily kill him. There were already a lot of dead and wounded on the floor of the warehouse, and no one could shoot at him with a gun. "Sekathy?" Lungley's low voice said. "Daddy, am I still your daughter? Do you still remember my name? I am Sekathy." But Miller's voice made him despair. "Kathy, look what you have done!" Miller's voice screamed with tears. Lungley turned around and saw Miller kneeling on the ground with his wife, Mrs. Miller, Lungley's adoptive mother, in his arms. At this time, Mrs. Miller was covered in blood and was still vomiting from the corner of her mouth. "Blood? It seems that he can no longer live." "No!" Lungley shouted desperately. Mrs. Miller, her adoptive mother, and the person she loved most in the world, was already lying in a pool of blood. The person who killed her was Lungley own. Lungley could not accept this cruel reality, nor could she accept the bloody fact that she had killed her adoptive mother with her own hands. Miller cried, "You are not Kathy. What kind of monster are you?" The tentacles wrapped around John's forehead were loosened, and John was let go, collapsing to the ground, coughing violently. Lungley was stunned. She looked at the corpses on the ground, all of which were killed by her. She also looked at the adoptive mother in the pool of blood, who was also killed by her. Her whole body was suspended stiffly in midair, at a loss. At this time, another large group of soldiers came in, and a leading major shouted, "Shoot! Shoot them all!" The weapons held by this group of soldiers were different from those held by the previous ones. The weapons in their hands fired not bullets, but something like injections. It turned out to be a tranquilizer gun, a specially made tranquilizer gun. The major shouted, "Don't shoot me with a real gun! I want to live!" John shouted, "No!" He wanted to stop the major's behavior, but he couldn't stop it. He shot the anesthetic needles one after another, half of them hitting Lungley's body. Lungley trembled all over and fell from the air. She quickly lost her fighting power and fell to the ground twitching. "John! It was you who hurt me! I'm going to kill you!" Lungley roared in a low voice. Under the influence of the anesthetic needle, she could no longer stand up and crawled towards John. "Kathy," John said, "you can't blame me. You are haunted by a monster. Please wake up." Lungley crawled toward him, while John stepped back. The major came over and kicked Lungley hard on the head. Darkness came, and Lungley lost consciousness. In the car, John said this, and the car was quiet. He asked coldly, "So is Mrs. Miller dead?" Miller nodded, a pained expression on his face. "I'm sorry. Lung Yin apologized for bringing up this sad thing. John said, "It was Kathy who killed Mrs. Miller." "No, it was actually the demon that occupied her body that killed Mrs. Miller," Lung Yin said. "Wait a minute. Brother John, you said that there is a demon in Lung Yin's body. Let's not say for the moment that there are no gods or demons in this world. Even if there are, then didn't you just say that?" Lungley kept calling her adoptive parents' names. "And it's obvious that she killed Mrs. Miller by mistake, Mr. Miller." Lungley loved Mrs. Miller very much deep in her heart. Chapter 344 Alpha Plan 5. When John introduced this matter to Lung Yin was 20 years old. John was 8 years older than her, and was 28 years old this year. What she said happened 2 years ago, when he said that Lungley was knocked down by the anesthesia needle. He said no more? Lung Yin asked. Then what happened next? How did you arrange Lungley? Oh no. It was say Kathy? John said. Before continuing, Yin, I want to ask you, based on your knowledge, do you think Kathy is still the same person? Lung Yin shook her head and said, I'm not sure about this. I can't tell clearly. I was not at the scene. I didn't see what happened. And I haven't experienced such a thing. I didn't even hear it. I said, if you hadn't told me this matter with a serious face, I wouldn't have believed it at all. I can tell you very clearly. John said, everything I said is true. And not a single word is a lie to you. Lung Yin nodded and said, I believe you, Brother John. 6 years ago, Lung Yin was 14 years old and 22-year-old John saved her from the hands of bad guys. So from that time on, Lung Yin trusted him very much. John is not entirely from country M. His mother is from country Z. So he can be considered a mixed race. Half Chinese. After confirming that what John said was true, she also learned that her sister Lungley had indeed been demonized. Lung Yin could not answer John's question. That is, she could not express any opinion on her sister turning into a monster. John sighed and continued, we are still not sure whether Kathy Say is herself, or whether her body is occupied by something. Use a special anesthetic to paralyze her, then control her for research. After hearing what John said about how they treated Lungley, Lung Yin said, isn't it too cruel for you to do this? John said, how can you call it cruel? She killed so many people. Ordinary people would never be like that. What could that be? Lung Yin asked. Didn't your scientists research anything? John said, we have opened the door to Pandora, which is like opening Pandora's box and letting Munster out. Mangstase? What is it? Lung Yin. Mangstase is a creature from Pandora. John said, it is the toad-shaped monster I just told you about. It contains radioactivity and can emit gamma rays. It has strong radiation to humans and living things. Mans for short. Although all the monsters who came through the portal were destroyed during the resurrection process of Kathy, her body merged with the body fragments of humans and monsters. So Kathy is half human and half monster. When John said this, he was thinking about what words to use to describe it. For a long time, he couldn't think of how to describe it. Miller next to him said, monster. John looked at him with a very apologetic look and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Miller. There is nothing to be sorry for. Miller said, it is no longer my Kathy. It is a monster. It killed Kathy and invaded Kathy's brain cells. So it can say as for Kathy, it also killed my wife. The surveillance video showed it very well. Didn't it? It's a monster. Monsters from the world of Pandora. Monsters is the plural transliteration of monster. John directly called this creature a monster. Or it was the name given by his research team Alpha Group. When Miller said this, he always used it to refer to Lungley instead of she. In English, the pronunciations of it and she are different, so you can hear them at once. It seems that for Miller, he thought that his daughter Kathy Shibu was dead and was killed by this monster with tentacles and blood wings and took over her body. No, that was no longer Kathy Shibu. Kathy's body. This monster only occupies Kathy's brain and occupies her memory. What's more, this monster who transformed into Kathy Shiba killed so many people in the mad mode. And, by the way, also killed his wife Mrs. Miller. So he hates her very much. John added, the research purpose of the Alpha Research Group is to open the door to Pandora. Go to Pandora and develop the world there, which is equivalent to opening a new home for mankind. Therefore, this should be regarded as a major event that benefits the people of the world. Good thing. The better. Having said this, she looked at Lung Yin, who nodded. If what John said is true, then it is true. John said, but things developed in a direction that we could not predict. They actually released Munster, and many people died, and a very terrifying and powerful monster was created. Taz! This blood monster looks like Kathy. Blood monster? Lung Yen asked curiously. John would use this word to describe his sister Lungli. Even though she and Lungli were separated for 15 years, and only 6 years ago, because of medical treatment, they were still the same. Twin sisters are born from family affection. But as Miller said, maybe the current blood monster is not his sister Lungli at all. John said, yes, she is covered in blood red, like a monster soaked in blood. So we call it a blood monster. Lung Yen sighed. She originally thought that her sister Lungli had traveled across the ocean and was fostered in a family from Country M. She should be able to live a happy life. Who knew it would turn out like this? She motioned for John to continue. John said, the blood monster was just an accident. Since monsters passed through Pandora's gate 6 years ago and killed many people, the teleportation gate has also been closed. The Alpha research team had a disagreement. At that time, Kathy Shibu's mutation was discovered. The different parties believed that it was very valuable for scientific research, so it needed to be observed secretly. Some people thought that research and investigation should be carried out immediately. The former has the upper hand, but after 4 years of secret observation, no abnormality was found in Kathy Shibu, whose brain was occupied by the blood monster, and the portal has never been able to open. We still have a lot of equipment and some personnel on the other side of the door who have not returned. After trying many times and failing to open the door, we finally decided to find a breakthrough in Kathy Shibu. Lung Yen took over and said, who knew that after you told Kathy the truth and showed her the surveillance video, the demon in her body was activated, killing many people and her adoptive mother me Mrs. Le? John said, yes. Chapter 345 Alpha Plan 6. After Lung Li's Kathy was subdued, she was locked up for research. But no results were ever obtained. In the past 2 years, the door to Pandora has not been opened. Because the door to Pandora is actually the principle of a wormhole. And opening a wormhole to a planet 4 light years away requires a huge amount of energy. Blood monster, Lung Li has this kind of energy. In the past 2 years, the people of the Alpha Research Group have been trying to use Lung Li to open a wormhole to Pandora. But they have been unable to succeed. Then look for me now, Lung Yen asked. What do you need me to do? John said, considering that you and Kathy are twin sisters, I want you to persuade her. Persuade her? Lung Yen asked doubtfully. John said, the experts from the research team thought she might open a wormhole, so they wanted her to do it. But she has always been in an irritable state and refused to cooperate. We have no choice but to ask you to come forward and persuade her. Lung Yen was thoughtful, and John asked, what's wrong? Are you unwilling? Lung Yen raised her head and said, I am willing. But I have a question. What kind of question is it? Lung Yen said, I didn't know these things originally, and thought I was really here to study. So if I'm not willing to cooperate, does that mean I won't be able to read the book? Miller said, Yen, I agreed to sponsor your studies, and it has nothing to do with whether you are willing to cooperate with them. In other words, whether you go or not, I will sponsor your studies. Lung Yen nodded, satisfied with Miller's answer, and said, then let's leave now. John added, you have to think clearly. Kathy looks terrible now. Lung Yen said, I have never believed that Say Kathy is dead. That is not a monster. That must be Say Kathy. Mr. Miller. She is Say Kathy. She is just under control. No, Miller said, shaking his head. It's just a monster. Seeing that he couldn't convince Miller for a while, Lung Yen said no more. John started the car and headed towards the research base. The airport was relatively far from the research base. In the car, John asked her about her experiences over the years. Of course, it's very ordinary, Lung Yen said. Junior high school, and now college. Since I was sick for half a year, I started a year later than others. You also know this. Yes, I know. John said, so you haven't gotten sick since then? No, Lung Yen said. Not only did I not get sick, but I am in extremely good health. So, Brother John, what about you? Me? After graduating from college, I served as a soldier for 3 years, and was sent overseas for 3 years. Then you have fought in the war? Lung Yen looked at him with great admiration. John smiled and shook his head and said, Although I have been to war zones, I have never fought in a war. I studied biochemistry in college, so I was stationed overseas mainly to assist in the investigation of biological and chemical weapons. After 3 years as a soldier, I could have renewed my contract, but I got tired of it. So I applied for retirement and went directly to the Alpha Research Group, where I became both a police detective and a researcher. Wow, Brother John, you are so awesome, Lun Yin said. You are really good at both civil and military skills. John felt embarrassed by her praise and said, It's not as good as you said. Then Brother John must be married, right? John shook his head and said, I did have a few girlfriends, but they all broke up in the end. So now I am single again. Lun Yin let out a sigh, looking calm on the outside, but feeling ecstatic in her heart. What about you? John asked. Lun Yin said, Me neither. The two of them couldn't help but feel awkward for a while. Miller looked listlessly at the passing scenery outside the lathe, while Dr. Jones said, You two are single. If you don't want to go, let's get together as a couple. When he said it, both of them fell into awkward silence. After a moment, John said, Jones, don't talk nonsense. Yin is still a child. Lun Yin immediately said, I'm not a child. She is 20 years old now, so of course she is no longer a child. As soon as she finished saying this, she quickly stopped talking. The implication was that she was not opposed to falling in love with John, but John's reaction was slow, and he did not accept Dr. Jones's prompt. Lun Yin felt disappointed. It turned out that John didn't like her. Then she couldn't say anything more, and she didn't bring up this topic again along the way. She only talked about things related to the research base. After driving for about an hour, I finally arrived at the Alpha Research Base. But when I arrived at the base, I discovered an astonishing scene. First of all, there were several corpses lying in the sentry at the entrance of the gate. They were all sentries at the entrance of the base. John got out of the car, checked the body, and looked at the equipment in the guard box. They were all damaged. Dr. Jones and several other people got out of the car and asked about the situation. John said, They were all killed by bullets. It seems that armed men came in. After that, he drew his pistol and said, You all should go. Everyone also looked at each other and asked Lun Yin, What about you? I'm a police detective. I have to go in and take a look. John said, You go to the nearest military base. They will send people to support you. Lun Yin said, Brother John, I will accompany you. You? How is that possible? You are a civilian. Let me go. Lun Yin said, I might meet my sister, and it might be helpful if I'm here. John glanced at her and said, That's fine. But we have agreed that you are not allowed to run around, and you have to obey me. Yes, Brother John. Lun Yin agreed. John looked back at everyone and said, Then let Yin accompany me. You all can go. After the assignment was completed, John entered the research base with Lun Yin. The first thing is to enter a warehouse-like house. In addition to some equipment, there are scattered corpses inside. John cursed. Shit. Who the H.L. is he? Lun Yin asked. Couldn't it be monsters? Monsters is the collective name for creatures from Pandora. But John shook his head and said, This is impossible. The corpses at the scene are all complete. So they were all done by humans. And monsters' words will kill all humans. Torn to pieces. So John's conjecture is that the base was attacked by human armed men. Besides, I checked and found that they were all killed by bullets. Yin, you have to follow closely. Hey, I really shouldn't have brought you here. It's okay, Brother John, Lun Yin said. After a while, I came to the middle of the warehouse. There were several rolling shutters connected together. They were all opened. There was a downward slope inside, which was bottomless. In front of this slope, there is a cable car. John pointed to the cable car and said, We are going to take it and go to 1,000 meters deep underground. Chapter 346 Alpha Plan 7. Alpha Research Base. Its main research content is to open the door to Pandora, which is actually a wormhole. This wormhole technology comes from an alien flying saucer that crashed in the 194X era. And this technology is very incomplete, which is why there are so many difficulties when going to Pandora. And it also provoked alien creatures and caused the death of many people. As for Pandora, it has been introduced before. It is a natural satellite of Nam-in Early. And Nam-in Early is the famous Alpha Centauri star, also known as Alpha. That's why the scientific research group is named Alpha Group. But it was said that John brought Leng Yan to the cable car, which was actually a mine car. Following this slope, he could reach 1,000 meters deep underground. The real research site of Alpha Research Institute is 1,000 meters deep. Seeing the downward slope ahead, it was pitch black and bottomless, which made people feel frightened. John said, "The Underground Research Institute must have been attacked by unknown armed forces, and it will be very dangerous. Yan, you are an outsider, and you should not have been implicated in the first place. Just wait outside, and it won't take long. There will be support from our people. Are you planning to go down now?" Leng Yan asked. John nodded and said, "Yes, I have to go down to see what's going on first, so that I can provide valuable intelligence reference to the support team behind." "Is my sister Leng Li really down there?" Leng Yan asked. "She still thinks that Leng Li is still Leng Li, and there is no way she is dead." John nodded in confirmation. Leng Yan said, "Then I will go down with you. This is what we agreed on from the beginning." Seeing that Leng Yan was so determined, John had no choice but to take her onto the minecart and start it. The minecart made a clanging sound and headed downwards. "If it was armed men who raided the research base," Leng Yan asked, "then they should have gone down in a minecart. But why is there another one above?" John said, "There are usually 10 cars here." Leng Yan stopped asking any more questions and looked back at the entrance of the cave, which was getting further and further away. The front was dark, and the light in front of the mine car could not illuminate the entire front. "Can you use a gun?" John suddenly asked. Leng Yan shook her head blankly. Although she was already 20 years old, she had just graduated from high school because she was delayed for a year due to illness. John took out his pistol and said, "I'll teach you how to use a gun now." Leng Yan was too afraid to answer, so she shook her head again. John said, "I still don't trust you, so you better learn from me, just in case you need it." Although this John is from M country, he also has ordinary Chinese ancestry. In addition, he went to China to study for 4 years, so he can speak fluent Chinese and use idioms with ease. "Well, then," Leng Yan said, and took the pistol from John's hand. Then John taught her how to hold the gun with both hands and how to aim. But Leng Yan's posture was always wrong. John taught her several times, but didn't get it right, so he became anxious. "I'm sorry," Leng Yan said apologetically. "I really can't learn. Actually, it's easy to learn with you like this," John said, holding her hands from behind and teaching her hand in hand. "If this happens, the two of them will inevitably be very close and in closer contact." Leng Yan can't help but blush. Her heartbeat speeds up, and she has no intention of studying. John felt something was strange about her, so he retracted his hand and said, "Hey, can you concentrate?" "Yes. I'm sorry," Leng Yan said apologetically again. "Hey, forget it," John said. "I hope you don't encounter such a situation. Just follow me. If you really need to shoot, just aim and shoot." After that, he took back the pistol and said, "Every gun has a safety to prevent it from misfiring and hitting you and your teammates. So before using it, you need to open the safety and close it when not in use. The safety of this gun is here. Remember? Remember, Brother John?" John put away the gun, sighed and said, "Now that we're down, don't be too nervous. Just be careful where you come from." John was already a little regretful at this time. He really shouldn't have brought Leng Yan down. If something happened and hurt her, he would really be guilty. The tunnel was very long, and the minecart drove for more than 10 minutes before it reached the end and stopped in front of a very spacious platform. I saw a few dim lights flashing from time to time on this platform, and there were many corpses lying on the ground of the platform. This was what John had expected from the beginning, and reminded Leng Yan to let her be mentally prepared at any time. There is a circular rail in front of the platform. The minecart ends here, and then drives to the ground through the circular rail. As expected, there were 8 or 9 minecarts parked on the rails in front of the platform at this moment. John opened the car door, took out his pistol, turned on the safety, and held the gun with both hands. "Get out of the car carefully and remind Leng Yan to pay attention to your steps." The two came to the platform and saw corpses here, including those of researchers, security guards, and some weapons. John picked up a few guns, gave Leng Yan a pistol, and said, "Put it away first. Maybe you can use it." He is equipped with a wire shotgun and a pistol. Leng Yan was trembling with fear, so John encouraged her and said, "Follow me closely. Don't worry. I will protect you." "Yes, Brother John, Lung Yin said, picking up a baton on the ground, cracking it in the air, and holding it in her hand. John glanced at her and said, "That's okay. Then just take it." In this way, John's equipment was a slug gun, a pistol, and some ammunition, and Lung Yin also has her own equipment, a pistol and corresponding bullets, as well as a baton. Lung Yin held a gun in her left hand and a baton in her right hand. John glanced at her and said in a suspicious tone, "Can you do this?" Lung Yin replied with a confused look, "I don't know either." "It's okay. Just follow me, and I'll protect you." "Let's go," John said and began to lead her forward. Facing the railway tracks, there were several rolling shutters on the platform, all of which were opened at this moment. John walked in front, followed closely by Lung Yin, walked through the rolling shutter, and officially entered the underground research base. The lights inside the base are dim. Many lights have been extinguished. Some lights are still flashing from time to time, and the sound of electricity is heard from time to time, giving people an eerie feeling. Inside was a large venue with many doors. John led her towards a door and whispered, "Kathy is locked in there. Let's go see if she is still there." Chapter 347 Alpha Plan 8. At the Alpha Underground Research Base, Lung Yin followed John towards the room where Lung Li was detained. This is a big glass house, and blood stains can be seen everywhere. On the floor, walls, and glass. The two of them walked in very nervously, and soon they came to the place where Lung Li was detained. It was originally a large glass jar, more than 3 meters high, but at this moment, a large hole was opened by the explosion. Obviously, Lung Li is not inside either, except for this large broken glass jar. The whole room was filled with various equipment. The lights were dim and eerie. Being here made people shudder. Lung Yin asked, "You won't just lock my sister in this glass jar, will you?" John said very apologetically, "I'm sorry. Yin, I'm sorry. How could you treat her like this?" John said, "There is nothing we can do." Seeing that his attitude was very sincere, and considering that John had made it very clear before, it was not their fault. All the facts showed that this tentacled monster was no longer Kathy Shibu, but indeed a monster. So it was indeed a matter of time to anesthetize it and put it in a glass jar for study. So Lung Yin was able to understand him quickly and asked, "Then what should we do now?" John thought for a while and said, "Let's go to the portal reactor. We came all the way. We didn't see anyone or any monsters, so I guess they should have gone to the reactor." Lung Yin asked them. John sighed and said, "Yeah, I don't know who the enemies are now. It may include Sekathy, or it may be Sekathy alone. The implication is that all the unknown armed men who broke in have been killed by Kathy Say." Moreover, John also verbally acknowledged the existence of Sekathy. Although in the research team, Sekathy has been defined as death and a monster possessed by unknown creatures. John did not think so, which made Lung Yin somewhat rejoiced. Lung Yin and Say Kathy only got together before they were 5 years old, and they have long lost the memory of that time. So although they are twin sisters, they have no sisterly relationship. Even so, she didn't want her sister to be thought of as a monster. There were some glass cabinets next to the large glass jars where Lung Li was stored. John searched inside, and soon found a handheld device. John turned on the handheld device and said, "Geiger counter. I need to see if there is any excess radiation in this." Fortunately, there is not. Just as she was speaking, Lung Yin suddenly froze, with a focused expression on her face. John didn't even notice it, and continued to look at her with the Geiger counter. "John!" Lung Yin whispered. "Brother John, what's wrong?" John asked. "Over there." Lung Yin pointed in one direction and said, "It seems like someone is coming over." John looked at her curiously and expressed doubts, saying that it was unlikely that she would have such good hearing during a blind date. But he didn't even realize it. So she looked at Lung Yin in confusion, and Lung Yin nodded to him with certainty. John walked in that direction, and there happened to be a frosted glass door in the corner of that direction. The two were approaching the door when they suddenly heard running, shouting, and gunshots coming from behind the door. John and Lung Yin looked at each other and became nervous. John quickly pulled Lung Yin and hid behind a big box. Lung Yin held a gun in her left hand and a baton in her right hand. She was trembling slightly. She had never experienced such a formation. "I came here all the way to study, but unexpectedly I ended up 1,000 meters underground, facing terrifying monsters and heavily armed bad guys." With a bang, the glass door was knocked open. I saw a mercenary holding an automatic weapon running out of the door, shooting in the back while running, and making miserable screams from time to time. It seems that he must have met some very powerful character. The two people hiding behind the big box were also very nervous. John waved his hands back repeatedly, signaling Lung Yen not to panic, not to be born, not to be exposed. And at this moment, I saw that the mercenary stepped on something while retreating, and fell backwards. After he fell, he happened to have run out of bullets, and he kept pulling the trigger forward, and cock his empty gun rang out. The two people hiding behind looked at it in panic. I saw a yellow-green toad-like monster that I wanted to see come out from behind the glass door. And it wasn't just one. Another one came out right after. 2, 3. There were a total of 5 of these toad monsters before and after them. They fell on the mercenary and started biting him. Looking at the mercenary again, he also let out a shrill scream. The screams quickly subsided, and it looked like he was dead. John signaled Lung Yen to retreat, intending to leave here, but he couldn't let these monsters discover him, and retreated quietly. Otherwise, they would die. However, they were still too late. One of the monsters spotted them, turned around, glanced at them, jumped up, and ran towards them. Lung Yen screamed in fright, and John started to fire, and there was a bang. Although the wire gun was powerful, it was a melee weapon, and the rate of fire was slow, so it could not be used before the monster got close to him. It deals effective damage. The monster was too fast, and just as it was about to reach it, the 4 monsters behind it jumped up and ran after them. Lung Yen quickly pulled the trigger and fired, but in her panic, she forgot to turn on the safety, so the bullet could not be fired. And in just such an instant, the first toad monster arrived. John was using a wire gun, and he didn't even have time to fire a second shot. He didn't expect that the monster could return so fast. But what happened next shocked him. The toad monster is fast enough, but unexpectedly Lung Yan's speed is even faster. Since the safety of the pistol was not turned on, the bullet was not fired. But Lung Yan immediately raised her hand and raised the baton in her hand, and then hit the toad monster in front of her with the stick. The toad let out a weird cry, and Lung Yan didn't just hit it with a stick, but hit it with 3 sticks in quick succession. The monster was hit with green blood and fell to the ground. The second toad monster behind also rushed over. Before he could reach him, Lung Yan had already thrown up the baton in his right hand. The pistol in his left hand was already in his right hand, and he turned on the safety at the same time. The baton fell, caught it with his left hand, and beat the second toad monster that approached, while the pistol in his right hand fired continuously at the third toad monster. Chapter 348 Alpha Plan 9. Lung Yan didn't even believe it herself. Why her skills were so good. She was a girl who had just graduated from high school and had not undergone any military, physical or other combat training. He suddenly became a fighting master. With a baton and a pistol, he had killed 3 toad monsters in succession. When the 4th toad monster approached, he had no time to fight back and was about to hit her. At this moment, Lung Yan unexpectedly did a sideways backflip, escaping the attack of the 4th toad monster. While she was flipping, she saw John beside her, because she was holding a wire bullet gun, which was a long gun. Although it is a melee weapon, it cannot be too close. The current distance is too close to the monster, almost close to the body, so he couldn't shoot. And in the cold peripheral vision, he saw the 4th toad monster. Because of his somersault avoidance, it was heading towards John. She couldn't watch her brother John being injured by this monster, so she quickly raised her hand and fired 3 shots at the monster's head, all of which hit the back of the monster's head. After 3 shots, she also landed on the ground, spun around, and kicked the monster on the side, sending it flying. At this time, the 5th and last monster arrived. Lung Yan raised her baton and beat the monster violently. While beating them wildly, she did not forget the other monsters she knocked down. As long as they were still moving and not dead, she would shoot at them. After a violent beating, the 5th toad monster was also knocked to the ground. In the blink of an eye, in less than half a minute, she killed all 5 toad monsters. The pistol bullets were just finished. She was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the monster corpses on the ground in front of her, not believing that she had done it. John was even more stunned and said in shock, "Wow! Wow! Yan! How did you do it?" Lung Yan was actually surprised by the series of actions she just performed. She never expected that she would move so fast. And the series of actions just now were done almost without thinking. She didn't know what was going on. so she couldn't answer John's question. She just shook her head blankly. John couldn't help but said, I also said I wanted to protect you. But it seems it's not necessary. Leng Yin asked. Didn't you say that all these monsters were eliminated 2 years ago? John looked around with a gun and said, It was true that they were all wiped out 4 years ago. Now it seems that the portal must have been opened again. Isn't it always impossible to open it? Leng Yin asked. Yes. Many methods will not work. It seems that Kathy has been deliberately concealing the fact that she will open the wormhole, John said and started to walk towards the door, followed closely by Leng Yin. The two entered the door, which was a passage. John said, At the end, it leads to the portal laboratory. No living people were seen in the passage, and scattered corpses could still be seen on the ground. At the end of the passage is the door to the portal laboratory. The door is a steel plate door more than 20 centimeters thick. It is closed at the moment and requires a code lock to open. There are circular passages on both sides of the steel door, which surround the laboratory. The entire portal laboratory is very large, at least more than 200 square meters. So the circular passage surrounding the laboratory is also very long. John stood in front of the door and was thinking about how to open the door and go in. But Leng Yin heard someone's humming. It came from the right side of the circular passage, but it couldn't be seen from the current location. Leng Yin walked in that direction. Hey, what are you doing? John asked. Leng Yin just hissed and continued to move forward carefully, while holding the baton tightly in her right hand. She supported her left hand, which also held a pistol with the safety on. Seeing Leng Yin's cautious look, John guessed that there must be something abnormal in the circular passage. So he followed closely with a wire gun in both hands. He no longer said that he would protect her. Leng Yin had killed 5 toad monsters in less than half a minute by herself. But he didn't kill any of them. From this point of view, there is a huge distance between the two of them. This distance is the distance that John was thrown away by Leng Yin. After a while, I arrived at the place where the humming sound came from. But there was a mercenary sitting on the ground leaning against the wall. There were wounds everywhere on his body after being bitten by me. The injuries were also very serious, and it was not certain whether he would survive. Beside the wounded soldier were the bodies of 2 toad monsters. Apparently after a struggle, he killed the 2 toad monsters and was injured himself. John squatted down in front of him and asked, Hey, can you tell me what happened? The wounded soldier did not answer him, but still said with difficulty, Jason. Where is Jason? Jason? John frowned and asked, Which Jason? My brother, the wounded soldier said intermittently. Did he escape? Hearing what he said, both John and Leng Yin understood that the mercenary they saw outside the glass door just now was killed by 5 toad monsters. He should be the hero mentioned by the wounded soldier in front of him. It was so sad, but he was already dead. John didn't want to hide him and told the truth. He's dead. Oh, God, cried the wounded soldier. John asked again, Has anyone entered the portal laboratory? Where is Kathy? Who are you? The wounded soldier did not answer him, but smiled sadly. This must be God's punishment. God's punishment. He died shortly after finishing speaking. John sighed and said, He's dead. Leng Yin asked, What should we do now? John looked at her and said, Now we have to find a way to get in. But I guess Kathy must be inside. She is very difficult to deal with. Leng Yin asked, What should we do? John replied, I'm definitely going in. But I'm worried about you. Leng Yin smiled and said, Are you worried that you can't take care of me? You saw it just now. I don't need your protection. So don't persuade me to retreat unless you take the initiative to retreat yourself. Another point, and the most important point, is that I am Kathy Say's little sister. If she still has the memory of Leng Li, she shouldn't hurt me. The former meaning of these 2 words mentioned by Leng Yin is very clear. With her current ability, Leng Yin not only does not need John to take care of her, but her current ability is not as good as John's. John thought for a while and said, Okay, let's go. As he spoke, he continued to move forward with Leng Yin. Since it is a circular passage, if you continue walking forward, you can also walk back. On the way. So, Brother John, how are you going to get in? Chapter 349 Alpha Plan 10. From entering the research base, to entering the underground research base, and now arriving in front of the portal laboratory, I have only seen a total of 2 living people, both mercenaries, and both of them dead. Others are just corpses everywhere, including people from scientific research bases and mercenaries. Then, there were a few live toad monsters. So far, I don't know what kind of creature this toad-like monster is, so I can only call it a toad monster based on its appearance. It looks like a toad. But he said that John wanted to enter the laboratory, and the door of the laboratory was made of steel plates more than 20 centimeters thick. Except for the secret, there was no way to enter. Therefore, Leng Yin would ask him, "So, Brother John, how are you going to get in?" John looked helpless. "To be honest, I can't help it. Let's go and take a look first." Leng Yin yelled and followed him. After a while, he passed through the circular passage, turned around, and returned to the door of the laboratory again. There is a password lock on the door, which can only be opened with 3 passwords. The first password is to manually enter a 6-digit password. The second password is to check the palm prints. And the third is to check the eye prints. John said, "I know the digital password that was entered manually." Leng Yin asked, "You mean you only know the numerical password?" John nodded. "What should we do? I don't know either." After a while, the two of them walked around in a circle and returned to the entrance of the laboratory. John looked at the combination lock and pondered it, then looked back at the corpse on the ground beside him. And after a while, he had an idea. He came to a corpse, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him up. Leng Yin asked in surprise, "Brother John, what are you going to do?" John just smiled and said, "This person is a senior researcher, and his palm prints and irises have been recorded." So, Leng Yin realized something, couldn't help but cover her mouth, and said in horror, "No, Brother John?" John asked, "What can I do? Even explosives can't blow this door open. I have no choice but to make this decision. You, enter the numeric password." After that, he told Leng Yin the numeric password and asked her to enter it. The first password was passed smoothly, and then came the second password, which was entered through the palm print. John grabbed the body, opened his palm, and pressed it on the input device of the palm print code lock. Leng Yin couldn't help but frown in disgust. With a beep, the palm print verification was passed. And then came the third password, iris verification. John hooked his arm around the corpse's neck, and with his other hand, he opened his eyelids to reveal his eyes, and aimed at the unlocking device. Leng Yin screamed in fright. There was a beep, and the unlocking was successful. After a person dies, iris recognition is effective for a short period of time, and they happened to be within this effective time. The police lights were flashing, and the thick steel doors began to slowly open on both sides. You could see bright lights coming from inside, and you could hear the voices of people inside. Who could be inside? Leng Yin stretched her head to look through the crack in the door that was gradually opening wider. She wanted to see who was inside. John wanted to pull her, but it was too late. He heard a burst of gunfire, hitting the steel door, making a clanging sound and sparks popping out. Leng Yin screamed in fright and hid behind. "It's dangerous! Get back!" John shouted. But Leng Yin just screamed and rushed in again. John couldn't help but feel dizzy and quickly followed in. I originally thought that Leng Yin was a burden, and I had to take care of her and protect her at all times. But who knew that her fighting ability was far stronger than hers? This girl named Leng Yin is only 20 years old, and she is 28 years old this year. She has 3 years of experience in overseas combat and 1 year of experience in espionage work. But she is not as good as a girl. But at this moment, the girl he thought was Pansy actually barged in so recklessly. When he came to the middle of the double-open steel door, he could see that there were more than a dozen mercenaries gathered inside. The half-open steel door began to slowly close at this moment. It was obvious that there was someone inside. Close the door. The laboratory is very large, with a ring-shaped object erected in the middle, more than 2 meters high. This ring-shaped object is fixed by a square platform at the bottom. When Leng Yin came in and saw this ring-shaped object for the first time, she wondered whether it was what they called a portal, which was actually an artificial wormhole. In addition to the portal in the middle, there are a lot of equipment around, including a very large equipment on the second floor of this huge laboratory, with an escalator to go up to it. After going up, you have to walk a long iron corridor, and then enter a huge machine, which is probably a device for inputting energy into the portal. And just now, in the short period of time when Leng Yin poked her head in, she had already seen clearly where the numbers of all personnel in the laboratory had deteriorated. There were 12 people in total. 4 in front of the portal, 3 in the corridor on the second floor, 2 in front of a huge cabinet, and 3 sitting on chairs by the wall. All of these people were dressed like mercenaries. When the steel door slowly opened, it had attracted their attention. So when Ling Yan stretched her head and looked inside, she also saw these people looking at the door intently. And among the 4 people standing at the portal, one of them held a long gun and fired at her. Ling Yan was not familiar with firearms, so she didn't know what kind of gun the man was holding. She only knew it was a long gun. The moment he fired, she shrank her head. But after just retracting her head, she immediately rushed in because she already knew the situation inside well, and felt that she was capable of settling everything in front of her. After she rushed in, she rolled over. Before she even started rolling, the baton in her hand was thrown out. After rolling to the ground, she fired continuously at the 4 people in front of her with her pistol. Bang! 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 Only 3 shots were fired. Of those 4 people, 3 of them were shot in the head and fell to the ground. And 1 was also hit in the head by the baton thrown from her hand. He fell to the ground with a strange cry, and the gun in his hand shot towards the roof. Ling Yan rolled forward and ran forward. When she came to the man who was hit by the baton, she kicked the automatic rifle that had landed on the ground, and kicked the gun away towards the nearest wall. A person flew over, just as the automatic rifle was kicked and smashed by her. She rolled on the spot again, actually picked up 3 automatic rifles in a row, and threw them away with her bow left and right. Chapter 350 Alpha Plan 11. Ling Yan's speed was too fast. After she entered, she was knocked unconscious by a baton first. Shot 3 times with a pistol. 3 headshots. 5 more were knocked unconscious by 4 automatic weapons and a baton. And 3 more were knocked unconscious, killed by her pistol with a headshot. In less than half a minute, she killed 6 of them, and knocked out 6 more. When John came in, he saw a commotion inside, and a random noise from the gun. He himself was confused. He couldn't even shoot, and Ling Yan had already ended the battle. Then he saw Ling Yan standing there in a daze. "Hey, Yan!" John shouted. "Why have you become so cheating?" As he spoke, he ran in, looking around as he ran to prevent any fish that might slip through the net from being hidden in blind spots. He quickly ran to the knocked unconscious people and picked up the weapons. Seeing that Ling Yan was still in a daze, John said, "Yan, you said you don't know how to play with a gun, but you just shot your head with a gun, which I couldn't even do. How on earth did you do it? You must have received strict training." Ling Yan said blankly for a while. "I didn't, and I don't know what happened. It seemed like I was out of control just now. Not under your control." John came over, already putting away the weapons, and said, "If you are not under your control, then why did you only hit them, and not me?" "Brother John," Ling Yan said, "I'm just out of control, but I'm not crazy." John couldn't help but be amused by her, seeing that the 6 people who were knocked unconscious by her gradually came to life. John took the gun and said, "Those of you who are not dead should come here obediently." After escorting these 6 people over, John looked at them nervously with a gun and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing hiding here? Where is Kathy?" One of them said, "We are all soldiers under General Bacchus. He brought us here, killed the people here, and released the blood monster." "What kind of blood monster?" Ling Yan asked, while fiddling with 2 pistols in her hands. She took out the magazine and loaded it again. The mercenary said, "It's the monster in the glass jar, covered in blood. This so-called monster covered in blood and called a blood monster is undoubtedly Lungli." Ling Yan looked back at John and asked, "What on earth did you do to my sister?" John said with embarrassment, "Yan, you can't blame me. This is beyond my control, and I am only a small researcher in the institute. And as you saw just now, I don't even have the authority to open the door to the laboratory." Ling Yan thought about it, so she had no reason to blame John. The mercenary said again, "Blood monster." "I don't allow you to call her a blood monster," Ling Yan said angrily. When she said this, she threw the 2 magazines in her hands into the air, and then she also threw up the 2 pistols. He saw 2 magazines stuck in the magazines of the 2 pistols respectively. Then he held the fallen pistol with both hands, touched each other, and locked the magazines tightly. Her series of actions stunned everyone present. Ling Yan said very calmly, "Her name is Kathy." The mercenary said, Yes, Kathy Say. General Bacchus turned off the device that controlled Kathy Say, and Kathy Say broke the glass jar and rushed out. After she came out, more than a dozen tentacles sprouted from her back, all of which were blood red. General Bacchus asked Kathy Shibashi to help him open the gates of H.L. "Gate to hell?" Ling Yan and John both asked very curiously. It was obvious that General Bacchus knew about the Alpha Project. Otherwise, he would not have led people into the research base rashly, killed so many people in the base, and went directly to find Kathy Shibashi after he came underground, in order to paralyze his soldiers. The wormhole was also called the Gate of Hell. So according to Bacchus's statement, there should be H.L. on the other side of the so-called Gate of H.L. Although there is no H.L. in the world, Pandora does look like H.L. And these toad monsters alone are extremely terrifying. John asked. So, Kathy has opened the portal and brought Bacchus with her to Pandora. The mercenary nodded. Yes, there were a dozen of them in total. Why did Bacchus go to Pandora? The mercenary said. Bacchus was originally a member of the regular army. He was angry at being treated unfairly, so he rebelled. He is going to Pandora to mobilize the Munster army to come to Earth and rule it. Munster not only means monster, but also the name given by the Alpha research base to Pandora. An aggressive creature. John sneered. This Bacchus is really ambitious, Lung Yin said. What should we do? Brother John? If Bacchus really brings us here, our world will be destroyed. We can't let them come here. John said. Kathy already has the ability to travel through wormholes. We may not be able to stop her. No, we have a way, Lung Yin said. What can be done? John asked. You don't know how powerful she is? Lung Yin asked. Then if they come back, won't they also come through this portal? If we close the portal, won't she be able to get through? John shook his head and said, I don't think it's that simple, Lung Yin said. How do you know if you don't try? And Bacchus sent people here. Isn't it just to pick them up and protect the teleportation equipment here? So I guess it won't be long before they come back. And we have to hurry up and destroy the equipment here. John was silent and said coldly, Hurry up, Brother John. John finally made up his mind and said, Okay, let's do it now. After saying that, John came to the row of cabinets and prepared to take action. But before he could do anything, the phone rang. This is more than 1,000 meters underground, and there is no signal for mobile phones. This is why the two of them have not been ringing since they went underground. The phone ringing at this moment was also the wired phone installed in the laboratory. John looked at the phone in confusion, hesitated for a moment, and then picked up the phone. It turned out that the call was from an officer from a department superior to the base. John spoke into the phone and hung up. What's wrong? Lung Yin asked. John said, I reported the situation here, and the superior said that we should be optimistic about this place for the time being, and they will send a large force down immediately. That's great. Let's destroy the teleportation equipment here quickly. Right? No. John shook his head and said, The superior specifically told us not to damage the equipment. Chapter 351 Alpha Plan 12. The rebel leader Bacchus led people to break into the research base, released Kathy, and reached an agreement with her. Bacchus rescued her, and Kathy promised him to bring monsters from Pandora to Earth. The so-called monsters actually means monsters. This kind of thing, commonly known as a toad monster, is very aggressive, and some large toad monsters can also emit gamma rays, have a certain degree of radioactivity, and can produce radioactive pollution. It is difficult for humans to control this kind of terrifying creature. So in the end, it still needs Kathy Cebu to control it. Why is Bacchus so familiar with the situation here? It turns out that he was also an important person in charge of Project Alpha. I don't know at what point he felt unhappy, so he rebelled. The current situation is that he has gone to Pandora through the portal with the help of Kathy Say. And Kathy Say went there with him and closed the portal conveniently. For now, only Kathy Say can open the portal. So if you want to see her, you can only wait for her here and then open the portal on the other side. And then wait for her to come over. But what Lung Yin means is that it is better to destroy the portal here so that Kathy and Bacchus can't get through. In this case, the Earth side will not be attacked by monsters. However, the upper-level organization responsible for the Alpha Project did not agree with their doing so, and asked her and John to watch the portal and its related equipment together to prevent them from being destroyed. Lung Yin walked back and forth in the laboratory and said, Okay, we can't leave here yet, and we don't know when they will come. John was not interested in whether anyone would take over this place. What made him curious now was Lung Yin. How could Lung Yin, who was only 20 years old, be so powerful? In less than half a minute, he defeated an enemy commando of 12 people with just one person, killing 6 and capturing 6. Not to mention a 20-year-old girl like Lung Yin. Even John himself, who has gone through rigorous training and has battlefield combat experience, would never be able to do that. Hey, John asked, leaning against a platform. Yan, are you sure you haven't practiced before? Leng Yan just threw the pistol in the air and played with it. Occasionally, she took off the magazine and performed the difficult action of loading the magazine in the air. At this moment, when she heard John ask herself this, the movements in her hands kept moving and she said, Yeah, I haven't had any training. And today is even the first time I've played with a gun. No, to be more precise, today is the first time I've seen a real gun in my life. Even somersaults. I have never tried to do it before. And I don't know what happened in today's fight. When the critical moment came, I did it without even thinking. Then you haven't thought about why this is? John asked. I've thought about it, Leng Yan said. But I can't figure out why. John said, Is that possible? You and Kathy are twin sisters. You are both born with this magical ability. Wait a minute. Brother John? Leng Yan interrupted him. Kathy Say and I are twin sisters. This is true. But I can't grow antennae on my back. Nor can I grow wings. Let alone suspended in midair without falling. I just move faster than ordinary people. I am different from her. I know you are different from her. John said, What I want to say is that you two are twin sisters. Born with extraordinary abilities. But there is a latency period that has not been discovered by you. It can only be inspired by experiencing special events during a specific period. It's just that the adventures your sister encountered were even more bizarre. The so-called more bizarre adventures in John's mouth simply referred to Kathy's encounter with monsters from Pandora, which inspired her to have more powerful potential. In other words, her body accommodated a very powerful person. A powerful, even terrifyingly powerful existence. It's just that Leng Yan didn't meet her. Otherwise, Leng Yan would be like her sister. John expressed his thoughts about this moment, which made Leng Yan think deeply. What she thought about was, according to the strange adventure John said, Kathy had, that is, 6 years ago, when Kathy was 14 years old. She and a group of children of the same age accidentally broke into the Alpha Scientific Research Base, and accidentally came into contact with people from Munsters and Pandora. So this is Leng, the adventure of Kathy, sure. Then why didn't Leng Yan have such an adventure? 6 years ago, Leng Yan had been suffering from leukemia for half a year. Seeing that she would not survive, she took a bus to chase the river and saw the big electric ray passing by in the river. But she wasn't sure what the big electric ray would have to do with her. So she didn't know whether it was an adventure or not. But when she went to Country M for a checkup a few days later, the leukemia was completely gone. John knew about this, but he didn't know that she had seen a giant electric ray. This was something Xiang's mother specifically told not to tell, so as not to cause trouble for her in the future. So at this time, Leng Yan began to wonder whether her encounter with a giant electric ray while chasing the river was an adventure. And because of that adventure, her leukemia was miraculously cured. If so, what would that giant electric ray be? How did it cure her leukemia? According to John's hypothesis, major mutations will occur when triggered by a major event, such as Kathy turning into a blood monster. As for Leng Yan, will she be triggered by another major event and become like Kathy, growing a lot of tentacles? When she thought of this, Leng Yan didn't dare to think any further. That would be simply too scary. So she couldn't help but shake her head vigorously. What's wrong with you? John asked curiously as he watched her shake her head suddenly. Leng Yan raised her head, looked at John and asked, Brother John, do you think I will become like Kathy? John smiled and said, Probably not. Maybe not, Leng Yan said with some disappointment. Is that possible? John said, Everything is unknown. Although it is a special research team, there are no substantial research results. I don't know if you have had any adventures, but Kathy's adventures are really incredible. Kathy's adventure was when she was 14 years old. She was attacked by monsters inside the base and was torn into many pieces. Then these torn pieces were put together piece by piece, and the combination is so perfect that there are no traces at all. Leng Yan quickly shook her head and said, I have definitely never had such an adventure. Chapter 352 Alpha Plan 13. Leng Yan was very afraid that she would become like Kathy. So John tried his best to comfort her. Leng Yan stretched out her hands and said, Please give me a hug. You? John smiled. Okay, just give me a hug. John held Leng Yan in his arms and reached out to pat her back gently. Being held like this, Leng Yan felt very comfortable, and she couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy it. As soon as John hugged her for a while, She pointed to the prisoners beside her and said, "Don't think that just because I can't see you, you can act rashly. I know it all." John looked sideways and saw that there were indeed two people Chu Chun who were about to move. When Leng Yan said this, they also shrank back in fear. They all saw Leng Yan's skills just now and knew how powerful she was. So they didn't dare to mess around even if they were not tied up. John said, "You said your name is Leng Yan, but your name doesn't suit you at all. It's neither Leng Yan nor Yan Yan." He wanted to leave her, but Leng Yan was reluctant to let her go and said, "My surname is Leng. My sister and I are twins. When our parents named them, one was named Yan and the other was named Li. Together they are Yanli. Unfortunately, I neither sister is beautiful." "No, no, no," John said. "Although they are not very gorgeous, your sisters are still very beautiful. Do you think I look good?" Leng Yan asked. "Of course." After hugging for a while, the two separated. John said, "I'm very curious about your skills. Can you teach me? Shall I teach you? But I don't know anything. I just want to learn how you change the magazine in the air. It feels very cool. This." Leng Yan smiled and took out the pistol. Took out the magazine first, then threw it into the sky, and saw the magazine flying straight up. Leng Yan suddenly jumped up and spun in the air. The right hand holding the gun drew an arc, and the magazine moved towards the falling magazine. With a snap, the magazine fell into the magazine. With another arc, the right hand holding the gun has reached the left shoulder. The butt of the gun lightly presses the shoulder armor. With a click, the magazine has been withdrawn and fixed. Then he turned his right hand over again, resting it on his shoulder. He tilted his head, clamped the pistol with his shoulder, pulled it with his hand, and with a clatter, the safety was opened. Then he released his head, held the gun in his right hand and drew a half arc, pointing forward. At the same time, Leng Yi landed smoothly on the ground, making a shooting posture. John was dumbfounded. He unloaded and loaded the magazine with one hand, all in one go. And he did it while flipping. It could be done in a few seconds at most. Ordinary people simply cannot do this. Leng Yan turned off the fuse and said, "Hey, Brother John." John came over in a daze and said, "You must have practiced many times before." "Brother John," said Leng Yan with a smile, "I really didn't lie to you. I really have never practiced before. This is the first time I do it today. It's very simple. You should try it too." "Can I do it too?" "It can be done." Leng Yan nodded and said in an encouraging tone, "Just give it a try. It's very simple." "Okay, let me give it a try." John took out his pistol and threw the magazine into the sky. The magazine can be thrown out, but when you catch it, you can't catch it at all, let alone inserting it into the magazine. Either the magazine hits your hand, or it falls to the ground without being touched at all. He tried many times but couldn't do it. He couldn't catch the magazine even once. Finally I had to give up. "Forget it. I won't come," John said. "I know I can't do it. I don't have the talent. But I just think it's very simple." John added, "You are so agile. So you must be very good at fighting. Why don't you show it to me again?" Leng Yan looked embarrassed and said, "I don't know how. I've never fought before." "I know you haven't practiced," John said. "Let's try it, and you fight me in the way you think is right." "Okay then," Leng Yan said and began to get into a posture. But her posture didn't look like she was practicing martial arts at all. And it changed from time to time. It felt like she was at a loss. "Hey," John said. "There's no need to be so nervous." "Right. What should we do?" Leng Yan said, stretching out her hand for a while, and then retracting her hand, as if she didn't understand anything. "Okay. Come whatever is convenient for you," John said. "I can get started. Come on, Brother John." John ran towards him and punched Leng Yan. But Leng Yan didn't move and didn't react even when the fist was about to reach him. John was startled, thinking that the punch was going to hit her, and he couldn't take it back. But the next scene also shocked him. Just when the punch was about to hit Leng Yan's face, Leng Yan flashed. It could indeed be described as a flash, because John saw the girl in front of him disappear in a flash. In fact, it's not that she disappeared, but that her speed was too fast, and she had moved to John's side very quickly. John couldn't see this speed, and it felt like the person in front of him suddenly disappeared. So he had to use to the word flash. However, Leng Yan suddenly flashed to John's side, clasped his wrist with one hand and pulled, and bumped her body again. knocking John down directly. But John did not fall to the ground. When he was halfway down, Leng Yan moved faster in front of his eyes, holding his hand on his waist, and the other hand on his shoulder, rotating and freezing. The frozen position was that Leng Yan was about to fall, and John was leaning against her, wrapping his arms around her waist, imitating her fall. John was stunned. Leng Yan's speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to see. It was obvious that she was able to knock him down. But in the end, it was him who hugged her to prevent her from falling. Leng Yan looked at him with a smile. John asked, "You? How did you do it?" "I don't know." Leng Yan still looked confused. "Then do you want to stand up?" John asked. Although the two of them hugged each other, they were both leaning. If they stayed in this position for a long time, they would definitely be very tired. So John asked this. "As long as you're not tired," Leng Yan said with a smile. John hugged her, helped her stand upright, and let her go. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. A layman couldn't tell, but he knew it himself. He was clearly being teased by her. Leng Yan was also embarrassed for a while, feeling very embarrassed about her bold behavior just now, and couldn't help but rub the corners of her clothes coyly, and was at a loss. John coughed twice, and didn't know what to say. But Leng Yan suddenly turned around, took out a pistol, and fired a shot at a camera in the corner, and then fired 2 more shots in succession, shattering 3 cameras. Chapter 353 Alpha Plan 14. After entering the underground research base, and even the portal laboratory, I stayed for a long time, and did not see the so-called people sent from above. In the laboratory, Leng Yan was bored and worked on many skills, such as changing magazines in the air and fighting skills. Because she's so fast, she doesn't need specialized fighting skills. As for the so-called fighting skills, as long as the speed is not fast enough, everyone will be scum in front of her. However, he couldn't wait for anyone to come. But Leng Yan discovered 4 cameras on the wall, which made Leng Yan feel that she was being watched. Just like when the people from the Alpha Research Group secretly monitored Shibu Kathy. 6 years ago, Kathy Sure accidentally broke into the base, and was killed by the Pandora monsters. After that, she was miraculously resurrected. All of this was captured by the surveillance cameras in the base. But the people from the Alpha Research Group did not go to find her immediately. Instead, they secretly monitored her for 4 years. They did not go to find her until 2 years ago, when Kathy Sure turned 18. So now Leng Yan also thought that she was being watched secretly because she inadvertently revealed her powerful fighting ability. Therefore, people hiding in the dark will think that she can also open the door to Pandora just like Kathy Seaview. Therefore, someone should have come down long ago. But they have not come down yet. Instead, they are observing in secret through the camera. In that case, I will knock off these cameras of yours to see how you are still peeping in secret. So when Leng Xiang thought of this, he decisively shot and knocked out all 4 cameras. After the gunshot, John was also startled and asked, "What did you knock out?" Leng Yan motioned for him to look at it and said, "I guess if this camera is not taken down, they will not have anyone come down for a long time." John looked up at the knocked out cameras, then at Leng Yan in front of him, and asked, "Do you suspect they are secretly observing you?" Leng Yan nodded in agreement and asked again, "Brother John, I want to know how you angered Kathy at that time." John said, "Yan, do you suspect that I caused Kathy's mutation?" "But you also said," Leng Yan said, "she did undergo a mutation during the conversation with you 2 years ago." "I didn't want that," John said, "and I didn't expect that. I'm not saying whether what you did is right or wrong," Leng Yan said. "I just want to know if Kathy Sure mutated because she was too emotional." "I don't know that," John said. "What do you mean?" "Yes, I'm wondering, will I also undergo a mutation due to excessive mood swings?" "You mean?" John said in surprise. "You will also become a monster like Kathy?" "I don't know," Leng Yan said. She was just about to continue talking when she saw someone coming. But it was the so-called person sent from above. John whispered, "Yan, you can have such thoughts, but you must not talk nonsense to prevent them from taking advantage of you." Leng Yan nodded. She understood what John meant. She couldn't let those people study her like they studied Kathy. And she could become a monster like Kathy. But he said that a large group of people came to the laboratory, including researchers, agents, and soldiers. The rebels were escorted away by the soldiers, and everyone else began to clean up. One of the people who looked like a leader came over and said, "This little girl is pretty good." Leng Yan glanced at him, looking arrogant, and said, Stop pretending to me. Don't you still know my name? Don't you know who I am? The little boss was embarrassed by what she said and didn't know what to say. Lun Yen continued. Didn't you come to me just to convince Kathy Say to open the wormhole? But now Kathy Say has opened the wormhole and gone there. And I'm of no use anymore. So I can leave. After saying that, he acted like he was leaving on purpose. The little boss stopped and said, I would like to introduce myself. Miss Lung. My name is Smith. And I am the new person in charge of the Alpha research project sent by above. Bacchus led his men to kill almost everyone in the research base. So the agency in charge of the base had no choice but to send people to take over. Lun Yen asked, Does this matter to me? It's like this, Smith said. The project is in trouble, and your joining will be of great help to us. Lun Yen asked, You don't think that because I am Kathy's twin sister, you think that I will become the monster you want like her? But it is a pity that I will let you down. I was not monsters bid me. I'm not the monster you want. Smith sneered. Is that so? You'll know just by checking. Inspection? Lun Yen also sneered. Why should I be inspected by you? This is also for human consideration, Smith said. Munstai is too harmful. It can parasitize the human body. The harmfulness of Muncie after parasitism will be even greater. If you don't check it, how can I do it? Do you know if you are a parasitized monster? But if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Lun Yen was so confident in her abilities now that she suddenly pulled out her pistol. She pulled out 2 pistols at once, putting one against Smith's temple and the other against his neck. The speed was so fast that no one could react. None of the soldiers brought by Smith saw how quickly she subdued Smith. Dozens of soldiers raised their guns and pointed at her with a roar. John also looked at her very surprised and at a loss. Smith, who was stopped by her guns, was very calm and unfazed. Lun Yen smiled and said, Do you think you, a dozen soldiers with guns, can do anything to me? In my eyes, they're just a bunch of losers. After that, she let go of Smith and quickly ran towards the nearest soldier. Just as a figure flashed past quickly, the soldier's gun flew away and the man fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, figures flickered, and within a moment, the weapons of more than a dozen soldiers were taken away and scattered on the ground. And these soldiers fell to the ground one by one. Swaying around, Lun Yen stood there, clapped her hands, and said to the dumbfounded Smith, Do you still want to keep me here? Yen. John said. Lun Yen looked back at John, saw the request in his eyes, and asked, Are you going to stay? John nodded and said, I am originally from Alpha, so I can't leave here. Lun Yen said, Okay, I'll stay with you. Smith, I stayed because of John Sake, but I also want to know what you want to check. After Lun Yen showed her absolute strength, Smith became much more honest and no longer arrogant. Seeing that Lun Yen was willing to stay, he immediately said excitedly, It's actually very simple. Just an X-ray and a blood routine. Chapter 354 Alpha Plan 15. Smith led new personnel to the Alpha Research Base, the underground base, and the Portal Core Laboratory. In this incident, Lun Yen discovered that she had extraordinary combat power, and there was no way Alpha's defense ability could prevent her from leaving. But John himself is an Alpha person, so he can't leave. And Lun Yen is reluctant to leave John, so she agrees to stay. Kathy took Bacchus to Pandora, and she didn't know when they would come. So Smith made a strict arrangement for the place and deployed more than 100 armed troops. All these soldiers were wearing chemical protective suits and carrying various weapons. In the laboratory, there were also several Gatling guns set up. Several patrols of soldiers were carrying individual rocket launchers. In addition to these individual heavy weapons, there are also essential tranquilizer guns. Smith said, Once the transmission is started over there, the sensor here will be received 10 minutes in advance, thus reminding us to prepare in advance. Lun Yen asked, Then if we just turn off the equipment here, wouldn't we save so much trouble? Smith said, You don't know how valuable the research here is. Once we master the method of dealing with monsters, we will be able to colonize Pandora in large numbers. Pandora, that is equivalent to the second Earth. Do you think this is of great significance to mankind? Lun Yen sighed and said, Okay, it's best not to cause any disaster. The medical equipment in the experimental base is very complete. There is a medical laboratory not far from the Portal Core Laboratory. Lun Yen followed the staff to the medical laboratory for a physical examination. It included X-rays and ultrasound examinations. as well as some routine physical examinations such as blood tests. Since John came down early and came into contact with monsters, he also underwent the physical examination along with him. The results came out quickly. It turned out that Leng Yan's body was very normal, and there was no abnormality at all. John was also very healthy. Since Leng Yan is fine, she can go out. But Smith begged her to stay and deal with Kathy together. Smith has also seen her super fighting power. And since she and Kathy are twin sisters, if she is invited to deal with Kathy, she will have a better chance of winning. Leng Yan originally didn't want to help Smith. Although she had no relationship with Kathy, she was her twin sister after all, and she didn't want to help others deal with her sister. But John won't leave here, and she likes John very much. If she leaves, and Kathy comes back, the people here will definitely not be able to deal with it, and John will be in danger. She doesn't want anything to happen to John. Even if she can't in the future when she was with John, she didn't want anything to happen to him. So Leng Yan could only agree to stay. Although it is an underground research base, it has all the facilities. The people brought by Smith reorganized the underground base, removed the corpses, and thoroughly disinfected it. A large amount of supplies were transported in, and there were dormitories around the laboratory where you could rest. Leng Yan was assigned a single room next to John. If you want to come back from Pandora, you must come through the portal in the core laboratory. There is no need to open it here. As long as it is open there, you can activate the portal here. Therefore, Smith always keeps a close eye on the portal. If there is any situation, the entire base will call the police. The room where Leng Yan and John rested was not far from the laboratory. So once an abnormality was discovered, they could rush to the scene as quickly as possible. I learned from the captured mercenaries that when Bacchus and Kathy passed by together, he left a message saying that they would be coming soon. So they were asked to guard here. Who knew that it had been almost a day since they got there? Didn't come over yet. It's possible that there's something wrong over there that's slowing down their arrival. There's nothing we can do here. Some of the functions of the equipment are damaged and we can't get through. So we can only wait here. If Shibu Kathy was here, she could pass by on her own without relying on some functions of the device. But now Shibu Kathy is not here. She is over there. Smith originally thought that Leng Yan would also have this ability. But she didn't. Medical examination showed that her body was normal, and there was no mutation like Kathy's. People in the Alpha research team had always believed that Kathy's mutation was caused by being bitten and infected by monsters. Although Leng Yan came into contact with monsters, every monster could not enter her body and was killed by her. So monsters could not infect him. After everything was arranged, Leng Yan went to her room to rest. There is only one bed, one table, and some books in the room. One computer cannot access the internet. There are many movies and TV series stored in the computer, which is to solve the embarrassing situation of boredom without internet for the residents. But Leng Yan doesn't like watching movies and TV series. In a wardrobe, staff brought several sets of clean white sterilized clothes according to her body shape. There was a shower room not far from the lounge. Leng Yan found a set of clean clothes and was about to go there to take a shower when John walked in. Leng Yan watched him come in, as if something was wrong, and asked, "Brother John, come here." "Oh, that's it," John said. "Kathy's mutation was caused by an infection after she was bitten by monsters. And you are her twin sister, so you will be very different from her in physique. Big similarity. So, I'm worried that this Smith will find a way to get monsters to bite you. So be careful with him." She smiled coldly. "But those monsters can't get close to me at all. How can they bite me?" John asked back. "What if Smith gives you an anesthetic? Or puts drugs in your diet? He shouldn't do this, right?" Leng Yan asked in surprise. She really didn't expect so much. John said, "What is impossible? As far as I know, this Smith is a very fanatical scientist. For the sake of his so-called science, he can do anything. So you must be careful about him. Just listen, is mine good?" Looking at John's sincere eyes, Leng Yan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll just be careful with him." John sighed and said, "Yan, I don't want you to become the second Kathy." "Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to take a shower too?" "Well, you go first, and I'll be there soon." The shower room was large, separated for men and women, and the water was hot. Leng Yan went over and took a good shower, which relieved her from the fatigue of a long day. After taking a shower, someone informed her to go to the cafeteria to eat. She planned to eat well and have a good sleep soon. "I hope nothing more happens," Chapter 355 Alpha Plan 16. There is actually a large canteen in the underground base of Alpha Research Base. This time Smith came and brought many people, including chefs and other support staff. After Lung Yen took a shower, she came to the cafeteria to eat. There were many people coming to eat. John had already packed her rice and was waiting for her. The chef just changed, and the equipment needs to be familiar, so the food may be a bit crude, John said, looking at Lung Yen sitting opposite. The food was okay, but Lung Yen was very hungry. She ate happily and said while eating, "I'm sorry. I feel like I haven't eaten in a year, so the right side of the picture doesn't look good." "Don't mind," John said with a smile. "It's okay. Just eat, and I'll get you another after you finish. Anyway, there's enough food here, and it's all free. I also know that you can fight, which requires a lot of physical strength, so you can eat better than the average person. It's understandable. Don't worry about it." Lung Yen was embarrassed by what he said, and she couldn't help but slow down her eating speed. John said, "You eat what you have. I don't mind. But there is no but. It does not affect my feelings for you at all." When John said this, he didn't know what words to use to describe it. He looked at Lung Yen looking at him. When he continued, he said anxiously, "Feeling. Doesn't it affect how I feel about you? What means? Could it be that John also liked her in his heart?" Lung Yen thought so in her heart, and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. John also seemed to realize that the word, feeling, was used here, which was very strange, and he couldn't help but stop talking. After a moment of silence, Lung Yen asked, "Is there no news from the portal laboratory?" John shrugged and said, "If there is news, there will be an alarm, or Smith will send someone to inform. Obviously, nothing has happened so far," Lung Yen said. "Then if Kathy Say never comes back, will we keep waiting here? And I'm here to study, and I haven't contacted the school yet. Mr. Miller promised to be my financial guarantor, but I can't contact him now. This place is more than 1,000 meters underground, and there is no mobile phone signal." Lung Yen also tried to call Miller from the landline, but she couldn't reach him either. John said, "If Kathy sure never comes back, we can only try to actively open the portal here, but this will take time to repair, because some parts related to ability transmission have been damaged a lot. Either repair the equipment, or use special power. This special power Kathy has. You? I didn't." Lung Yen replied immediately, "I know you don't." John said, "But Smith thinks you do. So that's what I reminded you about him before. As for your study, I will discuss it with Smith to see if we can give you special care and let our agency apply for a special channel for you." According to John, there was no need for Miller to provide her with education. So Lung Yen said, "But I have no money." "No. Since you apply for a special channel to study, the cost must be paid by the institution." John said, "I will definitely have to discuss this matter with Smith, or the ones mentioned above. If they don't agree, I will work with you." "Leave," Lung Yen hummed. Lung Yen ate the meal for one person in a while, and John went to bring her 2 more meals. Lung Yen saw that he had brought so much rice, and said very embarrassedly, "Brother John, what are you going to do? Feeding pigs?" John smiled and said, "If you can eat, don't restrain yourself. It's very uncomfortable to be hungry. But I don't mind." "You really don't mind?" "I don't mind. Just eat it quickly," John said. "Why do I feel so much that you care so much about my feelings?" Lung Yen said nothing and lowered her head to eat. John said again, "Hurry up and eat. After eating, I will take you around this underground base. You can be regarded as our alpha now, and you need to be more familiar with it." After the 2 of them finished eating, Smith sent someone to find the 2 of them, gave them their name tags, and asked to take Lung Yen to collect Palm and Eye Prince. John went with her to collect Palm Prince and Eye Prince in a special room. According to Smith, Lung Yen could go anywhere in the underground base without permission. Taller than John, just in time to see Smith. John asked, "Can Lung Yen be regarded as our alpha now?" Smith replied, "Of course. We may need her in our experiments." In that case, John said, "Should we pay her a salary? She can't work here for nothing. And as you know, Yen is here to study, but she hasn't contacted the school yet." Smith looked at Lung Yen, patted John on the shoulder and said, "Man, don't worry. I thought of all this a long time ago. And before we came down to take over here, I already thought about it from above, and got a reply. Allow Miss Lung to naturalize." "Naturalization?" Lung Yen immediately interrupted him. I have a motherland, and I will not give up my nationality. So I will not naturalize. Smith smiled and said, It doesn't matter if you don't want to be naturalized. The agency will contact people from the Immigration Bureau to get your green card as soon as possible. By then, you will have permanent residency in our country. Furthermore, I have also contacted you to study at the nearest Ivy League university. The tuition fees are all funded by the institution. Note that the tuition fees are separate from your salary. In other words, if you go to study, you can continue to work there. Understand? Lung Yen nodded and said, I understand. It means to study during the day and work in the underground base at night. Is that what you mean? Smith said, Well, that's understandable. But judging from the current situation, you may have to stay in the underground base for a long time. How long will it take? Lung Yen said, I still want to study now. It's so cold. Smith said, You said you were going to study now. And that thing Kathy comes over and brings a lot of monsters with her. What should we do? But, Lung Yen said, Wouldn't you be alive without me? This sentence made Smith choke and didn't know how to answer. Lung Yen smiled again and said, Okay, I understand. If I am here, you will work more smoothly. Okay, then I will follow your arrangements. This can be regarded as a contribution to mankind. Yes, isn't it? Smith said, Yes, Lung, if you can understand this, that's great. Lung Yen sighed and said, I know I have super abilities now, but I'm still worried that I won't be able to cope with Kathy. Hey, I haven't seen her in 6 years, and I don't know how she is doing now. Chapter 356 Alpha Plan 17. Lung Yen came here to study. As a result, before she finished her studies, she got a job first. Although she had no academic qualifications, she was a researcher at the Alpha Research Base, the most top-secret research institution in the world. While talking to Smith, they suddenly heard the sound of an alarm. The three people looked at each other and quickly ran towards the core laboratory, pulling out their guns as they ran. Lung Yen is now very familiar with the use of firearms, especially pistols. Her marksmanship is also very good. No one in the entire base can match her. In battle, she basically kills her head with one shot. What's even more exaggerated is that she can reload in the air. Who can do that? Of course no one can do it. While running, soldiers could be seen running toward the laboratory with automatic rifles. After a while, they arrived in the laboratory, and a large number of soldiers had arrived, each holding a gun and looking at the portal eagerly. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Smith asked loudly, What's going on? Dr. Jones, who was in charge of the teleportation experiment, came over and said, We found energy field disturbances, and we predict that teleportation may have been started over there. The portal was vibrating slightly, and the equipment nearby also buzzed with electricity. Smith asked, How long will it take for the portal to be opened? Jones said, It's unclear at the moment. It will take 10 minutes at the fastest, but it may not be able to be opened. It can't be opened? Smith asked. What do you mean? Jones replied, It depends on the energy input over there. If there is insufficient energy, they will extend the opening time, or they will not be able to open it at all. Smith looked around and saw everyone watching the portal nervously. In addition to the soldiers' ordinary rifles, Gatling, and individual rocket launchers, there were even 2 soldiers holding flamethrowers. Device. Everything is done to prevent unexpected events. This shows how terrifying Kathy is. Lung Yen held the 2 guns in her hands, pacing back and forth, occasionally looking up at the portal, and playing with the 2 guns in her hands from time to time. She looked very calm on the surface, but actually she was panicking inside. Even if she walked around nonchalantly, she was never too far away from John. If a mutation occurs, her first thought is to protect John and herself, and then how to deal with the enemy. To be honest, she didn't have the slightest idea of the unknown enemy. Although Kathy Cebu is her biological sister, she can't guarantee that Kathy Cebu will not attack her. Even though Kathy is her biological sister, if she dares to hurt John even a hair, she will not let her go. Even if she can't hack her, she will still fight her. However, I could only see the portal vibrating continuously, but could not see it opening. It vibrated for about 10 minutes, and then slowly subsided. Seeing that the portal could not be opened today, Smith couldn't help walking back and forth angrily, opening it and yelling, Fake! 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 Hey! Lao Shi, Lung Yen said to him. You are the leader of Alpha. If you are so irritable, you can calm everyone's hearts. Smith grabbed his hair and said, "For this monster, I'm sorry. Lung, I know she is your sister. But because of her, many of us really died. I understand how you feel now. But it's useless to be anxious," Lung Yin said. "So my idea is whether we can activate the portal here and we can take the initiative to go there. I'd like to do that too. But some of the equipment is damaged and needs to be repaired." Smith sighed. "Then just fix it. It's easy for you to say," Smith said. "I've been repairing it for 2 years, and it still hasn't been fixed." "Ah, I understand," Lung Yin said. "Cathy Say was mutated 2 years ago, which means that your transmission equipment was damaged 2 years ago. You want to ask Cathy Say to help you. Who knows? You just pissed off Cathy." "It turns out that you have planned against Cathy Seaview for a long time. And you are also thinking of using the same method to anger me today. Right? But let me tell you, it's useless for you to activate me. I haven't had any adventures like Cathy's." Smith looked at her and said, "To be honest, we have had such an idea. But after thinking about it carefully, this idea is unrealistic." Back then, Cathy was bitten by monsters and was torn into pieces. Then she became infected and had the chance to mutate. Now that the portal is closed, it is impossible for you to be bitten without monsters coming. And with your ability, those monsters cannot bite you at all. Even the few monsters that have come over have been killed by you. So it is impossible for you to be bitten now. So, you don't have to worry about us doing experiments on you. You can just rest assured and work here." Lung Yin looked back at John. According to what Smith said, John's worries just now were unnecessary. Smith added, "This critical equipment has been repaired for 2 years and has not been repaired. Whether it can be repaired in the future is unknown." "Is there no blueprint?" Lung Yin said. "Just follow the blueprint and fix it." Smith shook his head and said, "The technology here is not from the Earth people in the first place. It is all alien technology that we have not mastered. Where can we find the blueprints? It was all built based on speculation." Lung Yin then remembered that John had also said that part of the technology here was discovered on the alien flying saucer that crashed in the 1940s of the last century. It was originally incomplete and was many years ahead of the Earth. Therefore, this research institution named Alpha, after several generations and more than 70 years of research, still cannot fully understand the technology of UFO Mountain. I only know that it is possible to open the door to Pandora. And it has been successful once. The only time it succeeded was 6 years ago, when Cathy was 14 years old and broke in by mistake. The only time the portal was opened. So many people died. The incident was indeed calmed down and concealed at the time. But 4 years later, after secretly observing Cathy Shibu for 4 years, the people at the Alpha research base still found her and angered her. She mutated and killed many people. This was the second mass casualty incident at Alpha base. As for the third time, it was yesterday. A group of rebels led by Bacchus broke into the base and killed many people. They rescued Cathy Sher from the closed room and used Cathy Sher's strange ability to open the door to Pandora's portal. When the portal was opened, several monsters were also released. So in general, either wait for the equipment to be repaired, or hope for a miracle to happen to Ling Yan. This miracle depends on whether she can open the portal. Chapter 357 Alpha Plan 18. The Alpha Underground Research Base, which is more than 1,000 meters deep, does not see the sky, and there is no distinction between day and night. Day and night can only be calculated by looking at the time. So at around 8 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yan went back to her room to rest. Lying in bed but unable to fall asleep. "I thought about my experiences these days, and the past 6 years. The reason why I only thought about the last 6 years was because the incident of falling into the river 6 years ago was the starting point. So at this time, she was even more suspicious of the electric ray that she saw passing by in the water at the moment she fell into the river. For this reason, she also checked the information on the internet and found that there was no such big electric ray in the world. And electric rays only appeared in the deep sea and could not come into the inland rivers. So she once doubted whether this big electric ray might not be a creature on Earth at all. Where would that come from? Alien planet? But such speculation seems too incredible. But no matter what, she felt that there was definitely something wrong with the big electric ray she saw that time. While I was lying on the bed thinking about it, I felt that there was always someone at the door. I listened carefully. It didn't look like someone was peeping, but more like someone wanted to come in, but was hesitant to come in. This person probably hesitated back and forth at the door for more than 10 minutes. Lung Yen couldn't help but smile to herself. Then she got up and came to the door, holding the handle in her hands, wondering if she should open the door. She had roughly guessed who was at the door. After thinking for a while, she opened the door. Sure enough, it was John standing at the door. John looked at her slightly surprised, while Leng Yan asked with a smile, "How long have you been standing here? Brother John? Do you want to come in?" Okay, come in." Leng Yan opened the door. John hesitated for a moment, but came in. Leng Yan closed the door behind him. "Beautiful." "Don't say anything," Leng Yan said, grabbing his collar and dragging him back. "Beautiful." Leng Yan didn't allow him to say anything more and pushed him away. In the underground base, there was no other sound except the humming low sound of electricity. It was very quiet. There was no movement at the teleportation gate. It was quiet all night. Leng Yan had a very comfortable sleep. When she woke up, it was 6:30 in the morning. When she opened her eyes, she saw John next to her hugging her and looking at her with his eyes open. This made her very embarrassed. And she was also surprised by her excited behavior last night, because he has always been a very shy girl. But why did he have such strong thoughts about that last night? And he seemed to have lost control and took the initiative. Looking at Leng Yan's shy look, John said, "Yan, I like you." Leng Yan then raised her head to look at him, feeling that she was very happy at this moment. 6 years ago, when Leng Yan was only 14 years old, she fell in love with John after she met him and saved her. She never expected that 6 years later, she would meet him again and fall in love with him. This was beyond her imagination. It felt like a miracle. Generally, those who came to study did not finish the book, but found a job. As the saying goes, take care of yourself when you come. After comprehensive consideration, it was under such circumstances that Leng Yan settled down in the Alpha Underground Research Base. The portal in the portal laboratory would occasionally vibrate, but it was never opened. So Kathy and Bacchus from the past never came. After comprehensive consideration and Leng Yan's suggestion, the research base installed multiple explosives in the laboratory. Once an abnormal situation occurs and cannot be controlled, the explosives will be activated to blow up the entire laboratory and simultaneously blow up Kathy Shibu, who comes through the portal. Since say Kathy couldn't get through anyway, and the protective measures here were good, Leng Yan once again proposed to leave here. After considering everything, Smith agreed to her request and let her study. We had already contacted the school in advance. It is one of the Ivy League universities. After staying underground for 3 days, accompanied by John, Leng Yan finally came to the surface. Alpha Research Base is divided into 2 parts, the ground and the underground. After arriving on the ground, I saw that the ground part had returned to its usual order. The first thing Leng Yan did after she came to the ground was to call Mother Xiang in the orphanage. Although Lao Xiang was not her biological mother, she was closer than her biological mother and could be regarded as the only person she had in the world of relatives. Although Leng Li is her twin sister, they have been separated since they were 5 years old and experienced the controversy of donating bone marrow. So there is no affection between her sisters. It is now 10 o'clock in the morning, due to the 13-hour time difference. It is already 11 o'clock in the evening in China. But as soon as Leng Li's phone number was dialed, Lao Xiang answered the call immediately. As soon as the phone call came through, Lao Xiang was crying and said, "Get her! What's wrong with your child? You haven't called me for 3 days. You are anxious to kill me. I'm fine, Mama Xiang." Leng Yan tried her best to comfort her, and said, "It's like this. Something happened to Leng Li." "What happened to Leng Li? What happened to her?" Lao Xiang asked. John next to him made a shushing gesture, indicating that the matter needed to be kept confidential. Leng Yan said, "Leng Li got a strange disease and was isolated. Since she and I are twin sisters with very similar genes, she was invited by the hospital to assist in the treatment. This is why I haven't had time these days. Reason for calling you. Well, how is Leng Li doing now?" Lao Xiang asked. "She is doing well now, and her condition is under control. But it will take some time to be discharged from the hospital," Leng Yan said. In order to keep it confidential, she had no choice but to lie. "In order to take care of her, I delayed my studies. I will go to school now. Go through the admission procedures." Lao Xiang asked again. "How is Miller doing now?" Leng Yan said. "He is fine." After chatting for a few more common things, Lao Xiang warned, "Get her! It's your first time out of the house, and you're still so far away. You need to call me often to make me feel at ease. Okay?" "Yes, Mother Xiang." I will let you rest assured. You don't have to worry about me. By the way, do you still remember the brother John who saved me 6 years ago? What? You saw him? Yeah. I'm with him now. He takes me to school now. He's really nice. Okay. I'm going to get in the car. I won't tell you anymore. Mom's yawning. I'll call you in the evening. For you. After hanging up the phone, the two of them left the house at the entrance of the underground base. John went to drive, and Leng Yen stood at the door waiting for him. He now has a badge and can be considered an employee of the base, so no one who passed by asked her. After a while, John drove the car over and took her out of the base. Before leaving, she needed to register at the entrance of the base, and then drove out of the base and onto the highway to the nearest university. Chapter 358 Insects Descend from the Sky. John Chen drove the car, carrying Leng Yen, on the highway and headed for the city. John is of mixed Chinese and American descent. His mother's surname is Chen, so he also has a Chinese name. He takes his mother's surname and is called John Chen. But Leng Yen was sitting in the passenger seat, looking at John driving, and couldn't help but feel extremely love in her heart, and reached out to stroke his hair. And John looked back at her with love. There were not many vehicles on the road. The road was very spacious. The sun was shining, and it was a very warm morning. Leng Li was completely wandering in happiness. Suddenly, Leng Yen suddenly covered her head and screamed, feeling a splitting headache. John was surprised and asked what was going on, and he was about to slow down and stop. It's okay. It's okay. Leng Yen waved her hands quickly. The pain was only momentary, and would be gone in a moment. John looked back at her and saw her expression was miserable, and asked, Why don't you go back and check it out? The medical conditions at the base are still very good. No. 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 Leng Yen waved her hand again and said, I just heard someone talking to me. Did you hear it? John shook his head blankly. What the hell? Leng Yen asked, as if talking to herself. What did you hear? John asked. A person is talking, Leng Yen said. A woman's voice speaks neither Chinese nor English, but I can understand it. What language? I don't know, Leng Yen said. I can only speak Chinese and English, but I can't understand the third language. But I can understand what she said. It's not a dialect. It's a separate language. What are you talking about? John asked very curiously. She said her name was Dan's. She said she and I were one, etc. What's wrong? John asked. Leng Yen no longer felt a headache, but she could already feel that this woman named Dan's was using a language that she had never heard before, but she could understand it for the first time. Finally, she quickly learned about dance. After she said wait, it only took half a minute to understand everything. Leng Yen sat in the passenger seat with a look of loss. How's it going? Are you feeling better? John asked. John, Leng Yen said. I just learned some truths just now. I don't dare to tell you. I'm afraid that you will leave me after I tell you. What could that be? John asked with a smile. You are so beautiful and cute. How could I leave you? Actually, I am, Leng Yen was about to say, but she felt something was in the sky. So she bent over and looked up at the sky through the front window. Seeing her strange behavior, John bent down and looked up, but couldn't see anything. So he asked, What's wrong with Yen? Pull the car over quickly. There's an airstrike. Air raid? John was also shocked. This is in Country M. Where did the air raid come from? I told you to stop. Just stop. Leng Yen almost shouted. Seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, John quickly stopped the car. Get out of the car, Leng Yen said, taking a lead and pulling the car door. What? I saw a huge fireball falling from the sky and landing on the road in front, making a loud noise. The shockwave swept over and shattered the car glass. Before John could even get out of the car, he was hit by the shock wave and almost fainted. Leng Yen had already gotten out of the car, flipped over on the roof of the car, came to John's side, and pulled him out of the car. At this time, I saw several strange flying creatures flying over in the sky. Leng Yen knew she couldn't escape, so she supported John. John was knocked unconscious and had a pistol in his waist. Before taking out the pistol, Leng Yu was supporting him with his right hand and his left palm stretched forward. Seeing that those flying monsters were approaching, there were more than a dozen in total, all covered in red. Leng Yen, on the other hand, sneered and waited for their approach. John takes aim. With a bang, a monster fell to the ground. It was not shot down by John's gun, but it hit an invisible wall in front of it and fell. John kept shooting, and the monsters kept hitting this invisible wall, which was actually the shield released by Leng Yan. The bullet can penetrate the shield, but the monster cannot hit it. Although the bullets can hit these flying monsters, they cannot hurt them at all. After the monsters hit the shield, they fluttered and flew up again, preparing to circle around and continue to attack. Leng Yan stretched out her hand to release the shield. Her body trembled slightly, and she showed a painful expression. John finished shooting a bunch of bullets in a while. He looked at Leng Yan beside him. He looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. He asked with concern, "How are you, Yan?" "I'm fine," Leng Yan said very calmly. "Just stay with me. Don't go too far." And at this moment, several of the flying monsters behind suddenly emitted blue light beams towards them. The light beams were seen shining on the shield, causing ripples and making a sizzling energy impact sound. Followed by the heat wave is also coming. Leng Yan was trembling all over, and it was obvious that she couldn't hold on anymore. So she couldn't help but curse. "Beachy, come on!" John understood that a stalemate like this was not going to happen. So he said, "Yan, let's withdraw." "Withdraw? Where to retreat?" John also knew that he couldn't escape, but he couldn't stay in such a stalemate. Leng Yan didn't answer him, but shouted, "Come on! Why aren't you coming?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a huge object coming from the sky and rushing toward them. It quickly came to them, but it was a very huge red strange bird, as big as at least 50 meters in length. What is the concept of 50 meters? It is equivalent to the length of a passenger plane. There are no such big birds in the world, and even other creatures don't have such big ones. Currently, the longest animal in the world is the blue whale, which is only over 30 meters long. The big red bird in front of me is actually 50 meters long. After this giant bird flew down, it crashed straight into the two of them. John was so frightened that he wanted to retreat, but Leng Yan comforted him. "Don't be afraid. We are friendly forces." Friendly forces? Such a huge strange bird. Leng Yan actually said it was an ally. But before John could realize why it was a friendly force, the huge friendly strange bird had already rolled to the ground. A huge wing flapped over, and John screamed. The two of them were rolled up by the huge wings, thrown into the air, and landed behind the strange bird. "Lie down. Grab its feathers. Don't fall," Leng Yan said. And at the same time, she saw a dozen tentacles extending from the neck of the strange bird, two of which were held by Leng Yan in her hand, and several of the tentacles bound the two of them to prevent them from falling. Leng Yan just stood on the back of this strange bird, pulling on the tentacles of the strange bird and controlling it to fly. John was completely frightened. In addition to being bound by the tentacles, he also clung to the strange bird tightly, feathers resting on the bird's back. Chapter 359 Anata Zerg. The cold and charming driver of the strange bird, with a single flip, knocked these much smaller flying monsters that suddenly came from the air and rolled them all over the ground. And the strange bird chirped and sprayed out a blue beam of light from its mouth, illuminating these monsters. And these monsters were destroyed from time to time under the blue light. It only took a moment to get rid of all these unknown monsters. John, who was still lying on the back of the bird, was stunned and wanted to do something. Leng Yan said, "Brother John, call the base. Let's go back now." As he spoke, the red strange bird also landed, and due to its huge body, it occupied the entire road. "What's wrong?" John asked. "Tell Smith. Get ready to teleport. I'm going to kill Kathy Seabu." After saying that, the two of them slid off the bird's back together. John was confused for a while, and Leng Yan said again, "Let's talk about it first when we get in the car." The car was still parked on the side of the road, but the glass was all broken. The two got in the car, and John also dialed Smith's phone. Not knowing what to say, Leng Yan took his call and planned to speak for herself. Before he could say anything, the strange bird had already stretched out more than a dozen tentacles, rolled up the car, and in John's panic rolled it onto the bird's back and fixed it with its tentacles. But Leng Yan was calm throughout the whole process and said to the phone, "Lao Shi, let's go back now. I have a way to open the portal now, and I plan to go there in person, and we will fly back on a very big bird in a while, so that your people don't panic and don't attack us." After that, he hung up the phone without waiting for the other party's reply, and while she was making the call, the giant bird had already carried them, and flew up together with the car, towards the base, and flew away in broad daylight. in full view of everyone. The huge bird flying in the sky also attracted the attention of the military. And several helicopters followed. John pointed at the helicopters that were following and said, "What should we do? We seem to be in trouble again." Lung Yin said very calmly, "Don't worry, Brother John. My little bird won't attack them." "Little bird?" John said in surprise. "I'm afraid they will attack us." Lung Yin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked back at John. At this moment, the car was already fixed on the back of the bird, so there was no need for him to drive. Lung Yin said, "First, let's put 2 people on the back of the bird. They don't know the specific situation yet, so they won't fire rashly. Secondly, Smith should have done a good job in relevant communication. If he fails to do so, then he should stop messing around. So based on these 2 points, Brother John, you don't have to worry about being attacked. Besides, they can't beat my birdie." After a while, the little bird flew back to the base carrying the 2 of them. Smith and his people had been waiting for them for a long time. Several helicopters that followed also circled twice and then flew away. The car with the 2 people in it was released by the bird, and Smith walked over cautiously with a few people. The 2 also got out of the car and saw several people surrounding them, all holding guns and staring at the giant bird. Lung Yin waved her hand and said, "Don't panic. Put down your guns. My little birds won't eat people." Smith looked at this huge little bird and had to raise his head to see it. He asked in surprise, "Where did it come from? The portal is not open." This giant bird stood in the open space of the base. The melon seeds alone were taller than a human being. Lung Yin came to the bird's belly, patted its huge paws and said, "It's not monsters. Of course it's not from Pandora. It's a space creature that can fly in space, and its speed can reach 0.02 times the speed of light. 0.02 times the speed of light. That is 6,000 kilometers per second, or 21 million kilometers per hour. For today's humans, this speed can be described as unreachable." So Smith looked extremely surprised. In addition to surprise, he could also see a hint of greed. Lung Yin saw it, stepped back, and said to the big bird, "Good little bird. You can go now." The big bird was very obedient, and as expected, it flapped its wings and was ready to fly away. Smith quickly shouted, "No! Don't let it fly away! Lung! Don't let it fly away!" Lung Yin clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Why? Can you control such a big guy? It's very dangerous to keep him, so it's better to let him go." "But you," Smith said anxiously, "but you can. Such a powerful creature. The country needs it." The big bird had already fluttered its wings and flew up. With a long cry, it soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. When it takes off, you can see many tail flame nozzles on the tail feathers, ejecting blue flames, pushing the bird into the air. The feathers on the bird's body, like its body, are also resistant to high temperatures. Seeing Lung Yin letting this little bird go like this, Smith couldn't help but sigh. "I'm sorry, old Sher," Lung Yin said with a smile. "It doesn't belong to the earth, so don't force it. But I have a way to open the portal for you now. Do you still need it?" "Yes, of course," Smith said without hesitation. Talking as we walked, Lung Yin took the lead, followed closely by Smith, John, and everyone else. Lung Yin said, "I can open the portal. In fact, its real name should be a wormhole, not a portal. I don't have enough energy and need 24 hours to accumulate energy. When the energy is full, I will go to Pandora myself. Kill her with your own hands." She wanted to say Kathy's name, or Lungli, but she held back because Lungli was her biological sister. The reason why she has so much hatred for Lungli now is because, listen to Lung Yin say, "This Beachy actually wants to kill John." John was stunned and asked, "She wants to kill me, but she is in Pandora now. Pandora is 4.5 light years away. How can she kill me?" Lung Yin glanced at him and said, "You don't know much about the Anata Zerg. Its strength is beyond the imagination of people on Earth." "Anata Zerg?" Smith and John asked at the same time. "It's a long story," Lung Yin said. "Let's go to the laboratory now, and I'll tell you slowly later. In short, Lao Sher, I will be there in 24 hours at the latest." Smith said, "I will send a commando team to follow you there." Seeing that she was about to reach the mine cart, Lung Yin suddenly stopped and said, "Old Sher, you don't know how powerful the Ananda Zerg are. With Kathy's power alone, you can destroy the entire Earth. You send an assault? Are you going to join the team? Doesn't that mean you're going to die? Smith said without thinking. We must have a commando team with us. Lun Yen no longer argued with him, but said, That's up to you. Chapter 360 Parasitism. Everyone came to the underground base of Alpha Research Base, the portal laboratory. Smith ordered his men to prepare a commando team, and a fully armed commando team must be prepared within 24 hours. In the portal laboratory, Lun Yen found a place and worked with everyone. In addition to Smith and John, Dr. Jones listened to her. You call them monsters from Pandora monsters. But the creature that Kathy was infected is not monsters, but another creature. This creature is the Anata Zerg I just mentioned. When Lun Yen said the word Anata Zerg, everyone was surprised because they had never heard of this word before. And it was still the so-called Zerg. In order to let everyone understand the concept of Zerg, Lun Yen began to explain. The Zerg is not an insect in the sense of our Earth, but a cosmic creature that can evolve into a civilization. The Anata Zerg is one of the mini Zerg. John asked. Do you think it's the kind of Zerg in Star Interstellar? What is it? Lun Yen asked. John explained. It is a real-time strategy game in which three major species, humans, gods and bugs, fight for space resources, and bugs are one of them. The battle between humans and gods relies on technology, while bugs rely on their own evolution, Lun Yen said. That's similar to the Zerg in the game you mentioned. Maybe the Zerg I'm talking about will be more complicated, because the Anata Zerg can carry out interstellar navigation at a maximum speed of 0.02 times the speed of light. This speed is very important to us. For humans, it is out of reach. Seeing everyone looking at her, Lun Yen started to speak formally. Now that we know the Zerg and Anata Zerg, let's talk about the two old enemies in the Anata Zerg, Queen Dens and Queen Omai. Dens and Omai Yao are both leaders of the Anata Zerg tribe. They have their own groups of Zerg, but they have been fighting for resources for thousands of years. The war has spread from their home base of the Zerg star to the solar system. Are you surprised that they have hit the solar system? But the Earth does not know anything about it. In fact, as early as 20 years ago, Dance and Omai Yao had already reached the orbit of the Nemesis star. Wait a minute. Lung, Smith interrupted her. About the Nemesis star. It has long been proven that it does not exist. Lun Yen shook her head and said, It does exist. It is a brown dwarf star with a mass of only 2% of the sun, so it is difficult to find. Several people also said, oh, to express their understanding. And then Lun Yen continued, Dens and Omai Yao, the two queens of the Anata Zerg, are both approaching the end of their lives, but they are still in a difficult battle. They both want to eliminate the other, but they are unable to kill the other. After experiencing a tragic war, the two Zerg queens were seriously injured, and all the Zerg swarms they led were killed and injured. The two of them fell into the Earth's atmosphere together. If you want to continue to survive, you must find a suitable host and parasitize it. Having said this, Lun Yen smiled and said, You may have guessed it. Yes, you all guessed it right. The Omai demon is parasitic on Kathy Sure, and Danzi is parasitic on me. Don't be afraid. Although I have parasitized Dans, neither Dans nor I will pose a threat to humans. I can assure you that I will never harm humans. After stabilizing everyone's mood, Lun Yen added, Parasitism is not arbitrary. There are strict conditions. First of all, the host must be a girl. Secondly, it needs to have a high IQ. And thirdly, and most importantly, the host must be a girl. The body must be weak, which means she has basically no resistance. Only when these three conditions coexist can parasitism be successful. After successful parasitism, there will be a long incubation period. During the incubation period, the host will not know the truth. This is why I have not known anything about it for 6 years. And I just learned that I was parasitized by Dans. After parasitism, the parasite and the host will coexist. Use the host's body together. Share the memories of both. Inherit all the Zerg abilities of the parasite. And the parasite will slowly die in the host's body. The host is not controlled by the parasite and has the parasite's abilities and memories until the end of its life. The host will have a lifespan of at least 10,000 years. After the host inherits all the insect abilities of the parasite, it can establish its own insect colony. The Zerg survive in this way. After the parasite is successful, the host will be called the Bloodblade Queen. Seeing the dumbfounded looks of the three people, Lun Yen paused for a moment and then continued. Let me first talk about how I was parasitized. For me, this kind of parasitism can be described as rebirth. Because without Dan's parasitism, I would not be alive today. 6 years ago, when I was 14 years old, I was diagnosed with leukemia. This is true. And it was at an advanced stage, and I didn't have much time to live. Despaired, I escaped from the hospital and prepared to find a secluded place to end my life. However, the bus I was riding fell into the river. It was such a coincidence that I met Dan, who was also weak. It turns out that the so-called big electric ray in the river is indeed Dan's. At that moment, I was parasitized by Dan's. Dan's body is very huge. But the parasite does not mean that the whole body enters the host's body, but its brainworm. The size of the brainworm is very small. Once the brainworm enters the host's body, her original body, that is, Dan's original body will completely lose its function. It will decompose on its own and disappear invisible. This is the Zerg. The reason why the queen's original body could not be found after she was successfully parasitized. After the parasitism, I didn't know it. And I didn't know it for 6 years. But the biggest miracle happened. That is, my illness was cured for no reason. So I said, without Dan's parasitism, I would not be alive until now. It was not until the end, just sitting in John's car on the way to school, that Dan's memory was activated. Having said this, John asked, you said you were parasitized in this way, or reborn. What about Kathy? You can see in the Bay surveillance video that she was torn to pieces by monsters. She didn't survive at all. No. How can we be parasitized again? Moreover, no other living beings except monsters were found in the surveillance. I'm not sure about this, Lung Yen said. It's also possible that the Oh My Demon had sneaked into the base very early, while Kathy was being torn apart by monsters. She was secretly observation. Wait until Shibu Kathy is on the verge of death, and has no immunity at all before parasitizing. Of course, this is just my guess. Chapter 361 Pandora 1. Lung Yen told what she knew about the situation of the Zerg. The reason why I changed my mind and came back, Lung Yen said, is because I felt the malice of Skysi. Although she is in Pandora, she can command the soldiers here to attack John. John asked, were those flying monsters we met on the road commanded by Kathy Sure in Pandora? But how did she do it so far away? Lung Yen said, quantum communication. An instant communication technology that can be constrained across domain distances has been mastered by Kathy Sure. Therefore, it can remotely command the insect swarms left in the solar system. These soldiers are left over from the last Nemesis battle, and they are not many in number. There are those from the Oh My Demon camp, and those from the Dance camp. Kathy Sure can remotely control Pandora, which is 4.5 light years away. And I am here on Earth, so I can naturally command it. Of course, the premise is that she can only command the Oh My Demon soldiers, and I can only command them. Now able to command Dan's soldiers. It's just that the soldier bugs she can control are only a few ordinary small soldier bugs. But the soldier bugs I can control. There happens to be a high-level soldier bug in the solar system. Brother John, Kathy has a very deep hatred for you. She wants to kill you even from 4 o'clock and a few light years away. John sighed and said, it was because I told her the truth that she accidentally killed her adoptive mother, Mrs. Miller, in panic. But can you blame me? I don't want to do this either. Do you think I am? Isn't it very unfair? Lung Yen also sighed and said, she was awakened in advance by you at the moment of her awakening, which made her unable to accept it. In her extreme anger, she accidentally killed so many people, including her adoptive mother Mrs. Miller, and her adoptive father, Mr. Miller, can't accept a daughter like her. So she got drunk with you. Yes. But Yen, can you blame me for this? Lung Yen smiled and shook her head and said, I don't know, but I don't allow her to hurt you. Not even a little bit. So I have to go and deal with her myself. But she is your biological sister. I don't have a deep relationship with her. And she wants to harm you now. You will be safe only if you deal with her. I can hide myself. No, Brother John, Lung Yen said. Even if Kathy can't kill you, she will still pose a serious threat to the Earth. Then can the parasite be stripped out of her body? John asked. Lung Yen shook her head and said, the parasite and the host have become one and cannot be separated. For your safety and the safety of mankind, I must go over and end it with her. Then I'll go with you. No, John. It will be very dangerous. John said, I have a certain responsibility for Kathy becoming what she is today. So with the company of light bugs, the safety factor will be greater. John said again, so Yen, you still take me there? It's really dangerous. Brother John! Leng Yin was still reluctant. But John begged and insisted on going. So Leng Yin had no choice but to agree to take him. Leng Yin then said to Smith, "The environment of Pandora is very complex. The oxygen content in the air is slightly higher than that of the Earth. It also contains trace amounts of chlorine and methane. The atmospheric pressure is 1.1 times that of the Earth. And its gravity is also very strange. Some places on Pandora's surface have a gravity similar to that of the Earth. Some places have very low gravity. And some places even have negative gravity." Negative value? Smith and John both asked curiously. "If gravity is negative," Smith said, "wouldn't objects on the surface of the planet be thrown into space?" Leng Yin shook her head and said no. "Did you write it? I'll draw it for you to see." Leng Yin borrowed a pen and started drawing. Saying as she was drawing, Nam-min Air, which is what you call Alpha Centauri, is known to be a triple star system, which means it has 3 stars. Among them, Nam-min A, which is Alpha A, has a giant gas planet, Polyphemus, as far as I know. Our Alpha research group should have information on this. John said, "Yes, Polyphemus and Pandora are both named by our Alpha Research Institute. But we still know very little about Pandora, even its planet Polyphemus, and the Alpha star. So far, we only know about the 3 stars Alpha. Polyphemus is the planet of star A. Pandora is the satellite of Polyphemus. And there is a terrifying monsters on Pandora. Also, we sent a scientific research team there 6 years ago. But as you know, the portal broke down and they never came back. As for other information about Pandora, we no longer know." "Okay then," Leng Yin said. "I'll just tell you what we know. Queen Dan's left a quantum creature in Pandora. So I know the general situation there. And this quantum creature is more than 400 years old. It is obviously very old. So it cannot learn more about Pandora. Polyphemus is a giant gas planet from Alpha A, twice the size of Jupiter. It has 14 natural satellites. And Pandora is one of them." Chapter 362 Pandora 2. Let people know through cool descriptions. There is a triple star combination about 4.24 light years away from the solar system, which is the famous Alpha Centauri, or Alpha, or Nam-min, because it is the Alpha research base. The name is uniformly Alpha Star. Alpha Star is a triple star combination, which means that it is composed of 3 stars, namely stars A, B and C. Among them, star A is a yellow dwarf star, and star B is an orange dwarf star. Star A and star B orbit a common mass point, forming an AB binary star system. Star C is a red dwarf star with a mass of only 0.12 times that of the Sun. It is on the periphery of the binary star system composed of star A and star B and becomes their companion star, thus forming an ABC triple star system. Star C is also called Proxima Centauri. Polyphemus, a giant gas planet with a mass more than twice that of Jupiter, is a planet of star A. This planet has a total of 14 natural satellites, the largest of which is called Pandora, which is the planet that Alpha Research Base wants to study, is also the planet that can be connected to the teleportation gate in Alpha Underground Base. Although Pandora is only a natural satellite, its size and mass are not small. The diameter is 11,400 kilometers, which is 0.9 times that of the Earth. The mass is 0.72 times that of Earth. The density of the atmosphere is 1.2 times that of the Earth. And the average atmospheric pressure of landmarks is 1.1 times. The reason why the word average is used when talking about landmark air pressure is because the air pressure on the surface of Pandora is not the same and varies from place to place. Likewise, gravity varies, but the average gravity at the surface is 0.8 times. The reason why the surface pressure and gravity are different is because of the location of Pandora. On this planet, there is not only the gravity from the planet itself, but also the gravity from 3 stars, and the gravity from the large planet Polyphemus, and the gravitational pull of the other 13 brother satellites. Therefore, Pandora's gravity is extremely unstable, with strong gravity in some places and low gravity in other places. And because of such a complex gravitational system, huge rocks are floating in the air in many places. Especially huge rocks form hanging peaks. The hanging peak is like a mountain peak floating in the air. Smaller rocks cannot make up the huge scale of the hanging peak, so they become pumice. Note, the author's other famous work, Galaxy Spokesperson, also has a corresponding introduction. If you are interested, you can read it. Viewing address, QQ reading search. Therefore, Pandora is a magical world. A world completely different from the Earth. Mountains and boulders can float in the sky. This is absolutely impossible on Earth. This is a scene that can only be seen in fantasy novels. Exists in Pandora, the real world. The reason why Lun Yen knew this was because there was a quantum creature named Dance in Pandora. The so-called quantum creature was actually a vine that had a history of more than 400 years and could establish instant communication with Lun Yen. Instantly transmit the message from Pandora to her. Just because this quantum creature is a plant and cannot move, it cannot transmit dynamic galaxies. Lun Yen also knew a more important piece of information. That is, there is a very precious ore, Scapher, in Pandora. After Scapher is purified, a room temperature superconducting material can be obtained. The appearance of Scapher is black and transparent crystal, so it is also called supercrystal. After the introduction, Lun Yen said, "So colonizing Pandora is not just about expanding the scale of human settlement. Supercrystals can change human beings, enable human aerospace technology to develop by leaps and bounds, and even allow aircraft to reach 0.01 times the speed of light. 0.01 times the speed of light is 1/100th of the speed of light. Even if the speed is only 1% of the speed of light, this is an epic-making feat for mankind. It can reach 0.01 times the speed of light. If there is sufficient fuel, it will only take 600 years to fly to Alpha Star, under ideal conditions. It is 430 years. But acceleration and deceleration, as well as other factors, must be considered. So it will take 600 years. On Earth at the beginning of the 21st century, it would take at least 10,000 years for the fastest aircraft to fly to Alpha Star. This is data under extremely ideal conditions. Of course, now that there are wormholes, there is no need to physically fly. You can just go through the wormhole directly. Lun Yen can provide wormholes." Seeing Smith's excited look, he sneered coldly. "How are you? Are you excited? Tell the president the good news quickly. But if we want to colonize Pandora safely, we need to do two things. This is the first priority. Kathy Cebu, not to cause trouble. To do this, she must either surrender peacefully or let me kill her. The second point is to deal with monsters, a native creature of Pandora. Don't worry about this. I can handle it as long as I'm here." Smith nodded and said, "Yes, Ifling, everything you said is true." "Nonsense. Of course what I said is true," Lun Yen said. "The future is bright, and I will do my best to help mankind enter the new interstellar era. With the superconducting material supercrystal, Scapher, it will not be a dream for humans to enter the interstellar age. Only when it enters the interstellar era can human civilization be regarded as an advanced civilization. Otherwise, it is still a primary civilization. Even if the current technology is so advanced, Smith is busy preparing, including reporting to the president. If all this can be successful, then Smith will make a great contribution. So he will report it in a hurry." Regarding this, Lun Yen said to John, "You see, I have awakened. Now I no longer have to worry about Smith being unfaithful to me." John had reminded Lun Yen to be wary of Smith before, but according to the current situation, for Smith, Lun Yen didn't need to be wary of him at all. With Lun Yen's current strength, Smith couldn't do anything to her. Lun Yen stood up and walked towards the portal. John also stood up and followed her. Lun Yen looked at the portal, then faced John, patted his shoulders with both hands and said, "Brother John, you are the person I love most in this life, except for my mother Xiang." John nodded and said, "Yen, I love you very much too, so I can't allow you to get hurt in the slightest." Lun Yen said, "Otherwise I will hate myself to death. Please don't." John put his index finger on Lun Yen's lips to stop her from talking. "Yen, please stop trying to persuade me. I have to go, and I will convince Kathy." Lun Yen knew that she couldn't convince John, so she said, "If I can't convince her, I will kill her myself regardless of family ties." Lun Yen has Danzi's memory in her body. Danzi hates the Oh My Demon, and the Oh My Demon is parasitic in Kathy's body. So this is one of the reasons why Lun Yen hates Kathy. Chapter 363 Charging. Alpha Research Base, Underground Base, and Portal Laboratory. Knowing that the portal is actually a wormhole, they were renamed Wormhole Laboratory. Smith reported the situation here to his superior agency, quickly obtained the skin, and was dispatched to a chemical defense commando team that would arrive in 10 hours for coordinated operations. In addition to personnel, 2 armored vehicles filled with various equipment and supplies will also pass by. As for how long the wormhole can be open, as long as there is sufficient energy, it can be opened continuously for 24 hours. which means that during these 24 hours, you can shuttle between the Earth and Pandora at will. But if the current so-called portal is defined as a wormhole, then it must be understood that wormholes not only have long-distance instantaneous transmission, but also have two-way transmission. The so-called two-way transmission means that after the wormhole is opened, the Earth can be teleported there, and Pandora can also be teleported at the same time. It's just that it's not the same side when it's transmitted. A wormhole, also known as an Einstein-Rosen bridge, is a narrow passage connecting two different times and spaces in the universe. Previous scientific conjectures believe that wormholes could enable time travel. That is, they could turn back time and return to the past. However, it can now be proven that this is impossible, and what has happened cannot be reversed. This also corresponds to the saying, there is no regret medicine in the world. Wormholes cannot connect time, only space. Connecting 2 points in the universe allows people and materials at these 2 points to be teleported instantly regardless of distance. Since it is a wormhole, and it is teleporting to 2 locations in the universe, there will be a corresponding wormhole at each of these 2 points. Enter through the wormhole here and exit through the corresponding wormhole over there. Because wormholes are bidirectional, the wormhole here can be teleported to the other side, and the wormhole over there can also be teleported here. There are 2 sides of the wormhole at each end, the gravitational side and the repulsive side. To teleport from one wormhole to the other, you need to enter through the gravitational surface of the wormhole and exit from the repulsive surface of the wormhole over there. In the same way, if you want to come over from that side, you have to go in through the gravitational surface over there, and then come out through the repulsive surface of the wormhole over here. Because of this feature, the 2 parties in the two-way transmission cannot interfere with each other. Wormholes require huge energy support. Alpha Base has enough energy support, which is actually electrical support. Opening a wormhole requires a kind of motivation. Alpha Base does not have it, and humans do not have this technology to create it. But Lung Yen has inherited all the Zerg abilities of Dan's. But not long after Lung Yen woke up, her energy was low, and she needed to replenish her energy. The way she replenished her energy was also very simple. That is, charging. There is a ring with a diameter of 2 meters in the middle of the wormhole laboratory, which is called a portal. Without Kathy and Lung Yen, the base has only successfully opened a wormhole once, and the time was very short. Even if it was short, during that time, many Pandora creatures, monsters, were released and destroyed key parts of the equipment. There are 3 electrodes above the portal, which release 3-phase low voltage and high current toward the middle. There is a ground wire below the portal. The wormhole can be opened at the same time as it is discharged, and it can only open the wormhole to Pandora fixedly and cannot point to other places. Now that the core components are damaged, the wormhole cannot be opened even if it is discharged. But in the middle of the night, Lung Yen quietly got up, kissed the sleeping John affectionately on his forehead, got dressed, left the room, and came to the laboratory. When they came to the portal, there was a person on duty. Lung Yen called him over and said, "Can you turn on the electrodes?" The person on duty said with a look of astonishment, "But Miss Lung, the core component is damaged, and even if it is discharged, it cannot open the wormhole." "Did I say I wanted to open the wormhole?" Lung Yen said. "I just wanted to discharge." "But Miss Lung, without approval, I can't make the decision." Seeing his embarrassed look, Lung Yen didn't want to embarrass him, so she picked up the phone and dialed Smith's number. The phone call is an internal one and can only be made internally. Special permission is required to make outside calls. Smith was sleeping soundly, but he was not angry when she woke him up and came over soon. Lung Yen pointed to the electrode above the portal and asked, "What voltage is it?" Smith called the researcher on duty and asked, and the answer was that the voltage of the electrodes could be adjusted from 24V to 110V. Although the voltage is very low, the current is very large, with the lowest being 3000 A. Lung Yen nodded and said, "Okay, let's discharge it." "Discharge?" Smith asked, very confused. "Yes. I also need a lot of energy reserves to activate the wormhole's excitation power. How can I do it if you don't recharge it for me?" "You want to charge it?" Smith asked. "But how do you charge it?" "You don't have to worry about this. Anyway, there is a way," Lung Yen said, calling a female researcher over and said, "Sister, please find me a nightgown as a spare." Everyone looked at Smith, waiting for his decision. Smith said, "Just listen to her." Everyone started to do it. Lung Yen stood in the middle of the portal and said, "After you start, don't listen until I tell you to stop." Well, start with 24V first. Keep it for 10 minutes, and then start increasing it. Okay. Come on. Leng Yan was ready to be electrocuted. The person operating the equipment did not dare to do anything, and looked for Smith's opinion. After receiving approval, he turned on the equipment. I saw the 3 electrodes above my head emitting dazzling arc light and making a sizzling sound. This sizzling sound of electric current was not a small sound, but was close to a roar. It was so deafening that the lights in the laboratory dimmed instantly. Leng Yan stretched out her hand and pointed at the arc, and saw the arc shooting down, wrapping her up, and her body began to levitate. Everyone in the laboratory was stunned. Although the voltage is only 24V, the current is large, more than 3000 amps, which can't kill anyone, but the high temperature generated can melt even steel. At this moment, there is a person wrapped in the arc light. Can everyone not be surprised? After a while, he saw an electric arc light ball under the electrode. Leng Yan had disappeared and was wrapped in this light ball. What the hell? What's wrong? John shouted and ran in. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was so surprised that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. The arc made a deafening sound. Unable to see Leng Yan, John grabbed Smith's arm and asked, Leng Yan! Where is Leng Yan? Where is she? Smith pointed at the light ball without saying anything to tell him the answer. Thaco! Thaco! John yelled. Are you crazy? Are you going to kill her? Chapter 364 Continue to charge. What the hell? What's wrong? John shouted and ran in. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was so surprised that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. The arc made a deafening sound. Unable to see Leng Yan, John grabbed Smith's arm and asked, Leng Yan! Where is Leng Yan? Where is she? Smith pointed at the light ball without saying anything to tell him the answer. Thaco! Thaco! John yelled. Are you crazy? Are you going to kill her? Smith also had a helpless expression and said, I can't help it. This is Leng's request. She said that to open the wormhole. Not only does the equipment need to have sufficient power, but she also needs to have enough energy. So she can only use this method. A way to recharge her batteries. But don't you know? John said, the arc flowers emitted by this electrode can produce more than 3000 reading points of high temperature. It can melt steel and burn people to ashes. I know. Of course I know. Smith pointed at the light ball and said, Do you think the people in this light ball have been burned to ashes now? In addition to being very dazzling, one can see the outline of a human being inside the ball of light, with legs curled up, hands holding knees, and head tilted forward. Slowly rotate the head in the ball of light from top to bottom. You can't even tell that she was burned to ashes. You can tell that not only will she not be burned to ashes, but she is also very safe and even very comfortable in this light ball full of electric energy. But, John pointed at the ball of light, still uneasy. Come on, man, Smith said. Do you think your Yin is still that cute little girl? She is now the queen of the Zerg and can shake the world on her own. John looked at him doubtfully and asked, Do you evaluate Yin like this? But if you say something like this, isn't she very dangerous? Can you still let her go? Smith shrugged. What can we do? Compared to her, Kathy is the most dangerous. John, I have always imagined that there will be an era of heroes. And now it is here. The age of heroes? Yes. Superhero. Don't you watch the movie? Smith asked. How do you think she is better than Superman or Team Shock? John knew that Superman was the strongest superhero in the main league, and Team Shock was the strongest superhero in the Avengers. At this moment, Smith actually wanted to compare Leng Yan with these two fictional characters. But judging from the current situation, the answer is self-evident. Leng Yan must be slightly inferior. Smith said, with so many powerful heroes in the Avengers, are they all in danger? Proper application, I think, is beneficial to mankind. After that, he waved to Leng Yan in the light ball and shouted, Leng Yan, do you think what I said is right? The light of the light ball was too dazzling. Apart from the outline of someone inside, the person inside could not be seen clearly, due to the interlacing of electric arcs. A deafening sound is emitted. Basically, you have to shout when you speak. Otherwise you will not be heard even if you speak softly. John looked at the coldness in the ball of light and was stunned. Smith beside him was completely in mad mode, excited for the arrival of his so-called heroic era. John sighed and said, I hope I don't cause any trouble. In that case, I would be a world-class sinner. Smith patted John's shoulder and said, Don't worry. I am very relieved about Leng Yan. You are his lover. Why don't we still worry? Hey. At this point, Smith's expression suddenly became very mysterious, and the mysterious sea revealed a bit of obscenity. John kept his guard up and asked, "What are you doing?" Smith asked with a smile. "Let me ask you. Can you stand it with her? That one? Which one is it?" You asked knowingly. John crossed his arms and looked at the outline of humanity in the ball of light, sighing. Anyway, I find that I really fall in love with her now. It's personal privacy, so John won't tell him, and Smith can only be curious. But the good-hearted Smith still asked, "Are you really in love with her now? Wasn't it true before?" John glared at him. Was this guy obviously provoking trouble? If Leng Yan heard this, I don't know what she would think. John just glared at him, then turned to face the ball of light, made a tube shape with his hands and shouted, "Yan, I love you very, very much." I saw the willful outline in the light ball actually stretched out his hand and made a heart-to-heart gesture towards them. John said to Smith again, "You just asked me to compare her with Superman. I was thinking about a question. I wonder if Yan can survive in space." "In space? You mean in a vacuum environment?" Smith asked. John nodded. Smith said, "This is really unclear. But as far as I know, Zerg soldiers can survive in space. Not only can they survive in space, but they can also travel between stars at high speeds in space. As for your Yan, she is the queen of the Zerg. Her subordinates can do it. But can she do it? But are there any exceptions?" John said, "For example, the Queen Bee has no ability to survive and fight. And the same goes for the Ant King. They all need to be fed by their men." "Then I don't know," Smith said. "How? If she really needs the help of all the soldiers, then why is she charging now? And she has been charging for such a long time. So that means she will be very strong?" John was obviously a little excited. "Hey, man, why are you so excited? You can't control such a strong woman." But John said, "Then don't worry about it. This is between us. You are very capable. You can control the strongest woman in the world. Oh no, in the universe. It's amazing. I admire you. What can I control or not control? I really love her. No matter how powerful she is, there are times when she is fragile. So I am also very worried about her." Smith also became serious. "That's why you have to go with her and find Kathy Say. If you can get her to lower her head and stop fighting, that would be the best. Yes, war is destruction. So if there is peace, that would be the best." According to what Leng Yan explained at the beginning, the voltage slowly increased from 24V at the beginning, and finally increased to 110V, and the current reached 30K. The entire laboratory was brightly illuminated by this ball of light, and all the lights were dim as if they were extinguished. Sizzling and crackling. The sound of electricity was deafening. 110V asterisk 30K, which is equivalent to 3300 kW power. It lasted for a full hour before slowly stopping. Leng Yan was equivalent to being charged 3000 degrees of electricity into her body. Finally, the ball of light disappeared, and the noise also disappeared. Leng Yan floated and landed on the ground. Her clothes were also destroyed by the electric current. She pointed at the female researcher who was helping her get her bathrobe. The bathrobe also flew over and wrapped around her body. Chapter 365 Preparing for Transmission. Leng Yan was instantly charged with 3000 degrees of electricity in her body. Wrapped in a bathrobe and barefoot, she walked down the portal, with electric sparks flashing from time to time on her body. "Yan!" John said, going up to hug her. Leng Yan stopped and looked at him with a smile, while Smith behind him shouted, "Be careful!" But John didn't care about anything, so he rushed forward and hugged Leng Yan. "How's it going? Does any girl feel like she's been electrocuted?" Leng Yan asked with a smile. John also smiled and shook his head no, then nodded and said, "Yes, you shocked me." Although Leng Yan was charged with so much electricity, her body was not electrified. So John would not be electrocuted when he hugged her. After hugging her for a while and letting go, John asked with concern, "How are you? Yan? Are you okay?" Leng Yan smiled and said, "Not only is it okay, but I feel even more comfortable." Looking at Leng Yan again, her complexion is indeed very good. Not only does she look good, but she also looks more charming and beautiful than before. Leng Yan asked Smith again, "Can we leave at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning?" "No problem," Smith said confidently. "I need a sword." "Sword?" Smith asked in confusion. "Yes, sword. I need a heavy sword." weighing at least 30 pounds. Can you find it? I don't know about this. I have to ask. Please wait for me, Smith said and made a call. Lung Yen took John's arm and said, Let him go to work. Let's go to bed. The two of them turned around and left. After only a few steps, Smith caught up and said, I told the superiors that they promised to send a sword tomorrow morning. But Miss Lung, what do you want a sword for? Do you want to kill enemies with a sword? Now is the thermonuclear era. Is a cold weapon sword useful? Just go find me. I will certainly be useful. That's fine. As long as you're happy. Lung Yen didn't care anymore and really went to rest with John. He said that nothing major happened that night. But Smith did not sleep again. Many supplies were shipped in one after another in the middle of the night, including 2 armored vehicles. These required him to manage. So he was busy until dawn. Had a little nap. Lung Yen and John slept until almost 9 o'clock in the morning. When I came to the laboratory, I saw that the personnel and materials were ready. There are more than 100 chemical defense commandos on standby. John asked an officer for a set of equipment and started to put it on. Lung Yen tried to persuade her again. But John said while putting it on, Yen, please stop trying to persuade me. I have to go there for you. Don't worry. I have you. Now, I believe that Kathy sure will not do anything to me. It is not my fault that she becomes what she is today. Smith also came over at this time and said with a sleepy look, Speaking of which, Kathy can become so powerful because of you. How can I blame you? It was him who killed Mrs. Miller. It was caused by her mistake. If she understands the truth, she should know that it is not your fault at all. As he spoke, Smith also began to put on his equipment. As he put it on, he said, I just took a nap and just woke up. Lung Yen asked, You are the person in charge of the research base. Why do you want to go too? Of course, just because I'm in charge. I should go. Lung Yen didn't care about his comfort. She only cared about John. So if Smith wanted to go or not, she just asked once and no more questions. There were several small carts with various equipment and weapons on them. Lung Yen looked at them once and passed them all. She only looked at a few swords among them. The officer introduced them. Miss Lung, I don't know what swords you want, so I brought a few more. Lung Yen looked at several swords, chose one of them, danced in the air and said, Okay, that's it. I found a set of tactical uniforms and put them on, and tied my sword to my back with a sword pouch. He walked around in a circle and asked, How was it? John asked. Don't you want a gun? Gun? No need, Lung Yen said, pulling John aside and saying, I want to tell you something, and you have to be mentally prepared. What is it? John asked. You've seen what Kathy looks like after her mutation. Right, Lung Yen asked. Yes, I will become like that, Lung Yen said. Ah, John looked shocked. Like that? What does that look like? There are tentacles on the back, 2 pairs of bloody wings, and witch eyes. Lung Yen smiled bitterly and said, I know. I will scare you, and you will also be disgusted. Beautiful. Brother John, Lung Yen continued to smile bitterly. It's okay. I don't blame you. You have the right to dislike me, and you also have the right to not want me. I won't blame you for any of this. And I should tell you the truth. You have to understand that the Yen standing in front of you is no longer human. John continued to be stunned. Lung Yen said, At least I am no longer a complete human being. I am now the Blood Blade Queen. Sooner or later, I will lead my insect swarm to leave the earth. Beautiful. Brother John. Thank you, said the cold and sentimental words, for giving me a happy life. Yen, listen to me. John said, Why do you want to leave the earth? You can hide your identity on the earth. I don't dislike you. I don't dislike you. We can be together. I am a Zerd now, Lung Yen said. I don't have human fertility. If you are with me, you will have no children. So what? John asked. As long as I can be with you, I'll be satisfied. Lung Yen held his head, kissed him hard, and said with a smile, Thank you, Brother John. John said again, Then can you transform and show me? Transformation? It's the one with tentacles and bloody wings growing out of it. Huh, Brother John? Lung Yen said with a smile. That look is very scary and ugly. You'd better not look at it. It's okay. You won't scare me. John said, And I guess, only when you become like that can your combat effectiveness be maximized. Lung Yen nodded and said, That's true. But it will scare everyone. I think it's better to go over and transform later. Oh no, Its transformation. Okay then. John said. Don't worry, Yin. I won't be scared. Yin is my favorite woman. How could I be scared by her? Everyone ate something and solved their own problems. It's almost time to prepare for teleportation. For this teleportation, Smith's arrangement was to send 50 commandos to follow, as well as 2 armored vehicles, and another 100 commandos to guard here, because once the wormhole is opened, it is two-way. If one can pass through it, the same person on the other side can also come through. Therefore, once Muntz comes over, the soldiers here can shoot and kill him immediately. Chapter 366 Pandora World 1. Alpha Research Base. Underground Base. Portal Laboratory. Portal is just a name. The real name should be wormhole. The current definition of a portal is just a circular metal circle with a radius of 2 meters. At this moment, something like a water ripple appears in the middle of the metal circle, which indicates that the wormhole has been activated and has not yet been opened. Once opened, it will be open for about 24 hours. Lung Yin wore a military tactical suit with a sword on her back, while John wore a chemical-proof tactical suit with an air gas filter mask under his helmet. The more than 100 soldiers behind him all have the same equipment as John. In addition to chemical protective suits, everyone has their own individual weapons in their hands, including assault rifles, line guns, pistols, and other weapons. Heavy weapons include individual soldiers, bazooka, flamethrower, and gatling. There are also those with snipers, including anti-equipment. As for the armored vehicles, there are also corresponding weapons, ammunition, and military supplies. Among the more than 100 soldiers, including 50 who were about to pass and 100 who stayed behind, they were all equipped with the same equipment, in order to ensure the safety of the base outside the laboratory. Both gates were closed. Even if the wormhole opens and monsters breaks through, if they cannot be controlled, they will only be sealed in the laboratory and must not be allowed to go out. It would not just be as simple as destroying the base, but in serious cases, it would endanger the entire human world. At the top of the laboratory, about 10 meters high, there is a large piece of tempered glass. Behind the glass are several senior military personnel standing, watching the situation in the laboratory intently. Lung Yin looked back at everyone and asked, "Are you all ready?" After everything was agreed upon, Smith asked again, "Lung, are you sure you don't need to wear a chemical protective mask?" "I want to wear a chemical protective mask. Isn't that the same as you?" "Okay. The soldiers on the repulsion side should all open their weapons safety. Once they find monsters coming, they must do it without any courtesy. Shoot. 1 minute countdown to prepare." Everyone became nervous. John held the automatic rifle tightly in his hand, and the safety was turned on. He and Lung Yin stood at the front. When the wormhole opened, they would be the first to go through, and then Smith would bring 50 people and 2 vehicles. Wheeled armored vehicles passed by one after another. Lung Yin took out the ordinary sword on her back, which did not represent any weapon. Everyone knew her ability, so they didn't ask any more questions. When 1 minute was up, Lung Yin looked back at John and said, "Follow me and protect yourself." It would be a bit embarrassing for a grown man to let a woman protect him, but this was a critical time, and John also knew that Lung Yin had this strength, and the enemy he had to face was indeed very powerful. So even if he didn't care about these, it would be a bit embarrassing. Pointless. Therefore, John did not argue with Lung Yin's concerned instructions, but just nodded and smiled to express his understanding. Lung Yin raised her fist and said, "Ready to start. 3, 2, 1. With a bang, a faint light rippled from the ripple-like surface in the middle of the portal, announcing that the wormhole was officially opened. And Lung Yin jumped over first. She jumped into the gravitational surface of the wormhole and disappeared instantly in front of everyone. John also roared lowly and jumped in. It didn't look like there would be some radiant tunnel to pass through as described in the movie. It was very bland, almost nothing excessive, and it all passed in an instant. When the light shines, the scenery changes instantly. I saw that this side was on a hillside. As far as the eye could see, it was covered with lush vegetation. There were huge boulders suspended in the air in the distance. Those suspended boulders were also covered with vegetation. There are also waterfalls flowing down from the hanging boulders floating in the air. Below the hanging peak, the land is not flat. The vegetation stretches out layer by layer. The trees can grow to a height of several hundred meters. And these trees are layered. There are many in the middle. The branches of the tree grow sideways and become entangled with the branches of other trees. There are various kinds of rattan among the trees. So being in such a plant world is like being in a world of giants. Except that there are no giants in this world. At least not as far as we know. But there may be exceptions. After all, Pandora, this world is unknown to everyone. Even if Lin Yan knows more than everyone, it is not comprehensive enough. However, after coming through the wormhole, Lin Yan pulled John aside and said, "Don't block the people coming from behind. Also, please tell everyone to protect the area around the wormhole to prevent unknown creatures from approaching." Looking back, the wormhole on Pandora's side is in a very large circle that looks like stone or alloy. And the diameter of this circle is at least 5 meters. The diameter of the portal enclosing the wormhole on the Earth side can be adjusted. It was originally 2 meters in diameter. After Lin Yan arrived, at her request, it was adjusted to 4 meters in diameter, which makes it easier for people and vehicles to come and go, judging from its structure and appearance. The current portal here is obviously a building that existed very early. In other words, the portal here belongs to the same civilization as the flying saucer that crashed on the Earth in 194 teleported between 2 portals. The wormhole in the middle of the portal here is the same as the wormhole on the other side of the Earth. It is also a water-rippled plane, perpendicular to the ground, and placed between the circular portals. However, after the 2 of them came over first, Lin Yan asked John to stand on the side and not block the people and vehicles coming from behind. And then she suddenly levitated with her eyes closed, not knowing what she was doing. John didn't want to ask any more questions, so he stood aside obediently. After a while, Smith brought everyone over. Fortunately, Munsters was not found near the portal, so everyone relaxed. Seeing Lin Yan suspended in midair with her eyes closed and silent, Smith was startled and asked, "What is she doing?" John shook his head and said, "I don't know. She just wants us to protect the portal." All the more than 50 team members came over, and 2 armored vehicles came over at the end. Everyone knew nothing about this strange world. Seeing the most powerful Lin Yan floating in midair without saying a word, everyone didn't dare to go anywhere and just waited for her to turn around. After about 20 minutes, Lin Yan finally opened her eyes, landed from the sky, and said, "I found the location of skis." Chapter 367 Pandora World 2. Anata, the Bloodblade Queen of the Zerd tribe. Lin Yan, after coming to Pandora through the wormhole, the first thing she had to do was to find where Kathy Seaby was, and what she was doing now. So she immediately levitated and launched Quantum Investigation. The so-called Quantum Investigation is to release quantum creatures. She is now the Bloodblade Queen of the Anata Zerd tribe. She has the ability to create quantum creatures. Hundreds of flying insects smaller than mosquitoes flew out of her ears and flew around. Drive away. After the miniature quantum biological flying insect flew out, it began to investigate the surroundings with her as the center. If it found any situation, it would immediately send information back in the form of brain insect waves. In order not to cause John discomfort, Lin Yan had to levitate to prevent him from seeing the many small bugs flying out of her ears. She also quickly discovered the location of Sekethy. About 500 kilometers away from here, there was a hanging peak 5,000 meters above the ground, and Sekethy was on top of it. The height of this hanging peak is about 5,000 meters from the ground, and its height is also about 5,000 meters. So its top is 10,000 meters from the ground. Such a huge thing floated in the air so abruptly, floating like more huge rocks in the world. Such a huge stone is similar to a hexahedron, with a very flat surface at the top, like a flat surface in the clouds, close to a square or circle, with a diameter of 5 or 6 kilometers. Although it is a huge stone, it is not bare. There is also dense vegetation on the top of it, and its edges and even the bottom are covered with various plants. If this were placed on the earth, let alone stones floating in the air, it would be impossible for so much green vegetation to grow even at such a high place. It can be seen from the highest peak, Mount Everest. The world's highest peak, Mount Everest, is less than 9,000 meters tall. The summit is covered with snow, and the wind is so strong that it makes it difficult to breathe. The top of this stone is at a height of 10,000 meters. Not only is there no wind or snow, nor is there thin air, but it is also covered with green plants. Through the investigation results of microquantum creatures, we learned that there are many tree vines intertwined in the center of the top of this hanging peak, and there is a huge pupa-like thing in the middle. This pupa is more than 2 meters long, suspended in a vine, and appears translucent. The intricately tangled meridians can be seen on its surface, and the outline of a human figure can be seen inside. Leng Yan can be very sure that the human outline inside this chrysalis is Cathy. There are many vines and trees on the entire top. Layer upon layer. From a distance in the air, it would be difficult to see Sekethy wrapped in the huge chrysalis inside. Only Leng Yan could detect it after releasing so many micro-quantum creatures. In this vine jungle, a dozen mercenaries can be seen patrolling with weapons in hand. It can be seen that they are not wearing chemical protective suits or masks. There will be some fruits on the vines, and they will pick these fruits to satisfy their hunger and thirst. Among these mercenaries, there was a man who looked like a general, sitting on a vine with his eyes closed and meditating. It can be inferred that this retired general should be Bacchus, the leader of the mercenaries. And these mercenaries are protecting Cathy. Cathy also transformed the vine world into an environment suitable for human survival, or transformed humans to make them suitable for the environment here. Cathy is creating a swarm of insects by wrapping herself in an insect chrysalis. Like Leng Yan, Saith Saishi is now the Blood Blade Queen of the Annata Zerg tribe. So of course Leng Yan knows exactly what Saith Saishi is going to do now. Blood Blade Queen is the Type 2 evolutionary line of the Annata Zerg. She is the supreme leader of the Annata Zerg, and the only Zerg unit with subjective consciousness. The Blood Blade Queen has very powerful individual combat capabilities, as well as very powerful group combat capabilities. The Blood Blade Queen can expand her insect colony through asexual reproduction. If you want to quickly develop the power of the insect swarm, the most indispensable element is carbon. So the Annata insect race is a carbon-based organism. As the queen of the insect swarm, the first step is to form a pupa in a place with sufficient carbohydrates and water. Wrap herself up, and then the creation begins. During the creation process, a large number of spores will be released with the queen pupa as the center. The spores will either penetrate into the soil or be attached to other plants, absorb nutrients, and grow into larvae. This process takes about 24 hours. The larva is about 1 meter in length, has many tentacles, looks like an octopus, and is also red. After the larvae grow up, they will collect resources everywhere. The resources they want to collect are mainly energy, which is stored in the body in the form of plasma. Among the many larvae that grow out, some will continue to pupate and enter the second stage. The larvae pupate, which means it has entered the second stage. From pupation to pupa emergence, it takes about 240 hours. This will be a very long time. Of course, it is very long for the Zerg, but for those under the laws of Earth biology as far as the biological world on Earth is concerned, it is a very fast process. However, the Zerg can speed up the process of breaking out of the pupa. That is, other larvae integrate into the pupa and sacrifice themselves to become the food of the pupa, speeding up the time of breaking out of the pupa. A large number of larvae merge into the pupa, which can increase the growth rate by up to 10 times, which means that the time to emerge from the pupa is shortened to 24 hours. After emerging from the pupa, the original larvae has grown into an adult insect, which can fight and is also called a soldier insect. The soldier bugs at this time were just ordinary soldier bugs, ranging in size from 3 to 5 meters, and could fly in space. Ordinary soldier bugs only have the most basic physical attacks in the early stage, which are impact and falling attacks. The surface of the planet moves slowly, so it will use its pair of hard claws to attack enemies. This pair of claws can pinch off people or other creatures, so it is very powerful. As for interstellar wars in space, the pincer teeth of ordinary soldiers and insects are rarely used, so physical impact is basically used. The result of physical impact is to inflict damage on the enemy at the expense of oneself. Of course, in the Zerg, except for the Queen, every other unit is not afraid of death. As long as the Queen gives the order, they will rush forward without hesitation. Even if they die, they will not be afraid. Therefore, this kind of soldier insect, also known as the Iron Beetle, is one of the most basic combat units in the Zerg civilization. There are 2 basic combat units. One is the Iron Beetle, and the other is the Lightworm. Chapter 368 Pandora World 3. There are 2 basic combat units. One is the Iron Beetle, and the other is the Lightworm. The light bug's fighting method is to emit plasma, and its combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of the Iron Beetle, whether it is on the surface of the planet or in space. As long as there is sufficient energy, it can emit plasma. There are 2 ways to obtain lightworms: breaking out of pupae and lateral evolution of iron beetles. In the case of pupae, the larvae hatch out after pupating for 720 hours. Or other larvae can be incorporated to speed up the hatching, but that also takes 72 hours. The time to break out of the pupa is 3 times that of the iron beetle. So it is very slow. For the Anata Zerg, the most commonly used method is the second method, horizontal evolution. That is to say, all the ordinary soldier bugs produced initially are iron beetles, and most of the iron beetles will undergo horizontal evolution during development. The process of horizontal evolution takes about 720 hours, which is about 30 days. The evolved ordinary soldier bug is the light bug, which can attack the enemy by emitting plasma when there is sufficient energy. When energy is insufficient, light bugs can also be used as iron beetles, using physical attacks to deal with enemies. Therefore, in a mature insect swarm, its ordinary soldier insects are basically light worms. In interstellar warfare, plasma and physical attacks take turns. A complete insect swarm not only consists of the queen and soldier insects, but also has 2 important units, which are the advanced soldier insects and insect beasts. Whether they are advanced soldier insects or insect beasts, they are all vertically evolved from ordinary soldier insects. Iron beetles and lightworms can evolve into advanced soldier insects and more advanced insect beasts. The high-level soldier insect that I saw before was the little bird that Leng Yin and John met on the road to help them. It was more than 50 meters long. The length of a high-level soldier bug ranges from 30 to 200 meters, and its overall combat power and size are between soldier bugs and insect beasts. Vertical evolution requires pupation, and can only be obtained by pupating soldiers, not larvae. If resources are sufficient, it will take about 30 days for soldier bugs to pupate into high-level soldier bugs, and there is no need to integrate during the process. The insect beast status in the insect swarm is equivalent to the interstellar carrier in machine civilization, because its size is really too big. Although it is still an insect swarm unit, its size can no longer be described as an insect. It can only be described as an insect. It can be regarded as a space beast. But it is indeed a Zerg, and it takes orders from the queen of the Zerg. The smallest insect beast is 10 kilometers long, and the longest one can be more than 100 kilometers long, which is considered a giant. The insect beast can not only carry out long-distance interstellar voyages, but also engage in interstellar warfare. There are many tail flame nozzles on the tail of its body, which are used to propel the flight. There are many plasma nozzles on its sides, which can launch many beams of electricity, attack the enemy with pulp. At the same time, it can also carry a large number of soldier bugs and high-level soldier bugs, allowing the soldier bugs and high-level soldier bugs to have enough energy to fly when traveling between stars. As for how the bug beast carries many soldier bugs and advanced soldier bugs, this will be introduced in detail later, so I won't go into details here. However, Leng Yin obtained information through the investigation of micro-quantum flying insects. On that overhanging peak, not only did Kathy pupate herself, but she could also see that there were many larvae in the overhanging peak. Crawling, there are some insect pupae, and these pupae are all soldier insect pupae. Through quantum investigation, it can be learned that there are more than 1,000 soldier insect pupae in total, and the fastest ones will emerge from the pupae in about 10 hours. The slowest one takes about 15 hours. When the time comes, there will be more than 1,000 soldiers and insects, and these people brought here by Leng Yin will not be able to fight against them. So when Smith came over, she told him the fact and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Smith grabbed his scalp with both hands and spun around, saying, "Oh my God! What can I do? 500 kilometers, an altitude of 10,000 meters. What can I do?" Leng Yin said, "Don't say you can't deal with it. What I want to know now is what do you think?" "What do you think?" Smith asked blankly. "Live in peace or destroy her?" Leng Yin asked. Smith looked at her, then at John, and then at the people around him. Asked, "You mean we go kill her?" Leng Yin nodded and said, "This is just one of them. There is another plan, which is to negotiate with her in the past to achieve peaceful coexistence. What's your opinion?" Smith asked. "I don't have any objections," Leng Yin said. "I can only tell you that first, I am friendly, and I have no ill intentions towards humans. Please feel free to trust me. Second, as long as you tell me to kill her, I will do it now. Just fly over and start." Smith said, "Although you didn't express your opinion, it can be seen that you are also worried about Kathy Say." Leng Yin nodded and said, "Actually, I don't know. I just think she is unreliable. If all her soldiers are produced, if she has any ambition, it will take only a minute to eliminate us." Smith thought for a moment and said, "I'll go back and ask for instructions. Isn't this wormhole capable of double-sided transmission?" Leng Yin said, "Yes. But I only give you 10 minutes. You go, and come back quickly. After Smith hummed, he returned to Earth from the other side of the wormhole. John looked at the overhanging peak in the distance. It was 500 kilometers away. This direction should be the overhanging peak where Kathy was located that could not be seen. John said, "It's so far away and so high, and the helicopter can't get over. How can we get there? The wormhole is only 4 meters in diameter, so helicopters will definitely not be able to get through it. Moreover, the Earth section of the wormhole extends more than 1,000 meters underground, and helicopters cannot go that deep underground." Lun Yin said, "Even though it is 10,000 meters high, it is actually very easy to climb up. You can fly. Of course, it will be easy for you." John said, "But we are all mortals, and we can't fly. So how can we get up there?" "I'm talking about you," Lun Yin said with a smile. "The gravity below the hanging peak is uneven. Some places are downward and some are upward. If you find the right place, you will be attracted by the force from above. Gravity pulls you up. Is it so magical?" John asked. "But where is this area that can be sucked up?" "It's hard to find." "It's not difficult to find," Lun Yin said. "I have detected that there are several upward water pillars under the overhanging peak." "Upward water column?" John asked curiously. "Yes. The overhanging peak is passing over a lake at the moment. There are several places where the lake water is sucked up by the gravitational force from the bottom of the overhanging peak. So as long as you follow the water column, it will be sucked up. But it's so high. Will it fall? Why are you scared?" Lun Yin asked with a smile. "Am I afraid? I'm not afraid." Chapter 369 Pandora World 4. Smith returned to Earth through the wormhole to report the situation here and asked for instructions at the same time. Lun Yin and John discussed the situation here in Pandora. Lun Yin gave Smith 10 minutes to report. When the 10 minutes were almost up, she saw a motorcycle driving out of the wormhole. Everyone jumped, including Lun Yin. When everyone was surprised, they saw motorcycles driving out of the wormhole one after another. A total of 30 motorcycles came out before and after, and Smith was the last one to come out on a motorcycle. 30 motorcyclists were on standby. Smith made a circle and stopped the motorcycle in front of Lun Yin. After stopping, he said, "After I went back, I didn't expect that the superiors actually prepared a group of motorcycle soldiers for us. I reported the situation here to the commander, and he ordered the motorcycle soldiers to follow." "How to deal with Kathy?" Lun Yin asked. She was most concerned about this matter now. "Let us decide," Smith relayed. "Shete." Lun Yin couldn't help but curse. She took a closer look at these motorcycles. They were all military motorcycles of very good quality. And then asked, "Can you drive them to 80 miles? This place is about 500 kilometers away from the hanging peak where Kathy Say is located. Lun Yin also calculated it according to international standards. If converted into imperial units, it would be about 320 miles. The speed of 80 miles per hour is 80 miles per hour. If this speed can be reached, then 320 miles can be reached in only 4 hours. The cavalry brought over by Smith used military motorcycles that could reach a maximum speed of 180 miles per hour, which is nearly 300 kilometers per hour. However, the terrain here is complex, and it is obviously impossible to reach the maximum speed of 180 miles. So Lun Yin asked about the standard of 80 miles. If you can ride at a speed of 80 miles, Lun Yin will be more satisfied. Then you can reach the underground of the hanging peak in 4 hours, and then reach the top of the peak through the upstream water column. The rising time is probably between half an hour and an hour. To be conservative, it is calculated as 1 hour, so it will be 5 hours before and after. Kathy's first batch of soldier insects will hatch after 10 hours. So this time is completely enough. And she also hopes that the sooner the better. The faster, the stronger the initiative. Smith said, 80 miles? Miss, are you sure you're not joking? In this terrain, I can't guarantee the maximum speed of 180 miles. But 100 miles is definitely possible. Lun Yin sneered and said, don't brag. The minimum is 80 miles. And I'll be satisfied. Just be honest. You choose a team to go with me to find Kathy, sure. We happen to have a motorcycle, so it's easy to move around. 30 motorcycles. Each rider brings one person. A total of 60 people go with me. 2 armored vehicles slowly follow behind, and others guard here. I suggest that more people be sent over there for protection. As long as they see unknown creatures. No matter what. Kill them all. If you find that something is wrong, Quickly close the portal over there. Even if we all die here, we can't bring danger back to Earth. Do you understand? Smith nodded, feeling that what she said made sense, and began to call names on the spot and assemble and distribute personnel. 50 people had come over before, and Smith selected 30 of them, and sat on the back of their motorcycles to go to Xianfeng together. There are 20 people left to guard this place, and they will report to the Earth in the past and apply for more people to carry out security work. Smith made arrangements, and Ling Yan gave him 10 minutes to arrange it. She said to John, "You can direct everyone to stay here." John said, "Yan, do you think it's really okay to take care of me like this?" Ling Yan thought about it and felt that her words were indeed a bit excessive. So she said no more and just reminded herself to protect John. Smith's deployment speed was very fast, and the team was assigned in 5 minutes, and they were waiting to set off. He and John each found a night to sit on the back of their motorcycles. Before setting off, Smith asked, "Lung, do you want to choose a car too?" Ling Yan smiled and said, "I don't have to sit. The motorcycle is too slow." Smith, "John, I will change a little next. So don't be too panicked." Smith asked, "Are you going to look like Kathy?" Ling Yan did not answer his question, but said, "Don't worry. Even if I change, I can still control my mind. Queen Dan's is with me. She will not trick me." After that, she turned her back to everyone and faced the target direction. She started to float at the front of the team, and stopped growing when she was about 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Then he put his hands behind his back, raised his chest and head, and let out a sweet shout. His voice was like the cry of a phoenix, resounding throughout the valley. The next scene really shocked everyone. Behind Ling Yan's back, something was growing out from the torn clothes. It was very fast. After a while, 2 pairs of huge blood wings grew out. From a distance, it looked like a huge blood-red butterfly hovering in the air, and there were exclamations from the crowd. Ling Yan turned around and looked at everyone, and her current image was that of a complete blood-blade queen. Her figure was still so perfect, but her skin was red and there were bulging veins, including her face. Although her eyes were not completely white, but it still gives off a cold air, a chilling feeling. "What? Do I scare you from time to time?" Ling Yan asked expressionlessly. Smith poked the headset with his finger, meaning to let her listen to the voice in the headset, and then said, "Yes, Lung, you did scare us, but you promised that you would be a well-intentioned blood-blade queen. Of course, we can leave now. Follow me, and if you see monsters, don't be polite. Just kill him. It doesn't matter if you can't kill him. Don't stop." The motors roared, and the 30 heavily equipped motorcycles had all started their engines. Ling Yan also flapped her blood wings and flew forward, followed closely by 30 motorcycles. Her stunning flight mode doesn't just rely on the flapping of her blood wings. There are many microplasma nozzles on her blood wings, which can spray tail flames to help her fly quickly. So people behind could see a little bit of blue light behind Ling Yan, which was the tail flame ejected from the blood wings. The road is really, as Ling Yan said, very rugged, with vegetation everywhere. Looking up, there are layers upon layers, and you can see the sun shining through the gaps in the plants. Occasionally, we walk out of a huge alien jungle and have to step into a swamp. We have to see some monsters along the way. Everyone can hide in it. If they can't hide in it, the people sitting in the back will shoot them. Kill. And Smith initially boasted that he could drive to 100 miles per hour, which was also difficult to achieve. However, according to Ling Yan's requirements, it can only reach a speed of 80 miles SOSO. Chapter 370 Pandora World 5. Under the cool leadership of the Blood Blade Queen, the convoy left the portal, shuttled through the alien jungles and swamps, and headed towards the target hanging peak. Ling Yan releases spores and quantum flying insects from time to time while flying. Quantum flying insects are actually a type of spores. After being released, they will fly around to detect the surrounding environment. The mother body can read information in real time, and the reading method is also a brain insect wave. The brainworm wave is a specific communication method of the Zerg, which transmits information at sublight speed or entangled particles. The so-called sublight speed means its communication speed can reach 0.1 times the speed of light. Even if it is 0.1 times the speed of light, it is 300,000 times faster than the human nerve conduction speed of 100 meters per second. As for the information transmission of entangled particles, which is the so-called instant communication technology, the Zerg of the 3rd level Blood Blade route have already mastered quantum communication technology. That is, The Blood Blade Queen can magically grow quantum creatures. The typical representative of quantum creatures is quantum flying insects. The Anata Zerg can only have the ability of biological instant communication if it has developed to the 3rd level Blood Blade root. Of course, when the Zerg upgrades to the 3rd level, there is another upgrade root, and that is the Starworm root. The Anata Zerg that has reached the 3rd level Starworm root also has the ability to communicate with creatures instantly. Whether it is the current Machine Civilization Demon Sword represented by Lu Yi, or the Zerg Civilization Blood Dance that will be established after Leng Yan, as well as the future human civilization, they will all face the Starworms, which will be a very powerful existence. This is something for later. Let's not mention it for now. However, it was said that not long after the motorcade drove out, they heard a thorny sound made by an unknown creature. This sound is familiar to everyone. It was the sound made by the hateful Pandora creature monsters. Rider men continued to drive the motorcycle forward without stopping. The soldiers sitting behind had already picked up their weapons, turned on the safety, and were alert to the surroundings, always ready to fight. Just when she heard Munstay's cry, but before she saw them appear, Leng Yan had already pulled out the big sword on her back. While continuing to fly, she held the big sword in her right hand, and a few tiny tentacles came out from her. Growths sprouted from the arms, and extended to the blade of the sword. Then those tiny vine-like tentacles merged with the blade of the big sword, and she stroked the blade with her left hand. Wherever her fingers passed, the blade emitted a faint crimson light. When she held the sword with her left hand, after stroking the blade once, this side of the sword's blade was already glowing. Then he turned the blade over and touched the other side. The other side also began to glow, still with a crimson light. Of course, the team members behind her couldn't see all this. When she integrated the power of the insect prairie into the big sword, it became a glowing crimson sword. Holding it in her hand, it showed in front of you. For this reason, Leng Yan named this handy sword Blood Blade, which was exactly in line with her name as Queen of Blood Blades. With the Blood Blade in hand, I saw several small toad monsters jumping out of the jungle on the side, making piercing screams, and the nearby team members hurriedly shot them. But Leng Yan had already waved the crimson blood blade in her hand, and slashed towards the toad monsters in the air. She saw a crimson half-moon light making the sound of a dragon roaring through the sky and rushing towards those monsters. Wherever the light went, trees were split, and several monsters were also split apart, spraying yellow-green blood and falling to the ground. With just this move, several toad monsters were eliminated, and the people behind him were stunned. Only then did they realize how powerful the cold fighting power was. And the half-moon-shaped crimson light swayed by the crimson blood blade is not the so-called sword energy, but a combination of energy. This energy can be released in the air, and can also be released in the vacuum of space. After killing these toad monsters, the team continued to move forward without stopping. Leng Yan said, "You guys should follow closely, and don't fall behind. If there is an emergency, the intercom will say, if you see a monster that you can shoot, shoot it. Of course, I won't stand idly by if I see it. In short, we are on our own." While protecting, we must quickly reach the hanging peak to meet our old friend Kathy. On the way, toad monsters could be seen coming out from time to time. Some were shot and killed by the team members, and some were killed by the insect power emitted by Leng Yan's crimson blood blade. As the captain, Smith also needs to communicate with the 2 armored vehicles following from time to prevent them from encountering special situations. Although the motorcycle fleet does not have armor protection, it is safer than armored vehicles because of the presence of Leng Yan. Those toad monsters called monsters are still difficult to deal with. There are too many toad monsters, and the armored vehicles cannot cope with them. So Smith is worried. Fortunately, there is a motorcycle team leading the way, and monsters will appear in front. The motorcycle was agile and fast, and quickly left the 2 armored vehicles behind. The speed of the convoy was relatively slow at the beginning. As we got to the back, everyone became more experienced, so the speed slowly increased. Moreover, there was Leng Yan, who was clearing the way in front. She would wave her blood when she saw any blocking vegetation or debris. The blade emits a so-called insect force shock wave, which is very powerful, and can quickly clear roadblocks. When they arrived in the swamp, Leng Yan had already conducted reconnaissance by excluding quantum flying insects. She knew exactly where to ride, and where not to ride. So under her leadership, the team was able to get around quickly, pass through the swamp. When they arrived at the bottom of the hanging peak, it only took 3.5 hours, which was half an hour earlier than Leng Yan expected. When they came to the bottom of the hanging peak, They were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. A huge stone with a diameter of 5 miles was suspended in midair, neither rising nor falling. The bottom was 5,000 meters above the ground, and the top was 10,000 meters above the ground. Although it doesn't move up and down, it moves sideways, but it moves very slowly. It happened to be moving from a lake at this moment. Looking up, you can see water columns flowing down from the bottom of the overhanging peak in many places. And you can also see water columns being sucked up from the lake. At this moment, the hanging peak was slowly leaving the sky above the lake. So the water column being sucked up began to gradually decrease. The bottom of the peak is where water originally absorbs. Since there is no water to suck up, a lot of debris will be sucked up. You can see a lot of branches, leaves, flowers, etc. rotating and sucking up, forming a green pillar. Everyone came to the edge of the suspended peak underground, where they could already see the low gravity. Since there are two directions of gravity here, one is upward and the other is downward, entangled with each other. So here you can feel the low gravity, and feel like you are floating upward. After Leng Yan saw everyone stopped, she said, "Then we have to prepare to fly up." Chapter 371 Pandora World 6. The Motorcycle Team. 30 motorcycles, 30 riders, and 30 people. A total of 60 people. Such a commando team, under the cold leadership of the Blood Blade Queen, came to the bottom of the hanging peak. This suspended peak is suspended in the air. The bottom is 5,000 meters above the ground, and the top is 5,000 meters above the ground. It is a huge, approximately cubic stone with a diameter of 5,000 meters. Kathy, who is also the Blood Blade Queen, is on the top of this hanging peak. At this moment, she was forming a pupa and wrapping herself in it. In addition to her own pupae, there are more pupae on the peak, densely distributed in the dense vine forest on the peak. The top of this hanging peak is covered with thick vines, with intertwined roots and layers. The more than 1,000 soldier insect pupae are knotted in these vine jungles. Judging from their growth rate, they will begin to hatch one by one in about 6 hours, and they will all hatch within a maximum of 12 hours. By then, more than 1,000 soldier insects will emerge from their pupae, forming a powerful fighting force. Although these soldier bugs that emerge from the pupa are only the most basic iron beetles, and do not have the long-range attack capabilities of light bugs, they are very powerful existences for humans. Not just for humans. It is equally difficult to deal with Munsteth, a native creature of Pandora. Or Health, a native of Pandora. Gear people, natives of Pandora. Details unknown. But when everyone reached the bottom of the peak, they looked up and saw that the lowest point of the overhanging peak was still 5,000 meters above their heads. As for the top of the peak, which was 10,000 meters high, they couldn't be seen at all. Some water flows into waterfalls and remains, and there are also many branches and debris that form into thin tornadoes, spinning and being sucked up. There is not only such a huge hanging peak hanging above everyone's head, but also giving people a strong sense of oppression, as if it will fall down at any time and smash people into the soil. And around it, you can see more other floating stones, which are basically not as big as this largest hanging peak. Some are far away, some are close, and some are entangled with vines. Small stones are connected, looking at the fantasy world in front of them. Such a high hanging peak. Even if Leng Yan guarantees that they can go up with those tornadoes, everyone still has a look of horror. Their mouths are wide open, and they are at a loss. Leng Yan was still suspended in midair, looking down at everyone and said, "It's been almost 4 hours since we came to this world. Why haven't you adapted yet?" Smith calmed down and said, "Okay, Leng, just tell us how to get up." Leng Yan stopped talking, looking like she was meditating. Everyone looked at her in confusion. After a moment, Leng Yan waved her hands and said, "Everyone, be careful. There are unknown people approaching." "Unknown person?" Smith and John both asked at the same time. Bacchus and his people are on the peak now. Even if they want to come down, they can't come down so soon. So who can this unknown person be? It's impossible for our own people. There are only 2-wheeled armored vehicles behind, and it will take at least an hour to arrive. But even so, everyone had their weapons ready and prepared for battle. Leng Yan said, "It's a little further away. They will arrive in about 10 minutes. They are riding on horse-like creatures, holding bows, arrows, swords and spears in their hands. They number about 100 people." "People? Oh no! This is what kind of person is he?" John asked. "Yan, can you see them?" Leng Yan said. "Yes. I have quantum flying insects conducting reconnaissance. These people I saw should be local natives. Their height should be about 3 meters. Mount. Through quantum reconnaissance, we can see these people. Each of them is more than 3 meters tall, with blue spotted skin and purple dreadlocks. Their faces are very similar to humans, but there are differences. They have wide ears and round ears, blue eyes, high nose, thick lips. His upper body is half exposed. He has strong muscles, and his clothes are retro. The mounts look like horses or deers. Some are white, some are black, some are red, and they run very fast. This native is more than 3 meters tall, and his mount is also 3 meters tall. So this will be a world of giants. They all ran over with weapons in hand, shouting. After Leng Yan told everyone about the situation, Smith asked, "What should I do? Lung? Do you want to fight back? Wait a minute. I'll fly over and take a look. Lao sure. You lead everyone to hold on in a circle, and I'll be right back." "Yin," John shouted. Leng Yan came to him and knelt down, kissed his face and said, "My dear, let me go and take a look." After that, he flew away. She had to be quick and soon arrived in front of the group of natives. This group of Pandora natives were riding horses to quickly approach Smith's motorcade, when they suddenly saw an alien woman covered in red flying over with her wings flapping. Moreover, there were blue flames on her wings, and the person was holding a large sword that emitted a faint crimson light. Both pupils are also radiating a faint red light. The horse's scream made the native knights stop, and all the native knights pointed their bows and arrows at her, waiting sternly. A native at the front of the knights was talking in local dialect, which Leng Yan couldn't understand. But it didn't matter. Many quantum flying insects were released from the blood wings behind him, flying around the sudden knights. There was a slight buzzing sound, and someone started to reach out and wave away. A large group of flying insects flew around the head of the leader. The leader suddenly covered his head and let out a cry of pain. The others shouted and wanted to shoot Leng Yan with arrows, but the man at the other end waved his hands and screamed, signaling everyone not to do anything. After a while, the quantum flying insects flew away, and the headman no longer had a headache. Instead, he calmed down, looked up at the alien floating in front of him, and asked, "Who are you? What are you going to do?" Of course, he still spoke in the local dialect, but Leng Yan could understand it now. She couldn't understand it just now, but she could understand it now. This is entirely due to the quantum flying insects just now. These flying insects can read the brain waves of humans, human race, and thus identify their language library. Once the other party's language library is recognized, Leng Yan will instantly learn their language. Through the exchange of brain waves, it was learned that they were a human race in Pandora called Helt. They could only be said to be human races, not human beings. In human cognition, only Earthlings can be called humans, while aliens, or advanced alien intelligent creatures, can only be called humans, or humanoids. This group of people came from a tribe called Luominasun, and the leader in front of them was the young chief of this tribe, Bradford Walrock. In the Geld language, Geld means destruction, Rominasun means light, and the name of Chief Bleefer Rock also means a brave warrior. Seeing the young chief asking questions, Leng Yan said, "Young warrior, Chief Bradford Rock, I am the Blood Blade Queen among the stars. Today, I am here." Chapter 372 The Battle of Xianfeng 1. The young chief of the Rominasun tribe, Bradford Warrior, asked in surprise, "How do you know my name?" Leng Yan, still suspended in midair with a cold attitude, said, "Because I am the Blood Blade Queen." "Queen of the Blood Blade?" Bradford Walrock asked. "Are you trying to stop us from moving forward?" Leng Yan did not answer them, but asked, "There are 60 humans from the Earth behind me. What are you doing to find them?" "Humans? Humans from Earth?" Wei Yin said. "Alien humans from another world? If compared with you haired people, they can be regarded as aliens from another world." Leng Yan replied. Wei Yin said angrily, "Damn it. They killed my people and kidnapped my sister Bradford Moranti. Is there such a thing?" Leng Yan said, "I just brought them here from the Earth. You must have remembered the wrong person. There was also a wave of people from the Earth who came here 3 days ago, and we are also looking for them." "You? Are you not them?" Wei Yin asked. "Yes," Leng Yan said. "They killed many people in our world, and then they ran here and..." As she said that, Leng Yan pointed to the hanging peak above her head and said, "I'm hiding on it." Wal Yin was still a little confused and asked, Are you sure the person behind you is not the person who killed my people? Don't you believe it? Lun Yin said. Then please follow me, and you will know at a glance. Okay, Her Majesty the Queen, Wall Yin said. I'll follow you. Are you coming again then? Need. Lun Yin turned around, flapped her wings, and flew ahead to lead the way. The native knights followed closely behind, and soon arrived in front of the convoy. Everyone was very nervous when they saw Lun Yin bringing a group of natives, all of whom were more than 3 meters tall. Lun Yin said, Don't panic, everyone. Cathy and Bacchus came here before, killed their tribesmen, and took away their chief's sister. They thought we were Bacchus' group, so they gathered a group of people came to seek revenge. Smith said, What should we do? We can't understand each other when we speak. Only you can understand us. Moreover, we are of different races. We are both face-blind. Moreover, we are wearing chemical masks. He can tell that we are not you from Bacchus's group? It's okay, Lun Yin said. I won't bother to translate for you. Wei Yin took his people off their mounts. They stood on the ground. As expected, as Lun Yin said, they were all more than 3 meters tall. Humans in front of them knew the height of their bellies. If we only focus on strength, then the people on Earth will obviously not be able to defeat them. But if we talk about technology, the people on Earth will be able to kill them instantly. Wei Yin said, Dear Her Majesty the Queen, they are indeed different from the previous alien races. Smith's men had motorcycles. Bacchus men didn't. The people brought by Smith were also more equipped than Bacchus people. So for the Pandora natives, as long as they looked a little more carefully, they could still see the difference. Lun Yin translated his words to Smith, who shrugged and said, That proves that we are not right. Lun Yin, what do you think we should do about this? Lun Yin said, Pandora has rich super crystal mineral deposits. People on Earth will definitely come to mine a lot in the future. So we must have a good relationship with the natives here. Otherwise it will be very troublesome if there is a dispute. Smith nodded and said, Yes. So we need to have a good relationship with them now? Lun Yin said, I'm thinking, Cathy and Bacchus's people are up there. Let's take Wei Yin and the others up there, and then help them find his sister Meng Lady, which can be considered a big favor to them. In this way we can also win their trust in us. And then we can settle the accounts with Bacchus and Cathy. Okay. Just do as you say. Lun Yin Brick said to Wei Yin. Chief Wei Yin, now I can confirm that Smith and his people are not the ones who killed your tribe. They are your enemies. Having said this, Lun Yin pointed to the top of her head and said, They are all on the top of the peak. We have to go up now and find Bacchus. He is our common enemy. Wei Yin nodded and said, Okay, Her Majesty the Queen, I will go up with you. I know a way to go up. Road. Is there a way up? Lun Yin asked doubtfully. Yes, Wall Yin said, pointing in one direction. There is a mountain over there. Climb to the top of the mountain. When a pumice stone passes by, jump on it, and then follow the vines to climb up step by step. That's it. How long does it take to get to the top of Xianfeng? Lun Yin asked, guessing that it would be a long time. Sure enough, Wei Yin said, It will take about 40 hours. The time he mentioned was a local calculation method, and Lun Yin had automatically translated it into Earth time. If it's 40 hours, then she can't wait. Cathy's soldiers will emerge from their pupae in 6 hours, and they won't be able to fight her by then. So he pointed to the nearest green tornado and asked, Don't you know you can go up through that one? The so-called green tornado is the tornado that is sucked up by the overhanging peak. It is mixed with branches, leaves and some debris. It looks green when seen from a distance. So it is called Green Tornado by Lun Yin. Wei Yin glanced at Green Tornado and said, Oh my god! That one is very dangerous. If you don't grasp it well, you will fall and die. Lun Yin said, Even if you fall from the edge of the green tornado, you won't die. There is upward gravity. Wei Yin added, It would be okay if there were only 3 or 2 people. But now we have so many people. Maybe we will really fall. Lun Yin sneered and said, If you are afraid, then go up the main road you mentioned. I will take my people up from the green tornado to look for Bacchus. Wall Yin then discussed with his tribe and said after a moment, Okay, Her Majesty the Queen, we will go up with you. For the honor of the tribe, we are heroic geared warriors. Lun Yin repeated what she had said to Wei Yin, and then turned to say it to Smith again. Smith said, Since we can go up from the green tornado, we shouldn't be late. If we go up too late, we won't be able to defeat Cathy. Everyone gathered together, led by Lun Yin. and headed towards the green scroll. The green tornado was not far away from them, and it arrived soon. When they arrived, they immediately felt a strong attraction coming from above. Lun Yin said, "Get close to it. Don't worry. I'm here, and I won't let you fall." The motorcycle John was riding was the latest to approach, and it immediately floated and was sucked up. People were getting off it one after another, including motorcycle riders and horse riders. Chapter 373 The Battle of Xiafeng 2. In the year 201X. On the Pandora star 4.24 light-years away from the solar system. On a hanging peak named Surspancher Peak. Sekathy was entrenched here, and more than 1,000 soldier insects were about to emerge from their pupae. She also pupated herself to strengthen herself. Bacchus led a dozen people to guard the hanging peak to protect Cathy and her more than 1,000 soldier insect pupae. At this moment, under the overhanging peak, numerous water columns flowed down, and some green tornadoes were sucked up. A group of people were surrounding one of the green tornadoes, sucking up to the overhanging peak. These people include the Smith Commandos from the Earth and the indigenous knights of the Romitisan tribe. The people, horses and motorcycles all separated and soared upward together, and Ling Yan flapped her blood wings again, flying around the green tornado. If she saw someone straying too far away from the green pillar, she would reach out and wave, and she would immediately have the power to push out and push the person inside, a little to prevent falling. Some people will be sucked into the green pillar by the attraction, in order to prevent these people from being hurt by the debris in the green pillar. Lung Yan will also use her power to pull the people close to the green pillar out a little. In this way, there were more than 100 people, including 60 Earthlings and 100 and more Pandora Zeolites. The motorcycle and the native mount, Hard Zebra, were also sucked up together. In the human team, Smith said in the headset, "Everyone pay attention to safety. Control your body. Don't fall and don't panic too much. And the most important thing is to protect your equipment and weapons." Some people screamed in surprise as they ascended. After all, it was their first time to experience such a magical thing. After flying for about 10 minutes, we reached the bottom of the peak, which was already 5,000 meters above the ground. Some people exclaimed, "Are we stuck to the bottom of the peak and unable to move?" Lun Yan kept flying around and said, "Don't worry, brother. It's not that unlucky. Everyone, be prepared. We are going to the peak. Be careful not to scratch the rocks and vegetation." I saw about 100 people, motorcycles and horses. After reaching the bottom of the peak, they followed an invisible suction force and continued to move quickly towards the edge of the overhanging peak. Lun Yan is always supervising, and she is afraid that someone will fall. Fortunately, the upward gravitational force itself is very strong, and with her forced intervention, there will be no falling. After a while, I left the bottom of the peak and came to the edge of the overhanging peak. I had to stick to the edge of the overhanging peak and continue to fly up 5,000 meters to reach the top of the peak. The suspension overhanging peak is a huge rock that is approximately a cube. So the edge of the overhanging peak is relatively flat, and the edge is also covered with vines and various vegetation. And there are many flowers of various colors blooming everywhere. Occasionally, you can see caves exposed on the peak through the vines. While everyone was ascending, someone suddenly screamed. It turned out that where he passed, he could see a cave, and there happened to be an animal jumping out of the cave at the moment. It was hanging on a vine and was about to pounce. No wonder he screamed. And this animal happened to be Munsters, commonly known as the toad monster. Lung Yan immediately struck out with her sword, and a red energy shock wave passed through the air. She saw that a large piece of the vine that the toad monster was clinging to was hit and exploded, and flew around randomly, including the vine fragments and the toad. The monster has been torn into pieces by the energy body, and there are still a lot of gravel flying everywhere, and made a loud noise. "Oh my god!" several soldiers exclaimed. They didn't expect Lun Yan to have such a powerful force with just one move, and it was struck from the void. They were all shocked. The Hayard natives were all stunned. The leader, Wei Yin, said, "She is indeed Her Majesty the Queen of Heaven." "Queen of Heaven?" Lun Yan asked doubtfully. Wei Yin said, "Yes. In the legends of us Hayard people, there is a myth of the Kingdom of Heaven, which is under the rule of the Queen of Heaven." "Verily. So that's it," Lun Yan said. "Then from now on, I will be your queen verily, and I will protect you. But before that, we have to face Cathy and Bacchus." Lun Yan and Wei Yin spoke both in hate. which the Earthlings in the team couldn't understand. So they didn't know what she was talking about. Seeing that they were about to reach the peak, no more toad monsters were seen jumping out of the rock wall. Lun Yin said, "When you see monsters, don't hesitate. Just shoot and it's over." During the ascension, Lun Yin asked John through the headset, "Brother John, are you okay?" John said, "You don't have to worry about me. I have 3 years of overseas war experience. Although I have never experienced such an encounter, I don't have to be like others." "That's good. Does it really matter if you don't wear a chemical mask?" John asked. In the team, only Lun Yin among the Earthlings did not wear a chemical protective mask. And the local natives, the Hayards, did not wear one. They are natives of Pandora, so they can adapt to the air here. So there is no need to worry about it. The air will poison them. But people on Earth don't understand. Pandora's atmosphere contains chlorine and methane that are unacceptable to humans, as well as pungent ammonia. Finally, everyone came to the top of the peak. But before they reached the plane of the peak, Lun Yin used energy waves to make everyone levitate below the plane of the peak. So they didn't go up yet. Everyone was floating in the air and felt very uneasy. Smith asked, "Why is it cold?" Lun Yin said, "We need to go up quietly, so don't make too much noise." After that, everyone continued to rise, arriving at the edge of the peak one by one, and also climbed to the top. What is displayed in front of everyone is a jumble of vines, and it is impossible to see further. Everyone landed on land, one by one. Lun Yin said, "Fortunately, we don't have sentries here." John said, "But Yin, Kathy's soldiers haven't hatched yet. Even if you don't take action, it's more than enough for the more than 100 of us to deal with a dozen of them. Is it necessary to be afraid of them?" Everyone came to the top of the peak and began to place motorcycles and horses, check equipment, gather for roll call, and prepare for the next move. Lun Yin said, "I think it would be best if I could be captured alive. What do you think, Mr. Smith?" Smith nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. Besides, they still have Princess Moranti in their hands." John also agreed with their view and said, "Then our first step is to save people." "Okay," Lun Yin said. "Leave 20 people here to guard the motorcycles and horses, and the others will go in with me." Chapter 374 The Battle of Chiffon 3. After reaching the peak, we gathered at the edge of the peak. Only a small area on the edge had no vines and was relatively flat, making it suitable for everyone to gather and rest. Lun Yin also put away her blood wings and landed on the top of the peak. After putting away the blood wings, Lun Yin was no different from an ordinary Earthling. Her violet tendons and purple pupils also disappeared, but there were still 2 big holes in the clothes on her back. The 2 pairs of blood wings grew out of those 2 big holes. Wei Yin, together with himself, brought a total of 120 people, dismounted, and stood in front of everyone. As expected, as Lun Yin said, each of them was about 3.5 meters tall, and they could be called giants. Considering that the people of Valian use cold weapons, even though they are tall, they will definitely not be Bacchus' opponent in a fight. Otherwise, his people will not be killed. His sister, Princess Menlet, will not be killed. He won't be captured either. So Lun Yin said to Wei Yin, "It's like this. Bacchus people use guns, and you didn't rob them. So we went in first, and you stayed outside and watched the motorcycles here. We went in and found them. What do you think about bringing your sister out?" But Wei Yin shouted, "No, Her Majesty Queen Verily. I must personally rescue my sister." Lun Yin thought for a while and said, "That's okay. But we don't need so many people to go in. You have more than 100 people here, right? 120 people. Just 10 people can go in, and everyone else can stay. Is that okay?" Lun Yin asked. Wei Yin nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take 9 people." After that, he gave instructions to the tribesmen and selected 9 people among them to enter the vine forest with him later. Lun Yin turned around and spoke to the people from Commando Smith. "I saw a bunch of Earthlings, several standing on the edge looking down, and several simply lying on the ground with their heads stretched out to look." Lun Yin clapped her hands and said, "Hey, all of you, come here. It's more than 10,000 meters high. Falling down is no joke. Although it is 10,000 meters high, the air here is not thin, and it is not colder than the ground. Although Pandora is a satellite, due to the environment of Alpha Trisolaris, the temperature is still very hot. From the ground to the overhanging peaks, It is basically above 35 degrees Celsius. The members of Commando Smith were even hotter because they were wearing thick tactical chemical protective suits. Lung Yen called Smith and John over and said, "There are 120 people in Wall Rock. I asked him to only have 10 people follow me in. So you don't want too many people." Smith said, "Our weapons and equipment are pretty good. I think it's better for us to have more people go in. We have a total of 60 people. So just 10 of them can stay." So what Smith meant was that they were going to bring in 50 people. It seemed that he also valued both Bacchus and Kathy. Lung Yen thought about it and felt that what he said was reasonable. It would be fine if there was only Bacchus. The key was Kathy, which would be difficult to deal with. So she called Wei Yen over again and discussed it together. Due to the language barrier, she acted as a translator. After some discussion, we finally decided, led by Lung Yen, Smith and Wei Yen each formed the first group of 10 people to follow, which was regarded as the leading team entering. Then 40 commandos and 100 natives followed behind, keeping a distance. In the end, each side left 10 people to guard. After deliberation and decision, she made some explanations, especially to the guards. Lung Yen explained again, "You guys here must not move too far to prevent being blown down by the air current. Although there is upward gravity here. After all, this gravity is not very stable. If you don't control it well, you may fall down. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, you will fall to pieces." In order to prevent everyone from being disobedient, Lung Yen deliberately said it seriously to warn everyone to be careful. After everything was arranged, the team of 21 people, led by Lung Yen, took the lead in walking into the vine forest. Everyone also held weapons and guarded the advance. John also asked to see this first group, now walking with Lung Yen. The peak of this hanging peak is 5,000 meters long, so the area above it is very large. Although it is a jungle composed of giant vines, the vine forest is also very loose. Walking inside, you can see various small animals and birds passing by from time to time. The commandos were armed, and the natives were ready with bows and arrows. Looking at the tall natives around him with blue skin mixed with colorful markings, John said, "These guys are really tall. I wonder if they are also very tall." Lung Yen couldn't help but poke him gently and said, "Hey, Brother John, I never thought your thoughts could be so dirty." John just smiled and hugged her, continuing to whisper. Lung Yan's cheeks turned red at his words, and she lowered her head in silence. After that, John sighed and said, "I never expected that this place would be an alien planet, and it would be an alien planet 4 light years away from the Earth. There are billions of people on Earth. I would be so lucky," Lung Yen said. "But it is also very dangerous here. Let's not talk about the dangerous monsters for the moment. But there are also those unhatched soldier bugs from Kathy." After walking for about 10 minutes, Lung Yen suddenly stopped, and everyone stopped too. Among these people, she was the most powerful in combat, so her every move affected everyone's hearts. "What's wrong?" John asked. Lung Yen raised her head to show everyone. It turned out that there was a pupa more than 2 meters long hanging on a very tall vine in front of her. "Chrysalis?" John asked. Lung Yen nodded and said, "Yes, it's Kathy's soldier insect Chrysalis." "Look at the soldier worm Chrysalis squirming slightly," Smith said. "Get rid of it. If this ghost hatches, it will definitely be a terrifying guy." Lung Yen waved her hand and said, "But you have to know, Mr. Smith, Kathy is very difficult to deal with even as a soldier." "Can't you beat her?" Smith asked. "If it's a one-on-one fight," Lung Yen said, "it's really hard to tell. After all, she has pupated and been purified here for a long time. Once she breaks out of the pupa, her fighting power will be even stronger." Smith said, "Then it's even more important to kill these pupae. She doesn't have any soldiers. But if you and the rest of us are included, can't we still be able to kill her alone?" Lung Yen added, "But what if she has no ill intentions? If we destroy her soldier worm Chrysalis so recklessly, it will anger her. And if we take her, she will become an enemy of mankind." Smith bit his lip, hesitated, and asked after a moment, "Does this mean you are not sure about defeating her?" Lung Yen shook her head. Smith shouted, "You are saying you are not sure now? What should we do now? Go to negotiate with her? What if she doesn't buy it? She has so many soldiers. We can't even give her the soldiers." There are not enough worms to squeeze between teeth. Seeing the two of them arguing, John said, "I think otherwise." Chapter 375 The Battle of Xianfeng 4. Smith and Lung Yen actually had disagreements about how to deal with Kathy Sure. who was about to meet. It was not a problem to continue with such a stalemate. So John said at the right time, "I think otherwise." Lun Yen and Smith both looked at him and asked, "How is it?" John said, "We still can't figure out whether Sekai is good or evil. It is indeed difficult to deal with more than 1,000 soldier insects. Otherwise, we put bombs on these soldier insect pupae. By then, we won't be able to deal with Sekai. When Akane is here, detonate these bombs and blow up all the soldier worm chrysalis." "Brother," Smith said, "more than 1,000. We have so many explosives. And this island, it's Xianfeng," Lun Yen corrected. "Yes, Hanging Peak," said Smith. "It's huge. 10 square miles." "Brother, how much is 10 square miles?" Lun Yen asked. "Can you tell me the metric unit?" Smith is used to using imperial units, so Lun Yen is not used to it. Smith waved his hand and said, "This is not important. What is important is that this area is indeed very large. Therefore, with more than 1,000 chrysalis distributed over such a wide area, and explosives must be installed on each of them, there is simply not enough time left." John added, "Then how about putting what you see on it first?" Lun Yen said, "I think this is the only way it can be done now." Smith sighed and said into the headset, "Attention. Second group. If you see any pupae on the way forward, install C4 and install it in a conspicuous position for easy identification. We are walking on part of it is also installed on the front." Smith said this, thought for a while and said, "You divide into 2 groups and advance on 2 wings. When you see the chrysalis, install C4 until all the C4 you carry is used up." After giving the instructions, Smith looked at Lun Yen and asked, "How is it? Can you do it now?" "That's all it can do." Smith ordered one of his men to install a C4 remote-controlled bomb on the chrysalis in front of him. After installing it, "Move on." After walking for a while, one of Wei Yan's men suddenly breathed violently, showed a painful expression, and bent down. Everyone looked at him in surprise. But after a while, several geared giants had painful expressions, including Wal Yin. Smith asked, "What happened to these giraffes?" "The geared people of Pandora have an average height of 3.5 meters and look very different from the people on Earth." Smith gave them the nickname giraffes. Lun Yen has the ability to sense, so she quickly knew the answer without asking, and said, "We have entered Kathy's territory, and the air here has been modified by her, so the haired people cannot adapt to it." After that, he said to Wei Yan, "Just step back. The air here has been modified by Kathy Say. There is no chlorine and methane, so you may not be able to bear it." Wei Yan couldn't understand what chlorine and methane she was talking about, but he could understand that the air here was not suitable for them now, so they could only retreat. A few people who had difficulty moving were also helped to retreat. After retreating about 10 meters, the symptoms disappeared immediately. Sure enough, Lun Yen was right again. Kathy could purify the air within a certain range around her, but the purified air was not suitable for the local natives. Lun Yen said to Wei Yan, "It seems that you can only stop here. If you go any further, you will suffocate to death." "But?" Wal Yin still wanted to argue. "No but. It's settled," Lun Yen said. "This is also for your own good. We will try our best to find your sister, Princess Meng Lete, and bring her out." Wei Yan had no choice but to nod in agreement. As soon as he persuaded Wei Yan, he heard Smith's voice from behind. "What do you want to do, John?" Lun Yen looked back and saw John about to take off his mask. So she quickly said, "Brother John, don't take it off." John didn't listen to the advice and had already taken it off. He took a deep breath and said, "Wow, it feels much more comfortable." Lun Yen said, "Since we can breathe, let's take a few more steps inside. I believe the air will get better the further we go inside." Everyone listened to her and continued to walk inside, while Wei Yan behind him stayed there helplessly and did not dare to move forward. Lun Yen turned back and said, "You should be careful here, or you can go back." And the troops gathered together. But Wei Yan said stubbornly, "No, Her Majesty the Queen. We will stay here and not go anywhere." Lun Yen had no choice but to let him go. Everyone continued to move forward. Now, apart from Lun Yen, there were only 10 Earthlings from the Smith Commando left in the first group. Everyone took off their masks one after another and breathed in the fresh air in the vine forest. On the way, soldiers and insect pupae were constantly discovered, and they were loaded with remote-controlled bombs one by one. John asked, "Yen, how does this sexy Kathy change the air here?" "It's very simple," Lun Yen said. Release genetic flying insects to change the photosynthetic system of the plants here, allowing the plants to absorb harmful gases in the air. So you can do it too? John asked. Yes, I can do it, Lun Yen said. Even if I change the atmosphere of the entire planet, I can do it. But it will take time and require the establishment of an entire standard insect swarm, without any interference. It will probably be at least it takes 3 years. 3 years? Smith's eyes gleamed. Can the entire Pandora planet be turned into a planet suitable for human survival in 3 years? Lun Yen said. In the past, I could help mankind achieve this great goal. But now it's not okay. We now know that Pandora is populated by indigenous people. If the atmosphere is modified, the gear people will not be able to survive. If you can change the photosynthetic respiration system of plants, why can't you change the photosynthetic respiration system of animals, including these giraffes? Smith said. Lun Yen glanced at him and said, the Anata Zerg is indeed a very magical creature, but this does not mean it is omnipotent. Moreover, plants are easier to adapt to the air environment than animals, so they are easier to be changed. In other words, the animals on Pandora cannot be changed. Yes, that's true. Hey, that's a pity. Smith sighed. If the atmosphere of Pandora could be modified, it would be a great cause that would benefit mankind. But Lun Yen was unwilling to do it. Just as he was talking, Lun Yen suddenly said, hidden. There is an enemy situation. 2 directions. Everyone quickly looked for thick vines around them to avoid. Da-da-da. A burst of gunfire came from the 2 o'clock direction. Chapter 376 The Battle of Xianfeng 5. On the suspended peak Surspancher Peak, everyone entered the vine forest and approached the direction of Cathay Say. While approaching, Lun Yen had already released a large number of quantum flying insects to investigate the surrounding environment. Through investigation, it can be found that Sekathy has been wrapped in the king's pupa and has not come out. There are more than a dozen mercenaries around her holding weapons, either patrolling or resting. However, she did not notice that a mercenary was approaching. When she found out, the mercenary had already entered the shooting range. She quickly ordered everyone to avoid it and pulled out the bleeding blade. Click, click, click. A shot of bullets shot through the vines. Lun Yen, who had already pulled out the blood blade, jumped up suddenly. Blood wings grew out. Sword in the air, swung the blade towards the enemy, and the crimson energy body was blasted out. A large vine in front was shattered by crimson energy, and the entangled vines were also cleared of a passage. Through this passage, you can see the mercenary standing in front of him in a daze. Lun Yen stretched out her left hand towards him. The two were at least 10 meters apart. And then she saw the mercenary was also levitating, with his gun dropped, and his whole body was controlled and unable to move. With a look of panic, Lun Yen turned around and asked, "Is anyone injured?" Smith also quickly turned around and asked, "Is everything okay?" After making sure everything was okay, Smith sent 2 people to catch the mercenary. The 2 of them went to catch the mercenary. Halfway there, Lun Yen said, "An enemy is coming." Smith also shouted, "Quick, build a defense line." Lun Yen let go of her hand again, and the mercenary, who was lying in midair, fell down and was dragged back by 2 soldiers. "Get closer," Lun Yen said again. "There are enemy flying insects." After saying that, she raised her head suddenly, put her hands behind her back, and let out a sweet shout, and saw many tiny things flying out from behind her, surrounding her and everyone, flying back and forth. But Lun Yen still didn't retract her wings, just flying in the air. After a while, I saw a large group of equally tiny things flying over with a buzzing sound, mixed with these tiny flying insects released by Lun Yen. In fact, it was a melee between the flying insects released by Lun Yen and Shirtsaishi. Several people on the ground stretched out their hands to swat these flying insects. Lun Yen said, "Flying insects have limited energy and cannot hurt you. Now you want the enemy to come over." At the same time, he said to the headset, "2 people are coming from behind. I have a prisoner here. Lao Shi. I think we should rush in now." "Yes," Smith said. Everybody moved forward on alert. Everyone began to move forward with their guns drawn. Lun Yen had to deal with Cathy's flying insects while taking care of the commandos. Soon they came into contact with the enemy, and the 2 sides started fighting. There was loud gunfire on both sides, right in the vine forest. Lun Yen said, "You guys hold on. I'll go forward." After that, he flew forward. John shouted from behind, Yen, be careful. Leng Yan turned back and smiled. A few mere mortals can't do anything to me. Soon she arrived in front of the enemy. There were 4 mercenaries in total. They also discovered her at this moment and raised their guns to shoot at her in the air. Leng Yan just sneered. Before they could shoot, she had already released the energy shield in front of her eyes. The bullet hit the shield mountain, making a popping sound, and was embedded in the invisible energy arc. If you look at it from anywhere, it looks like the bullet heads are hovering in midair. With another wave of his hand, the power of the insect source was released, and the 4 mercenaries immediately became howling and howling, being thrown into the air unable to move, and immediately lost their combat effectiveness. Leng Yan turned back and said, "Ulcher! John! You all come over! We have all been subdued!" After everyone came over and stopped their efforts, the floating mercenaries fell down one by one and were tied up by the commandos who came over. In just a short while, 5 enemies had been captured alive, and there were 7 mercenaries left. Smith said, "Okay, it's cold." Leng Yan smiled and asked, "Is it just okay?" After saying that, he landed and came to a mercenary and asked, "Where is Princess Menlet?" The mercenary asked blankly, "What princess?" "I don't know." "A female geared giant," Leng Yan said again. After seeing the man shake his head, he said, "She is a local native, more than 3 meters tall, with blue skin with colorful patterns. Do you know this?" Oh, I got it," the man said. "She was sealed in a chrysalis by Kathy." "I guessed it right," Leng Yan said. John asked, "What does that mean?" "Kathy Say probably wanted to develop her own power, so she captured Ming Lei and made her vassal king," Leng Yan snorted. "No wonder she wants to destroy my quantum flying insects." Everyone didn't know why, but Leng Yan threw her arms back and let out a sweet shout. Immediately, the flying insects that were still fighting in the surroundings suddenly rushed out and flew around. Other more flying insects from Kathy also left, spread out, and chased the escaping flying insects. As a result, the surrounding area immediately became quiet, but there were still scattered flying insects flying around. Smith asked, "Are we still going to move forward?" Leng Yan said, "There are still 7 mercenaries that must be taken down. In addition, I also need to find the chrysalis that imprisoned Ming Lei." "How to catch more than 1,000 insect pupae?" John asked. She said with a cold smile, "Marita should be more than 3 meters tall, so the chrysalis that imprisoned her should also be very big. So Smith, you need to tell your people that once you find Marita, we need to find her immediately. Also, hurry up and order the rest of the bombs to be deployed." Smith nodded and said yes. Everyone continued to move forward, and they were about to see Kathy. At this time, the flying insects that dispersed finally found Ming Lei's pupa. It turned out to be a rugby-shaped pupa at least 4 meters long, on top of the vines, but far away. She was not beside Kathy Sure, but on the other side of the Xianfeng Peak, at least 3 kilometers away from here. "I have found her," Leng Yan said. "Who is Bai Weiyan inside?" "It's their leader," a soldier answered in the headset. "Miss, a few of us are beside him. Hand the headset to him. I want to talk to him." Due to the language barrier, Weiyan would definitely not be able to understand the soldiers if they were asked to communicate, so she could only communicate with him in person. The connection was successful. Leng Yan said, "I found your sister. She is now trapped in a huge insect chrysalis. You also saw those chrysalis just now. The chrysalis imprisoning your sister is much larger than them. You can tell at a glance that she is on the other side of the hanging peak. So if you are in a hurry to find her now, just go around the edge of the hanging peak." "Yes, Your Majesty Queen Verily. I am going to find my sister Ming Lei now." Chapter 377 The Battle of Xianfeng 6 Pandora Star Suspensional Hanging Peak. The chief of the Romanicin tribe, Bradford Warrion, was eager to find his sister. In order to facilitate communication, Leng Yan released several quantum flying insects and followed Warrion to facilitate contact at any time. In this way, Warrion led several geared giants around the edge of the vine forest and walked towards the place where his sister Ming Lei was. Smith then ordered his men to search everywhere in the vine forest. Once they found the pupae, they would install a bomb. Once the bombs were installed, they would mark all the other pupae so that they would be easy to find. Continuing forward, after walking a few steps, a strange voice came from the headset. "You have entered dangerous territory. Please leave immediately. Otherwise we will not kill you," Smith said. "Chet, is it Bacchus? Why are you so shameless?" 5 of you were captured alive by us. We have more than 100 people now. And you are only 7. Right. Hurry up and capture us. Otherwise you will be the ones who die. The person on the line was indeed Bacchus. After being scolded by Smith, he stopped talking. Lun Yin said, Old Sher, I have detected that the 7 of them are gathered together in the center. You advance slowly from behind, and I will go in first. Smith asked, Can you do it alone? Lun Yin, do you think your question is unnecessary? And John, please pay attention to your safety. I'll be right back. After that, regardless of whether everyone objected, he flapped his wings and flew over. After passing through the obstacles of many vines, we finally arrived at the center of the peak. We saw a large protruding rock here, and the 7 mercenaries were in front of the rock. In addition to such a large rock, there is a large open space in front of the rock. The open space is covered with shrubs and a lake. These mercenaries rest here and eat the fruits that grow here. There was an insect pupa hanging on the vines at the edge of the bush, and Kathy was wrapped in this pupa. Seeing Lun Yin suddenly approaching, the mercenaries looked at her in panic and pointed their guns at her. Lun Yin spread her wings, flew in front of everyone, and asked, Hey, you guys, are you comfortable here? You eat wild fruits all day long, like a savage. One of them asked, You? Who are you? And why can you fly like Kathy? Lun Yin glanced at him and said, You must be that Bacchus. Right. Since you asked, I will tell you that my name is Lun Yin, or you can call me Queen Verily. And you're Kathy. She was once my biological sister. After saying that, he turned around, flew to Kathy Say's chrysalis, and asked, Am I right, Sister Lunley? The chrysalis was squirming, and you could vaguely see the outline of humanity inside. Kathy was being purified inside, and could not answer her. Lun Yin flew back again, came to Bacchus and others, and said, I'll give you 10 seconds to put down your weapons immediately. Otherwise? Bacchus asked in a provocative tone, and at the same time deliberately pulled the bolt of the gun and pointed the gun at Lun Yin. Do you know what I hate the most? Lun Yin asked, while flapping her blood wings, flying around everyone, with 7 men pointing guns at her. Bacchus asked, I don't care what you are. That's someone pointing a gun at me, Lun Yin said. She just waved her hand, and a stream of air rushed out. She saw these people immediately floating up, rolling randomly in the air, and wailing in fear, yelling, firing guns, bullets flying. But all the bullets couldn't hit her. Whenever you put down your weapons, I will put you down, Lun Yin said, turned around, and flew in front of Kathy Sher again. He was suspended in front of her, but his left hand was still stretched back to control the air mass that could control everyone. Facing Say Kathy, Lun Yin said, Lunley, what are you doing hiding here? I know you can hear me. You should come out of the pupa now, and we can have a good talk. Kathy didn't speak. Lun Yin kept flying in front of her, while the few people behind her kept shouting and refused to let go of the weapons in their hands. So Lun Yin kept controlling them and not letting them down. Not long after, Smith also came in with people, including the 5 prisoners. Seeing the strange scene in front of him, he knew that Lun Yin had taken control of the situation here. So he asked the prisoners to shout for Bacchus to surrender. Bacchus had no choice but to surrender and throw away his weapon, and Lun Yin also let him go. Smith shouted into the headset, and then a few more players came over. Lun Yin has been flying in front of Kathy's chrysalis. Smith and the others are in front of the rock, about 10 meters away from her, and John is among them. John shouted, Yin, is that chrysalis in front of you, Kathy? Lun Yin was about to answer him when she suddenly heard a voice in her mind. Sorry, you recognized the wrong person. My name is not Lunley. My name is Say Kathy. Say Kathy Miller. It turned out that it was Kathy Seabu who was communicating spiritually with her. Now that spiritual communication was opened, Lun Yin began to use brain waves to communicate with her. You are Lunley, Lun Yin said using brain waves. We are twin sisters, and I am your sister. We both came from Jiancheng Orphanage and grew up together. Don't you remember? I told you that I'm not Lunley like you said. What exactly do you want to do with me? Stop the purification. Come out of the pupa. And stop the continued hatching of more than 1,000 soldiers under your command. Release Princess Menelate of the Rominicin tribe, and then return to Earth with me. The 2 of them were communicating using brainworm waves. Looking from a distance, they could see Lun Yin floating around in front of Kathy's chrysalis without speaking. John and Smith called her, but she didn't reply. During the brainworm wave communication, Say Kathy said, "Don't you just want me to be captured without mercy? What if I don't agree?" "If you don't agree," Lun Yin said, "for the safety of the Earth, we can only take coercive measures to destroy all your pupae. You dare to touch one and try it," Kathy Say shouted, still using the brainworm wave, and other people present could not hear it. "Oh, really?" Lun Yin said with a smile. "Sister, you are so confident in yourself. Don't you know that the Oh My Demon has always been Danz's defeated enemy? The two of them are now parasitic on you and my sister. Can't we reconcile and ease their disputes?" After a brief silence, Kathy said, "It's not impossible for you and I to turn things into jade. But I have a better plan. The two sisters will join forces and dominate the universe. How about it? Isn't it exciting?" Chapter 378 The Battle of Xiafeng 7. Queen Danz and Queen Omai of the Anata Zerg have been enemies for thousands of years, and both have evolved to level 3. When the Anata Zerg reaches the 3rd level, there will be 2 roots to choose from. Otherwise, it will not be able to evolve, and its lifespan will not last long. Of these 2 evolutionary roots, one is the Starworm root, and the other is the Blood Blade Queen root. And both of them chose the latter at the same time, which was the Blood Blade Queen root. As for how the Anata Zerg Queen evolved into the 3rd level and 1st level Blood Blade Queen, it has been introduced before, so I won't go into details here. The key to the problem is that the parasites chosen by these 1,000-year-old enemies are actually twin sisters. If these twin sisters unite, they can really turn their hostility into friendship and end the 1,000-year hostility of the parasites. With their power, although it is impossible to dominate the universe, it is still possible to dominate the galaxy. At least to dominate one star field. It can be done. At this moment, Kathy made this request: "Join me and let us dominate the universe." Lun Yin replied, "Joining forces to dominate the universe? This is not impossible. But we cannot endanger the Earth. I can accompany you to develop together here and build a powerful Zerg civilization. Without endangering the Earth?" Kathy Say said. "Yes, I promise you. And I can respect you as my elder. But I have a small request." "What is it?" Lun Yin. "Kill John," Kathy said. These 4 simple words hit Lun Yin's heart. John is the man she loves most in the world. She would rather sacrifice herself than let John be harmed in the slightest. "Why did you kill John?" Lun Yin asked. "He never hurt you." "Why didn't he hurt me?" Kathy sure said, almost growling. "If it weren't for him, would I be like this? How could my mommy die? How could daddy disown me? Can you blame him?" Lun Yin tried her best to persuade. "He just made you realize the reality. You were transformed into an insect. It was you who couldn't control your emotions and accidentally killed Mrs. Miller. And you've killed so many people. And that's not all. You have to help the evildoers and help Bacchus cause even greater casualties. I don't care. I'm going to kill John. I hate him. Otherwise, there is nothing to say between us. Then I'm sorry. I will never let you kill him." Lun Yin said this and looked back, only to see John in the crowd, looking here with the team members. Since Kathy has such deep hatred for John, she can no longer let John stay here. Lun Yin shouted, "Brother John." "Huh?" John asked. "You go." Lun Yin wanted to ask him to leave here and wait outside the vine forest. She wanted John to stay away from Kathy Say. Only in this way could he be safe. And at this moment, before she could finish her words, the insect chrysalis in front of her exploded suddenly. The fragments flew everywhere. Something suddenly flew up, and a group of green luminous objects flew over the head with a bang. The direction is exactly the direction where Smith, John, and others are. Lun Yin felt bad, and when she looked back, she saw a ball of green light falling right into the crowd of commandos, exploding and bursting into flames. And the one who just emerged from the exploding pupa was the pupa-broken Kathy. At this moment, her tentacles and blood wings were spread out. Above her head, Lun Yin let out an angry roar and jumped into the air in pursuit. The blood blade flew out from behind, rolling up a large ball of crimson energy and heading straight for Sekathy above her head. At the same time, both palms pushed upward, constantly pushing the large group of energy bodies forward, spraying out like cannonballs. "You Bishi, I will kill you too." Lun Yin roared and chased Say Kathy, while Say Kathy laughed and ran away. Lun Yin had already realized that her favorite man, John, might have died in the plasma ball released by Kathy Say just now. At this moment, she could not be so angry that she wanted to kill Kathy Say immediately. She didn't care that she was her biological sister. Anyone who hurt her man would not want to live. And now John was already dead. Kathy did not fight back, but ran away blindly, fluttering her wings and flying out of the range of the hanging peak. Leng Yen asked via the radio, "John, brother John, are you still there?" No answer. "Where's Smith? Is he there?" There was no answer either. Leng Yen cried. She never expected that Kathy would kill John. And John said no and was gone. He was her favorite man, and the only man she had ever loved. While chasing Kathy Say, Leng Yen said to the people in Infinity, "Is there anyone alive?" Kathy Say has turned against her. "The soldiers killed Smith, John, and several of our people. You should detonate it immediately. Look for the remaining pupae of all bombs and destroy them all. Be sure to wear a chemical protective mask." At the same time, he said through the quantum flying insects and all the earthlings and hail people on the hanging peak, "Destroy all the pupae immediately. Immediately. Is Walyan there?" Spoken in both English and Haltese. Walyan replied, "I am here. Your Majesty Queen verily. Have you found your sister?" "I found it. But she is wrapped inside. What should I do?" Wei Yan asked worriedly. "Don't worry. Just stay there. She won't be transformed into insects for the time being. You can't destroy the pupae rashly. Otherwise she will be killed. Trust me." "Yes, Her Majesty Queen verily." After the order was issued, explosions could be heard from time to time on the overhanging peak. The installed bombs were exploded by remote control, and explosions occurred one after another. "Leng Yen, you've gone too far." Kathy was flying in the air and suddenly turned around to face Leng Yen. "Let them stop." As soon as she paused, the distance between her and Leng Yen shortened immediately. Leng Yen didn't want to explain to her. She waved her palms and blasted out the crimson high-energy plasma balls. A shield appeared around Kathy, wrapping her and protecting her. The plasma ball hit the shield and exploded. But it could not hurt Kathy. Pandora, a green planet, is spread all over this dense and tall jungle, with large and small overhanging peaks everywhere. Between these floating boulders, two women were fighting in the air. Both of them had 2 pairs of bright red blood wings, and more than a dozen blood-red tentacles flying constantly. Leng Yen, who originally had no tentacles, now grew tentacles due to her anger, dancing behind her. And from time to time she sprayed high-energy beams from the tips of the tentacles to attack Sekathy. "Leng Yen," Kathy said, "I killed your lover, and you killed so many of my soldiers. It's even. Let's make peace. Okay? We are biological sisters." Leng Yen roared. Go to H.L. Chapter 379 The Battle of Xiafeng 8. Pandora Star. Blood Blade Queen Leng Yen versus Blood Blade Queen Kathy. Kathy asked to make peace with Leng Yen, but Leng Yen did not agree, and the two started a fierce battle in the air. Both of them are Blood Blade Queens. They can fly, have blood wings, both have tentacles, and both can shoot plasma balls. Therefore, the two people who were seen shuttle between many overhanging peaks were flying, and red and green light balls were constantly flying. They were hitting each other back and forth. During the battle, Shibu Kathy said, "Sister, shut up! I don't have a sister like you." Leng Yen was furious. "Sister," Kathy say, "with our power, what kind of man do we want? Why would you hurt our sister's feelings for a man?" Leng Yen didn't want to talk to her for a moment. She just wanted to kill her immediately and avenge John. So she used all her strength to launch her killing move, Plasma Ball, and said Low vigorously. After some attempts to make peace failed. Kathy also said angrily, "Since you are so disrespectful of sisterhood, then sister, don't blame me for being rude. You Beachy, if you have anything else to say, feel free to come." Kathy turned over in the air and flew straight to Surspancher Peak. There were many commandos and tribesmen on Surspancher Peak. Although Leng Yen was furious, her reason was still there. So she turned on quantum communication and shouted to the entire team, "Attention! Sekathy is coming. While everyone is destroying the chrysalises to your heart's content, you must also protect yourself." Seeing the hanging peak of Surspancher is right in front of you. In the team channel, a team member said, "Miss Lung, it has been confirmed that John Chen and Smith were killed in action. Plus all Bacchus men were killed in action. For a total of 23 people killed." In other words, all the people in the first group were wiped out, and all 12 people in Bacchus were also killed. All because of Kathy Shibu's doing. For Kathy, as long as she kills John, She doesn't care whether others are innocent or not. Therefore, she is an extremely selfish, evil and dangerous person. She has no regard for the relationship between sisters and must be eliminated before she can be killed. And all of this is probably related to the invading Zerd parasites. However, Kathy swooped into the vine forest at the top of the overhanging peak and kept throwing green plasma balls around. From time to time, screams were heard from both Earthlings and Geerts. Leng Yan followed closely and chased. Those on the peak were shooting with guns, and those with bows were shooting with arrows. There was chaos. After Kathy Say rushed into the vine forest, she did not stop and rushed directly to the edge of the peak. In a moment, she rushed out of the range of the peak and dived towards the ground 10,000 meters away. Flying at high speed, he laughed wildly. Sister, you can't do anything to me. You don't care about family ties. But I can't be as ruthless as you. So I won't kill you. Leng Yan has been unable to kill her. But in such a fierce battle, Saith Saishi actually killed several more Earthlings and Geared people, which made her furious. And with a bang, her whole body suddenly burned, and a ball of red flames enveloped her entire body, causing her to fly faster in an instant. Then, Kathy Cebu, who was flying in front, suddenly started to burn. A ball of green flames enveloped her entire body, and she also accelerated her flying speed. Just like that, two flames, one green and one red, swooped down from an altitude of 10,000 meters and reached the ground in a short while. The ground of Pandora is covered with all kinds of tall plants, including trees and entwining vines, with vines accounting for the majority. While flying, Leng Yan did not forget the armored vehicle that was still on the ground and said through the radio, "Are the people on the armored vehicle online? Turn off the engine immediately. Turn off the radio, and remain silent. I will come back to you after I kill this bitchy." She knew very well that Say Kathy was crazy, and she could do anything. If the armored car exposed its whereabouts, Say Kathy would inevitably kill her. Now with Kathy's abilities, only Leng Yan has the ability to deal with her. Human beings are so insignificant in front of her. The two of them flew forward quickly, as the two flames rubbed the tops of the tall jungle trees on Pandora's ground. From time to time, trees were broken, knocked off, or burned by flames. Leng Yan chased and shouted at the same time. "Kathy Say, if you want to be a human being, stop and have a good fight with me." Kathy sure laughed wildly and said, "Sister, I won't fight with you. What you need now is to calm down, not to fight with me." Leng Yan cursed. "You beachy. You can just scold me," said Kathy Say. "I won't argue with you. John is my enemy. I have killed him now. I have taken revenge. I am in a good mood now. So now as long as when you calm down, I will have a good talk with you. I have nothing to talk about with you. I'm going to kill you. Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I'm going to kill you. Don't regret it," Kathy sneered. Leng Yan suddenly felt something bad. She felt that Kathy Say must have some trick up her sleeve. What could it be? As she kept flying, Leng Yan suddenly thought that she was going to. "Is the person from the portal here?" Leng Yan said through the radio. And as she was speaking, she could already see the portal in her field of vision. And Kathy sure was flying towards the portal quickly. "Quick!" Leng Yan shouted. "Go back and close the teleportation." The equipment on the portal side is relatively complicated. There is no way to close it, only to destroy it. But it is obviously too late to close it by destroying it. To close the wormhole first, the only way is to return to the Earth through the portal and manually close the device on the Earth. Then the wormhole in the middle of the portal will be closed, and Kathy's idea of wanting to go through will be shattered. I saw several people starting to run towards the other side of the wormhole. Before they could run over, Kathy Sure, who was flying in front, had already fired dozens of green light arrows. Dozens of people guarding the portal were shot by light arrows and fell to the ground dead. Leng Yan was extremely anxious. If Kathy was teleported, the consequences would be disastrous. So while pursuing her, she launched plasma balls faster, attacking Kathy at the same time and the portal at the same time. But the distance is very far. Not only can't hurt her Kathy, but also can't destroy the portal. At the same moment, she had already started quantum communication and connected with the advanced soldier insect in the solar system, her little bird. But at this moment, the high-level soldier insect, which was also the only soldier insect in Leng Yan's inner solar system, was besieged by dozens of ordinary soldier insects, and had no time to return to the surface and go to Alpha Base to fight against the Pasture Kathy. And even if the high-level soldier insect has a huge reminder and strong combat power, it is difficult to defeat Sir Cathy. On Pandora's side, Leng Yen watched Cathy pass through the wormhole. She could only speed up and try to teleport through. If she couldn't be killed here, then she would go back to Earth to kill her. Chapter 380 Trapped in Pandora. If Cathy Shibu returns to the Earth through the wormhole, she will most likely destroy the transmission equipment there. In that case, there will be no way to get through here. So Leng Yen was anxious and worried that something like this would happen. So she accelerated her flying speed. She watched helplessly as Shibu Cathy entered the wormhole. The wormhole was in the middle of a circular portal. Leng Yen rushed over quickly, seeing the wormhole showing a state of water ripples that never disappeared. Leng Yen thought to herself, hurry, hurry. I'm almost there. With a bang, she passed through. But, how so? How so? She did go through the wormhole, but she did not return to Earth. She was still in Pandora, but on the other side of the wormhole. Looking back, I saw that the water ripples in the wormhole were slowly fading and disappearing. She quickly went back and tried it again, but still failed. She tried to cross over again and again, but all ended in failure. No! No! Leng Yen shouted. Finally she gave up. It was obvious that after Cathy Shibu passed by, she must have destroyed the equipment there, and most likely killed the people in Alpha Base. And she is very likely to kill many people on the Earth, and rule the entire Earth with her power. Oh my god! She didn't dare to think about it. Soon, the world would be doomsday. But now Shibu Cathy destroyed the transmission equipment, and completely disconnected Pandora from the Earth. The distance between Pandora and Earth is 4.24 light years. This will be a difficult distance to overcome. Now Leng Yen has inherited all the abilities of Queen Dan's, including interstellar navigation, which can reach 2x, which is 0.02 times the speed of light. It will take at least 300 years to fly to the Earth at this speed. In 300 years, if Cathy Say wanted to destroy the Earth, she would have destroyed it long ago. And even if she flies to the Earth in this way, she can't fly right away. She still needs to establish a huge insect swarm, and that will be at least 5 years away. She is now at level 3 and level 1, commanding instant communication technology, but cannot create wormholes. But now, this ready-made wormhole has been destroyed by Cathy Shibu. So wanting to return to Earth through the wormhole has become a fantasy. Leng Yen Wei was flying around the portal, and the roar resounded throughout the world. If he had been ruthless from the beginning and directly killed Cathy's chrysalis, how could he have the result like this? Well now, I am trapped here, for 0.24 light years away from the Earth. What should I do? Through quantum communication, we continue to connect to the high-level soldier insects in the solar system. And only this high-level soldier insect can conduct instant communication connections. When Dan's and Omer were fighting a fierce battle on the Nemesis star, there were indeed Zerg units left in the Kuiper belt, but they were unable to connect. At the same time, in space 500,000 kilometers away from the Earth, a high-level soldier insect was besieged by more than 100 ordinary soldier insects and was invincible. Although Leng Yen, who was several light years away, could see here through quantum communication, she had no choice but to watch the only Zerg unit she could contact in the solar system be wiped out. Before the high-level soldier insects were eliminated, a quantum flying insect was released and flew to the Earth so that Leng Yen could continue to monitor the Earth. This little bug, which is less than 1 micron in size, will arrive on Earth in an hour. Leng Yen needs to use this little bug to understand the movements of Cathy Say. Although she cannot kill her now, she still needs to know her situation. Return to Pandora. Leng Yen, who was extremely angry, was at a loss when a voice came from the headset. Miss Leng, are you there? Leng Yen cried. I'm sorry, brothers. We can't go back. What? One person asked. Shibu Cathy, this BG. I failed to kill her, so she escaped back to Earth and destroyed the portal. We are trapped here, and we cannot go back. After a period of silence in the channel, there were sighs and insults. Someone else said, Leng, we are now on the Hanging Peak, and the air in the Vine Forest has returned to Pandora's atmosphere. Hold on, Leng Yen said. Put on your protective equipment. I will destroy all the remaining pupae now, and then I will create the atmosphere. I will not give up on any of you. After saying that, she left the portal and flew towards Surspansher Peak. The 2 armored vehicles are still on the road, but they are almost reaching the Xianfeng underground level. The people in Leng Yen's armored car stayed in the car for the time being and did not come out. They continued to drive towards Xianfeng. She planned to clean up Xiafeng before picking them up. Since we can't go back to Earth, the people here should stay here and continue to live. After a while, we arrived at the Hanging Peak. There are more than 800 insect pupae on the Hanging Peak at this moment, and the fastest one will hatch out in an hour. Leng Yan flew back and forth in the vine forest. When she saw an insect chrysalis, she fired a plasma ball to destroy it. There are more than 800 items, which cannot be cleaned up within an hour. So after destroying a few, she decided to change her strategy and said, "People on the Hanging Peak, listen up. We need to go down now. The soldiers and bugs here can't be cleared out for a while. I need to take you all to the safe area below," one person said. "But Leng, how do you deal with so many soldiers and insects hatching?" "It doesn't matter. If their queen is not here, they can't command them to attack us. I just need to destroy all the quantum flying insects scattered by Kathy on the overhanging peak. That's all. Now all of you go to the edge and wait for me. That is where we came from in the beginning. Also, please don't drive the ground armored vehicles for the time being. Stop and stay where you are. I'll join you right away." After that, he spoke to the natives in Haitian language and asked them to gather at the landing point. Then he flew to the place where Wei Yan was, and saw Wei Yan and several people still surrounding the chrysalis wrapped around his sister. Seeing Leng Yan's arrival, Wei Yan shouted in surprise, "Thank God! Her Majesty Queen Verily, you are finally here. Look at my sister." Leng Yan was suspended in the air, glanced at the chrysalis and said, "Listen, Chief Wei Yan, your sister is weak. You must take good care of her after you let her out later." "Yes, Your Majesty." After confirming, Leng Yan released the power of the insect source towards the pupa, and saw that the connection of the pupa hanging on the vine broke. And then with the sound of thorns, the outer shell of the pupa began to break. Large streams of green mucus spurted out from the chrysalis. When all the chrysalises were opened, the giantess Meng Lei was also rushed out from inside and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 381 Rescue. The Romanicin tribe is just one of the many hired tribes in Pandora. The Princess Minli has an unknown disease and is weak and dying. At this time, Butters, along with his men and Kathy, broke into the tribe, snatched Moret, and killed the old chief and many tribesmen. Of course, the tribesmen didn't know why Sekathy wanted to snatch Menlet. But Leng Yan knew that Menlet had the qualifications to become the queen of the Blood Blade. So Kathy Cebu kidnapped her in order to turn her into a Blood Blade queen, so that she could become the vassal king under her and obey her orders. But if you want to become the queen of the Blood Blade, you don't just have to meet the conditions in your accommodation. You also need a perfect parasite. Kathy Say doesn't have that. She only wants to capture Menlet and imprison her in the chrysalis to save her life, and then develop a queen from the cultivated soldiers, and then parasitize Meng Lei. This process may be completed within a few days, or it may be months or even years. So as long as a new queen is born, Meng Lei will always be imprisoned in the insect chrysalis and brainwashed to become a loyal insect slave of Sekathy and forget her hatred. But now, after Meng Lei was pulled out, her body was still very weak. And Leng Yan said, "Wolian, take your people and your sister and quickly go to the landing site to wait for me. Speed up and don't stop." "Yes, Queen," Wei Yan agreed, carrying Menlet on his back, and ran towards the landing point with his people. Seeing that he was still running around the edge, Leng Yan shouted, "You can pass through the vine forest. The air has returned to normal. If you see an insect chrysalis, shoot with that arrow. Don't stop even if you can kill it." Balyan Kazuto replied loudly, "Yes, Queen." Without looking back, he ran non-stop. Leng Yan rushed into the vine forest and continued to destroy the remaining pupae. While destroying the remaining pupae, the quantum flying insects must also be controlled to attack the flying insects left by Sher Kathy. In this duel with Kathy Sher, Leng Yan used too many energy bodies, which were in a high temperature state, including the flames that erupted while flying at extremely high speeds, causing all of her clothes to be burned. But none of this troubles her. Having inherited all of Danza's abilities, she can quickly change her shape, and her tentacles and rattan can quickly make natural clothes to wrap around her body. However, the people on the hanging peak began to quickly gather towards the landing site, while Leng Yan continued to shuttle through the vine forest, looking for the remaining pupae and destroying them, connected to the armored vehicle again and asked where they were. At this moment, they were almost at the bottom of the overhanging peak. Leng Yan once again asked them to stay where they were and take precautions. 2 armored vehicles, with 2 men in each. Now Leng Yan has to multitask, destroy the chrysalis, eliminate the quantum flying insects left by Kathy, and remotely track the only quantum flying insect left in the solar system. This quantum flying insect is the only high-level soldier insect after its death in battle. Those who remain are flying to Earth at full speed. The quantum flying insects left by Sir Kathy can be controlled remotely, and in time with Sir Kathy, who has arrived on the Earth. In other words, although Sir Kathy is already on the Earth, she can also command here through these quantum flying insects. The soldiers attacked Leng Yin and others. Therefore, she must destroy all these hostile quantum flying insects. She still doesn't know what's going on Earth. The only quantum flying insect left behind by the high-level soldier insect she calls Little Bird, that can be controlled by her, is still flying to Earth. In space, it will take about half an hour to arrive. So until now, she still doesn't know what Kathy Say, who has flown back to Earth and cut off her return route, has done. It took nearly 20 minutes for the people on the peak, including Earthlings and Geerts, to finally gather at the landing point. Leng Yin also stopped destroying the chrysalises and gathered with everyone. In this battle, more than 100 people on Earth were killed, including about 100 people on the defensive side of the portal. They were all killed by Kathy Sher's green light plasma ball. There was also a commando team that went to Xiafeng, and a total of 20 of the 60 people were killed. So there are still 44 people on Earth left on Pandora, including 4 people in 2 armored vehicles. As for the tribe, Orion brought a total of about 120 people, and Kathy Say killed about 10 people. So there were still about 100 people. There were more than 100 people in total at the landing point on the edge of the hanging peak, including 40 commandos and 100 tribesmen. Motorcycles and horses are also here. Leng Yin was suspended in midair and said, "There are more than 500 insect pupae that will come out soon. I won't have time to kill them. So it will be very dangerous up there. I will send you all down. Everyone, get ready." Already? We have to hurry up. After everyone was ready, they started to jump down with their motorcycles and horses. It happened that this place still had upward buoyancy and would not fall quickly. Otherwise, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, everyone would be smashed into pieces. There is buoyancy, and there are Leng Yin flying around, using the power of the insect source to slow down their falling speed. The gravity and buoyancy here are very complicated. People in the air will float upward for a while, and then plummet downward again. So with Leng Yin on the side to assist, the situation will be much better. While landing, Leng Yin said, "We must strive to reach the ground within 10 minutes. Those of you who have weapons should prepare their weapons. Once you find soldiers or other suspicious creatures, you must try your best to kill them." Everyone was very nervous. Those with guns held guns, and those with bows and arrows held bows and arrows. They looked around nervously, and at the same time, they were landing quickly. So if you can see it from a distance, it will be like this. A large group of people, including Earthlings who were preparing protective suits and tall Pandora people, mixed with motorcycles and horses, were falling one after another, accompanied by another woman with blood-red tentacles and blood wings flying around. At the same time as it fell, the Leng Yin armored vehicle said, "Get your weapons ready. Have you seen us? Facing our direction. If you see any soldiers flying down from the overhanging peak, shoot them." After the explanation, she waited for everyone to land and then took cover. And then Leng Yin went to deal with the soldiers and insects alone. When they were halfway down, Kathy's brainworm wave suddenly came in. She laughed wildly and said, "Sister, are you still in Pandora now? I'm sorry. I accidentally left the Earth here. The control equipment is damaged and you can't come back. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Don't be angry. You Beachy, where are you now?" Chapter 382, Dive Decisive Battle. Unexpectedly, Kathy Sher would actually establish a remote newsletter with her through quantum flying insects at this moment. This tone was clearly provocative. "Where are you? What are you doing?" Leng Yin asked angrily. "Where am I? Of course I'm on Earth. What do I want to do? I don't want to do anything," Kathy said. "Sister, were we separated when we were 4 or 5 years old? My current impression of childhood is very vague. I really want to go back to my childhood place and revisit it to see if I can retrieve my childhood memories." Childhood? The two sisters, Leng Yin and Leng Li, were orphaned when they were 4 years old and were then sent to Jiancheng Orphanage. When she was 5 years old, Leng Li was adopted by the Millers, and the two sisters were separated since then. Therefore, Leng Li only lived in Jiancheng Welfare Institution for 1 year. That is, from the age of 4 to 5. She was very young at that time and her memory is the easiest to blur. But Lung Yin felt that Lang Yin could not be a little bit don't even remember. However, Lung Li was going to the orphanage at this moment, which was a very dangerous sign. Lung Li, who is now known as Say Kathy, can do anything. She has killed more than 100 people before and after. If she goes to the orphanage, Mama Xian will be in danger. And there are also people in the orphanage. Other people. What on earth are you going to do? Lung Yin said angrily. Ha ha. Sister, why are you so nervous? Lung Li said. We are people who want to do big things and cannot be bound by mortal feelings. So let me cut off your bonds. Lung Li, listen, Lung Yin said. If you dare to mess around, I swear, even if you escape to any corner of the universe, I will find you and kill you. Oh, really? This is a very bloody sister. I like it. I will do it to you. But Annie, let's solve the crisis in front of you first. Right. Don't worry. I will be waiting for you here. When the time comes, I will live broadcast the whole process for you. Ha ha. I'm going to kill you, Lung Yin said angrily. The voice of Commando Deputy Captain Jason came from the channel. What's wrong? Lung Li, Lung Yin said. No. It's Kathy Say. She has killed many people on Earth. She is going to kill my mother now. I can't stop her. Be careful. There are soldiers coming down. Sure enough, a soldier worm swooped down from the top of the mountain. And no one has reached the ground yet. Fortunately, this is an iron beetle. If it were a light bug, it would be difficult to deal with. However, the incubation time of light worms is long. And it is definitely not possible for light worms to hatch so quickly. Therefore, the soldier bugs in the back are definitely iron beetles. The commandos who were still falling in midair had already fired at the fallen soldiers. Lung Yin releases energy with one hand to control the falling crowd, attacks the falling soldiers and insects with one hand, throws a lot of plasma balls over, and controls the surrounding branches and rocks to hit the soldiers and insects together. Without the control of the queen, the soldiers will not attack. The queen of this soldier insect is Kathy Shibuki. At the moment, Scathy is on the Earth. If she wants to control the soldier insects here from the Earth, the only thing she can do is to use quantum flying insects for remote instant communication control. Therefore, there will definitely be flying insects surrounding the attacking soldiers. Lung Yin did not miss this point, and also released a large number of flying insects to clear the area around the soldiers. But Say Kathy came to Pandora several days earlier than Lung, so she had more flying insects. And Lung Yin came late, and the speed was temporarily unable to keep up. So while she was fighting against these soldiers and insects, she was still releasing quantum flying insects. Fortunately, the soldier insect was quickly killed before it could reach him, and was blown into several pieces and fell down, scattering in all directions. Don't panic, everyone. Once we land, it will be easy for us to deal with, Lung Yin comforted. However, before she finished speaking, she saw a large number of soldiers and insects falling from the sky. A melee broke out immediately, with soldiers and insects falling from the sky on one side, and people who still had not landed on the other. Bullets and arrows were shot upward together, and even the armored vehicles on the ground set up machine guns and fired wildly at the sky. On the one hand, Lung Yin had to control the falling speed of the crowd, and on the other hand, she had to deal with these falling soldiers and insects. From time to time, soldiers and insects were seen being killed and falling in the air, but one or two soldiers and insects still broke through the defense line and rushed into the crowd. I saw a soldier insect knocking away a tribesman with a bang, opening its mouth, and clamping an earthling. With a sharp force of its claws, it clamped the earthling soldier in two with a bang. Half, blood and debris spurted out. Another soldier also knocked two people away. These two soldiers died too fast. After rushing into the crowd, they could not stop their falling speed and hit the ground straight. They fell to the ground and fell into meat patties. There are also a large number of soldiers and insects swooping down to deal with the crowd in a way that they will die together. From time to time, soldiers were killed in the air and killed by bullets, and some were killed by Lung Yin using plasma. There were also many soldiers who rushed into the crowd and killed people, and they also fell to the ground and died. To name a few. People also kept screaming, and people were killed from time to time. Lung Yin is even more difficult. She has to maintain a balance twice, not only to deal with these soldiers, but also to protect the crowd. Some soldiers and insects collided directly with her, but Lung Yin was very agile and could avoid them. At first, They couldn't hit her. But the soldiers behind them avoided her and stopped hitting her. All of this was controlled remotely by Kathy Sher on Earth. Seeing that she couldn't hit Leng Yan, she let the soldiers hit other people. Seeing that the number of soldiers and insects rushing down was increasing, the rhythm gradually became out of control, and the crowd could no longer withstand it. Finally, people gradually began to fall to the ground and fled in all directions. I saw people wailing in various ways. Within a few minutes, a large number of people had died. The ground was already littered with corpses, including those of humans, tribesmen, soldiers and insects, and those that had been crushed, pieces of motorcycles, and carcasses of horses. When people were desperate, they saw those swooping soldiers and insects suddenly stopped attacking people. Some still swooped down straight, but did not hit people directly, and some changed their trajectories and flew to the side, flew into the air not far away, and then slowly landed. Someone in the channel asked, "What's going on? They don't attack anymore." Leng Yan replied, "Because all the flying insects have been killed. These soldiers and insects no longer have the Queen's command. Everyone is safe for the time being." After all the quantum flying insects of Shurtsaishi were eliminated, the remaining soldier insects no longer attacked the crowd and no longer posed a threat. But at the same time, Leng Yan also lost contact with Shurtsaishi. The people who landed also slowly landed on the ground under Leng Yan's control. Chapter 383 Cold Kill. The Battle of the Dive ended with heavy human losses. As for the commandos, there were originally about 40 people, but another 20 people were lost when they landed. Now, including the 4 people in the armored vehicle, 18 people survived. The tribesmen had a big target and suffered heavy casualties. Only about 20 of the more than 100 natives were left. After everyone landed, they began to gather together to collect scattered equipment and treat the wounded, while Leng Yan leaned on a big rock, remotely monitoring the only quantum flying insect on the earth, and flew to the orphanage, where she lived. It was night in Jiancheng City on Earth. The quantum flying insects controlled by Leng Yan quickly arrived at the orphanage and found the director, Lao Xiang. It was also a coincidence that Lao Xiang did not go home and happened to be in her dormitory, sitting at the table, looking at the laptop. Fortunately, Kathy Say hadn't come yet, and she had to notify Lao Xiang to hide quickly. So she said through this quantum flying insect, "Mother Xiang." "Yen." Lao Xiang was startled, raised his head and looked around, asking, "Is that you? Where are you?" "Listen to me, Mother Xiang," Leng Yan said. "Leave the orphanage now and find a hidden place to hide." "Yen, where are you?" Lao Xiang asked, looking panicked. "Come out quickly. Don't scare me." Leng Yan already felt that something was wrong. She had a premonition that danger was approaching, so she couldn't help but cry anxiously. "Mother Xiang, please stop asking. I beg you. Leave here quickly and hide." "What's wrong? Yenner? Where are you? I can't see you." "Mother Xiang," Leng Yan cried, "I beg you. Hide quickly. I will tell you in detail after you hide. Hurry. Hurry up. It's too late." Only then did Lao Xiang begin to pack up hurriedly and prepare to leave. "Stop cleaning it up," Leng Yan said. "Don't take anything away. Leave immediately. Mother Xiang, I beg you." Lao Xiang was about to open the door, but at this moment the door opened, and a young and beautiful girl opened the door and came in. Lao Xiang looked at her in surprise and said, "Yenner, why are you back suddenly?" Obviously, this girl is not Leng Yan, but her twin sister Lingli, also known as Kathy. Leng Yan, who is in Pandora, shouted in Lao Xiang's ear through the quantum flying insect. "Mother Xiang, she is not me. She is Lingli, and she is here to kill you. Please call the police." Lao Xiang looked at her in horror, while Lingli smiled and said, "Mother Xiang, you are fine. It has been 15 years. Oh no. To be precise, we met once 6 years ago." "Lear." Lao Xiang looked at her in surprise. "You are really Lear. You are here. Where is Yenner? Where is Yenner?" Lingli closed the door, walked around the room, looked around, and said, "Sister, I know you are hiding in the dark. Why? Didn't you tell your dear Mother Xiang? Tell her where you are now." "Lear, what's going on?" Lao Xiang asked. "Where's Yenner? I can hear her talking. Where is she? Yenner, why don't you come out?" Leng Yan finished thinking. If she didn't talk to Xiang's mother, Lingli wouldn't know she was there at this moment. So she probably wouldn't kill Xiang's mother. She came to see Xiang's mother. just to make her watch the person she loved most die in front of her. Helpless. If Lingli didn't know she was there, she wouldn't have killed Xiang's mother. Now that she knew she was there, she would most likely kill her. Lung Yen is on tenterhooks. Lingli sneered. Sister, I know you are here. Do you know? 2 years ago, I lost my beloved mother. They locked me in a glass jar to study. Cold, lonely, angry, desperate. That kind of you can't even experience the feeling. So I want you to experience it today. That feeling is really uncomfortable. You are my sister. Shouldn't you also come and experience it together? Lungli, don't mess around. Lung Yen said. I beg you. Her voice came out through the quantum flying insects in the room, and both Lungli and Lao Xiang could hear it. Uh-huh. You are indeed here, Lungli said with a smile. Why can't you show up? Why don't you tell Mother Xiang? Then I will tell her for you now. Mother Xiang. Lao Xiang looked at her, wondering what she was going to do. Lungli said, Sister is not on Earth now. Not on Earth? Lao Xiang said in surprise. Yes, not on Earth. Lungli said, Have you ever heard of Project Alpha? Do you think my adoptive father Miller really wants to take my sister to study in Country M? No, you are wrong. It was the Alpha Research Group's idea at that time. They deceived my sister and tricked her into killing me. You're talking nonsense, Lung Yen said angrily. I came to save you. If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you with one move when you were in the chrysalis. But why did I still wait for you to break out of the chrysalis? Come out? What are you two talking about? Lao Xiang looked confused. I don't understand what you are talking about at all. Lungli sneered. Save me? If you save me, why do you want to kill my child? Those are soldier bugs. Lung Yen said. You have cultivated so many soldier bugs. Don't you just want to destroy mankind? I killed the soldiers to stop your conspiracy. But I was very merciful and let you go. Who knew you would not repent? Let me go. Ha ha. Sister, don't you think what you said is so funny? Let me go. But you still have to chase me with all your strength. Swear to kill me. And hit me with every move? Ah, say it. You killed John, killed Smith, and killed more than 100 people on Earth. You have done many evil things. Isn't it right for me to hunt you down? Lungli. Sister, I won't argue with you about the past. Even if you killed the man I love most. And I will not hold you accountable. I just ask you to let Mama Xiang go. Okay? She is my Mama Xiang. And she is also your Mama Xiang. Lungli snorted and looked at Lao Xiang in the room. He neither killed nor spoke. Lao Xiang also looked at her with suspicion. Lung Yen understood very well that it was obviously impossible to ask Lao Xiang to escape now. Once Lungli discovered her, she would not be able to escape at all. So she looked at Lungli with fear, silently hoping that she would find out with her conscience. At this moment, Lungli's cell phone rang, and she took out her cell phone to answer the call, and said cheerfully to the phone, Hi, Daddy. It turned out to be Miller who called her. Lung Yen was monitored by Quantum Flying Insect, so she could hear Miller's voice on the phone. Miller said, Kathy, stop it. Don't kill anyone again. I beg you. Okay, Daddy. Lungli smiled. I won't kill anyone anymore. In 3 seconds, I won't kill anyone. As she spoke, she walked towards the door. The moment she turned around, a tentacle stretched out from her back with a sharp thorn and quickly stabbed Lao Xiang's throat. Chapter 384 No Home. Lung Yen, who was in Pandora, watched helplessly as Lungli killed Lao Xiang, but she had no way to stop him. At this moment, she was completely filled with grief and anger, but she was still monitoring the scene. She couldn't say anything at this moment. She understood that it was useless for her to say anything at this moment. Only boundless hatred filled her body and mind. Lungli, who had already reached the door, did not rush to open the door. Instead, she turned around and came to the body. She picked up her mobile phone and squatted down. She picked up Lao Xiang's finger and pressed the fingerprint lock on the mobile phone. Lungli, what else do you want to do? Lung Yen asked angrily in grief. Lungli just sneered and said calmly, You will know later. Sister. Lao Xiang's cell phone was opened, and the camera on the cell phone was turned on, and the time-lapse photo function was turned on. And then he turned and walked towards the door. Lao Xiang, who was already dead, was holding his mobile phone in his hand and facing the door. When the time-lapse photo count reached 0, Lungli turned around and faced the camera with a cold smile. There was a click. The flash went off. Lung Lee's side was photographed by the mobile phone. And the mobile phone slipped from Lao Xiang's hand. Daddy, I'm coming to find you now. Lung Lee sneered. Opened the door. Jumped into the sky and flew away. Why did Lung Lee let Lao Xiang's cell phone take pictures of her? Lung Yen had already thought of the answer, which was to make people suspect that she was the murderer. Because they are twin sisters and look exactly the same. Lung Lee deliberately took photos of herself with Lao Xiang's mobile phone in order to make people suspect that Lung Yen was the murderer. This move is indeed cruel enough. And after Lung Lee killed Lao Xiang and took photos to create false evidence. Before leaving, she said she was going to find Miller. With her expression and tone. Could it be that she was going to kill Miller? Miller is Lung Lee's adoptive father. And he has been kind to her in raising her. Lung Lee doesn't want to repay his kindness, but wants to kill him. It has really reached the point of annihilating humanity. Therefore, we must stop her and not let her kill more people. Thinking of this, Lung Yen controlled the only quantum flying insect, left the orphanage, and quickly chased Lung Lee. Lung Lee flew quickly in the air and quickly flew out of the atmosphere. But the quantum flying insects flew faster. Quantum flying insects are not aggressive, but have very superior tracking and intelligence reconnaissance capabilities. At this moment, Lung Lee was wrapped in a layer of green flames, flying in the orbit of the Earth, and soon came to the sky above Country M, and began to swoop down. Lung Yen didn't know where Miller lived. Although she went to Miller's house 6 years ago, she couldn't remember it after so many years, so she could only let the quantum flying insects follow Lung Lee. Lung Lee was very fast, and soon she arrived at Miller's house. This was a residential area, and Miller's house was a small wooden building in it. Lung Lee directly broke through the glass on the second floor and rushed in. The next scene was not only Lung Yen, but also Lung Lee was shocked. Miller was seen sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall, holding a slug gun in both hands, and the muzzle of the gun was pressed against the employee. Lung Lee shouted, "No! Daddy! Don't!" While speaking, a tentacle flew out, trying to snatch the gun in Miller's hand. But it was still too late. Miller smiled miserably and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, Miller's entire jaw was blown off, and he died instantly. "No! Daddy! Why?" Lung Lee knelt on the ground in pain. Lung Yen was also stunned. She couldn't imagine how Miller could commit suicide. Lung Lee took out her phone, turned on the screen, and clicked on a video in the chat software. It was sent to her by Miller. Miller in the sword video looked at the camera and said with a sad smile, "Kathy, I know you love me very much. You killed your mother, and you did it by mistake. But you killed too many people, and your hands were covered with blood. With your current abilities, it is not difficult to destroy the Earth. So, I can only use my death to apologize for you. Kathy, say, I am begging you. Stop it, and stop killing people." The video is very short, and will be played in a moment. Lung Lee watched the video on her phone, crying and asking, "Why? Why?" Due to the time difference, it was night in Jiancheng, while it was morning in Country M at this moment. Lung Lee was crying. Sirens sounded outside the house, and a large number of police cars came to the house and stopped. Lung Lee wiped her tears, put her phone away, and said, "Daddy, okay, I promise you that I will never kill anyone again, and I will never kill another person on Earth. No, I will leave the Earth now. I will never come back. Goodbye." Goodbye. After that, he hugged Miller's body, then raised his head and said, "Lung Yen, you have seen it. Right. Are you satisfied now?" After she said this, she destroyed the quantum flying insects under surveillance. Subsequently, Lung Yen also lost her only quantum flying insect on the Earth, completely lost the monitoring of the Earth, and also lost the news about Lung Lee. Pandora Star. Lung Yen sat on the stone, her eyes dull. Jason, the deputy captain of the commando team, came over and said, "Cold, cold." Lung Yen came back to her senses, wiped her tears and said, "Kathy returned to Earth, and she killed my adoptive mother. Miller committed suicide in front of her. She destroyed my quantum flying insect. Now I can't see the Earth, and I don't know anything else. I estimate that she must have killed many people in Alpha Base. And the most serious thing is that she destroyed the teleportation device, and we can't go back. Oh my God! What can I do?" Several people gathered around, waiting for her to make a decision, because now, she was the only one with the strongest ability. Pandora, This extraterrestrial planet contains a large amount of chlorine, methane, and ammonia in the air. People cannot survive at all, and the protective equipment brought by the commandos cannot last long. Lun Yen looked at everyone and said, "So, we have to live here forever. But the air here is not suitable for survival," one person said, "and our protective equipment will not last long." Lun Yen looked at him and smiled. "This is not a problem. I have the ability to modify the atmosphere. We will return to the hanging peak later and slightly modify the hanging peak so that we can survive for a long time." Another person said, "Do we really want to live here for the rest of our lives? Oh my God! What can we do?" Lun Yen replied, "I do have the ability to take you back. But not you personally, but your ashes. Because interstellar flight takes at least 300 years to return to Earth." Everyone sighed. Lun Yen added, "The first step is to eliminate all the remaining soldiers. They are left by Kathy Sure. Only she can control them. Others cannot instigate rebellion, so they can only be destroyed." Chapter 385 Future Home. On the planet Pandora, under the hanging peak of Suspansion, a dozen Earthlings and 20 tribesmen gathered together, facing Lun Yen. Lun Yen said, "Everyone now understands the current situation. So now I will tell you our future plans. First of all, we can't return to Earth in this lifetime. At least not within 300 years. In other words, you will stay on this planet for the rest of your life." She is speaking in English now, and she is talking to the 18 survivors of the commando team. Among these survivors, there are several injured. As for the tribesmen, they can't understand what she is talking about. Lun Yen plans to wait a moment. Talk to them alone again. Second point, Lun Yen added, the 18 of you are all men. So you want to be a monk on this alien planet for the rest of your life. Oh, that is, you will be single for the rest of your life. Don't look at me. Don't make any decisions about me. Although I am a woman, strictly speaking, I am no longer a human being. Besides, I only love John in my life. But it's a pity that he is dead. The third point I want to talk about is how to survive on this planet. You also know that the atmosphere of Pandora is not suitable for human survival unless the atmosphere is modified. I can do this, but I can't transform the entire planet. Because there are still many Geld natives on this planet. If I transform the entire planet, all the Geld natives will be killed. So I can't kill an entire planet of natives just for 18 of you. But you don't have to worry. Kathy Sure transformed the entire summit of Suspansion Peak into an environment where humans can survive. I can do this as well. So we have to go back to the peak and build a human settlement on the peak. But we can't go back. Someone in the team suddenly shouted. We are the only ones who have to live here for the rest of our lives. What's the point of living? It's better to just die. Lun Yen glanced at him and said, Jason, you are the captain now. Take care of your people and let him stabilize his emotions. Don't affect other people just because he wants to die. I believe that you all want to die. Stay alive. If we all want to live, we will prepare to return to the peak and transform the peak. If we all want to die, then there is no need for me to go to so much trouble. Jason and several people went to comfort the man who just lost his temper. Lun Yen added, before returning to the peak, I need to eliminate all the remaining 400 or so soldiers and insects. Although these soldiers and insects will no longer attack us, they will always be troublesome if they remain. You guys have a good rest here now. After all the soldiers and insects are eliminated, we will return to the peak. After that, he came to visit Meng Lete again. Minling's life was not in danger, but she was still very weak. She was being taken care of by her brother Valian. And several other tribesmen also gathered together. Lun Yen came to Yin and said, your sister has been brought back to you now. Many people died in this battle, including your people and mine. These are the people we want to see. Yes. Right? Wei Yin sighed and said, yes, my respected Majesty the Queen. This Wei Yin was 3 meters 6 tall. If Lun Yen stood in front of him, she would not be as tall as his waist. So she spread her blood wings at this moment and was suspended in midair. Our enemies have been repelled. And Lun Yen said this, looking at the soldiers and insects floating around, and then said, they no longer pose a threat. So you can go back with confidence. Wei Yan looked at his sister Meng Lady, suddenly knelt down and said, Dear Majesty the Queen, please save my sister. Lun Yen asked, I have already seen Meng Leda. Her life is not in danger for the time being. You take her back to the tribe. After I have settled everything here, I will go to you and find a way to deal with it. Your sister is cured. Yes, Queen. Our tribe is here. Leng Yan waved her hand and said, Needless to say, I will find it. You go back quickly. Yes, Queen, Wei Yin said and stood up, riding back with his people. Since he also lost many people in the Battle of Hanging Peak and the Battle of Subduction, many horses were left vacant and were led back. The next step is to deal with the remaining soldier insects. There are more than 400 soldiers scattered around. Some of them are still in their respective chrysalis at the peak. Leng Yan asked Jason to organize the manpower to manage the team, and she flew up to eliminate the soldiers scattered around. These soldiers were all iron beetles. Some were floating, and some were rooted to the ground. Leng Yan aimed at the nearest soldier insect, took off the blood blade, and slashed it with a sword. And then a crimson energy wave rushed over. The blade of the sword shot out of the air. After the soldier insect was chopped, it immediately exploded and fell down. Even if the soldier insect was eliminated, several soldier insects around it suddenly fled in all directions and fled a certain distance. Then he stopped moving and stood still. Leng Yan chased these soldier bugs one by one. So in this way, although the soldier bugs did not fight back, the killing speed was also very slow. Gradually, Leng Yan started to feel irritable, and Jason on the ground suddenly said on the channel, These soldiers are no threat now. I'm wondering, will they starve to death if they don't eat for a long time? Leng Yan said, The Anata Zerg and the Earth's creatures are not in the same system. Its main source of food is energy. It will only eat real food when the body is depleted. Therefore, when the Anata Zerg is full after one meal, it can resist hunger for a long time. So you don't have to worry about them being hungry, let alone that they will starve to death. Then what should we do? Jason said. It's very tiring to see you killing one by one like this. Leng Yan was suspended in the air, stopped killing insects, thought about it, and after a moment, said, How about we come up first, and we will talk about killing insects later, and we don't know when it will happen. With the monsters coming out, these strange local creatures will also be a great threat to you. What do you think? Jason's team members discussed it, and all felt that they could go up now. After the opinion was unanimously passed, Leng Yan flew down again and took everyone to the underground of Xianfeng. She found an upward source of attraction. She happened to see a green tornado and came to the green column formed by this green tornado in front of them. With the help of Leng Yan, everyone began to suck up towards the peak. Personnel, motorcycles, and 2 armored vehicles were attracted together. Chapter 386 How Long is a Day? 18 members of the commando team returned to the summit, including the wounded. In addition to personnel, there are armored vehicles and motorcycles. The armored vehicles were all good, but many motorcycles were damaged to varying degrees in the dive battle, and they were all brought to the top of the mountain. Some scattered parts were gradually brought to the top in the future. After reaching the top of the peak, we still returned to the central area of the hanging peak, where Bacchus and the others stayed at the beginning. There was a big rock, which was a flat land in its previous life. This flat land was covered with shrubs. Leng Yan led the team members to eradicate the shrubs, level the flat land, and set up more than a dozen tents. Everyone has a single tent for rest and living. Every team member comes with a marching quilt. So don't worry. Leng Yan released a lot of genetic flying insects, which were scattered in the vine forest on the peak and absorbed to various plants in the vine forest. By changing the photosynthesis and respiratory system of the plants filtered the harmful gases in the air that are harmful to humans, such as chlorine, methane and ammonia. The air filtration system previously established by Kathy Shibu had been destroyed during the battle, so it needed to be re-established. This process took about 24 hours. So current team members still need to wear protective equipment. After everyone came up and the preparations were done, Leng Yan asked everyone to rest on the spot. Some were lying in their tents, while others were in a daze on the open ground. But for people must always be on guard to prevent being attacked by monsters. Monsters is a very strange creature that is not only highly aggressive, but can also emit gamma rays. Gamma rays are radioactive hazards to the human body. Despite this, people were able to survive in this world because at that time, most plants on Pandora had the function of automatically purifying radiation. Such an ecosystem is completely different from the Earth. There is dry food and drinking water on the armored vehicle, so you don't have to worry about food for the time being. There are not only dry food and drinking water, but also seeds of several crops, including rice, wheat, peanuts, cabbage, water spinach, lettuce, garlic and other seeds, as well as some potato pieces that can be planted. In addition to crop seeds, there are more than 100 eggs and duck eggs that can be hatched. It seems that the Alpha Research Base has done enough homework for this interstellar teleportation. But they never thought that the teleportation gate would be destroyed by Kathy Schur, making it impossible for the personnel here to go back. And they had to do it in this strange place. Live a lifetime on a distant alien planet. Now, these seeds and eggs come in handy. As long as Lung Yen succeeds in transforming the air here, they will not have to worry about their future lives. They will have food, vegetables, and meat, but only chicken and duck meat. If they want to eat pork, beef, and mutton, then in this life don't even think about it. Outside the flat land in the middle, there were huge vines, trees, and bushes all around. There were no monsters to be seen, and there were unhatched insect pupae in some places. Lung Yen told Jason to take good care of his team members to prevent some of them from breaking down and doing something extreme. After everything was explained, she found a taller vine, 1 kilometer away from the gathering point of the team members and about 10 meters above the ground. Then she formed a pupa and wrapped herself in it. Purification, not evolution, is a way for the Bloodblade Queen to hibernate, ascend, and replenish her energy by enveloping herself in pupa. While purifying, a large number of spores can also be released to spawn more larvae, and the larvae may pupate and hatch into stunning soldier insects. There are currently more than 400 soldier bugs that originally belonged to Shi Xian and around Xianfeng. It would be cumbersome to kill them one by one, but they no longer pose a threat anyway. So Lung Yen plans to breed her own soldier bugs and let her soldiers to deal with those soldiers belonging to Kathy. When she first came to Pandora through the wormhole, Lung Yen had already released a lot of spores. Some of these spores fell into the soil, and some were attached to plants. As long as they have enough nutrients and energy, they can multiply into fur larvae. This process will be completed within 24 hours. And the spores released at the beginning are only about 10 years old. After the rogue grows into a larva, it will take at least 24 hours to obtain an iron beetle with full combat effectiveness. So all Lung Yen can do now is wait. And her pupation and purification will allow her to rest, replenish her physical strength and energy, and achieve a better mental state. But he said that in the middle of the hanging peak, after everyone had set up tents and some people were resting inside, Jason lined up 4 sentries to stand guard. Each post lasted 6 hours. And there were 4 shifts in total. Lung Yen promised that after her insect swarm is established, they will no longer be needed to stand guard. But the soldiers standing guard were holding guns and looking around. One of them said, "I don't know when it will get dark on Pandora." Another person said, "Will it be cold at night?" Pandora is a planet that is about the same size and mass as the Earth and slightly smaller. But it is a satellite, while the latter is a planet. Pandora's complex astronomical environment makes its day and night irregular. When the 4 men finished their 6-hour shift, it was still dark. Everyone didn't pay much attention. They just changed their guard and ate some dry food. And the person from the next shift came to stand guard. When the second shift was over, it was still dark. 12 hours had passed. And by this time Lung Yen had already had many spores growing into larvae. Larvae are the most basic units for the growth of the Annata Zerg. Each larvae can pupate and hatch into a soldier worm. Or 10 larvae can be fused together to shorten the time by 9 times to hatch a soldier worm. Lung Yen chose the latter. And a large number of larvae began to pupate on the peak or on the ground, preparing to hatch soldier insects. Some of these pupae hang on the treetops, while others are buried in the soil, with half of them outside. The first batch of more than 30 pupae began to hatch, and more pupae continued to form after that. But on the top of the peak, after the 3rd shift finished their guard duty, it was still not dark yet. It had been almost 30 hours since we arrived from Earth. It was still bright, and 2 suns hung in the sky, casting their scorching rays on Pandora's many overhanging peaks and ground. The 4th round of standing guard began again. Jason smoked a cigarette, walked out of the tent, looked at the sky, and cursed. "Fake! Isn't there no night in Pandora?" Looking at Lung Yen, who was not far away. She was still wrapped in the chrysalis and hanging on a very tall tree vine, as if the world had nothing to do with her. Chapter 387, My Own Soldiers. The air in the 25 square kilometers of Surspansher Peak has been purified. So the 18 commandos from Earth, who live on the top, no longer need chemical protection equipment and can breathe the air directly. Captain Jason was bored and left the rest area and walked into the vine forest and came under Lung Yan's pupa. He saw that Lung Yan's pupa was more than 10 meters high and hung high above his head. Jason walked back and forth under the chrysalis and looked up. The chrysalis was red, with vein-like strips covering its surface. The whole chrysalis was squirming slightly. Lung, you've been wrapped in it for 30 hours, Jason said. You're not going to just stay in there and never come out. Are you? Do we have to live here forever? Such a small place. And it's still in heaven and can't go anywhere. The chrysalis squirmed slightly, but was completely unmoved by his words. Jason talked for a while below, and was about to go back when another team member, Tommy, came over and asked, How is it? She's still in there and doesn't react at all? Jason shrugged. Hey, what do you think all this is? Tommy said. We are going to be trapped here for the rest of our lives. We are all young, in our 20s and 30s. We can't be singles for the rest of our lives. Right. Jason looked at him and asked, What can we do? Tommy raised his head, pointed to the cool chrysalis above his head, and said, It's a pity that there's only one woman, and there are 18 of us. This isn't enough. Jason smiled at him and shook his head helplessly. He held a cigarette in his hand, put it under his nose and smelled it vigorously, but was reluctant to light it. Cigarettes are supplies brought from the earth and will be gone after smoking them, so Jason will be reluctant to part with them. Seeing that Jason didn't speak, Tommy smiled and said, I know what you are thinking. You think she is not a human being, so it is impossible to have a relationship with her. But boss, both she and John can do it, and she can do the same as us. It seems that from now on, we will have 18 people sharing her as one woman, which will be cheaper for her. Hee hee. When Tommy said this, he couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile. Jason glared at him and said, Don't talk nonsense. Now Lung is our only hope for survival. Without her, we would all have died long ago. Not necessarily, Tommy said. Would we be in this world without her? Would we be trapped here? Obviously not. Without her, Jason said, we might not come here. But you have to understand that Kathy has cultivated a large number of soldiers here, and they will return to the earth and destroy the entire earth. Don't say anything then. If you and I can't survive, even our family members will die. Do you understand? I don't think so, Tommy said stubbornly. How big is the portal? Before Lung came, it was only 2 meters in diameter. The smallest of those soldiers were 2 meters long and couldn't get through it all. How could she bring it through? Return to Earth with the soldiers? With Kathy's ability, does she need to lead insect soldiers? She can dominate the Earth by herself. Then why did she come to Pandora? I don't know. Maybe she also wants to occupy Pandora. The two of them were talking to each other under the chrysalis. Although Lung Yen was wrapped in the chrysalis and could not move, she could hear the words of the two people below clearly. But she was too lazy to argue with them. While she was purifying, she was also thinking about her own future. She inherited all of Danza's abilities and all of his memories. So she also knew what kind of creature the Anata Zerg was. This is a biological species that constitutes an interstellar civilization. So she will use Pandora as her home base and base for development in the future, taking Pandora as the starting point. It occupied the entire Alpha 3 galaxy, fully developed the resources in the Alpha 3 galaxy, and developed her Zerg civilization to a large extent. Since she wants to develop a civilization that belongs to her, it involves the issue of naming the civilization. What kind of name should it give? What is the purpose of developing the history of civilization? Is it just to continue dance? She has more important things to do, and that is revenge. After becoming the Queen of the Blood Blade, she will have a lifespan of 10,000 years. In the same way, her sister Lunli is now the Queen of the Blood Blade, so she also has a lifespan of 10,000 years. So she has 10,000 years to take revenge. The only goal of revenge is to kill Lunli. So from now on, she will go all out to develop her power and produce enough soldier bugs, high-level soldier bugs, and more powerful bug beasts. After building a sufficiently powerful insect swarm, it is time to return to the solar system with all our strength. It takes about 10 years to set off for the solar system. 10 years later, after the insect swarm has sufficient combat power, it will return to the solar system with all its strength. This process will take about 300 years. Not to mention that Lung Yen was purified in the chrysalis. But that Jason and Tommy said some boring words under the chrysalis and walked away. More than 20 hours passed, and it still wasn't dark. Counting from the time everyone arrived at Pandora, it had been 60 hours, and it had been daytime. The 18 members of the commando team also took turns to rest. During these 60 hours, soldier insects continued to hatch. Standing on the hanging peak, you could see soldier insects flying back and forth in the sky from time to time. There are still a lot of Sekethy soldier bugs around the hanging peak. But the newly hatched glamorous soldier bugs do not attack these hostile soldier bugs. The reason is that both sides are iron beetles. And the attack method of the iron beetle is physical impact. If it attacks, it will not only kill the enemy, but it may also hurt itself. The enemy soldiers and insects were no longer a threat. So Leng Yan did not let her own soldiers and insects attack. After another 10 hours, the sky finally began to darken. At this time, King could see one of the 3 suns disappearing into the sky, possibly blocked by other planets in the system. But the sky is still bright at this time, just like evening on Earth. It was also at this time that the first batch of stunning light bugs hatched out. Once these light bugs hatched, they immediately launched an attack on the enemy soldier bugs. There are 2 ways to obtain lightworms. One is from the larvae pupating and hatching, which takes 720 hours. But this time can be shortened to 72 hours through the fusion of larvae. Therefore, Leng Yan set up some lightworms in the first batch of pupating soldier insects. And more lightworms were hatched later. The second way to obtain it is to evolve it from the iron beetle. This process takes 720 hours and cannot be fused or shortened. Chapter 388 Breaking the Pupa. The first batch of a dozen light bugs hatched out of their pupae. Once they hatched, they looked around for enemy soldier bugs and emitted plasma. The only enemy soldiers were the iron beetles left behind by Kathy Sher. There were more than 400 of them. They had no ability to fight back and could not withstand the light bugs. So they were hunted down one after another. In addition to hunting enemy soldier bugs, light bugs will also kill monsters easily once they find them. The light bug is also an ordinary soldier bug. It is as big as the iron beetle, but it is an upgraded version of the iron beetle. It has a plasma reactor at its tail that can emit plasma to attack the enemy. Plasma, also known as plasma, is a weapon-grade high-energy plasma that can become a very powerful weapon if it is formed into a beam and shot out. During the period of Leng Yan's pupation and purification, spores are constantly released by her. These spores will turn into larvae, and then into soldier insects step by step according to the program. After the soldier bugs hatch out, some of the soldier bugs continue to pupate and evolve towards a more advanced level, which is the advanced soldier bug. In the 3rd level and 1st level insect swarm of the Anata Zerg, there are mainly 5 types of Zerg units, namely, queen, adult insect, larva, spore and quantum flying insect. Queen. The 3rd level and 1st level queen is the queen of the blood blade, the highest level unit, the only individual with subjective consciousness in the entire Zerg civilization, who can command the entire Zerg swarm, also known as the white tiger level Zerg unit. Adult insects are Zerg units with combat effectiveness. There are 3 main types: soldier insects, advanced soldier insects, and insect beasts. Soldier bugs are also called ordinary soldier bugs. There are 2 types: iron beetles and light bugs. They have been introduced before, so I won't go into details. Advanced soldier bugs, as briefly introduced earlier, range in size from 50 meters to 300 meters. They are the main force in interstellar warfare and can carry a small number of soldier bugs, also known as the Suzaku class. Later, after Luo Xiaoxue joined, she named her Phoenix, or Fire Phoenix. Therefore, high-level soldiers are also called Phoenix, or Suzaku-level soldiers. Insect beasts are large individuals in the insect swarm. They have many functions such as interstellar navigation, interstellar warfare, material transportation, and soldier insect loading. It is equivalent to the interstellar mothership in machine civilization, but it is much larger. Insect beasts include 2 types: Qilong level, small insect beasts, ranging in size from 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers, and can carry a large number of soldier insects. Xuanwu level, giant insect beast, with a body size of more than 100 kilometers, and can carry a large number of insect soldiers. The interstellar navigation of the swarm mainly relies on the insect beast, and other insect units will be hung on the insect beast, whether it is an advanced soldier insect, or a green dragon level or Xuanwu level insect beast. They can all evolve through the pupation of soldier insects, provided that there are sufficient resources and energy. It takes about 30 days for a soldier insect to evolve into a high-level soldier insect, about 300 days for a blue dragon level insect beast, and about 1,500 days for a basalt level insect beast. All times are measured in Earth time. After talking about the queen and adults, it's time to move on to the larvae, which grow from spores. Spores are released by the queen, and in the entire swarm, only the queen has the ability to create and release spores. Finally, There are quantum flying insects. Small ones are invisible to the naked eye, and large ones are only millimeter-sized. There are many types, and they have functions such as quantum detection, quantum communication, and plant modification. However, Leng Yan said that after wrapping herself in the chrysalis for 72 hours, she was finally ready to come out. In the evening, people have been in Pandora for more than 80 hours. And finally it is evening. It is getting dark. This will be the first night that people spend in Pandora. Jason came under the cold chrysalis again. When he was about to reach the chrysalis, he felt something was wrong. He felt that the familiar chrysalis not far away seemed to have become thinner, or shriveled up. When I arrived, I discovered that the pupa had broken open and had turned into a layer of skin. There was still viscous liquid flowing out of it, and Leng Yan was no longer inside. Jason looked around in confusion and heard a noise in the bushes not far away. He quickly raised his gun and took aim, staring nervously ahead. After a while, he saw a beautiful woman walking out of the bushes. She has wavy black hair, electric red lips, and rosy complexion. She is wrapped in a red tight-fitting dress of unknown material and has a graceful figure. The beauty just looked at him, without a smile, and walked over with light steps. Jason stared at her dumbfounded. "What are you looking at? You haven't recognized me since we haven't seen each other for 3 days?" the beauty asked. Her voice was cold, but her appearance was completely different. Although Jason was face-blind to Easterners, he could still tell them apart. "Leng? Is it really you?" Jason asked doubtfully, and at the same time he put down his gun. "What do you think?" Leng Yan asked without answering, passing her and walking towards the rock, followed closely by Jason. The two were walking in the vine forest. Before they reached the open space in front of them, Leng Yan stretched out her hand. A large fruit fell from the tall vine and was caught in her hand. Leng Yan threw the fruit to him, and Jason hurriedly stretched out his hands to catch it. This is a strange fruit. Orange, as big as a papaya, with thorns covering its surface. It looks like a bitter melon, but has a very hard shell. Jason caught the fruit and said, "This, eat. You can eat it," Leng Yan said. "You can eat all the fruits produced on this hanging peak." But Jason had no way to open this strange fruit. He gave him a cold look, took the fruit with his left hand, and extended his index finger with his right hand. The nail on his index finger immediately grew 10 centimeters long. The 10-centimeter long fingernails scratched against the fruit, easily cutting open the hard lead fruit, revealing pieces of milky white flesh inside. The long nails shrank back and returned to normal. Leng Yan handed the fruit to him again and said, "You can't eat the shell." Jason took the fruit, took out a piece of pulp and ate it. While eating, he said, "It's a bit crispy, juicy but not too much, sweet and astringent. Although it's a bit astringent, it tastes really good." Leng Yan just glanced at him, still looking serious. After undergoing the chrysalis evolution, although she became more beautiful and charming, she was even colder than before. This may be because the two people she loved most died, which caused huge trauma to her soul. After a while, the two came to the rock. Everyone gathered around and looked at Leng Yan with surprised eyes. In front of them, Leng Yan looked a little bit like a Zerg at this moment. She was completely a human being, and a very beautiful human being at that. There were also a few people who looked at her lustfully, sneered coldly and said, "You will live here happily from now on. I tell you, don't try to take my chances. You have all seen my abilities. Don't make me angry. You can eat the fruits in the vine forest with confidence. They are not poisonous or radioactive. Then leave." "Where are you going?" Jason asked from behind. Leng Yan just waved her hand and continued walking forward without answering. Passing through the vine forest, he came to the edge of the overhanging peak and fell towards the earth. Chapter 389 Tribe. "Where are you going?" Jason asked from behind. Leng Yan just waved her hand and continued walking forward without answering. Passing through the vine forest, he came to the edge of the overhanging peak and fell towards the earth. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Leng Yan chose a place with downward gravity. While falling, in order to resist the chaotic gravitational influence from above and below, she also actively released power to speed up her descent. She didn't have tentacles or wings, so she just dived straight down. When she had descended 3,000 to 4,000 meters, she saw a dozen soldier insects swooping over from behind, accompanying her to the left and right. Leng Yan, who was diving, looked around. On both sides, there were soldiers and insects diving at the same speed as her. They also looked at her with their dark eyes open. These soldiers and insects belonged to her insect swarm. Leng Yan whistled at one of the soldiers, and the soldier came closer. Leng Yan grabbed the tentacles behind the soldier's head, turned over and rode up. The soldier who became the mount actually looked back at her, staring with big black eyes. Leng Yan patted her big head hard and said, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Fly well. Be careful not to fall down." The soldier insect let out a howl and continued to swoop, accompanied by other soldier insects, while Leng Yan lay on its back with a serious expression, neither scared nor excited. When they dived to an altitude of 1,000 meters, the swarm of dozens of soldier bugs began to slow down and fly quickly forward at an angle. While flying, they kept rolling in the air, including the soldier insect carrying Leng Yan. It also kept rolling in the air, as if it wanted to throw her down. But Leng Yan was not afraid and just lay on her back, on the back of the soldier bug. Finally, the soldiers and insects arrived at a place not high above the ground and flew forward close to the tops of tall trees. In front of them was the central village of Kul village of the Romanicin tribe. Bing Chong carried Leng Yan to Kul village. In this village, there are many primitive firewood sheds, and the natives live in these firewood sheds. The village is in the forest. There is a very tall tree in the center of the village, at least more than 100 meters high. Only one such tall tree can cover the entire village of Kul. A dozen natives gathered under the big tree. When they saw a dozen strange animals flying over and suspended in midair, they were all frightened and screamed. Some pointed bows and arrows at them, while others running around in fear. Leng Yan got off the soldier insect's back and patted the soldier insect gently on the head. The soldier insect fell to the ground obediently and lay on the ground obediently, while the other soldier insects, they all flew away. Leng Yan walked slowly towards the crowd, who all looked at her nervously. At this moment, Chief Wei Yan came over and shouted from afar, "Are you the noble queen verily?" Leng Yan just sneered and said, "The day hasn't even ended yet. Why don't you recognize me?" Although it has been more than 80 hours since we arrived in Pandora, it is still not completely dark. So on Pandora, a day is not over yet, which is why Leng Yan said this. As expected, it is Her Majesty Queen verily. Wei Yan was surprised and delighted, and came forward to greet her, and signaled everyone not to be afraid. But Wei Yan was still a little scared when he looked at the soldier insect behind Leng Yan. He pointed at it, and didn't know what to say. "Don't worry," Leng Yan said. "These are my soldiers, and they pose no threat to us." Only then did Wei Yan nodded with relief. Leng Yan looked around and saw that it was indeed a very backward and almost primitive era. So she understood that the life of these natives must also be very difficult. "How is your sister?" Leng Yan asked. Wei Yan shook his head and said distressfully, "It still doesn't work. I don't know what the disease is. Take me to see her." "Yes, Queen," Wei Yan said, and took her to see Meng Lady. Wei Yan and the people here are all over 3.5 meters tall, while Leng Yan is still the height of an ordinary earthling at 1.6 meters. So in front of him, she is not as long as his thigh. Therefore, he seemed very small in front of many high-yeared natives. It doesn't matter if she is thin, but she has strong fighting ability. When they came to a woodshed, they followed Wei Yan in and saw Mengli lying on the bed, indeed dying. After Leng Yan looked at her, she shook her head and said, "Menglei has a blood disease, and there is no way to treat it," Wei Yan said anxiously. "Queen, please save my sister. She cannot die." As he spoke, he started to cry. Leng Yan comforted him and said, "Don't worry. There are ways, but they may be unacceptable to you. What is the method? You tell me. As long as it can save her, any method will do." Leng Yan did not answer him, but asked, "Then do you know why Say Kathy kidnapped your sister and wrapped her in a chrysalis?" Wei Yan shook his head blankly. Leng Yan said, "She wants Millet to become the kind of person she is, to create more soldier bugs, lead more bug swarms, and conquer the universe. But isn't she afraid that her sister will rebel against her if she becomes someone like her? Kathy and I have a sworn hatred." Sekathy and Bacchus got entangled and came to the Romanicin tribe. After killing their parents and other tribesmen, they kidnapped Menlet. So Wei Yan asked once. Leng Yan shook her head and said, "No, Kathy Say will brainwash her and make her her permanent fan, and she will never resist or betray her. It's really vicious," said Wei Yan. "But there is one thing you need to understand," Leng Yan said. "After being purified by the chrysalis, your sister will also become the Blood Blade Queen, just like Say Kathy, and of course like me. The difference is that Kathy and I are both independent queens. And your sister Meng Lei will become the domain queen. The domain queen will become a subordinate of the independent queen and obey her orders. That's not allowed. Wei Yin shouted. Kathy say, and I have a grudge against killing our father and mother. How can I let my sister sacrifice her life for such a murderer? It's good that you can realize this. So this is why I promised you to help you rescue your sister. But you must also understand that once you become the queen of the vassal, although you have to obey the orders of the independent queen, you still have your own autonomy, conscious, and would have a lifespan of at least 10,000 years. Even if we live as long as the universe, it won't work, Wei Yin said. In short, we can't sacrifice our lives for the enemy. Lin Yan spread her hands and said, then there is no way to save your sister. Ah. Wei Yin looked disappointed. But he soon came to his senses and said, but my sister can become your vassal queen and let her be loyal to you. I can still accept this. Chapter 390 Meng Lei Te, who became the queen of the feudal lord. In fact, Meng Lei's current situation is the same as Lun Yan's before. She is terminally ill and has no immunity. The same goes for Kathy Shi. Although she is not terminally ill, she was injured by monsters 6 years ago. The situation is similar, and she is also defenseless. Another one is Luo Xiaoxu 700 years later, who also has an incurable disease and has no ability to resist. In addition to losing their immunity, these people have one thing in common. That is, they all have very high IQs. And their mental strength is suitable for merging with the Zerg brainworm wave. Based on several points, it is suitable to be parasitized by the Zerg queen. The current Meng Lei Te is in this situation, suitable for being parasitized and becoming a blood blade queen. What Lin Yan and Wei Yin said just now. Wei Yin was very smart and quickly understood what Lin Yan meant. Instead of being unable to be cured and waiting to die, it would be better to become a Zerg queen like Lin Yan. That's why Wei Yin said that her sister would become the cold and charming queen of the vassal and be loyal to her forever. Then you have to think about it carefully, Lin Yan said. After becoming the queen of the vassal, you will no longer be a hailed person. But she got eternal life. Not eternal life, but a lifespan of 10,000 years. That is also a godlike existence, Wei Yin said. I think this should be a good thing. Lin Yan sat down in front of Meng Lei's bed, touched her forehead, and asked, are you willing, Meng Lei? Meng Lei Te, who was already terminally ill, struggled to say, can't I be with Vast anymore? Vast? Lin Yan asked, looking back at Wei Yin. Wei Yin explained, he is Meng Lei's boyfriend. Lin Yan smiled and said, I don't know if we can be together again in the future, but we definitely can't be together the way you are now. And? Huh? Meng Lei looked at her, waiting for her to say. Lin Yan said, permanent loss of fertility. Meng Lei showed a hint of surprise. Because after becoming a feudal queen, you will no longer be a human being. Meng Lei was deep in thought, obviously hesitating. Wei Yin was waiting anxiously at the side and couldn't help shouting, sister. Meng Lei said, I am willing to be your loyal vassal queen and will always be loyal to you. It seems that you are indeed a smart man, Lin Yan said. Then you are not worried about your lover Vast? Meng Lei smiled bitterly and said, this is also for his own good, isn't it? It's good that you can think of this. But before you become the Blood Blade Queen, you must be mentally prepared. What's the matter, Her Majesty? Just like before. Make a pupa to extend your life, Lin Yan said. Because I need 100 million soldier insects before I can get a perfect parasite. So this will take time. And your condition is basically you are not allowed to wait for such a long time. So I can only wrap you in a pupa to extend your life. This process is called purification, which is somewhat similar to purification. Then let's begin, said Moranti. Wei Yin asked from the side. How long does this process take? About 3 years, Lin Yan said. She spoke in Haltese, and the time she used was automatically translated into Hale's time habits. Wei Yin was surprised and said, it takes so long? There is no way, Lin Yan said. It does take me so long to create 100 million soldier bugs. It's okay, Meng Lei said. Just 3 years. Do you want to start now, my queen? Lin Yan nodded silently. Then let's get started. After everything was agreed upon, Lin Yan asked Wei Yin to call a few people to carry Meng Lei out. With the help of the villagers, Menlita was carried out of the woodshed. Lin Yan reached out and snapped her fingers in the air, and immediately 3 soldiers flew over. Several villagers nearby screamed in fear when they saw these monsters with long fangs. Lung Ye comforted him. Don't panic. The soldiers won't eat you. The villagers calmed down a little. Lung Yen asked everyone to stay a little further away from Meng Lei. The distance seemed to be 10 meters away. Then the 3 soldier bugs formed a cross-shaped shape, surrounded Meng Lei in the middle, and began to spin silk towards her. After a while, a cocoon was spun out, and Meng Lei was wrapped in the middle. In everyone's surprise, the 3 soldier bugs bit the silk protruding from the cocoon, pulled the cocoon up, and began to fly higher and higher. You have to look up to see it. And they kept flying. Lung Yen came to Wei Yin and said, For her safety, I need to take her to the Hanging Peak, where she will be protected by soldiers and insects, and can also prevent the harassment of monsters. If you want to go look at her, you can look at her at any time. But the Hanging Peak is so high, Wei Yin said. How are we going to go up? Even if we go up through other connected pumice stones, it is a very time-consuming task. It doesn't matter, Lung Yin said, snapping her fingers. And another soldier insect flew over. Lung Yin pointed at the soldier bugs and said, In the future, my soldier bugs will become more and more numerous, and they will be seen everywhere. You just need to say to any soldier bug that you want to go to Xiafeng, and it will carry it, flying up with you. Is it really possible? Wei Yin asked doubtfully, trying to reach out and touch the soldier bug, but still didn't dare to touch it. The height of the haired people is between 3.5 to 4 meters, while the length of the soldier bugs ranges from 2 to 5 meters. However, the early soldier bugs were very small, only about 2 meters in length, so there is no higher yet. Although he is very tall, his body looks slightly smaller in front of him, but he actually looks cute. Come on, give it a try. It'll be fine, Lung Yen encouraged him. Wei Yin plucked up the courage and touched the soldier insect. Lung Yen asked him to grab the tentacles on the soldier insect. He went to grab it and turned over and rode up as Lung Yen said. Unexpectedly, he just rode on the back of Bing Chong, because he was tall and must be very heavy. Bing Chong didn't have a good balance and turned over. However, the tentacles on his body quickly connected with Wei Yan's hands, and his legs and body were tightly bound. So the current situation is that the soldier insect is still suspended in midair, but with his back facing down. Wei Yan's body is tied to his back to prevent him from falling. It looks very funny. Wal Yin screamed. Lung Yen said, Okay. Do you want to go see your sister? If so, we will go now. Okay then, Wei Yin said, just hanging there. He called a few more people and told them to take care of the house. He would follow Queen Verily up there to take a look and come back as soon as he went. Lung Yen summoned another soldier insect and rode on it. Then 2 soldiers carried them respectively, and they flew away from the village. Chapter 391 Pandora Orbit. Lung Yen and Wei Yin, each riding a soldier insect, came to the Hanging Peak of Suspension, and they saw the insect chrysalis wrapped in Meng Lei. In addition to Meng Lei's pupa, there are many other pupae in the entire vine forest on the Hanging Peak. The length of ordinary pupae is only a little over 2 meters, while Meng Lei's pupa is nearly 4 meters long. So it is still very good, distinguished. Moreover, Meng Lei's pupa was placed at the edge of the vine forest just to make it easier for Wei Yin and his tribe to come and visit. It is because the interior of the vine forest has been transformed into the Earth's atmosphere and the Pandora natives cannot adapt. So it is necessary to place Meng Lei's chrysalis at the edge of the vine forest. When they reached the top of the peak, the 2 got off the soldiers' backs and let go of the soldiers who carried them up. Lung Yin said, Meng Lei is in the chrysalis, which is equivalent to hibernation. She can't come out during this period, so naturally she won't eat, drink, or talk. Wei Yin nodded and said yes. Lung Yin said, You do believe me? Wei Yan's expression was very sincere. The queen is worthy of my trust. The 2 stood in front of the chrysalis, and Lung Yin told him something about the Queen of Blood Blades. Wei Yin said, Cathy Say killed my parents and many other tribesmen. She and I have a sworn hatred. Let my sister follow you so that you can take revenge. Like the people on Earth, the Geerts have a lifespan of less than 100 years. As the Queen of the Zerg, Cathy Seb has a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. If you want to kill her, 100 years of life is obviously not enough. And once Minrad becomes the Queen of the Zerg clan, she will also have a lifespan of 10,000 years. And then she will have the opportunity to kill Cathy. So Meng Lei accepted the insect transformation, which was one of the reasons. After that, Wei Yin faced the insect chrysalis hanging above his head and said, Sister, my brother will not survive that day, and I will never see you kill your enemies. But you must follow the queen and listen to her words. I will always be loyal to her and never betray her. Leng Yan said. Don't worry, Wei Yan. I can see that your sister Meng Lei is not the kind of ungrateful person. Just as you believe in me, I also trust her very much. Although this Kathy is my biological sister, she has a deep hatred for me. She killed my man and my mother. Unless she doesn't let me find her. Otherwise, when I see her, I will never show mercy. I will kill her with my own hands. Meritus Chrysalis is here. You and your tribe can come up to visit at any time. I will place 2 soldier insects in your village. If you want to come up in the future, you can just ride on it. These soldiers are very well behaved and won't hurt you. But don't be afraid. Wei Yan agreed with a yes. And looked again, seeing that his sister was very safe here. And he was worried about the tribe's affairs. He wanted to say goodbye and leave. Leng Yan let a soldier insect drag him. And another soldier insect accompanied him to escort him. And they flew down the hanging peak to the Romanticin tribe on the ground. Dusk has arrived. The sky begins to darken. And sunset begins to fill the sky. Leng Yan walked back and walked into the open space in the center of the vine forest. When she saw that everyone in the commando team was there, they were relatively calm and there were no emotional fluctuations. So she felt a little relieved. In this open space, 3 or 2 soldiers would fly over from time to time. People were used to it and were not surprised. Leng Yan stood at the edge of the open space and waved in the air. Immediately, 2 soldiers flew down and came to her, flying around her. Leng Yan just smiled lightly and said, "What's wrong? Do you want me to ride you?" Holding his chin, he looked thoughtful. "So, between you two, who should I choose?" The 2 soldier bugs began to collide with each other, each trying to squeeze the other one away. "Okay, it's up to you," Leng Yan said, grabbing one of the soldier bugs, turning over and riding on it. The other one looked disappointed, but Leng Yan comforted him. "Don't be upset. Go on your own. Let's play. Don't bully the humans here." "Okay, I'm leaving." After saying that, he lay down behind the soldier insect, and then patted the soldier insect's head gently. The soldier insect, with a clear name, carried her and flew up quickly, straight to the sky. Rather than saying that the soldiers were flying on their backs, it was better to say that she was controlling the soldiers, flying straight towards the sky at high speed. Very quickly, they flew out of the atmosphere and into space. The Anata Zerg are originally space creatures, so there is no need to worry about the inability to breathe in space and the vacuum environment in space. Although Leng Yan has a human appearance, she is already a Zerg, so like other Zerg units, she does not have to worry about breathing and vacuum problems. Being in space, with her skin exposed and without protective clothing, was no problem for her. When she came to the track, she let go of the soldier insect, and the tentacles of the soldier insect wrapped around her body were also released one by one. Facing Pandora, this green planet is floating in the space, looking ahead and feeling. For her current self, she doesn't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. It is a bad thing to lose your closest and dearest relatives, to no longer be human, and to be unable to return to Earth. But now, she has great power, and is about to build a powerful interstellar civilization, dominate one side, and have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years, which is a good thing. Behind him is the giant planet Polyphemus. Polyphemus is a giant gas planet. Its volume is 2.5 times that of Jupiter. It has a total of 14 large natural satellites. Pandora is one of them, and the largest of the 14 satellites. She just stayed on the track quietly, looking at Pandora in front of her quietly, and the soldier insect she was riding just now was quietly beside her, its tail swinging constantly, relying on the gravity of the planet. It revolves around the planet. In less than 10 minutes, I saw soldiers flying up from Pandora one after another, surrounding her, accompanying her, either staying quietly in orbit, or circling her back and forth, flying. Most of the soldier bugs left behind by Sher Kathy have been eliminated, but a small number of them are still there, and the light bugs that surrounded them have been sparing no effort in fighting, striving to eliminate all these enemy soldier bugs. Pandora. This planet will belong to her from now on. Leng Yan thinks so. After watching for a while, Leng Yan turned around and faced a soldier insect beside her. She just waved to it, and the soldier insect came over obediently and let her ride on it. Then Leng Yan drove the soldier insect to fly out of Pandora's orbit and flew towards other satellites in the Xingwei system, followed by dozens of soldier insects. During the flight, Jason sent a message, "Leng, where are you?" Chapter 392 Your Planet. Sound cannot be transmitted in space. So what Jason said is converted into brainworm waves through electric current, which can be read by Lung Yen. Since he couldn't speak in space, Lung Yen converted what he wanted to say into electric current through the brainworm waves, passed it into the communication channel, and then turned it into a voice in Jason's headset and played it out. I'm in space now, Lung Yen said. This was not really said with her mouth, but a message replied with brainworm waves. In space? Jason said in surprise. But you don't have a spacesuit. How did you get there? Lung Yen sneered and said, I can adapt to the atmosphere of Pandora. Why can't I adapt to the vacuum of space? You and your team members can live a good life on the top of the mountain and don't go anywhere. Let's talk to you again. Your people say, keep a good attitude and don't feel any psychological burden. Also, don't shoot at the soldiers and insect chrysalis you see. Okay. Cold. Although I can't go back to Earth now. Pandora can't even think of imprisoning me. I will roam freely in the Alpha 3 galaxy. After disconnecting from Jason, Lung Yen continued to gallop in space. At present, she is only flying in the Polyphemus line, and has not yet thought of flying further. The so-called planetary system refers to the abbreviation of the astronomical system composed of planets and their satellites. For example, the planetary system composed of the Earth and its satellite moon is the Earth-Moon system. Polyphemus has 14 satellites. There are too many satellites to list them one by one, so we can only say that they are satellites. Flying away from Pandora, we quickly arrived at another natural satellite orbiting Polyphemus. Polyphemus is a gas giant planet, although it has 14 natural satellites. The natural satellites mentioned here refer to overcoming the gravity of solids to achieve hydrostatic equilibrium and form spherical celestial bodies. In this planetary system, there are many other irregular celestial bodies that cannot achieve hydrostatic equilibrium, and their volumes and masses are very small. So to be precise, Polyphemus actually has more than 100 satellites. But there are only 14 spherical natural satellites. But Lung Yen came to another satellite, which was about 1/3 the diameter of the moon. After entering the gravitational circle, Lung Yen got off the soldier insect, spread her limbs, and fell in free fall towards the surface of the planet. This planet is very small, much smaller than the moon. It has no atmosphere, and therefore no resistance. It fell in a straight line without any protection. There were more than a dozen soldiers and insects accompanying it, falling rapidly together. While falling, Lung Yen looked around and saw that the soldiers around her were looking at her nervously, as if she was going to commit suicide. It kept falling like this, with no intention of stopping. It was about to hit the surface of the planet when the 3 soldier bugs around it suddenly stretched out several tentacles, wrapped around Lung Yen's body and slowed down. Lung Yen ignored him and allowed Bing Chong to do what he did. The speed of landing quickly weakened, and finally stopped landing a few meters above the surface of the planet, instead hovering. The soldiers and insects also retracted their tentacles, and Lung Yen slowly landed on the surface of the planet and stood still. Looking around, we can only see the huge star Philippimus in the sky, but not the sun, star Alpha. The space is dark, like a huge black velvet curtain. Lung Yen is walking on the planet. This planet is much smaller than the moon, and the moon's gravity is only 1/6 that of the Earth. So the gravity of this planet is even smaller. But Lung Yen didn't bounce very high as soon as she walked, but walked very smoothly. The planet is too small, has too little gravity, has no atmosphere, no water, no life, and is completely barren. This planet. In the future, Pandora and even Polyphemus will become their own kingdom, so they cannot have names for these planets. So it is time to give these planets good names. Alpha, also known as Alpha Centauri, or Alpha Centauri. The name of Namen 2 comes from the ancient Chinese 28 constellation system, which is part of Spica. The name, Nanmen, first appeared in historical records, and was considered to be Nanchamen, representing the south gate of the treasury. It is said that Zheng He used it to guide his direction during his voyages to the west. Lung Yen herself is Chinese, so she decided to use the name Nanmen Air from now on. There are 3 stars in Nanmen 2, namely Nanmen 2A, Nanmen 2B and Nanmen 2C. Polyphemus is the planet of Nanmen Urja, and the home planet of Pandora. Its name comes from the Cyclops in Greek mythology. The name was too long and difficult to remember, so Lung Yen decided to rename it and named it Giant Spirit God, or Giant Spirit Star for short. Pandora's name comes from Greek mythology. The name is easy to remember, so it has been used without changing its name. The name of her home base, Sir Peak, was difficult to remember. So she changed it to John Peak. At the same time, the planet she is currently on was also named John Star to commemorate her lost lover John Chen. Number 1 satellite. Pandora is numbered as satellite number 2. The other 12 satellites are numbered in sequence, and their names are yet to be determined. Lung Yin walked on planet John, accompanied by a dozen soldiers and insects. Lung Yin suddenly stretched out her hands, and a dozen tentacles suddenly grew out from behind, and 2 pairs of blood wings also grew out. Regarding her sudden change, the soldiers and insects beside her turned a deaf ear and continued to fly around. Lung Yin spread her wings and waved them as she walked, releasing spores at the same time. The requirements for the growth environment of spores are not very strict. As long as the environment is made with materials, they can grow, but the growth speed will be fast or slow. Now Lung Yin will continuously release spores. If you want to quickly build a standard group, you need to create large quantities of spores. A standard insect swarm is calculated based on its most basic insect swarm unit, soldiers, and the number of soldiers must be at least 100 million. This somewhat coincides with the standard legion of the demon sword of machine civilization. The number of a standard legion of the demon sword is that it needs to have 100 million battle flies, or war saucers. However, it was only 201X at this time, and the magic sword had not yet been born. The demon sword was born in 2189. A full 170 years later than the stunning Zerg civilization. Just like a machine civilization must have starships in addition to fighter planes, warflies and war saucers are both called fighters. The clan is no exception. In addition to soldier bugs, there are also high-level soldier bugs and insect beasts. For a standard insect swarm, at least 100 million soldier insects are needed, including iron beetles and lightworms. There need to be at least 10,000 high-level soldier insects. And then, there are insect beasts. Chapter 393 Yernamin 2. Lung Yin walked around Star John for a while, then spread her wings and flew up, and flew around the small satellite twice. Because John Star was very small, flying once would be over in a while. After touring John Star, she left. She was too lazy to fly, so she grabbed a soldier insect and took off, flying away from John Star and heading to the next natural satellite. The number 3 satellite was named Smith by her. Smith was the commander-in-chief of Operation Alpha and was killed by Kathy Sher on Mount John. No 4. Jones Star. Dr. Jones is a scientist and also participated in the Alpha project. However, he has not come to Pandora. I just don't know if he was killed by Kathy Sher on the Earth. I don't care. I will name this planet after him. No 5. Miller Star. Miller is the adoptive father of Kathy Say. He committed suicide after learning that Kathy Say had killed many people and could not be organized. He used his death to force Kathy Say to stop. I just don't know what's going on with the Earth now. Whether it was destroyed by Kathy Sher. Number 6. Jessica Star. Jessica is Mrs. Miller, the name of Kathy Say's adoptive mother, who was accidentally killed by Kathy Say 2 years ago. Number 7. Fatty One Star. Was named like this because when she came to planet number 7, she felt it was bigger than the previous planets. Except for Pandora. It was the largest one. It came to her mind for no reason. I met my classmate Fatty Wong, so I named it after him. He thought to himself. Fatty Wong never dreamed that in the vast universe, there would be a planet named after him. No. Named after his nickname. No 8. Jason Star. Jason is now the captain of these 18 Earthlings. He used to be the vice captain. At that time, they were still called commandos. But now there is nothing for them to attack. They are just for survival. So at Lung Yan's suggestion, they simply changed their name. It's a life group. And Jason is the leader of this life group. Jason is still alive now, but he will die one day. So a planet was assigned to him in advance. After that, Lung Yan also visited the passing planets and the smaller satellites that did not form a sphere one by one, and gave them names. Some of which were personal names, and some of which were random names. Anyway, from now on, the entire Namin Air belongs to her, and she can name it whatever she wants. While traveling around the planet Titan, formerly Polyphemus, she spread a large number of spores not only on various planets, but also in the universe. As long as these spores can absorb resources and energy, they can grow into larvae. And the larvae have very mild requirements for the living environment. 100 million soldiers and insects would be a very huge number. So Lung Yan couldn't place so many soldiers and insects on just one Pandora. These soldier bugs and the high-level soldier bugs that will be created later will be distributed on the planet, in space, and even throughout the entire Titan planet system. There will also be larger insect beasts that will be created in the future. There are 2 levels of insect beasts. One is the Azure Dragon level, which are all between 1 and 10 kilometers in size, while the Xuanwu level insect beasts are over 100 kilometers in size. Such giant insect beasts cannot land on the surface of the planet, so they can only be placed in orbit. Therefore, Leng Yan needs to utilize the entire cosmic space of the giant spirit planet satellite system. After creating so many Zerg units, the next step is to mine a large amount of resources in preparation for the 3rd step. The 3rd step is to expedition to the solar system. Since we are going on an expedition to the solar system, we must be prepared for a long journey. Optimistic estimates suggest that an expedition to the solar system will take 300 years to reach. And for such a long interstellar journey, resources are a very big problem. So this is the 2nd step, which is the collection of resources. Nanmen Air is very rich in resources. Just one giant planet moon system is enough for her to mine such a huge gaseous planet and numerous natural satellites. Therefore, she can collect massive resources and create enough Xuanwu-level insect beasts to transport so many resources. The use of resources by the Zerg is very simple. That is, planets or interstellar materials are collected and loaded in 3 ways: solid, liquid, and gaseous. There is no need to purify or refine. When needed, each racial unit directly takes it and digests it internally. The gas will be compressed into a cryogenic liquid for storage and transportation. Creatures like the Zerg are very adaptable to radioactive environments, various poisonous gas environments, vacuum environments, high temperatures of nearly 1000 degrees, and low temperatures of more than 200 degrees below zero. This is also the reason why the Zerg can independently form a civilization. Every Zerg unit is both a combat unit and an industrial unit. However, it was said that Leng Yan patrolled space and various planets, and after spreading a large number of spores, returned to Pandora and found the location of John's Peak, formerly Surspancher Peak. She originally planned to pupate and hibernate after returning to John's Peak, but who knew that after landing, she was completely amazed by the night view of Pandora. At this moment, Pandora has completely entered the night. Pandora and the Earth are very different in all aspects. For example, there are day and night on the Earth. That is, there are day hemispheres and night hemispheres. In other words, if it is day on one side of the Earth, it will be night on the other side. But Pandora is not like this. First of all, it is a satellite, not a planet. It is not a star, but a planet. At night, the entire planet will be blocked from the sun by the huge giant star. Nanmen has 3 stars, which means there are 3 suns. But during the day, not all 3 suns can be seen. Nanmen 2C is a very small red dwarf star. If it can be seen on Pandora, Nanmen 2C is only a slightly larger star, so its radiation is far less visible to Pandora. Behind its 2 sisters, the other stars in the system, A and B, Pandora revolves around the giant star, and the giant star takes Pandora around the South Gate Air A, and the South Gate 2 in turn carries the giant star Pandora. And Nanmen Air B revolves around a common invisible particle, rotate. Therefore, South Gate 2A and B form a double star system. When the giant star and the double star form a 3-star connection and are on the same side of the double star, A will block B. At this time, on Pandora, South Gate 2A cannot be seen, which means that at most one sun can be seen on Pandora at this time. And that is South Gate 2A. At this moment, the nights on Pandora will be very long and the days will be very short. When Titan takes Pandora out of the 3-star line and is on the same side of the double star line, there will be more days and fewer nights on Pandora. And you can often see 2 suns in the sky. Chapter 390 for the Butterfly Man of Purple Ling Star. So Pandora is a very complex and irregular world in all aspects. The hours of the day have irregular lengths and lengths. And so do the hours of the night. But the day is always longer than the night. After all, this is a world with 3 suns. The longest day can reach nearly 300 hours, which means that just one day, if placed on the Earth, can last for 12 or 3 days. The shortest day can last 50 or 60 hours. The night is also long, but much shorter than the day. The longest night can last for more than 60 hours, and the most is only 2 or 3 hours, but very few. It can be seen from day and night just how chaotic Pandora is. In addition to the chaos of day and night, There is also the chaos of gravity. Lung Yen has already experienced this deeply. If it were not for the chaos of gravity, there would not be a planet full of giant boulders floating in the sky. The Hanging Peak, formerly known as Thurspancher Peak and now named John Peak, is one of them. Then, there's the temperature. In Pandora, the lowest temperature never drops below 20 degrees Celsius. The temperature is above 35 degrees Celsius all year round. And temperatures of 40 plus and 50 plus are simply the norm. There is no situation where the Antarctic and North Pole are very cold and the equator is very hot. The entire planet is like a furnace. Nam Energia, A, is a yellow dwarf star with a mass of 1.1 times the Sun. And Nam Energia, B, is an orange dwarf star with a mass 0.9 times the Sun. The average distance between AB double stars is about 35 Australian dollars. AU is the astronomical unit. 1 AU is almost equal to 150 million kilometers. Titanus, formerly known as Polyphemus, belongs to the A star and orbits the A star. Its orbit is about 6 Australian dollars and 50 cents from the A star. Pandora is a natural satellite of Titan. In the Nam 2 system, there is not only the giant Spirit star. Star A has one large planet, the Titan, as well as several dwarf planets and asteroids. Star B also has a planet and its satellites. And this planet is still a rocky planet. But there is no life on the planet of Star B and its satellites. This is a desolate planet that has not been discovered by people on Earth. And there is no record in Earth astronomy. Lung Yen named it Desolate Star. The AB stars form a binary star system. And there is also a C star, which rotates around this binary star system. The distance from the binary star mass point is about 0.24 light years. About 15,000 Australian dollars. Not only is it far away, but star C is also very small. About 0.12 times the mass of the Sun and 0.14 times the diameter of the Sun. The temperature is also very low, with a surface temperature of about 2800 K, which is 2900 K lower than the Sun. Even though it is so cold and small, it still has its own habitable zone planet, because of its small size and low temperature. Its habitable zone is only 7 million kilometers away from the star, or 0.047 Australian dollars. This distance is very close to its star Nam 2, i.e. star C. The planet Earth, which is in the habitable zone of the solar system, is 150 million kilometers away from the Sun, or 1 Australian dollar, which is 1 astronomical unit. Star C, also known as Proxima Centauri, is also named Proxima Centauri because it is the closest star to the Sun among the 3 stars of Nam, and is also the closest star to the Sun in the entire universe. There is such a planet in the habitable zone of star C, and it is a rocky planet. It is 7 million kilometers away from its parent star C, named Proxima Centauri b. Lung Yen knew about the existence of this planet and gave it a cute name, BB. However, not long after, planet BB was renamed, because this planet she calls planet BB is full of life, and has also evolved an advanced intelligent human race, butterfly people, also known as Xiling people, in the language of the natives of the planet. This planet is named Xiling Star, so the human race on this planet is naturally called Xiling Star people. So later on, in Lung Yen's dictionary, the planet that people on Earth called Proxima Centauri b, and that she first named planet BB, was eventually named Purple Ling Star. Although Xiling is in the habitable zone and has given birth to intelligent life, it is too close to the star, only 7 million kilometers away, which is only 1/10 of the distance from Mercury to the Sun, although Proxima Centauri is small in size, mass and temperature. Due to its close distance, the revolution and autobiography periods of Xiling Star are the same, which are about 11 Earth days. This raises a problem. That is, Xiling Star has a permanent Yang side and a permanent Yin side. This feature is the same as the planet Beehive in Wolf 359, B Sun, and the cockroach Saturn in Ross 128, Cockroach Sun. On such a planet, there will be a permanent twilight line that separates the eternal Sun side and the eternal Yin side, forming a permanent solar hemisphere and a permanent day hemisphere. The temperature in the day hemisphere is extremely low, and the temperature in the day hemisphere is extremely high. Therefore, even if such a planet has carbon-based life, it should exist on the permanent twilight line. The cockroaches of Saturn and the bees of Hive Planet are like this. This is also the case for the butterfly people of Xiling Star. They basically live on the permanent morning and dusk line of Xiling Star. But now the butterfly people have evolved to the era of advanced civilization, which is an era where interstellar navigation is possible. Let's talk about the Butterfly Man, also known as the Xiling Star Man. He is about 1.5 meters tall, which is relatively short among the humans in the universe. Like the cockroaches and wasps, they have double touch, 4 wings and 6 limbs, and compound eyes. Double tentacles are a pair of tentacles above the head. 4 wings, that is, 2 pairs of wings. The butterfly is different from the cockroach and the bee. It has wings and can fly. However, although the cockroach has wings, it cannot fly. The bee's wings can only glide short distances and cannot fly for a long time. If cockroaches evolve from cockroaches, and bee men evolve from bees, then butterfly men evolve from butterflies. Their wings are like butterflies, very big and beautiful when unfolded. 6 limbs. Although the butterfly man has 6 limbs, it is the same as the cockroach and bee man. The 2 middle limbs have degenerated into 2 very small flesh wings, which are basically useless. Therefore, after the butterfly man wears clothes, we'll wrap the middle 2 limbs, making them invisible from the outside, and they will be thought to be limbs. The big tail is also slowly disappearing along the evolutionary path. Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe it's a deliberate arrangement. There are cockroaches in Ross 128, Cockroach Sun, bee people in Wolf 359, Bee Sun, and butterfly people in Nanmen 2C, Proxima Centauri. These 3 human races are all advanced intelligent humans that appeared on the evolutionary route of insects. And the distance between them is also very close on the scale of the universe. The reason why the butterfly people are suddenly mentioned here is because the butterfly people have dispatched a fleet and are on their way from the Purple Ling Star to the Pandora Star. It will arrive in about half a year. At this moment, Leng Yan didn't know that she was on her way back to Pandora after traveling around the giant planet's satellite system. Chapter 395, Glowing Pandora Night. Leng Yan wandered around the Xingwei department and finally returned to Pandora. At this moment, night has arrived in Pandora. As mentioned before, due to astronomical environmental reasons, the entire planet of Pandora enters night, unlike the Earth where day and night coexist. But she said that after Leng Yan entered Pandora's atmosphere, she didn't notice it at first. The further down she flew, the more she could see a lot of starlight on Pandora. At first glance, she thought there were many cities on Pandora. Those lights would be these cities, lit. But the human race of Pandora, the Geerts, are still in the ancient times. Even if they light up the lights, they cannot be seen high in the sky. That would be unless they are a modern industrial city. But they are obviously not. The light became brighter and brighter, getting closer and closer. And finally I could see clearly. It turned out to be the fluorescence emitted by many plants on Pandora. I didn't expect that Pandora would be exactly as described in the movie. Many plants would glow, and it would be so magical. This Pandora star has 3 things in common with the one described in science fiction movies: luminous plants, suspended peaks, and the superconducting mineral Scapher, or supercrystal for short. But now it is these luminous plants that shock them with their beauty. They are dotted with stars, blue, green, red, and various colors. Leng Yan rode a soldier insect to John's Peak. Unexpectedly, the vine forest on the overhanging peak was also full of luminous plants. Bing Chong took her to the clearing in the middle of the vine forest and stopped in front of the big rock. He saw that everyone was not resting, but wandering around in the clearing. Seeing Leng Yan come back, Jason put his arms around his shoulders and waited for her. The soldier stopped and Leng Yan jumped down. At this moment, she had already put away her tentacles and blood wings, seducing her like an ordinary woman. "Are you waiting for me here?" Leng Yan asked. "Yeah," Jason said. "You really want to go without eating for dozens of hours?" "Right. I've been soaking in the chrysalis for a long time," Leng Yan said. "And now I don't have anything good to eat. I'm not interested in your dry food either." After saying that, she pointed at the vine forest not far away from her, and saw a noise in the vine forest over there. After a while, something flew over and was caught in her hand. But it was the one she had picked off before. She named the fruit that Jason ate Fire Phoenix Fruit. When the Fire Phoenix fruit came into her hands, it split open automatically. Leng Yan took out the pulp inside and ate it, and said, "I think it's delicious." "Why don't you eat it?" Jason said. "We just went over and picked a lot of them and ate them." "Well, they are indeed delicious, and everyone liked them very much." Leng Yan nodded and said, "Just refine it. Aren't there seeds? You can plant it here. It would be nice to be able to eat the food and vegetables on the earth." Jason said, "I also have this idea, but there are few seeds. I'm worried that it won't be planted here." "It doesn't matter. Just plant it, Leng Yin said. My insect babies will help you. Plant food and vegetables, and hatch out chicks and ducklings. Then you will have food, vegetables and chicken and duck meat to eat in the future. In addition, the plants here can also be cut down to make wooden houses. When the time comes, I will let my insect babies help you. Jason put his hands on his hips and said, Thank you, Leng. What's there to thank you for? Leng Yin said. We are all from the earth. It's my sister who caused you to be like this. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have come to the earth now, even if I brought her to atone for your sins. After saying a few more words, Leng Yin left. She had leftover insect pupae in the vine forest, and when she wanted to rest, she could just wrap them in them. She feels that the entire Nanmen air will belong to her, so she doesn't have to worry about whether to build a home. But she didn't want to rest now. Instead, she left John's Peak, rode a soldier bug, and began to wander in this fluorescent world full of luminous plants. She showed that she went to the Luo Minasun tribe and saw the young chief Wei Yin and his people, but she didn't know what they were doing. After flying for more than 100 kilometers, they came to a canyon. Leng Yin lowered her height and jumped off the back of the soldier. Standing in front of this canyon, I saw the same thing inside, which was also Mr. G's luminous plant. Leng Yin showed that she took off the blood blade, and when she exerted force on her hand, she saw that the originally dim blood blade suddenly emitted a faint crimson light. Then 12 tentacles and 2 pairs of blood wings also grew out one after another. Leng Yin began to walk towards the canyon. Tentacles and blood wings fluttered behind him, and a dozen soldier insects followed behind, following a stream into the canyon. Unexpectedly, a lot of the green grass on the ground along the way was glowing, and there were ripples everywhere where I walked, which was really beautiful. Soldiers and insects are always around, very quiet. They are both silent friends and silent warriors. They never know what fear is. As long as the queen gives an order, they will move forward bravely, even if they know they will die. Stop the charge. As she was walking, she heard a cry from Anzi. Leng Yin just showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth and continued walking without panic. The sound came from the front, and after a while, a toad monster was seen shouting and rushing out of the canyon, running towards Leng Yin. Regarding the sudden attack of monsters, this thing commonly known as the toad monster attacked Leng Yin, and the soldiers on the left and right were panicking and turned a deaf ear. Soon, the toad monster arrived in front of him. Leng Yin just waved the blood-edged sword casually, and the toad monster that rushed over was split into 2 halves. It fell down with a cry, and red and yellow blood splattered everywhere. After stepping over the monster's body, Leng Yin continued to walk forward, followed by a dozen or so accompanying soldiers. After walking a few steps, another toad monster was discovered. The same thing happened, but Leng Yin raised her sword and chopped it to the ground. Leng Yin can soar through space and fly to other planets. But what can a few toad monsters do to her? After cutting down several toad monsters one after another, they gradually entered the canyon, and the number of toad monsters behind them also began to increase, rushing towards them in groups. Leng Yin parted her hands, and immediately the soldiers and insects following her began to disperse as if they had received an imperial edict, hunting toad monsters everywhere. For these monsters that suddenly increased in number, Leng Yin did not panic at all, and her tentacles flew up and down behind her. Once she found a toad hanging, there would be one among these tentacles. She would align the tip of the tentacle, and then detach the tip. Directly run towards your goal. Basically, it kills the enemy with one move, and those tentacle tips that are broken on the tentacles will be sucked back by the brain insect waves, and they will be directly integrated into the body and merged with the body. The broken points of the tentacle tips will also be automatically processed at a very fast speed. Repair. Chapter 396 Radioactive Monster in the Glowing Canyon. The night of Pandora is beautiful. At least half of the plants are luminous, and Pandora itself is a planet covered with vegetation. So when viewed from space, it is a green planet. But Leng Yin walked in the luminous canyon, and met the oncoming monsters from time to time. She has 12 tentacles, 2 pairs of blood wings, and blood blades in her hands, all of which can attack enemies. And there are more than a dozen soldier insects beside her. Together with her, the soldiers and insects used lawn mowers to harvest the monsters that were constantly emerging in the canyon. These radioactive creatures were commonly known as toad monsters. They are radioactive and aggressive, but in front of Leng Yin, they are all scum. I saw these terrifying creatures in the entire canyon being attacked by another group of terrifying creatures. They were unable to fight back. and yellow-green blood spattered everywhere. Debris flew everywhere. Monsters are terrifying creatures. Aren't the Zerg? It's just that the Zerg Queen is well-intentioned and will not harm humans. Although Monsters is radioactive, there are many plants on Pandora that have the ability to resist radiation and absorb radiation. So other non-radioactive creatures living on this planet are not afraid of these terrible things. Radioactive organisms. However, Leng Yin is determined to eliminate all monsters on this planet. Even if plants have the ability to absorb radiation, the existence of monsters is also a hidden danger. The princess of the Romanison tribe, Meng Lei, suffered from a blood disease that could not be cured because she absorbed too much radiation. Leng Yin is not afraid of radioactivity. Not only herself, but also her insect swarm. Therefore, she can lead her soldiers to kill in this canyon. From time to time in this luminous canyon, the strange screams of monsters being killed can be heard. There are more than a dozen soldier bugs. Most of them are iron beetles. The way they kill the enemy is very direct, which is to hit. When they get in front of the monster, they jump up suddenly, and then slam downward, directly knocking the toad monster to the ground. The momentum is so strong that it can knock these toad monsters into pieces. Or some iron beetles will bite monsters with their pincer teeth, which can basically pinch the monster in half. The further inside you go, the more toad monsters start to attack from all directions. But no matter how many there are, they are all dead when they come. When they came to the middle of the canyon, they saw a particularly large creature jumping over in front of them. Leng Yin saw this monster and thought it looked familiar. She had seen it in the video John showed her, when my sister Lingli accidentally broke into Alpha Base. This monster appeared. It could emit gamma ray bursts, and was quite powerful. Leng Yin watched it jumping over with cold eyes. The bloody blade in her right hand was raised high. At the same time, the 12 tentacles behind her spread out radially and pointed forward. Seeing that the big monster was approaching, the tips of the tentacles were all broken. Open and shoot at it. This kind of tentacle that can split to attack is sharp, tough, and flies fast. It quickly arrived in front of the monster, penetrated into the monster's body, and saw the big monster fall to the ground immediately. As the monster fell to the ground, you could see its yellow-green blood splattering everywhere, howling and screaming. After the 12 tentacles pierced into the monster's body, they did not stop. Instead, they rushed around in its body, stirring its muscles and internal organs. In just a moment, the monster was killed in this indescribable way. And then the 12 tentacles sprang out from the big monster's body, flew in the air, came to Leng Yin's side, and swirling around her and following her forward. When she came to the big monster she had just killed with her tentacles, she saw that the big monster's body was so startled that its flesh and blood had been pricked by the tentacles. At the same time, it can also be detected that there is strong radioactivity in this monster's body. Such strong radioactivity can kill humans very easily, and it can also kill the geared people easily. But it has no effect on Leng Yin and his insect swarm. On the contrary, it will be absorbed into its own energy reserve. So when Leng Yin walked past the monster's corpse, several soldiers immediately lurked next to the monster's corpse and began to absorb its radiation energy. It seems that on Pandora, not only plants can absorb radiation, but even the cool soldier insects also have this ability. After the big monster was killed, there were still many toad monsters in the canyon that were constantly attacking from all directions. And the canyon was already full of corpses of such toad monsters. Leng Yin was so excited that Jason came in and asked, "What are you doing now?" "A glowing canyon," Leng Yin replied. "I'm in it. And there's a toad monster's nest here." "Oh, that's monsters. Need support?" Jason asked. "Support? No need. You will only become a burden if you come," Leng Yin replied casually. Jason fell silent, and Leng Yin added, "I'm sorry. I'll tell you the truth. There is very strong radiation in this canyon, and ordinary humans can't handle it." Seeing that Jason didn't speak, Leng Yin added, "Just stay on the peak from now on, and don't want to go anywhere. The outside world is really too dangerous." Jason sighed and said, "What else can we do? That's all we can do." Say so and disconnect. Leng Yin continued to kill these radioactive monsters in the canyon, and the soldiers helped to kill them. Many of them would replenish energy by absorbing radiation. As I watched, there were fewer and fewer toad monsters in the canyon. At this time, I saw a big hole at the bottom of the cliff on one side of the canyon. Those monsters came out of this hole, and some of them came out sporadically. Leng Yin walked towards the entrance of the cave and stopped when she was about 10 meters away. She clapped her hands and heard a cry. 2 light bugs landed from the sky and came to Lung Yan's side. 1 on each side. The 2 light bugs were suspended and aimed at the hole. And then each fired a beam of plasma. High-temperature plasma beams are fired into the cave entrance, grilling the cave with high temperatures. And the screams of monsters can be heard from inside. Lung Yan inserted the blood blade back into her back, folded her hands on her shoulders, and stood here, looking at the hole burned by the plasma. Her tentacles and blood wings fluttering gently. The 12 tentacle tips are all back in contact with the tentacles. The plasma irradiated for at least a minute, and finally stopped. Looking at the cave again, a heat wave hit my face. Lung Yan released quantum flying insects to investigate, and found that there were not many monsters left inside. But they were all burned to death. The 2 light bugs that released plasma looked around Lung Yan, looking tired, and then said with a smile, "Look at you two. Let you two do some work. You are so tired. It's really unbelievable yous." The light bug moved its head and made a low chirping sound. "Okay, don't feel wrong," Lung Yan said. "Go and rest and replenish your energy. There is a cave on the other side of the river. The other children will come with me to have a look." Chapter 397 Love You 30,000 Feet. There was a small river flowing through the glowing canyon. And there was Munsteth's cave on this side of the river. After it was destroyed, Lung Yan turned around and headed to the other side. There is also a cave on the other side of the river. You must be able to see a toad monster coming out of it. Lung Yan flapped her wings and flew up, slowly flying towards the other side of the river. There are not many toad monsters in the canyon now, and she is no longer taking action, leaving it to her soldiers to destroy these radioactive monsters. Lung Yan flapped her wings lightly, and quickly arrived on the other side of the river, followed by the 2 light bugs just now. Lung Yan looked at the 2 light bugs beside her and asked, "How are you two? Are you okay?" The light bug made a chirping sound and raised its head, which seemed to say, "Don't underestimate people." Arriving in front of the cave, the 2 light worms began to shine plasma beams at the cave. The high-temperature plasma beam shot into the cave and burned the entire inside in a short time, also burning to death all the toad monsters huddled inside. In this glowing canyon, there were only 2 caves. After cleaning, there were not many toad monsters left. Lung Yan led the soldiers to patrol and cleaned up all the remaining monsters. After eliminating the monsters here, Lung Yan also clapped her hands and said, "That's it for today. There are too many monsters on this planet. Let's eliminate them together when we have more children." She calls these soldiers and insects her babies, as if they are all her children. But then again, these soldiers and insects are grown from her spores, so it is not an exaggeration to say that they are her babies. After dealing with the monsters here, the canyon was already filled with monster corpses. Lung Yan also flapped her wings and flew up into the air, flying towards the direction of John's Peak. The soldiers and insects that followed also flew over. When she was approaching John's Peak, she saw a figure who was also heading towards John's Peak, go in the direction. Although John's Peak is a suspended peak, with its bottom 5,000 meters above the ground and suspended in midair, there are other pumice stones around it. Due to movement, the pumice stones sometimes collide with each other and are connected together. Time will separate. Some pumice stones are too close together or stuck together for a long time. When you press them, vines will grow out and connect them together. As for John's Peak at this moment, there are many small pumice stones connected around it. Some of them are stuck together, and some are connected to closer pumice stones with vines between them. The figure Lung Yan saw was climbing on a vine above one of the pumice stones. This pumice stone is not directly connected to John's Peak, but to another higher pumice stone. And then the pumice above is connected to John's Peak by vines. The figure climbing on the vines is a Gelt man. Lung Yan flew over and came to this person. And this person was shocked when he saw a foreign woman with wings coming in front of him. And she was still flying. In order not to scare him, Lung Yan specifically told the soldiers and insects following her not to get close. The hailed man looked at her in horror, gave him a cold look, and asked, "It's so late at night. Why are you crawling around if you don't stay on the ground?" "Queen Valerie," the gear said, I want to go up and find Monlet. Are you looking for Meng Lete?" Lung Yan asked curiously. "Do you know her?" I know him," the hailed man replied, clinging to the vine, no longer climbing, and looking at her anxiously. Lung Yan flapped her wings, flew around him and asked, "Are you Vast?" I once went to Luo Minasun and heard Wal Yin introduce Vast, who was Meng Lete's boyfriend. At this moment, Meng Leda was sleeping in the pupa. So when she saw Vast climbing up the vine, it was obvious that she was going to visit Meng Leda. Seeing Leng Yan ask this, Vastida nodded. Leng Yan said, John's Peak is so high. How long will it take you to climb up like this? Moreover, climbing like this is also very dangerous. If you accidentally fall, you will be shattered to pieces. Vast looked down and saw that it was already several hundred meters high, and he couldn't help but feel dizzy. Still watching? Vast raised his head and said, I'm going to see Merlita. I miss her very much. Even if you fall to death, it won't stop you from wanting to see her? Leng Yan asked. Vast nodded firmly. I sent a few soldier bugs to Wall Rock. If you want to go up to the peak, you can ride the soldier bugs up there. Can you go and talk to him, and you can ride the soldier bugs up? Vast said. The soldiers are in Cool Village, which is some distance away from my village. I don't want to trouble the chief, so I plan to climb up by myself. Don't want to trouble Yan? Leng Yan said. I think you are afraid of your uncle. Right. Since you want to go up to see Meng Leda so much, then I will take you up. After saying that, he snapped his fingers, and immediately a soldier insect flew over and floated in front of Vast. Vast looked at the soldier in front of him in horror. Leng Yan asked, What's wrong? Are you scared? It won't eat you. And it can't eat you. It can't eat you as big as you. The average height of the Hail people is over 3.5 meters tall, and the Vast in front of him is at least 3.67 meters tall. The initial soldier bug was only a little over 2 meters long, so this soldier bug was very compact compared to Vasta. However, as it grows later, this ordinary soldier insect will grow to a length of 4 to 5 meters. Vast said timidly. Hi, Leng Yan said. You are the man of Princess Menelate of the Luminescent tribe. You can't be so timid. Hurry up. After saying that, he clapped his hands in fear, and the soldier insect that came over stretched out a few tentacles towards Vast and entangled him. With his screams, he took him off the vine and brushed him on his back. This Vast kept screaming, but finally he rode on the back of the soldier insect. This soldier insect was extremely small compared to Vast. Rather than riding on its back, it was better to hold it in its arms. Then the soldier insect took Vast and flew up into the sky. Leng Yan also shook her head helplessly and flew up together. Not long after, they arrived at the top of the peak. The soldiers also put Vast down, and Leng Yan accompanied him to Minlet's chrysalis. Vast looked at the insect chrysalis hanging on the vine in surprise, and didn't know what to say. How is it? Leng Yan said. I finally saw your sweetheart. She is in a dormant state now, and cannot talk to you. While talking, the chrysalis that originally fell high up above slowly landed, and came to the front of the two of them. Vast reached out to touch the chrysalis, and said in a trembling voice, Meretta, get well soon. I'll wait for you. Chapter 398 The Era of Great Construction of the Insect Swarm. After Vasta came up, he stayed under Minlet's chrysalis, and was reluctant to leave. Leng Yan was too lazy to care about him, so she let him go, and found a place to rest. Before leaving, she told him if he wants to go down, he can just find a soldier here to take him down. Back in front of the big rock in the central open space, everyone in the life group was asleep. Jason was not worried about safety, so he still sent 2 people to stand guard. Leng Yan didn't go there either. She just stood and watched from a distance. She had already told Jason that there were soldiers and insects guarding the surroundings, so there was no need to worry. Since he still sent a sentry, Leng Yan let him go, leaving the central open space. We came to the other edge of the hanging peak again. Standing on the edge, looking at the ground in front and below, the night was blurry, and basically we couldn't see much. Only the huge sea of giant stars hung in the sky. Slowly Deep Sky sighed and said, I have to stay in this world for a long time, and the days are long, so let's get some sleep first. Several soldier insects flew over, spun silk and pupated, wrapping her up, and Leng Yan also slept and purified in the pupa. In this way, as time in the world of Pandora continues, Leng Yan will often patrol the entire planet Pandora and other satellites of the giant star, traveling around in the satellite system of the giant star. When she is tired, she will form a pupa and see herself wrapped up, isolated from the world, as if the world has nothing to do with her. While all this was going on, she did not forget to keep releasing spores and create more soldier insects. The manufacturing method is to create iron beetles from the beginning, and then let them slowly evolve into light worms after the iron beetles are born. The standard swarm structure of the insect swarm is 100 million ordinary soldier insects, 10,000 high-level soldier insects, 100 Azure Dragon level insect beasts, and 10 Xuanwu level insect beasts. So based on this ratio, when there are 10,000 ordinary soldier bugs in her insect swarm, one of them will pupate and evolve into a high-level soldier bug. When the number of ordinary soldier insects reaches 1 million, there will be a green dragon level insect beast. The number of soldier bugs is very small now, but Ling Yan can't wait that long, and now starts to let these ordinary soldier bugs evolve in the direction of advanced soldier bugs and insect beasts. Since there is no threat from Cathy Say, Ling Yan is becoming safer and safer in Pandora. So she no longer uses fusion to obtain light bugs faster, but allows these Zerg units to develop naturally, ways to incubate or evolve. When she had 1,000 soldier bugs, she selected 500 among them to pupate and evolve into advanced soldier bugs. The planning speed for advanced soldiers is 30 days, which is 720 hours. It seems like a long time, but it goes by very quickly. So throughout Pandora, with John's Peak as the center, there are chrysalis everywhere waiting to be hatched. In addition to the 500 soldier insects that pupated and evolved into advanced soldier insects, there were another 100 soldier insects that began to pupate and evolved into green dragon level insect beasts, and 10 soldier insects that began to pupate and evolve into black dragon level insect beasts. The evolution process of a green dragon level insect beast takes at least 300 days, provided there are sufficient resources. The evolution process of Xuanwu level insect beasts takes at least 1,500 days, and the premise also requires sufficient resources. These 110 soldier insects that only need to pupate to evolve into insect beasts cannot pupate in the atmosphere because the size of the insect beasts is too large. The smallest green dragon level insect beasts are 1 kilometer long, and the largest ones can reach 10 kilometers. The Xuanwu level insect beasts are even larger, with the smallest being 150 kilometers in length. Therefore, they can only pupate and hatch in space, in the orbit of the planet. However, resources are scarce in space, which requires the soldiers and the insect swarm to continuously transport resources to orbit to supply the hatching insect beasts. The insect beasts do not have very high requirements for material selection, and all kinds of metals and compounds are acceptable. Ling Yan only left 100 soldiers and insects stationed on John's Peak, while the other soldiers and insects continued to deliver supplies to the insect chrysalis on the track. This is how the amazing era of Zerg civilization began. Her own prediction was that it would take at most 4 years for her standard insect swarm to be successfully established. When the time comes, she will command a very large insect swarm. But that is not her ultimate goal. She needs more insect swarms. Not just 100 million ordinary soldier insects, but billions, hundreds, billions, even hundreds of billions. Since there are 110 insect beast soldiers in orbit on Pandora, you can see soldiers constantly traveling back and forth between the orbit and the suspended peaks and the ground for the purpose of transporting supplies. In the early days, the number of soldier insects was very small, and the amount of materials transported was also very small. Therefore, the growth rate of insect beast pupae was very slow. However, as the number of soldier insects continues to increase, the growth rate of insect beasts will become faster and faster. Get up. After placing so many insect beasts and chrysalis in orbit, Ling Yan also detected a very startling information. That is, it was discovered that an interstellar fleet was flying towards Pandora from the direction of planet C. This interstellar fleet is the fleet of the Xiling Star butterfly people mentioned before. Xiling Star is a planet of C Star, and C Star is also one of the 3 stars in the South Gate binary star system. It is 0.24 light-years away from Pandora's parent star A, which is very far away. Through intelligence, reconnaissance and restraint, this fleet will reach Pandora in about half a year. Apart from knowing that it is a fleet, and that it will arrive in half a year, other details are not known, such as its number, let alone its fleet structure. Ling Yan was floating on the track, watching a kind of soldier insect delivering supplies to insect beast chrysalises. When she learned this information, she looked at the direction of the unknown fleet and thought to herself, I have just started, and I am about to experience the interstellar experience. War. God is so unkind. You have to at least wait until I establish a standard group before letting me start the challenge. What to do now? In half a year, not a single insect beast would be created. It will take 300 days at the fastest for a green dragon level insect beast. This is still under the condition of sufficient resources. First, the number of ordinary soldier insects that can transport supplies is too small, so the hatching speed of the insect beast will be very slow. Ling Yan's preliminary estimate at this rate. No insect beast will emerge every 2 years. Half a year later. She also made a preliminary estimate that there could be about 1 million ordinary soldier bugs. And for high-level soldier bugs, she could easily collect 10,000. As for insect beasts, there are none. This situation is still very far away from a standard insect swarm. At the same time, in order to prepare for this interstellar war, she must also protect the hatching insect pupae, especially the insect beast pupae in orbit. So what exactly should we do? Although she is the queen of the Zerg now, she is only a female college student who has just graduated from high school and has never fought in a war, let alone an interstellar war. Jason and the others are professional soldiers. Otherwise, go ask them and let them give you advice. Chapter 399: Scouting the Enemy Fleet. The spores continue to be released. The larvae continue to grow. The adult units continue to pupate and evolve. And the soldier insects that transport supplies to orbit continue. Ling Yan left the orbit, returned to John's Peak, and found Jason. It was still night in Pandora. The two were walking among the vines under the night. Ling Yan told him about this situation. That is, they might have to experience an interstellar event. War. Ask him what he thinks. Jason said. Lung, I am just a special soldier. Not even an officer. I have only led a team to perform some small tasks. And I have always been the deputy captain. As for commanding a battle, I have never heard of it. Interstellar war? I have never heard of it. Have not heard. Then what should I do? Ling Yan said. Is there anyone else in the team who knows how to do it? Yes. Jason looked at her and asked. Except for a few scientific researchers. Everyone is an ordinary soldier. Who do you think can command an interstellar war? Ling Yan said. This is troublesome. We have to live in Pandora for a long time and cannot leave for a while. How should we deal with this war? Lung, Jason said. Although I don't know how to command a battle, I understand one truth. That is, no matter what kind of war, intelligence is very important. Intelligence? Yes. Information, Jason said. There is a saying from a person in your country Z who is very good at fighting, which is called victorious in every battle. As Sun Tzu said, know yourself and your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger, Ling Yan said. At the same time, she also began to feel that she needed to pay attention to this sentence. That is, to do a good job in intelligence work. So far, she only knows that an alien fleet is coming and that it will take half a year. But she knows nothing else. So now we need to do a good job in intelligence work. At least to know the opponent's combat effectiveness. Whether we can defeat it. Or if the opponent is too powerful. Whether we can escape. And how we need to escape. So how should we detect intelligence? The best way is to launch quantum flying insects and fly to the enemy fleet for close reconnaissance. Quantum flying insects can conduct reconnaissance and can send the reconnaissance content back to the queen of the swarm through quantum communication. Moreover, it is instant communication, and the maximum distance can be up to 100 light years. Quantum flying insects accelerate very quickly and can reach a maximum speed of 2x, which is 0.02 times the speed of light, within a few hours. For other Zerg units, this acceleration process takes at least 50 years. The detected speed of the enemy fleet is 0.5x, which is 0.005 times the speed of light. Therefore, if calculated at this speed, if the quantum flying insects are launched now, close reconnaissance can be carried out in up to 45 days. Then she would have 4.5 months left to prepare for the war. Star C is 0.24 light years away from Star A. At such a distance, flying from Star C can be considered an interstellar voyage. The interstellar navigation flew over, and was still 6 months away from Pandora. The detected speed was 0.5x, indicating that it was already decelerating, and this speed was not the maximum speed. What is the maximum speed is difficult to calculate now. If you know its maximum speed, you can roughly judge its civilization level. But speed determines level. Just like the stunning Zerg, the maximum speed of interstellar navigation can reach 2x, which is 0.02 times the speed of light, if the level of civilization is divided by speed, and an x is used as the first level. Then Ling Yan is level 2. The so-called x means that the speed is increased by 0.01 by the speed of light, because the maximum speed of the cold insect swarm is 0.02 times the speed of light, which is 2x. Her civilization history is level 2. For another example, Lu Yi 700 years later, his machine civilization magic sword can reach a maximum speed of 2.4x. So at that time, his civilization level was level 2.4. As for the current enemy fleet, I don't know what level it is. Seeing Leng Yan's silence, Jason asked, "What's wrong? Leng Yan? You are right," Leng Yan said. "I will take pictures of quantum flying insects and go to investigate now." "Quantum flying insect?" "Yes, a very small insect," Leng Yan said, and suddenly spread his blood wings, startling Jason. Leng Yan smiled and said to him, "Don't be afraid. After the wings are unfolded, a lot of quantum flying insects are released. Under the control of the cold brain insect waves, they fly around. Some of them will fly away from Pandora, break away from the AB double galaxy, and fly to the enemy fleet. Location." The wings slowly lowered, and Leng Yan said, "Okay, the quantum flying insects used to detect intelligence have taken off, and they will send intelligence back to the front in 1 month. "A month and a half?" Jason asked doubtfully. "Yes, the enemy is 23 billion kilometers away from us," Leng Yan said. "Is 1.5 months long?" Jason shook his head and said, "I don't understand this either." Leng Yan said, "It takes 45 days to fly this distance, which is equivalent to a speed of 6,000 kilometers per second. Note that it is 6,000 kilometers per second, which is equivalent to 21 million kilometers per hour. So you should have an idea." Jason clicked his tongue and said, "Ah, so fast? Even the fastest rocket can't go that fast." "Of course. It only takes more than a minute to fly from the Earth to the Moon at this speed. Isn't it very fast?" "Yes, it is indeed very fast. This Earth's technology is far from reaching it." With current Earth technology, it would take about 7 or 8 days to fly to the Moon, if we do not consider the gravity of the Earth and the center of the Moon, and fly in a straight line without interference from any factors. It will take about 12 hours. Of course, this is impossible. With current Earth technology, it is impossible to fly to the Moon in a straight line. If we divide the level of Earth civilization based on speed, Earth civilization is not even level 1. Only level 0.006. Leng Yan folded her wings and said, "Okay, the reconnaissance insects have been released. We are just waiting for the news in 1.5 months." Jason said, "Leng, what should we do if a fight really breaks out?" "Two choices. Fight or run away," Leng Yan said very calmly. "As for whether to fight or run away, it all depends on the intelligence in 1.5 months. No, I mean, what do we need to do?" Leng Yan looked at him and said, "In this case, you really can't help. If this fights, it will be an interstellar war. The battlefield will be in space. And it may be from the ground of Pandora to the entire giant spirit planetary satellite system." Jason sighed and said, "We really can't help here. So you guys," Leng Yan patted him on the shoulder and said, "just live here peacefully and don't have to worry about anything. Survival is the best help." Chapter 400 The Birth of Blood Dance of Zerg Civilization. It is known that the enemy fleet will reach Pandora in 6 months. And it will also take 1.5 months for the quantum flying insects to reach the enemy fleet for reconnaissance. So from now on, all Leng Yan has to do is continue to develop her power, constantly releasing spores, constantly creating ordinary soldier insects, advanced soldier insects, and green dragon level and Xuanwu level insect beasts. In addition, the manufactured soldiers and insects will be put into their own work, such as transporting materials to the orbit for use by the insect beasts and insect pupae, or directly transporting the mined materials to the orbit for use by specialized soldiers. Insects are cared for future interstellar navigation. It will now begin to collect resources. At the same time, in order to make the lives of Jason and others more comfortable, she also built a row of wooden houses for them, which were much more comfortable than the tents they lived in before. It is also equipped with a variety of furniture, all made of local wood. The production process is all completed by soldiers. Jason also led everyone to try farming and hatching chicken and duck eggs, striving to quickly eat food from the earth. After a night that lasted for more than 20 hours, Pandora finally ushered in daytime, and Leng Yan was preparing to continue pupating and sleeping. When they arrived at the edge of the overhanging peak, they saw Wei Yin flying up with a soldier insect in his arms. The wall rock is 3.6 meters tall, while the soldier insect is only over 2 meters tall. So it is better to say that he rode it than that he carried it and flew up. Since he came up at this time, something must have happened. So Leng Yan stood on the peak with her hands on her shoulders, watching his arrival. Wei Yin jumped down from the soldier insect, came to Leng Yan, and said, "Queen, are you leaving?" Leng Yen did not answer him, but asked, "Are you busy?" Val Yin nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. My Luo Minasun tribe has encountered some trouble." "Oh, what's the trouble?" Leng Yin asked. "The Dru Kingdom sent a large army to invade our tribe." "Rominasun," Val Yin replied. "Dru country?" Leng Yin asked. Although she has been wandering around in the past few days, she has never visited Pandora carefully, so she didn't know what kind of era the planet Pandora was in, and whether it was other tribes besides tribes. At this time, a Dru kingdom suddenly appeared in Yuerian's mouth, so she was more or less surprised. "Yes, the Dru kingdom," said Wei Yin. "It was also a tribe a long time ago. Later, it gradually developed, conquered and expanded everywhere, and gradually developed into a country." Leng Yen nodded and listened to him. Wei Yin added, "There are also several small tribes around the Luo Minasun tribe. Their chiefs came to me and asked for an alliance to fight against the annexation of the Dru kingdom." After hearing what he said, Leng Yin said, "With the development of the times, annexation is indispensable, and forces like the tribe will disappear sooner or later." "Your Majesty the Queen," Wei Yin said, "I admit that you were right. But Bagoria, the king of the Dru kingdom, is a tyrant. Wherever his army conquers, he will kill all the young and strong. They will all be captured as slaves, and young women will also be captured for the pleasure of his army. So the people around him hate him very much and are very afraid of him." Leng Yin kept nodding her head, and after he finished speaking, she asked, "Then what do you want me to do?" Wei Yin took a step back, bowed deeply, and said, "My great and most noble queen, verily, your power is boundless and you have blessed the world. So I want to ask you to surrender this tyrant, so that people all over the world can escape from suffering." Leng Yen did not answer, but walked back and forth on the edge of the overhanging peak, pacing as if thinking about something, while Wei Yin kept looking at her anxiously, not knowing what her plans were. "Will you help him, His Majesty?" After shouting a few times, Leng Yen ignored her and walked back and forth for several minutes before Leng Yen stopped, looked at him and said, "Okay, I'll help you, but you have to do what I say. Your Majesty, please do as you wish. I'll give you a few soldiers and insects, and you can deploy them. You form an army and take the soldiers and insects I give you to fight against Bao." "Bao! It's Boglia, Your Majesty." "Okay, Bagoria, you go against him. Whether to kill him, reform him, or imprison him, it is up to you to decide. Then I ask you to continue to expand your power and capture Dru country, even to the point of occupying and unifying the entire Pandora planet." "But Your Majesty..." "No but," Leng Yin said. "Otherwise I wouldn't care about your business." Wei Yin added, "But Her Majesty the Queen, although our Rominasun tribe has many brave and capable warriors, we are a peaceful tribe and have never invaded others." Leng Yin grew wings and flew up, facing Wei Yin. In this case, she would be slightly taller than him. Otherwise, her height of 1.6 meters would look very tall compared to Wei Yan's height of 3.6 meters. Violation. So she had to fly up so that she would be higher. And Wal Yin would have to raise his head to look at her and speak. Hearing what he said, Leng Yin said, "This is not aggression. It is unification. Only Pandora has achieved unification. Mine." At this point, Leng Yin paused, because she had always wanted to give her Zerg civilization a name, but had never thought of what it should be called. So she stopped here. Wei Yin looked at her, waiting for her to continue. At this moment, Leng Yin was suspended in midair, and the blood wings behind her were flapping gently. The blood wings were very large, and the front end was fanned to the front, and she could just see it from the corner of her eye. After adding that she was dancing, she thought of a name, Blood Dance. She had thought about naming her civilization after Feng Wu before, but she thought it sounded nice, but not appropriate enough. Her primary goal in establishing civilization is revenge, followed by survival. Of course, she also knows that if she wants revenge, she must survive first. So now the civilization has a name. So Leng Yin just thought for a moment and said, "Only by realizing the unification of Pandora can my Blood Dance civilization develop and grow steadily." "Blood Dance?" Wei Yin asked doubtfully. "Yes, Blood Dance." Leng Yin nodded firmly. "I am the Queen of Blood Dance. Verily, in the mythology of the Rominasun tribe, the name Verili is the goddess of the sky and the queen of the gods, who rules the heaven and the earth. The sky is the Titan, and the other 13 natural satellites outside Pandora. As well as the South Gate binary star system, the Earth is Pandora. If the cold insect swarm can continue to develop normally, then she will indeed have the strength to be the Queen Valerie, who rules the Pandora world.